just like, oh, like you know, we need something like that to happen.
Welcome to Pretoria, South Africa's capital of culture, history and heart. Known as Jacaranda City, its streets burst into a sea of purple each spring, painting a picture as vibrant as its people. From iconic union buildings to its thriving motorsport scene, Pretoria pulses with passion, pride and power. And just beyond the city skyline lies Zwartkops Raceway. Today, the capital becomes the battleground for round 5 of the South African Endurance Series. Welcome to Zwartkops International Raceway with an all-time lap record of 58.132 set by Stuart White in 2023 with a top speed of 265 kilometers an hour. This 2.4 kilometer circuit with 3 lefts and 5 rights, 8 turns doesn't seem like much, but it definitely keeps you on your toes. As we go to the start line, you rush off down the short straight into turn 1, long left-hander to keep yourself going hard on the brakes into turn 2 as you go down the hill and start opening up full taps, gunning it to turn 3, a long right-hander that you just got to keep your foot firmly planted as you charge down the back straight, a light lift into turn 4 as you start your ascent up the hill towards turn 5 and 6. It is going to be hard on the brakes as you get over the crest, through a quick right, short straight, followed by another quick right into 6, down through 7, a long left-hander, then gun it down to the final corner, blind left-hander into our main straight. And that is Zwartkops International out in Centurion. That's going to keep us on our toes for round 5 of the South African Endurance Series.
Hello and welcome to round 5 of the Southern African Endurance Series. So I'm back.
I'm so happy to have you back, girl. We've missed you.
Girl, it's good to be back.
Girl.
So anyways, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Nadine Wilkin and this is Chloe Grace and we'll be bringing you all the action today. Today we're out at Zwartkops Raceway out in Centurion. Chloe, do you want to tell us a little bit about this racetrack?
Absolutely, Nadine. I love this track. One thing about this track is that when you talk about grassroots motorsport in South Africa, you have to mention this track. And the also cool thing is that about 70% of this track, you get to watch the action. So literally, you could be anywhere and you can see what's happening on track. And I mean, who doesn't want that, right?
Yeah, so why watch from home? Pack your cooler box, pack your gazebo, bring the whole family and come and join us out at the track today. It's out in Centurion. General access tickets are only $150. But if you're willing to spend a little more, just $250 will get you a grid walk as well as access to the pits and so much more.
And on top of that, right, because we just keep on giving. We're like Father Christmas, okay? We keep on giving to you. The other cool thing is that we've got the kids zone here on track. So bring your kids. We'd love to have them along. Bring some coolers, some gazebos, bring some sunnies. My girl has sunnies on, right? Bring your sunnies. Sun's out and you're gonna have a great time. And of course, if mom or dad is looking for a bit of a chill time, we got a little bit of a drink or two and you get to enjoy that as well.
And you can send the kids to the kids zone.
Exactly.
Yes, so we're going to get straight into racing in a bit. We're going to start off with race 1 for the Superbikes. Looking forward, there was a lot of action on the track yesterday, both with cars and bikes on track. So excited to see what they're going to bring to the track today.
It's definitely exciting. When you talk about the riders, you also have to mention the likes of Tyler Richardson, who, I mean, he put his bike on pole, so that's going to be interesting to see what he can do. You're also looking to Simpio Mahlobo. So it's going to be great to see what the youngsters are doing, and of course, a little bit of the experienced riders. And then in terms of on track, I mean, you saw what Charles Laurent just did in race 1, right?
Yeah. I mean, he was miles ahead of Kulile in the Sports and GT race. So yeah, we're looking forward to see what these guys all bring to the track, and we're looking forward to seeing you at the track. Do me a favor, if you are at the track, pop into the info desk and get all the information about how to get into racing if that's something you want to do. If you're watching from home, remember to click subscribe. We'll see you later.
Cheers, we're going straight to commentary.
Well, there you have it live from Zwartkops Raceway. It is round 5, the SAES competition and championship, and it's been an interesting first 4 rounds. Coming into round 5 now, the story has changed for a lot of the championships. The competitors are looking at a different angle to wrap up what is the last 2 races of the year. It's literally the end of the championship already. Just now we're starting, Stephen Koenig.
Well, it's absolutely incredible, and it's returning to Zwartkops. We had a 4-hour at the beginning of the year, so lots of practice has been done between the first time they arrived here to now. Lots of setup work has been done on the cars as well to ensure they can maximize the pace, maximize the time, and spend less time in the pits, more out on the circuit. But the championships are also quite tight in points as well, with our Class Ds currently leading out the index and performance. That's going to be one to keep an eye out for a little bit later. But that being said, we've got our MRSSA. They're going to be heading out with bikes. They've all combined into one race. Some enjoying having a multitude of competition. Others finding it a little bit harder to get side-by-side action. Well, I mean, 3 wide on those is just incredible.
Yeah, 3 wide is not a bad ask, depending on where on the spectrum of adrenaline you're standing. But yeah, having a chat with some of the riders, they were quite interested in how to adjust their approach, how aggressive to be, how much more tentative you need to be in getting past a rider who's necessarily in the same class of performance as you. So that is going to be very interesting to see with the MRSSA, which are kicking off the racing action for the day's proceedings. But then, of course, we've also got the GT Cup and Sports in GT, which also is an amalgamation of different classes and performances of cars. And that's also been quite an exciting one to watch, at least during the warm-up and preparation phases.
And that's also going to be a very interesting one because we have got Porsches ranging from the early 2000s, but also we've got 2 very, very special RSRs that are quite famous here in South Africa, one of them being the tribute to Jedi that originally got smashed off at Killarney years and years ago. It was rebuilt using a bit of spare parts. That is out on the circuit as well, so we're going to see the development through the Porsches. We've also have got the likes of our Sports and GT, Lamborghini, that's going to be heading out there with into Africa. We've also got the big Mercedes AMG GT3 driven by Damien Hammond, which is incredible to look at and just sounds absolutely amazing. But this is how the day is going to go. This is the exciting time we have here, and some beautiful shots down in the pits as teams are getting ready to go out for their warm-up. Plus, they're going to be doing those final little bit of work on the cars, getting the tire pressures right because it is warming up quite drastically.
Yeah, absolutely is. And we're trying to get you warmed up quite drastically by presenting to you the menu of motorsport entertainment that we have. Beside me is Stephen Koenig. My name is Prince Ndiweni. And we're ready to get things going for this round 5. So Sports GT Cup and Sports and GT would make up the first half of our day of racing. In, of course, order of warm-up is GT Cup and Sports and GT SA coming first. And then we have the MRSSA warming up second, and then SAE and 1 hour dash competitors at around 8:45 or so. We're getting out onto the circuit. But then racing proceedings, full race trim. We're going to have, of course, MRSSA kicking things off at about 9 o'clock, at 9:20 to be exact. And then after that, after we're done with that group of riders, we have GT Cup Sports and GT at 10 a.m. for their race 2, and then MRSSA joins proceedings once more at 10:20.
It's going to be an exciting one. Also, Zwartkops, a very interesting circuit where it's 2.4 kilometers long to go and race it out. It's a mixture of high speed and hard braking zones for the different vehicles.
Yeah, exactly. And then going further on, closer to around lunchtime, we've got Sports and GT joining us again at 11 for their race 3. MRSSA once more just at the 12 o'clock mark. And then the big one, the main event at 12:45 gets things proceeding with the cars getting onto the circuit and getting ready for our grid walk. A lot of our VIPs and fans who are coming in their droves to come and enjoy the action live and direct from Zwartkops Raceway here in a bright and swelteringly sunny Pretoria, in the west side of Pretoria. That is, it's going to be a fun one. It's always great to get up close and personal with the machinery, talking to the racing drivers, seeing the sheer size of this particular car right here. Doesn't quite, the camera doesn't do it justice. You just have to come here and see it for yourself and hear the burble of that V8 when Damien Hammond gets things underway. He and his team are getting ready to go up for a warm-up. Wayne Roach, as you see, is going to be marshalling that number 95 Gallardo out onto the circuit. Had a couple of issues yesterday during his race, so he's going to be looking to during his preparation, rather, so he's trying to get all those niggles out of the way. You can see how beautiful that helmet is. I made a compliment on how nice and seamless his whole look is. He likes the shade of blue. He's got the shades that also match his helmet, and he was like, "Listen, Prince, I put a lot of effort into my image." He was quite a humorous man, is Wayne Roach. But great to see how he's been enjoying his racing and how much he's grown in leaps and bounds. And it shows it's not just about the front of the pack type of competition. It's about every level and every bit of capacity and ability that you have a racing driver if you have interest in doing so. A lot of these teams are accommodating to someone who is new but willing to learn. And that's exactly what happens. You have a story and a similar journey to the likes of Wayne Roach, where you're coming in as effectively a beginner or someone who's intermediately experienced and then adding layers and layers of seat time, and it turns out you become a lot more competitive going into the championship.
That's the one thing about endurance racing. It's so much fun. Even for our sprint races, we've got drivers and riders that, whether they're super experienced to get to have a bit of fun, but also those that are just going in for the very first time. There's that welcome. It's come and enjoy the racing, come be a part of it, but it also hasn't got an age gap as well. We've got youngsters that are out on the bikes that are going out, and honestly, between 600s and 1000s are out there, able to get up to 200 plus kilometers an hour is always fun. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how we are going to get the drivers going. I'm curious, however, to take a look that we've got 217 laps last time we were here completed in 4 hours. That was set by the Rico Barlow Just for Sleep team. Are we going to be able to beat 217 laps completed? That is going to be the big question on everyone's mind. And to get that done, there's got to be no safety cars. There's got to be just flat-out acceleration the whole way through. The weather's got to work out. And also, it can't get too hot. Otherwise, grip actually starts to fall off when the track gets a little too warm.
And also, harking back to our first attempt at racing here at Zwartkops earlier on during the championship, we had our longest period of green flag racing at this very circuit, which made it possible for that 217 laps to be completed. So I wonder if we're going to have the same thing now, where the teams are trying their best to keep things on the black stuff. That remains to be seen.
It's absolutely, and a couple of shots in the engine bay of the Honda Civic Type R that's out there. Beautiful car, very unique, and also you would see the exhaust coming out the front. That's with its off its turbo. The Lorero has been putting in some good hard work into the car, and all season have been trying to get that little bit faster and hoping that they can get across the line a little bit quicker.
Absolutely. A lot of preparation coming behind this car. We've got a rebuild, I think, that has gone with this Type R, with some work being done on the head, I believe, and they're trying to get that car back into full race trim. And the first and the best test to give it is to come here to the 4 hours of Zwartkops.
And with it being a bit of a warm-up now, it's to shake cars down, get everyone sorted out, make sure that you've got the sleep out of your eyes as well, because everyone has been working hard, some into the early hours of the morning, others taking a little bit of a slow start. But that being said, it's definitely the right time to come find your spot here at Zwartkops. My personal favorite that I've seen a lot of people do over the years and years of being here at Zwartkops, getting into turn 4 on the outer banks is always a big welcome. My personal favorite is on turn 2, where you get to see the cars, the bikes and cars sweep around.
And you get them sweeping around 3 just now, the bikes, as you're talking about that, Steve. And they're making their way onto turn 4, where you have a chance to dial it up as you go up this decent incline going up to 5. We've seen a lot of the more interesting incidents. A lot of the challenges that we saw yesterday during practice came from this particular part of the circuit, but hopefully it's going to be smooth running for our MRSSA competitors for their warm-up and the rest of the day's proceedings. But beside me now is Themba Khumalo, who definitely knows his way around the racing circuit, more especially on a set of 2 of these quick wheels that you see on screen. Themba, your impression of the weekend so far?
Good morning, Prince, and good morning to the viewers at home. It's hot. That's my first impression, Prince.
Have you got your sunscreen? Because just let me know. Just give me the signal. I'm going to hand you the sunscreen because it's sweltering out there.
I do. I've got my SPF 90 on lock.
Perfect.
It's great to be back at Zwartkops Raceway with the South African Endurance Series. It was an amazing event at round 1. And looking at the MRSSA Superbikes, I think it's going to be a really, really action-packed day. We've got a huge title battle in the Unlimited Thousands, where Dave Varinga is only 1 point ahead of Jordan King, and Sia Shabalala is 11 points further behind. So I think that's probably going to be the most exciting thing happening on the Superbikes today, and something that we're going to be speaking about throughout the day.
Okay, yeah. championship battle. That's what you want. Here's Dave. We have him now completing turn 5. So it's going to be, now we're talking a bit about the traffic, of course, scenarios such as this, where you have a slightly higher performing or lighter bike and that has an advantage either on the corners or on the straights. All of those dynamics are going to come into play, given that we have an amalgamation of all of these classes, apart from the fact that these people are in different championships that they're fighting all together. But your impression of our championship leaders so far and the way they've prepared for this weekend and how the quali, at least, has gone so far for them?
I had a chat with Dave Veringa yesterday, the championship leader, and he was not happy at all. He said he was running with the old front tire in qualifying and he had no front end grip. Jordan King is looking very good on the Yamaha R1. He got down into the 104s yesterday, which is a new PB for him and a seriously fast lap time around Zwartkops, especially on a Superbike. And Sia Shabalala, you know, he's been leading the championship throughout the year. Unfortunately, that crash in race 2 at Killarney in the wet really cost him, crashing out of the lead. He was on great form up until that point, so he's looking to recover. In terms of pace yesterday, he was a couple of seconds behind Veringa and King, so he's got to discover something today. But I do know from Shabalala that he tends to show his best on race day. As we stand with 9 minutes 35 to go in the morning warm-up, Tyler Richardson, who is making his MRSSA debut today, leads out. He is on a Yamaha R6, only 16 years old is young Tyler. Yaku Ghoos has just gone ahead of him. And as we look at the times, there is Tyler on screen on the black Yamaha R6 rider, number 20. The riders at this point are just trying to get a feel for the track today. There has been rain in Gauteng this week, so track conditions each morning, especially at Zwartkops, can be variable. So we won't see outright fast lap times as we look at Richardson and Ferreira going into the pits. But Yaku Ghoos may be a factor in that championship battle. He, of course, is the championship leader in the Masters class. He will be up there with Richardson in terms of pace, lapping in the 104s. But I think the best thing that Jordan King can do is try and latch on to Richardson and Ghoos, because Jordan only did a 4.8 yesterday, which was his first time in the 4s. Ghoos and Richardson are good for low 4s. So if he can go with those riders at the start of the race, that will definitely help him out in the championship battle in terms of pulling away from Veringa and Shabalala. But one thing we love about MRSSA, Prince, is the wide variety of riders, skills, bikes. What are your thoughts on those?
And approaches to qualifying, for instance, or the equipment that you're using. In particular, I'm curious about my tires, because we honed in on this yesterday with a very brief chat with Yaku Ghoos. He was showing me how you get a difference between, you've got the slicks and then you've got the sort of semi-cut slicks. What's the performance variable there? What advantage or disadvantage is there between the two?
So the first thing to know is that the tires are open. So basically any track tire that you want to bring to the race, you can bring. With slicks, generally those will be the best performing tires because they do have the most contact patch of rubber on the tar. So with the slicks, you'll see most riders on the Pirelli Diablo Super courses. The SE1, I think, is the best option for Zwartkops. And Pirelli also has a SE1 cut slick, which in terms of performance is actually similar, and on some tracks is better than the full slick. But we'll also see the Bridgestone R11 out there. And of course, Dunlop is a big factor. There's some riders who are opted for the Dunlop tires, as you know, we are backing those riders. Shout out to Dunlop, our event sponsors. But there's a complete mixture of tires out there. One other critical factor is that we have 3 races. In the earlier part of the season, there were 2 races. Now we have 3 races, so tire management throughout the day is going to be a key performance factor.
Yeah, 100%. And you see some riders opting either to qualify on tires that might be 1 heat or 2 heats old. Is 2 heats stretching it, you reckon? Because I spoke to a couple of riders as well, with some tires coming, a set that's come from maybe a heat in Cape Town, which wasn't too abrasive and wasn't too rough on the tires, and then coming to Zwartkops, you could still actually have a go on that same set of rubber.
So Killarney, where it differs from Zwartkops is that Killarney is very, very low abrasive in terms of tires. So tires do go a long way. Zwartkops is similar in that sense, but we do have 5 right-handers and 3 left-handers. So the right side of the tire does get stressed quite heavily throughout the day. As we look at Shabalala and Jandre Fourie going through turn 3, and that is one serious corner. Flat out in 6th gear on a 600. You roll off the gas, back on the gas in 5th gear on 1000, and it does stress the tire a lot. So in terms of tire management, certain riders are riding with their qualifying tires now. Some are on old tires during warm-up. So managing when to change tires between race 1, race 2, race 3 is going to be critical. You will see some riders starting race 1 with old tires where they may be lacking performance and then go out in race 2 and 3 with new tires. So we do expect to see some variety in terms of the performances of the riders throughout the races.
Really getting a sense of just how far into the morning we are. Warm-up may be an understatement when it comes to temperatures, given the peaks in heat that we've seen over the weekend. I wonder by the time we have full racing trim what the temperatures and conditions on the circuit are going to look like for all of these riders. But Jordan King always looks laconic, chilled, cool, calm character. And that, of course, is not the approach he wants when he's racing. He turns the aggression up, and you can see the results speak for themselves. And I think he pitted quite close to Varinga actually, so you can see the camaraderie between the two in terms of okay, what was good, what was bad, what you take out from quali in particular. Which and as you expressed, Varinga wasn't too impressed with his go at it, so hopefully he's going to be recovering on that and improving on that going into race conditions.
And a shout out to our TV director who is doing a nice prelude of the day. Shots from Jordan King to Varinga. As we see Jordan start another lap, but he's sitting up looking back. So as we mentioned earlier, the riders aren't going to be going for outright pace in the warm-up session. They are doing race prep as it stands. And having a look at the timesheets print, only half a tenth of a second between Varinga and King. And I think that is showing a little bit of what we're going to be seeing throughout the day.
100%. It's going to be a back and forth between those two. I can't wait to see what materializes there. Shabalala and Fourie, also in a similar sort of scenario, a 10th between them and the Unlimiteds. We got them in 6th and 7th right now in terms of time, but in the 108s, the lower 108s, with Fourie now taking the ascendancy there. But of course, it is warm-up, and the aggression level is slightly toned down, at least for the morning's warm-up. We'll see things dialing up a notch a bit later on.
We just had a look there at young Simpiwe Mahlobo, who was one of the youngsters invited to the Red Bull Rookies Cup selection event in Spain, which took place earlier this week on Wednesday and Thursday at the Godic circuit. Unfortunately, Mahlobo wasn't able to make it due to some visa challenges, but he is here racing with us at Zwartkops today. And having a look at him, he's in 12th place. He only qualified 18th. He had some serious suspension problems with his bike yesterday. Essentially, his suspension was not working at all, and he was stuck on 111s, and he's now made his way down to 109.9. So clear that he's made some progress. His team has been able to solve some of the problems with that bike as he slows up. So he's one of, I think, the youngest rider out on track today at only 15 years old.
Incredible.
Very, very brave youngster. And we also have Clive Turnbull in 4th place. He is the Open Superbike Championship leader. Dieter Heisemann is out there on a pretty exciting motorcycle, Prince. Did you get to have a look at that Ducati?
Look, I'm leaning towards the Ducatis a lot more now, because first, early on in the year, it was Mick Landy who came in with his, which he'd been waiting for so long. And now to see Dieter's as well. I started off as someone who's biased to Yamaha, but now I'm turning red. I'm turning more and more red as the season goes on. I'm going to be full on Ducati trim by the time the championship closes, that's for sure.
Good to see you getting in touch with your Italian side. I am, of course, a little bit biased.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Of course you would be.
I'm going to get you some pasta for dinner tonight and maybe a Prosecco.
Let me work on my hand gestures. Let me work on my wrists. There you go. That's my exercise for the weekend.
Sì. Noi parla l'italiano.
There we go. Impressive. Got an accent.
Thank
there.
you, Prince. Thank you. I work on the accents, as you say.
Yeah, because you were speaking Spanish earlier this morning. I heard you speak Spanish. I distinctly recall you saying to Steve that he needs to wear shorts, because there's going to be a hot one going into the rest of the day's racing. But yeah, plenty in store for us here at the circuit, and for you joining us either on the virtual grandstands, or for those of you who want to come and see everything in the metal and join us in the flesh to enjoy the most exciting endurance racing series, which has an incredible array of support races as well here at Zwartkops. Plenty of opportunity for you to come out and join us. There is Sia Shabalala, who just came off his warm-up and having a look at his bike to make sure everything is on point for their race later on this morning.
Shabalala, one of the flashiest riders off the track, without a doubt.
I'll tell you what.
You've got to check out some of his race day fits.
His fits are crazy.
Really crazy indeed. Sia's come through on a 108.304, which is not far off of his qualifying time. He currently lies 7th overall. So he still has some work to do. As you can see, Varinga and King are in the 105s. So he's got to find some time going into the races if he still wants to have some hopes of claiming the title at Kyalami on our season finale on the 29th of November. But we're just going to take you through the order as it stands. Dave Varinga leads on a 105.556 ahead of Jordan King, our two championship contenders in the unlimited thousands, along with Shabalala. Yaku Khos is 3rd overall on a 7.7 last time round. His best was a 5.6, so he's right up there with Varinga and King. He leads out in the Masters. Tyler Richardson making his MRSSA debut, the young teenager. He's come through on a 7.5. He qualified on a 4.5 yesterday, so he is clearly taking it easy. Leading out in the Open Superbikes is another one of our teenagers, Jandre Ferry. He was not happy with traffic yesterday, but it's part of the racing. And one of the things to also look out for is that Jandre, the reason why he was frustrated is because he's on a 600. And Zwartkops, our shortest circuit on the calendar, alongside with PE, and it's very, very narrow. It's very one line in a lot of sectors, and the 600s lose out on top end, but carry corner speed. So through 3 and 4 and up the hill up to 5, the 600s lose out on top end. So it's very difficult for them to get close enough to overtake the thousands. And then in the tighter sections, 5, 6, 7, and turn 2, they then carry the corner speed. But then because it's one line in those parts of the track, the thousands are now sitting in the way. So he's going to have some work to do in qualifying. In 7th is Shabalala with the best time of a 8.240. He is 3rd overall in the unlimited thousands. Dieter Heisemann, Darius Buerta, Simpure Mahlobo, Mick Landy, and Alan Holscher. So Mick Landy in warm-up is fastest among the Boss riders. Rare to see that, Prince.
He's going to be chuffed with himself, that's for sure. And he's going to give you a kick in the shins when he sees you later on down in the pits. But fantastic to see the beautiful Zwartkops Raceway. You're speaking about overall leads. Like, we had the overall view, the beautiful drone shot of the circuit that we're enjoying today's racing. Absolutely stunning to see. I think the majority of the warm-up has come and gone. We had only one rider on the circuit for a brief time. They had that beautiful drone shot, which is back now. So the riders have gotten a bit of data and have now a chance to digest that and see what that turns and materializes into going on later into the day. But this is where you want to see yourself on this bright and sunny Saturday morning, and it's going to get even better as the day goes along. You've got every form of racing you want. You have a boiled, fried, baked, sauteed. You want it frozen. We've got it for you. As you can see, we've got a lovely bit of options for you. The karting circuit, where some of the youngsters cut their teeth and get into the grassroots of things. That was what Chloe Grace was talking about earlier in the morning, where Zwartkops gives that chance for our grassroots to establish itself and see them coming full circle and joining us on main circuit here at SAES. We've got a couple of those. I mean, we spoke about, of course, Richardson making his debut in the 600s here with the MRSSA. We've also got another debutant, that is Casey Enzer Smith, who will be joining us with the 1 hour dash later on today. So that is your full circle moment for our young racers. And if you want to get involved in motorsport, plenty opportunity for you to come and find out exactly how you want to do that with SAES. If you want to come in the flesh and find out, or reach out to us on all of our platforms, join us on the virtual grandstands, throw some questions at us, and help us in enjoying the day's racing. I mean, we also want to name some of the cars. We're trying to christen a couple of these cars because they don't have names yet. So that's going to be a fun exercise, Stephen Koenig.
Well, it's going to be an exciting one, and plenty for the spectators to do, which is always grand. But also for 250 Rand, you get to walk around the cars on a grid walk, which is always some of the best to go and see, because you get to experience how those cars are getting ready, experience how the drivers are getting ready, also get to put your head into the vehicles. We're going to try and get the cameras in as well, so you can see exactly what does the inside of a race car look like when it's getting ready to rock and roll for a 4-hour. That being said, you mentioned about the names. I started thinking about it. I was walking around now. We're going to be going and taking a look at a couple of the cars, and one of them is actually the Mercedes. That needs a name, and that's going to be a good one to go
number
for.
57,
So we're looking forward to seeing if anyone out in the virtual grandstands can put it out on our 2 social medias that we're going out. One is on YouTube, and for the very first time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Prime Media Plus. And got to say, super excited about that one. A brand new platform to get to. It's jump off, and also going and bringing you some of the hottest action from around the country, whether it is motorsport or whether you're into other forms of sport or even just behind the scenes in showbiz, celebrity. I've got to say, I've been poking around there and, well, I only went to bed very, very late.
I'm sure you did. It's in signature Steve Koenig fashion here. But yeah, there's plenty for you to enjoy. So be sure to join us for today's proceedings. I'm looking forward to the insights we get from the riders and the competitors as the day proceeds, because you can see it's a dynamic. It's always a moving target when it comes to racing. Even if you're looking at the sprints. I mean, I was talking to Wayne Roach and he was just sort of highlighting how for him he's going to enjoy the fact that he's getting fast, a lot of chunks, but it's not in a sort of one massive piece. When you have, like with the 4 hour, for example, he's getting consecutive races in this sort of sprint format along with the GT part of it. And that in itself is a challenge that is completely different because you have to have quick bursts and it's a lot of intensity in that short period of time as compared to longer stretches when you're looking at the 4 hour part of it.
Well, think of it as athletics in school.
Yeah.
You get told, listen, you need to go do a 100 meters sprint. So it's literally green flag, run, you get to the end. Versus the 4 hour, which is equivalent to your 1,500, where you run around the field,
Yep.
you got the crowd looking and cheering at you. Sometimes you get midway through and you get worn out. But a beautiful shot of some of our cars there. Also going to be our sports and GT that are going to be heading out
Yep.
onto the circuit. But got to say, really, really excited to see a couple of the older Porsches going and joining in with more modern stuff. We also have the Pesty Racing, brand new colours, going the British Racing Green.
Yeah.
They're looking forward to showcasing the car. However, they are reporting that when the sun gets a little bit low, the bonnet tends to have a little bit more of a shine, so we might see the spectacles coming out to just go and protect them. But they've been having a lot of fun with the car. That whole bodywork and respray was done in a day and a half, believe it or not. From pure orange, day and a half later, beautiful British Racing Green. And I've got to say, it's growing on me every bit of the time. But the only way you can truly appreciate the amount of work that's been into that car is actually coming down to the track, seeing it out in the pits and on the circuit.
And appreciate the size of the car. It is an absolute boat. It is massive. As you can see, Nadine alongside Bottom Pretorius was going to be marshalling that 262 Pesty Racing V8. They're also appreciating some of the other machinery, chatting with the Stradale Motorsport squad there. And they're standing by Roy Aubrey's 911 there. He's going to be also getting things underway and competing. Great to see him back on the circuit as well.
Going and having a bit of fun. He was actually chasing down Wayne Roach yesterday. Close action between the two. And it's good to see that Samlin Racing got to duke it out once again with Team Stradale. Now, that being the case, we look from a drone shot into turn one of my favorite corners to go into. In the lesser powered cars, it's a slight lift, or you can keep it planted. But even in the Toyota Civic in the Honda Civic Type R that we've got here, it is a lift with a slight gear change down into turn one. And our amazing team going and making sure the car is set, put ready, and is safe to go out racing. You're going to experience that a little bit later on. Phenomenal little car with quite some history.
Yeah, quite some history with the car you see on the far right there, that Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, which was looking Ironmanish not too long ago, but now under the G&H stable is in a pearly white with an interesting teal trim. Absolutely beautiful to see how these cars go through incredible transformations as it came out of the Samlin Racing stable and now is in the hands of G&H Transport, and Ant Blunden's going to be vying it and duking it out with some of his competitors later on today.
That's it. And while taking a look at the beautiful circuit, 2.4 kilometers here at Zwartkops. Turn one, a long left-hander that you keep firmly on the gas when you come through the exit. It's a short straight. Yeah. Now, for a start of the race, you do want to be on the inside line. You don't want to be stuck on the outside heading into turn two as you start to descend a little bit. A change of camber, change of altitude does make things a little bit more interesting. So on the start, right-hand side is the best place to be. Otherwise, be very cautious on the outside that you can lose the train. Heading into turn two, it's hard on the brakes, 50 meters, you're gearing down. This is a second gear corner to just try and get yourself sorted out. You've got a late apex to go and hit, so you don't want to go too early. A lot of people tend to go for an earlier apex here, but unfortunately understeer out. It's a later apex, then you feed the power on. Let the car go and drag itself out, and it's flat on the gas all the way up. Turn three is just, well, you're just keeping your foot on the gas. You just gently turn the steering wheel. But this is crucial for any slipstreaming. Out of turn two, heading into turn 4, it is slipstreaming central. You don't want to go and duck on the inside too early. You don't want to break out of the train. Otherwise, you do land up with a bit of a problem. So accelerating out of turn 3, it is all the way up. You'll see the cars going into 5th, going 6th gear here as they try and make their way to turn 4. Beautiful grandstands on the left-hand side if you want to appreciate the speed and also the little embankment you'll see just before turn 4. We've got a couple of cars and gazebos being set up. That's one of my favorite points to go and watch other than turn 2 because you get a sense of what the cars are busy doing here, especially into turn 4. So for our supercars, you'll hear them a slight lift, possibly a gear change down just to start making their way through turn 4. Like the Honda Civic Type R, it is a lift and accelerate on your way through. So as you get into the right-hander, we've got our little escape road for cars that do break down, but we're not expecting that as the cars will be wanting to give it absolutely everything for the ascent up to turn 5. This is always tricky because you want to get the run on the competitor. You want to aim for the inside line, but you must hold back. You must wait that just a little bit longer. It's like Monza, where you have to just give it everything you got until you start venturing up. There's a little crest that you're going to reach before you have to suddenly climb onto the anchors, back it down to 2nd gear for a sharp right-hander. If you're on the outside, if you're going side by side, expect to be kissing the kitty litter on the left-hand side. Short little straight heading into turn 6. Won't see too many passes here as many of the competitors don't want to go and foul up their line heading through. So into turn 6, another sharp right-hander. So up into 3rd, down into 2nd. Cart your way through this right-hander into a long sweeping left where you feather the throttle through, heading down to turn 8. And there you're going from 3rd, 4th, if you're lucky. But you don't want to go up too many gears, otherwise you're losing time. You can lose 0.2 of a second by just venturing up the gears. So sometimes you want to bring it right to the rev limiter, keep yourself going as you venture down the hill, heading into the blind left-hander of turn 8. And as you escape turn 8, you'll see the start-finish line. But if you're entering, you can't see a darn thing that's there until you suddenly arrive on the scene. We've seen how that's bitten some of the drivers before when we had spins early on in the season here at Zwartkops. But that being said, it is a nice warm day here at Zwartkops, so we're expecting drivers to be fighting their way through. Many of the competitors are going to be aiming for the beautiful mark of a 101 in the Shelby Can-Am or a sub 1 minute as we've seen in our GT3s.
Oh, geez. Well, that is an incredible way of saying keep it on the black stuff. I'd much rather hear that version. Absolutely incredible description of exactly what each and every one of these competitors have ahead of them for the day's racing. Now, can you imagine that? That is in ideal and perfect conditions. That if it's just you and the black stuff, what more if it's alongside your competitors? It's not as easy as a lot of these guys make it look, that's for sure. These guys and girls, I beg your pardon.
Well, I've got to say, it's going to be interesting, is if we've got a directional wind change, which we are expecting a little bit today, it means side drafting is going to be a thing. Now, for anyone that doesn't know what side drafting is, you got your normal slipstreaming where you're following nose to tail, you're behind each other. Side drafting is if the air's blowing off to the right-hand side or left-hand side, depending on where the competitors are, you line up just to the side of it like this. Reason for that is now going and allowing the air to still go over you, and you will have a slipstream side by side. Think of it when you're driving down the highway, you've got a truck next to you, there's no airflow, it's easy passing until you get past the truck, and then all of a sudden, getting shaken all about.
Slightly heavy steering,
So we're going to have that as well coming into play for our cars and for more aerodynamic vehicles that are planning, like the GT3s, having less aero, flatten out the wings, go and keeping themselves all organized for top speed. They will feel that a lot more than cars that are aiming to have harder aerodynamics. So, which do you go for? Are you better under cornering, going and putting some more aero on the car? Or are you going to go for that top end speed? 265 kilometers an hour was the top speed marked here. We have seen cars venture closer to that, and we're looking forward to seeing how it's going. But we've also got an interesting set of vehicles like the sports cars of Leisure of Andrew Horn that is going to be out on the circuit as well.
Yep, and they've found some pace as compared to where they were on the circuit early on in the year, round 1. So Andrew Horn definitely happy with the bracket they find themselves in going into round 4. Now, you've got also a dual competitive scenario, like in the case of Inter Africa, which we had on in frame not too long ago, where they get to actually test out that aerodynamic element, having seen conditions early on in the day as compared to later on. So they might actually have a jump on some of the competitors who have aerodynamically inclined cars going into the endurance race.
But that being said, we've also got vehicles and classes that don't always sit with your GT3s. We've got the classes that are a lot lower than that. They don't have so much on the aero side or power side, but it is welcoming to drivers that want to bring something a little different to the endurance aspect and for the sprint racing aspect. So if you've got something like a Polo coming out and having a bit of fun, we've seen how the success of those cars have been incredible. The backdraft roadsters, so we got the likes of Pesty Racing with their car, will be out on circuit. It hasn't got a lot of aero to it, but it has been every single step of the way very, very consistent in time. So that's going to be one to keep an eye out for. But we've also got our iCam with the Vodacom for you. That's going to be showing some of the onboard footage as we see Wayne Roach inside the Lamborghini Gallardo, and honestly, a very, very stunning car to go and sit and take a look at. You wouldn't believe how comfortable it actually is.
Oh, really?
It is. It's incredibly comfortable. And it's a bit weird because you go and sit in the likes of the Hurricane Evo 2 that Inter Africa has got. You're a lot more tight, squished, ready to go. But then you've got the likes of the Gallardo, where you have a lot more room for you to work with, and that goes and keeps things a bit more comfortable. That's actually a street car turned race car, believe it or not.
I was about to say, yeah, there's that to consider as well. I'd imagine Wayne Roach would be quite happy with his car. You saw the layers of time that they were shaving away and development they had during the course of the day, so he's ready to go and in position to get things on the way. Into Africa, also brushing things up. I saw Stewie getting into the car, and he's really at the helm. That's him just strapping himself in and getting his team to assist him, of course, to get properly snug in what is, like Steve Koenig described, a tighter fit. I'd imagine more so for Stewie White, but of course these cars are dynamic and accommodating in that nature because they're built for all sorts of competitors to be able to get in and get things underway. That's Roy Aubrey also now getting his helmet on, getting ready for his warm-up.
Dr. Roy Aubrey going to be getting himself sorted out. And this is the fantastic part. Go and have a chat to many of the drivers and pit crew. Ask them what their day jobs are.
Yeah.
It's quite different to what you expect. Roy Aubrey, a surgeon, and he's now going to be going and putting those fine cuts, working operation of staying up towards the top. And the Stradali team have been working quite a bit on the car to get him sorted out and ensure that he's ready to rock and roll in the race. But that being said, he's going to have some hard work. Wayne Roach was one of those drivers that just kept him absolutely busy yesterday. And that's what we're going to be looking forward to. Nicky Dix as well had a good run. A bit of a slow start, but he had to climb his way back up through the ranks to ensure he gets into a good race. And also, well, I can't wait. We've got our 2 RSR historic Porsches that are going to be going out.
History on wheels.
Oh, man. George Economides is going to be heading out, and there's a good old friend of George Economides that actually is watching. His name is called Mr. Temple. And he always said it wasn't George Economides. It was George Economides that's called it. It was after the Greek prophet. Oh. So, yep, James Temple going and using it. Vacamedes, that was the name.
Okay.
So there's a little bit of past that comes in from there. But this is Wayne Roach inside the Gallardo and all set up to go. Honestly, a very, very lovely car. And Wayne Roach is one of these drivers, if you have a good chat to him, he's more than happy to say, come sit in the car, come be a part of it, come and enjoy, get a photo. And that, it seems to be the main goal for him, is getting a new generation to appreciate. Even though it's a big fancy car, well, he says it's a toy for all.
Indeed, he's about to test that toy for all. We had the Alteza here of Sphere Motorsport, which saw a couple of challenges yesterday with the front left. The front left wheel coming off after snapped hub, sudden and instant was that snap. It was nothing gradual, no announcement, no soft launch. It instantly just went off, and they had to work the majority of the afternoon, or the the majority of about 2 hours, I beg your pardon, during yesterday's afternoon, and they got that sorted and got the car back onto the circuit, and that is great to see. And that is Dr. Mike Very, another of the doctors that we have out on the circuit in his Shelby Can-Am. Another case of history on wheels. And of course, Damien Hammond, a more unique car out of the Samden Racing stable, his choice to take that Mercedes, and he's enjoyed it so far because it instantly went into collecting silverware last time we saw him out at Kyalami, earning himself the 1 hour dash win, and he's going to enjoy trying to duke it out with his competitors to take that again and make sure he shows them he's earned his place in podium positions.
That's it, and I gotta say, the Mercedes is one of the cars I really enjoy as a GT3 car, not only because it's a front-engine car compared to the mid-engines of the Lamborghini, but just the sound of it. It hits you in the chest. It is a symphony out there. But take a look as the drivers now starting to get to grips with the cars, get grips with the circuit as evolution has gone on. But also, it hasn't rained last night, so we are expecting a little bit more grip. This is where a lot of the drivers are going to be feeling out for Wayne Roach, for one, as he makes his way into turn 3 and heading onto our back straight as part of the 70% of the circuit that you get to see from sitting at the grandstands. We'll be keeping a very close eye on the racing and how you can go hard braking. A little bit of a lift into 4. Hard braking will be up towards 5. You'll see the climb, and if you stay on board, you'll see just that little bit of a crest that comes up a little bit now, and you start climbing onto the anchors into the right hand. You can see you want to keep as far left as possible and then strike the corner onto the apex. Always a lot of fun around the circuit. This is like the only way I can describe it. The circuit is very close to Hockenheim and Monza. It's simple for a person to learn, but it's very difficult to master. So if you want to get quick, you've got to get brave, but you've also got to keep yourself very consistent.
See the elevation change as well. It's more than just your sight helping in terms of braking markers. It's also understanding what the car's doing. Your understanding of vehicle dynamics has to be on point there. As the weight shifts, you can understand why then some of these cars have such low suspension and they are so low set and close to the ground to minimize that sort of up and down motion that you have in instances like this where you have such a crest and then immediately you want it to brake, as we're on with the Janakro 511.
And that is the Audi R8 GT4, one of the very few Audi R8 GT4s we have here in South Africa. Stunning car, I've got to say, it's beautifully presented. Also, the GT4s are a little class that people tend to forget about. It's that development class closer to your road spec that you have, a little bit cheaper to actually get involved in, but also it is a car that requires you to get rather brave. It's all about carrying the momentum with these cars. Yes, you've got a fierce amount of power, not as much as the bigger brothers and bigger sisters of the GT3s, but it is one that's based on momentum. It's also a little bit heavier, so you've got to really concentrate on what you're doing with the GT4s, but it can also be one of the more consistent vehicles. Remember, having lots of power doesn't mean that you're going to win performance of index. You might be able to win the race, but it's a long time. And in a sprint race as well, people that push a little too hard can land up in the weeds, and it lands up with a little GT4 like this we've seen in the past, going and making its way up through to the top and fighting towards the top of the order in championship more than once.
And consistency pays off. Andrew Horn has consistently added layers and layers of development to his car. We can see him from the onboard here with Aring Neveling on that ICAM shot, which has been a revelation in terms of giving perspective of what it's like to get around the circuit. You get a better sense of the undulations, the dip, as you see here. You got nose down into the tarmac as you aim for the apex. Going down into turn 8, the final blind left-hander, which is an incredibly difficult task, considering that you might actually want to make a move at the final turn if you're close enough and you've been sort of duking it out for a possible very close finish going into the start finish. There is Dr. Vera, of course. There is, look at that bobble going down into turn 2. Also very difficult to gauge exactly where you need to put all 4 wheels there. It's going to be a very tight space going into turn 1 at the start finish point for this race.
It's also interesting that we've got 2 different versions of sports car. The Shelby Can-Am, which is a driver centered directly in the middle, perfect for weight distribution. However, not in accordance to the overseas FIA rules that were put in place. that wants the drivers slightly off center from the middle. Yes, if you can fit a little purse next to you, that's going to be just fine. But that's where the likes of the Ligier comes in. Having the driver sitting next to you, you do have room for a passenger. Bear it not a very big passenger, but you can have a passenger on board closer to what your more modern sports cars are. But I've got to say, beautiful to have both versions of sports cars out there. The Shelby Can-Ams, this is a brand new one that he's bought. Last time it was out was about 8 years ago, but the Shelby Can-Ams was a national series here in South Africa. They gave birth to some of the best champions out. Can go back to the likes of Darren Lobb, who was fighting out for the championship as well. We've got Marco D'Acunha going out on the circuit. He's having a lot of fun out there, also keeping very calm, just going through the gears, sorting himself out, making sure that there's no big issue.
Absolutely. And he'll be happy for that experience considering yesterday's proceedings, but you want to put that as far behind you as quick as possible. As we go up the hill now, approaching turn 5, we get a perspective we have the GT4 perspective of what it's like to be up here. We've had GT3 perspective. Now this is your Class C car, now getting us a picture of what it's like to get into turn 5, where the kitty litter has been a very, very generous host to some of our competitors over the past couple of years of this championship. It's decided the championship at some point. See, championship lead changes there, so we're going to be very wary of that. And there's that Type R, which has undergone some work with the Loreros, and it's looked on song all weekend, so they'll be happy to see that given the work that's been done on the engine thus far.
That's absolutely incredible, but that's where the interesting part comes in. We've got different spec vehicles coming out and fighting on circuit. You've got the likes of the GT3s or the Alum GT3s for some that know, like into Africa Lamborghini Huracan Evo that's currently out on circuit. We have got the Toyota Altezza with the likes of the Lexus V8 turbocharged in it, the Honda Type R that's out on circuit.
And I must beg your pardon, that 88 is in Class B. Yep.
And going to be fighting for the championship.
Yeah.
That's it. Got to fight.
Weekend.
Well, this is it. You got to score the points. You got to be in it, and really got to fight it out.
And you can see the onboard is now an advantage to see what drivers are dealing with in different spec cars, because you've got D'Acunha in a typical paddle shift. You've got 3 things in front of his feet, and he has to have his left arm leave the steering momentarily, and navigating that is a completely different prospect, of course, for your more modern machinery that's got paddle shift. So there's that element as well when you're trying to get around the traffic and fight the black stuff.
Honestly, I prefer to have a third pedal. I tend to get lost. When you're driving an automatic car, you don't quite know what to do with your left hand. But we've got Romano Sartori. He's going to be doing the 1-hour dash in the IRC Mustang. Honestly, a great car, all the way out from Australia, designed by an expat South African. So going to be having a bit of fun out there, really showing what it can do, and is closer to, it's a Space Ram V8 that is going to be charging around the circuit with a beautiful Mustang look. There does come in a Camaro and a Mercedes. So same chassis, same engine, just different bodywork that you can incorporate on it, but it's still a lot of fun. He's hoping to get into the 103s again. He did it in practice. We're looking forward to trying to do it once more in his IRC Mustang. And this car then is later going to Cape Town to do the hill climb.
Oh, tell you what, talk about dynamism. That's going to be exciting. And this car has been an absolute revelation, absolute stunner. Instantly captured fans. The sound of the car going down the home straight is something you cannot forget, and even more beautiful than night racings. Like one of the blue glow. It reminds me of Knight Rider when I was a kid growing up. That's an absolute beauty of a car to see, that's for sure.
It's absolutely incredible. But Knight Rider had the red.
Yeah, Knight Rider had the red. Yeah, it's just reminiscent. This would be, I guess, this would be Knight Rider's arch nemesis.
Yes, it would. And honestly, with the exciting of it, but we've also got a variety. I mean, we've got the Audi R8 that's behind it, going and fighting out. You've got the IRC and you've got the Ligier that is going and giving everything it got. But
we've got a name. Our first name. Remember, Romano did ask for a name for this car, and so did Franco. Knight Rider. What do you think? Well, do you want the red? Are you pedantic about that?
I don't. It doesn't feel like a Knight Rider to me, unfortunately.
It's a nominee.
It's a nominee, but I still think our spectators will have a lot more fun on it. So if you want to get involved in naming this car, which Romano Sartori is looking forward to a name, and also the Mercedes that is out on circuit with Damien Hammond, please go and let us know in those virtual grandstands, out in the comments on both Prime Media Plus and on YouTube. We're going to be going and having a chat to the drivers and seeing if they can really go and bite the name that you choose for these cars, which honestly I'm looking forward to. I'm personally still sitting and waiting to try and figure out what we can call this beautiful stallion. Spirit?
The Spirit.
Well, you can call it Spirit for any Disney movies out there.
Okay, I guess I see we have our own biases here. Well, a fun fact, Romano Sartori is a fan of, he's into his snakes. He said, he told me yesterday, he actually is quite fond of snakes. So maybe that's something, a theme we could go ahead with in the virtual grandstand for the naming of this beautiful car.
Viper.
Yeah, you know,
Arbok.
Viper, okay.
No, I wouldn't go Viper.
No? Yeah, that's
Wouldn't go,
actually...
wouldn't go Viper, but
oh, you can't, yeah.
I don't know. Are you a big Pokemon fan? Because I'll go more like Viper. I'll go Arbok.
Oh, that's where you're going with it.
There
okay,
we go. They
okay.
could do stuff like that.
I don't know if that's going to resonate with Romano. And I'll leave it at that. A very charismatic character is Romano. Great to always have a chat with him and chill in the Sartori stable there in the pits. It's always a family vibe, and you can tell they're absolutely having a blast. Franco Di Matteo, of course, over there having a look at things to see what's going on for the weekend's racing. Romano's getting some seat time in for him to get familiar with the car and improve and shave off the lap times as much as he can. He's going to get into the pits now. He's got enough, at least so far, for his warm-up, as we've got Ari Neveling still gathering data. Ari Neveling has been doing a lot this weekend. He's been wearing a lot of hats, or should I say helmets, seeing getting under the car, into the saddle, making sure he's getting his full fill of racing for the weekend here at Zwartkops Raceway.
And the pit boss that is going to be for Romano Sartori is Franco Di Matteo, who will be also going and driving this car on a hill climb. So he's making sure that the car works just fine.
Yeah.
Because he wants to make sure it works. But Romano has got his heart set. 103 he managed to set once. He wants to do it again and get all the way down. But the car is rumored to go sub 1 minute. So we might see that during the course of the day. And I'm looking forward to how it's all going to turn out for the Blue Sands racing team.
Yep, and our production team LiveX showing you exactly what this circuit would look like if you had a pair of wings. But since you don't, we're going to rely on the drone shot, and absolutely beautiful it is to see the entire circuit in its full glory. A couple of clouds having the semblance of cooling the conditions, but I imagine it still is sweltering out there. And Marco, I think it's no longer Marco in the car now. We've got an overall change, so I think that is Sergio in the car at the moment in that Sphere Motorsport 88. So he's now getting his feel of things to see exactly what's going on. We'll get Peter van Heerden, there we go. Peter was actually at the wheel yesterday when it happened, when that hub snapped, and he was absolutely distraught. He was not impressed at all, but his team was there to assist, and they all put their heads together and made it happen and got the car back out onto the circuit. So he'll be chuffed to have a feel for the car in this morning's warm-up.
Now that was loading up into turn 5, putting a bit of pressure on the left-hand side and having that entire, having the side shaft and the hub completely come adrift. We went to the Arsenal team and said, listen, are you going to be able to get this car up and going? I said, yeah, no, that's no problem. We'll get that sorted. I said, okay, and the fiberglass? They said, no, we've got stuff for the fiberglass as well. Don't stress, they're all sorted. So they actually landed up doing a fair chunk of work on the car to get it up and going. They went out and practiced, and they said, well, we were taking it a little bit easy, just feeling the car out, seeing how she was going. But we can push her a little bit harder. It's depending on the temperature of the day, because they don't want to really overheat the car, especially with that big turbo that's involved with that Lexus V8.
Yeah.
So they're going to be giving a few push laps, cool down lap, push lap, cool down lap, which brings another element of strategy. When do you push? When do you cool down? How are you going to make it all work out here? And honestly, for a Toyota Altezza, which is a stunning piece of equipment that's out on the circuit, to go and really show how it's all done. It's also one of these extremely exciting cars to go and see, because it doesn't look very fast, but when it comes screaming past you at a rate of knots, well, you rethink your life's decisions there.
Yeah, I heard some competitors describing having some of these cars passing you if you're a back marker being a rather frightening experience. You've got to make sure your car is as wide and narrow as possible. It's just depending on what you want to do to your competitor passing you. But an interesting detail there, mentioning the Lexus V8. That isn't the only rendition of covering we have for Lexus V8 out on today's circuit. The endurance race is going to see, of course, the Pesty Racing V8 Roadster coming out. So that's going to be interesting to see how, you've got a variety of creativity when it comes to building and constructing these cars and the type of performance that you're able to extract out of them.
4-litre V8 small block. They can go out and have a bit of fun. We are getting some reports of, names to come through, and one of it is actually from Krusty saying, call the car Apex Predator.
Predator, okay, we're going to get that down. I like that, actually, because I like that, because you think of your competitor at the apex. There's nowhere else. So Apex and Predator being associated with each other, I'm going to put that down. Let's see. Keep them coming. Thank you, Krusty.
I always land up missing the apex, so I can't call it that, unfortunately. It's only for people that can hit the apex. But we've also got our Super Polo out on circuit, also a very interesting car. It's one of the more modern Polos that we have had out racing, and also close to what gets into Nürburgring as an entire class as well. So phenomenal to see, and it's a lot closer to a TCR spec that we have here in South Africa, a TCR X spec car. But it's going to be out racing, and there is Lamborghini's getting moved in, and it's the sister cars that are going to be lined up. Rambo Lambo being one of them, and going to be fighting out the Inter-Africa team coming back after a great run at Barcelona, 24 on a Ferrari 296, hoping for a victory here at Zwartkops for round 5 of the South African Endurance Series. Last time out, though, they didn't quite have the victory here at Zwartkops. They landed up missing out some time, doing lots of repair work on the car due to a sensor failure that took them out of the running. Despite that, it was a hard push to try and get back into the winning behind the Just for Sleep Norman Nova, but it saw Stewie White falling off at turn 4, and eventually had to get told, listen, it's done. We can't push any harder. This time, however, they're coming back for the victory and to make it work in their favor, but also aiming for performance and index as well, as that's currently going and being led out by our Class D vehicles. And Inter-Africa wants to not only claim the podium for overall in the championship, for class championship, but they want performance and index that's been so elusive for the last couple of years.
You get rewarded for consistency, and you definitely don't want to lose sight of that, because it could result in a bit of silverware you'll be quite chuffed with at the end of the championship. Great to see the Francos out, them getting their Super Cup Polo broken in for the morning's proceedings. They'll be happy with the setup so far. Had a bit of a niggle, I believe, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. They did hear a sound coming out of the front of the car, and they were able to sort that out. And oh, look at that, getting a bit happy there, under braking at turn 5.
It's a happy dance.
A happy dance?
Yes, when you climb on the brakes, it's a happy dance.
Well, I don't know if everyone would call it that. Some people will call it code brown, but I don't know.
Well,
open to interpretation. There it is again. You think that car's happy? The car looks a bit too happy.
It's fantastic. Going and driving it fast and loose. Remember, front-wheel drive, that means you stand on the power, it straightens the car out, instead of rear-wheel drives, where it has a lot more oversteer coming in. So having the rear a little bit loose helps with the rotation of the vehicle, gets it in and out of the corners a little bit better, especially when it comes to these cars as well. Take a wide line, get the rear to kick out, stand on the power, let it straighten you out. Last time out they were here at Zwartkops, they did 150 laps and came second in class. Now they're looking to try and take the victory here after that, and been improving throughout the championship. However, it's still going to be a lot of hard work for our Class C.
Yeah, they are, of course, they've been crowned with silverware. Of course, Class C this year is an amalgamation of last year's Class D and C, but they still have that taste of silverware in their mouths, having taken the former rendition of this class. So they'll be absolutely vying out with the best of our competitors to take that championship.
Well, they're fighting it out against the Loureiro family. So it's going to be interesting, because they're leading the championship as it stands, 62 points after the drop round, and Combined Racing has on 52 points after the drop round. Bear in May, this race can really open it up. Now, let's chuck this in. Graphic Supply World needs a victory here to have enough spacing for double points heading into Kailami. However, if Combined Racing gets the points here today, means they'll be tied, and it's going to be a fight down to the wire for Kailami. So how close do you want to be in the points? I'd prefer a victory here and then battle it out for the second place, or possibly going and falling a little bit below that if something happens in 9 hours. But that's double points at Kailami. That is the big gambit you got here today. And both teams are willing to throw caution to the wind to ensure that they get victory. And that's where it's going to be an interesting time for our Class Cs.
Yeah, no wonder it's slightly tense in those two pit garages.
And they put them right next to each other. They're eyeing each other out. I'm telling you, there's that little look across like, did they pull out the 13 spanner at all? No,
man. Handful of points, handful of meters between each other. Everything is close between those two teams. But having a look at Prince, one of the Inter-Africa mechanics, having a close look at the braking system there. I'm living vicariously through him, so I'm here in commentary and down there. As and when I
connection.
Please. So yeah, there's a telepathic connection, so I've got all the detail and data coming off from the Inter-Africa bits. Just press the button and then I'll let it out for you. So yeah, just a fun fact.
Well, it's absolutely incredible stuff. Also vehicles that you get to see and get to be around. It's always fantastic to have a chat to the pit crew, and that also brings next thing about motorsport is there's lots of little roles behind the scenes that people tend to forget about. Pit crew is the lifeblood of any team.
Yep.
And going to learn there, being an appy for one, is something you really want to go and start to learn, especially if you're into the world of engineering. If you like mechanics, you like figuring out how things work, getting involved with pit crews is always the right way of doing so. And you might learn something different. You go through being working as a spannerman, going and working on that. You might be working with the tires. You might then discover that you're into data analysis. Yep. You start figuring that one. You might become a bit further into understanding pit strategies a bit more, and it lands up with you having to be pit boss, calling the shots, when cars get in, when cars get out, when are you going to make those right calls. And those are the little behind the scenes that people get to experience. And if you want to find out how to get kicked off in motorsport, we do have our information desk that will help you, whether you want to learn behind the scenes of how things work, whether you want to be a steward, whether you want to be a COC, if you want to get involved in media, or if you want to get involved in driving, no matter the age, there is always a home in motorsport to get you kicked off. And, well, you get to be behind the scenes or behind the seat of some amazing vehicles.
Oh, my gosh. I cannot get enough of this shot. Damien Hammond getting into the pits in his number 57 Mercedes, which, again, we've got to remind you, out in the virtual grandstands, has yet to be named. We need to christen that car. The number 77 that came out of that stable wasn't the number 77. There's a Beyonce, of course, got named out of that stable, and Damien Hammond was the man at the wheel then. So I want him to have the joy of having a new name for this car. Chloe Grace and Nadine put their names down at Simon Racing and say they wanted the cars to be named after them. Like, what is this? What is going on here? Nah. But you don't see it. I don't see it.
I don't feel.
Nadine goes down into. I don't know. Chloe into turn 3. He does not have that rig. No. But don't tell them we said that on air, please. That's not going to end.
It's
well.
our secret.
There's going to be an incident at Turn Studio. Yeah.
Well, it stays here. It's our secret. There we go. Sorted.
Yeah.
But that being said, I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to get the car going. Been doing lots and lots of improvements, a bit of suspension setup to try and get rid of some understeer, get a little bit more pace out of the vehicle, and get Damien Hammond a little bit more comfortable with the Mercedes, considering he's changed over from mid-engine vehicles. A Lamborghini was his main go-to, now swapping over to a front-engine rear-wheel drive car, where it does have that tendency to have understeer on corner entry, but if you really put your foot down, you're then going to have the oversteer as the rear kicks out. It's a lot lighter. So there's a lot to learn with the car, and it's his first race here in the South African Endurance Series on the Zwartkops with that car.
Yep, so he's going to be having the time of his life on that one, but he's definitely also going to have some wind beneath his wings, considering he's already taken silverware in that car. He's going to try his best to make the best of it here at Zwartkops. And once again, we get that shot of exactly what turn 4 looks like. And we had a bit of an incident there with Wayne Roach yesterday, as he had to then peel off and get into the recovery road and get his car back into the pits as quick as possible. And by the time it came race 1, then he was able then to duke it out with the likes of Roy Aubrey, who, and after that, I mean, you'd think that, you know, this red mist and all of that, you see them shaking hands and laughing with each other immediately after the race. So it's always great to see the sportsmanship when it comes to the SAES.
That's it. And honestly, taking a look at Zwartkops' circuit that everyone loves, it's the home of motor racing, especially here in the Highveld, that everyone wants to come and have a bit of fun at, and also is very welcoming to both beginners and more advanced drivers. It is a circuit that favors the brave and the bold, but also does give it a little bit of leniency to the newer drivers on how to do it. Turn 4 and turn 8 are your contrast to one another. One's a very open corner, the other one's a very tight corner. A quick look in through the Wayne Roach's car, through the side, and also just taking a look in the pit. Lots of relaxed looks, a lot of just, okay, we've got the car sorted, we don't need to really panic, we don't need to go around checking every nut, bolt and that. It's all about getting things ready before the time. Last thing you want to be doing is working on the car at the racetrack, and that can lead to a little bit of a problem. So instead, rather work on just getting it a little bit clean, do those minor touch-ups on the cars, and make sure they're ready to rock and roll. Beautiful shot of the engine layout of the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, and you'll see the engine is recessed quite far back towards the driver, giving it that more mid-engine approach versus a complete front engine like the BMWs are. So this does help it out, but also is a brilliant piece of machinery because the gearbox is actually sitting in the boot. It's not connected like a normal engine. Yeah. So the gearbox, all electronic, it's in the boot of the vehicle. The engine's recessed back towards the driver. That goes and gives it that mid-engine approach to going and fighting your way through.
Yeah, massive engine bay. I mean, Simon Construction put something together, the left-hand side alone. So I think Nathan Hammond would be happy to take that job on. I think he came down to the pits, had a nice chat with him, and then we were just talking about how the team has come in leaps and bounds since they joined the series, and their commitment is full on going into the future of the series as well. It's great to see the variety of machinery they've gotten to enjoy, the Italian, the German machinery, and all of that, and culminate into that beautiful setup you see there.
Well, they started out at Red Star a couple of years ago with both Lamborghini Gallardos racing out, and which Wayne Roach is still driving to this day. Yep. It's now just seeing the team progress into different forms, trying to get that a little bit better, and also racing in different classes, from a 1-hour dash to our sports and GT. That being said, though, here at Zwartkops, it also does allow for spectators to get nice and close to the action through the pit lane as well. So this pit lane will be active during the 4-hour, which means no one can go and cross the way through. But the back of the pits, you're still able to see the vehicles, interact with the drivers and the pit crew to get a bit more of the understanding. And you will be able to walk up and see the start-finish line at the top. Now, a couple of work being done, and this is actually coming from wheel alignment that's being sorted out. Something that many people tend to forget about, trying to get that little bit of an edge on the competition. If you're facing a bit of understeer, if there's a little bit too much scrubbing on the sides of your tires, you can get yourself sorted out with a bit of wheel alignment. First things first, put it all straight, make it 0, and then start working your way through. Give yourself a little bit of camber, give yourself a little bit of caster to ensure that you are able to maneuver through the corners nice and quickly. And by changing your wheel alignment, it also gives you a little bit more top end, or reduces top end and gives you more grip.
And I do recall there was an issue actually with Aubrey's car towards the end of their race yesterday. The left tie rod, the left rod snapped. Because you had one of the mechanics trying to wheel the car back into the pit, and it's only the right wheel that was responding as opposed to the left. So it was a complete disconnection in the shaft there.
It was after having contact with Wayne Roach that went and broke it. They got it repaired, which is always fantastic to see, but now going to be fighting out. That's why it's just the minor adjustments, because that's all had to be reset. Now you go feel the car out, you have to try and work your way through, find out what's going to be the next best thing. Also in shot, we did see the IRC Mustang and the Ligier going and sitting next to one another. Interesting enough, Romano Sartori and Franco Di Matteo, their first time racing in endurance racing here in South Africa, they landed up driving that very same Ligier that Andrew Horn's got.
Oh, wow.
And back in the previous race, at the likes of Kalani, it was the likes of Franco Di Matteo who got the Ligier up and going with a computer box that was giving a bit of failure, and that allowed Andrew Horn to get back into the race and fight for the points. So it's good to see them joined up there. New fuel pump getting put in for the likes of Pesty Racing. They had a little bit more time, so they decided we're rather going to get a new fuel pump. We are a little bit concerned with the previous one they had during practice. It wasn't quite giving them the amount of pressure. The fuel lift pump, it was meant to sit at 5 bar, it was sitting at 1. So needless to say, fuel economy, great. Horsepower, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah. Oh man, the beautiful British racing green. We were talking to Francois about how during the earlier part of the 20th century, the tradition was for countries to have a national color associated with them. That's why it's British racing green. There was also the blue associated with France and the red associated with all of the Italian cars. And that's where that heritage and tradition comes from, which is, I found quite interesting.
It goes and shows off a little bit more, and was made famous by Lotus back in the day. So it's always phenomenal to go and see the different cars fighting out. It was Lotus, then Cooper that came out with one as well, and it just continued on. There was an old orange that was around that wasn't really good. It was a yellow orange that was on the Tigers in the form of the Fords for a long time. That's not really what we want to see again. That's a colour that prefers can say to history. But that being said, we're going to see all the action coming out. And also, we're going to be kicking off for the day's racing. The MRSSA going to be heading out onto the circuit. Variety of youngsters to some of the more refined gentlemen going to be battling out wheel to wheel, elbow to elbow, and seeing who's going to be able to score their way to the top. And with the combined classes, that means each of the competitors are going to have to think a little bit outside the box of who they're racing with because, well, we are competitors. We want to be first across the flag. Yep. However, you have got a variety of different classes there. You've got to know who you want to fight and who do you need to fight during the course of the race.
Yeah, you've got to prioritize and do so well. And you were just talking to Temba Kumalo about Maslobo's chance to go overseas and how that fortunately couldn't materialize for him. But he nonetheless would get his fix of racing here at SAES because this is where he's cutting his teeth and getting himself on a platform that could get him to put his hand up for a chance to go overseas. And I don't think that will be the last of those kinds of opportunities he's getting. He'll be working his way up from a bit further drift in the field, having had a couple of issues with his suspension. So hopefully that's going to come to reap rewards for him as we have a look at that beautiful Alteza at Sphere Motorsport, getting some cosmetic touch-ups and a couple of... is that an ice pack I see?
Yes, so right next to them is actually for cooling, which you can use for a body cooler. You can wear a suit that actually pumps water to help go and cool you down. Also for water, just to try and cool things down in terms of drinks as well. So there's a variety of different things that are used in endurance racing to try and cool the drivers down, because if you start overheating as a driver, you start making more mistakes, start losing time, landing up, going and putting the car at risk. So you've got to really think about the different strategies of how you're going to move forward. And also when you're building these type of cars, what is going to be the pros and cons? For a closed cockpit, it gets rather warm. For a open cockpit, well, you don't have that problem, but when it starts to rain, guess what? You're in a bathtub.
Yeah, 100%. That's the last thing you want, a bathtub on wheels. And on wheels. Mouth that's running at the moment as compared to the rest of your body, but you've been an incredible addition. So your insights into this particular form of the discipline are absolutely priceless. But what's the picture that we have ahead of us? I mean, maybe we can launch it with Umahlobo, who's looking at a run up from the rear of the field as we get ready to see them on the grid as the start for the MRSSA race comes.
So we'll take us through the grid, Prince. Tyler Richardson was on pole yesterday with a 104.5 as we take a look at Tyler on screen, making his MRSSA debut. He's a really, really fast youngster. He's in the 600 SPK class. Jaco Goos qualified second ahead of Jordan King, David Veringa, Dieter Huisaman, Rob Ferreira, Johan Leroux, Clive Turnbull, Ryan Fata, Sia Shabalala, Boikanyo Mabaso, Alan Holscher, Darius Buerta, Jandre Ferry, Mick Landy, Gareth Alb, Yahya Sahabadin, Simpiwe Mahlobo, Radstock, Parry, and Muller bring up the rear of the grid as we take a look at the Masters Championship leader. Many classes out on track, many different bikes out on track, which is very, very exciting. But as we discussed in warm-up, Prince, we've got a championship battle in the Unlimited Thousands to focus on today.
Yeah, we do. It's very close, and we'll see what that means also in terms of navigating your different competitors as well, because those are being thrown into the mix. So you've got the main meal and a bit of a salad there as well when it comes to what you got to prioritize. So championships to be decided. We've only got one round remaining after this, so it's going to come down close. Remember, double points at Kyalami as well, so the stakes are much higher.
Keep an eye out for Jaco Goos and Jordan King off the line. They're on thousands. Tyler Richardson down on horsepower on the 600. So expect those 2000s, including Dave Veringa and Dieter Huisaman on the Ducati V4 to get ahead of Tyler on the start as they launch. A bit of a jump there from Goos off the line. Who will get the whole shot into turn one? Dave
getting squeezed there. Oh, he squeezed Jordan.
He definitely did, Prince. And what a start from Dave Veringa. He came from 5th on the grid all the way up into P2, leading the Unlimited Thousands. But Tyler Richardson did really well there on the 600 to get the whole shot.
Yep, absolutely. And Jordan King had to recover and tuck in there to stay in and about the mix there in that front four. And they're going to quickly peel away, having that advantage, that straight down advantage we were speaking about. But we're going to see that maybe Concertina as a 600s take advantage of their corner ability. There is Veringa now looking a lot tighter there. Richardson went quite wide going into 4.
Richardson on the 600 carrying wide sweeping lines, so he is using more of the track there, Prince, to try and carry more corner speed. Tyler will know that the thousands will be close on his case on the opening lap, and what Tyler really doesn't want is for 1,000 to get ahead of him, because on a 600 it will be very difficult for him to pass back. But in terms of our championship battle, Dave Veringa could not have scripted a better first lap for himself yesterday. He's also got Jaco Goos in between himself and Jordan King. Dave entered this race 1 point ahead, so as it stands, he will be extending his championship lead.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to try and extend his reach to try reel in Richardson at the moment. About 2 bike lengths in between them as it stands as they complete 2. That's Shabalala coming out of a sandwich into 2 as well, but he'll be clear of it going down into turn 3.
Johan Leroux, our oldest rider in the grid, currently running 5th place overall. He has managed to leapfrog ahead of Dieter Huisaman and Rob Ferreira off the start. Rob Ferreira did not get a great start, and here's a battle in the mid-pack. Mabaso ahead of Shabalala into turn 4.
Yeah, Ferreira watching quite closely there, but of course he's in a different class, so he'd just be trying to clear them more than get involved. Mabaso now trying to get on the inside, make it difficult for Shabalala to take advantage, and both of them go off. That's Sia in the kitty litter. Oh, Mabaso trying to clear it. What happened there? Did they come together? It was out of frame, so we don't know exactly what happened. Oh no, that doesn't look good for Sia, who's beached. He's going to try to roll his bike off now. Oh, what happened there?
Must be contact into turn 5. A tough break there for Mabaso and Shabalala. Those guys are friends of track, so it's going to be an interesting discussion between the two of them after the race to find out what happened. We saw Shabalala right on the back wheel of Mabaso into 5. Must have made contact of some sort, or possibly Mabaso ran wide, overshot turn 5, and Shabalala on the outside may not have had anywhere to go. But both of those riders doing extremely well to keep their bikes upright. We saw Mabaso displaying some motocross skills there, and he doesn't ride motocross, so he did really, really well there. Really determined guy as Veringa continues to apply pressure on Richardson out front.
Oh, And we have a live action replay of them. Yep, coming off. I think that was the case. Mabaso might have gone wide because they gave them. Mabaso and Shabalala had respectful room as we saw them in shot going up to 5. But under braking, that's where maybe Mabaso may have lost it. And Sia Shabalala was left with nowhere to go but straight into the kitty litter. And as you said, practice their off road skills. Maybe so they can add that notch under their belt that they also off road riders as well.
100% agreed, Prince. Into turn 2, Varinga right on the case of young Tyler Richardson, who is making his MRSSA debut today. Through turn 3 they go. Tyler will be going absolutely pinned in 6th gear there on his Yamaha R6. Dave Varinga does not need to overtake Richardson at this point because he is leading in class. However, he is a motorbike racer. He will want to be the first to take the checkered flag. However, Richardson doing an amazing job out front. I'm yet to see him run wide or make an error. He will be able to hear that BMW S1000 RR behind him. And Jordan King, who qualified on in the lead for the Unlimited Thousands, dropping back as Hoos starts to close onto the back wheel of Varinga.
He is, and Hoos sneaking up on Varinga there. He seemed to be a distant figure when it came to, well, in the early part of this, obviously they were compressed, but he sort of fell a bit further back, but he seemed to have gained that time. He's 0.6 off now, and there's very little in between that 3 when you sum it up and you look at the whole of it. But the truth is that in detail they're in 3 different classes, but that's not going to stop them from competing and taking opportunities should they get them. Someone who perhaps for the time being, let's say, doesn't quite have that opportunity is the man 2 seconds adrift, and that is Jordan King in 4th. There he is coming into shot, completing turn 3. You can see the distance in as close to real time and on the ground as you can get on the camera shot. Of course, you have a chance to come and see for yourself if you join us here at Zwartkops Raceway, because this is just race 1. There's more to come when it comes to MRSSA.
In the bots class, also known as Battle of the Twins, where you will see Ducatis of the V4 and Panigale 1299 variety, Alan Holscher, aka Bundy, is leading ahead of Mick Landy and Arb. Unfortunate for Leon Horn, he had a crash yesterday up at turn 5 and he is out with a broken collarbone, our championship leader. So very, very tough break for him. Alan Holscher enters the day 35 points behind Horn. So Alan Holscher, if he can keep it upright, will leave this round as the championship leader, heading to Kyalami. Out front, Dave Varinga now starting to drop back.
Hoos can smell the exhaust fumes off of him, and he's gonna get an opportunity. Does it look? No, it looks nearly side by side. It looked just, that was a trick of the angle there, but maybe at turn 5, who knows?
As it stands, Yaku Hoos is the fastest rider on track. He pulls out of the slipstream of Varinga late on the brakes. Can he complete the move as they enter turn 5? Side by side,
Yes, he does.
Yaku Hoos up to P2 on the road. Our Masters leader showing his class. Yaku Hoos was the fastest rider on track last time round. He is lapping in the 104.2s. I know he has a target of getting into the 103s. His personal best at the circuit ever is a 103.9, and he will be chasing that R6 of Tyler Richardson. So as it stands, Tyler Richardson cannot relax for a moment. Jordan King will be pleased with what he sees ahead of him because his title rival, David Varinga, is now in his eyesight. No bikes in between them, which is critical. 6 laps to go, and King will now have an opportunity to close on Varinga. Varinga possibly suffering with fatigue or tire wear at this stage of the race. Him and King are separated by about 20 years in age. Dave being the older rider and Jordan the youngster at only 24 years old. So we have 2 battles shaping up for us here, Prince. Hoos coming to the back wheel of Richardson out front, and just behind, Jordan King closing up on his title rival, Dave Varinga.
Yeah, pardon me, but I must correct you. There's 20 years and 2.3 seconds between Jordan King and Dave Varinga. Let's see if Varinga can work on the 2.3 seconds in defending it, and Jordan King can maybe take it away. But as you said, we've passed the 6-lap mark, so that window is narrowing for Jordan King.
100% agreed there. Richardson ran wide at turn 5 a moment ago. As we catch up with Sia Shabalala, who is on the comeback charge after that incident with
Ahead of myself now.
Boikanyo Mabaso. So Sia Shabalala doing a great job to recover from that early race incident. He has a best time of 7.5 in this race.
Yeah.
He came across the line with a 8.3 last time round. He's up into the top 10. So an amazing recovery from him there. and Mabaso still down in 14th. We did see Mabaso rejoin the track before, so he must be having some problems out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to gauge now. What happened? Because there he is. He's actually further up. He's in 14th. Because, he recovered his bike before Shabalala came out, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I hope I'm not reading my timing screen. Yeah, that is Mabaso sitting at 14th. So there was a situation there that had to be recovered. But we've got a couple of our other competitors now making their way around. Daceman now completing turn 4, going up the run in the hill with Fourie in his sights. But 2 different classes there, but Heseman nonetheless will try to reach for Fourie if he can, and give a possible opportunity, more than just the theoretical, and actually make it materialize to take that 7th or 6th place position. It's a 6th, 7th, and 8th, I believe. We have the Masters there with Fata the furthest ahead of them.
Ghost into the lead, Prince. Yaku Ghost went up the inside of Tyler Richardson into turn 2. As we mentioned a couple of laps ago, Ghost is the fastest rider on track. The pace of Richardson has been dropping. He is now in the 105s. Yaku Ghost lapping consistently in the low 104s. So a great effort from Yaku Ghost, one of our older riders on track, but with so much experience on his Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Richardson is responding though, using the corner speed advantage of that 600. You can see the line differences there.
Size difference too.
And we have back markers coming up. That is going to be a key factor. Richardson up the inside. He backs it in. Responds on Ghost. What a move there from young Tyler Richardson on his debut in the MRSSA. Ghost back up the inside into turn 1 using the horsepower of the 1000. However, he cannot brake as late as Richardson there. And we have a change up in the championship battle. King ahead of Varinga.
King ahead of Ringa. We saw that coming, and King managed to close that gap of 2.4 seconds. Now he's 2 seconds or so ahead of Ringa, and watching very closely with Richardson. And
Richardson around the outside of the back markers through turn 3. Apologies to interrupt you there, Prince. Tyler Richardson went around of the outside of Parry. He held it absolutely pinned, leaned on him. As you can see, that's now created a big gap between himself and Ghost. Yaku Ghost must be thinking, this youngster is absolutely crazy. Ultimate bravery from Tyler Richardson, only 16 years old, and showing that he's not thinking too hard about it at the moment.
Oh, not at all, and seems to be materializing. He's got some daylight between himself and Ghost, as well as a daylight and a back marker, I beg your pardon, but Ghost has already cleared Parry, so that might be a gap that closes not too long from now. But definitely the winner in that part of the battle. War's not over, but that battle goes to Richardson.
Jordan King up the inside of Miller into turn 8. King will enter race 2 as the championship leader, as he started the day only 1 point behind Varinga. Dave Varinga, who was leading early on, having a look at his pace, he's down into the 107s, which is 2.9 seconds slower than his quickest lap of the race. So tough break there for Dave, but I think whatever problem he has, he will definitely go back to the drawing board, and we look forward to seeing a stronger Dave Varinga in race number 2. But his starts are lightning. That is something we have consistently seen throughout the season, using the launch control of that BMW S1000RR. Tyler Richardson now dealing with some more of the back markers. We see he goes through there on Shabalala up. Tyler, be careful. Tyler, be careful. He's got the race lead. He's comfortable. He doesn't need to take unnecessary risk. He's obviously feeling the pressure from Ghost after those moves we saw a couple of laps ago.
Yep, definitely will be feeling it. And Ghost also now coming up to these back markers, which Richardson seems to have made light enough work of. It's not easy to clear 3 bikes while trying to keep your nearest opponent behind you at the same time. But Richardson has done, well, it's not 1 and done, it's 3 and done. And next up is Ghost, who's now trying to clear Shabalala. Went into his line under braking there. Ghost around the outside of Shabalala, which is what you want, going down into 2. But when you're clearing back markers, it's another thing altogether. Ghost has to hold back. He can't do anything about it. He has to wait for the back markers to open up that gap for him. That only means Richardson can stretch it out a bit more.
Yaku Ghost in a very difficult position there, because he's got 3 back markers who are battling for position. They will not be aware at that moment that Ghost is right on their tails. As we see a move from Radstock up the inside into turn 4, he can see Sia Shabalala pulling away from him. And look what this has done. Jordan King now on the back wheel of Ghost up into turn 5. Blue flags waving, which is how our officials signal to the riders being lapped that, listen guys, the race leaders are right behind you, so if you can, try and give them some room to safely overtake through. What a race it's been in MRSSA race number 1. A lap to go. Jordan King, can he go up the inside of Ghost into turn 8? Not at the moment. What a race you see in Prince. Hair-raising action here at Zwartkops Raceway.
And that is flags.
Checkered flag.
Oh my word.
What a start to the day here at Zwartkops Raceway. Congratulations to Tyler Richardson, race winner in his MRSSA debut. He did it the hard way, doing battle with Yaku Ghost. Jordan King comes out victorious in the Unlimited 1000 class. So I'm going to quickly take us through our results and just highlight the race winners in each of the classes. Tyler Richardson, your race winner in 600 SBK. Alan Holscher came through in the bots to take victory ahead of Mick Landy by 13 seconds. Yaku Ghost dominated the Masters class ahead of Ryan Fata and Rob Ferreira. Rob Ferreira and Johan Leroux separated by only a tenth of a second in the battle for that final podium position. Signature Motorsports Dieter Heisemann on his brand new Ducati V4 came through to take the win ahead of Jean-Ray Ferry and Darius Botha in the Open SBK class. And of course, as we've highlighted, Jordan King victorious in Unlimited 1000 ahead of Dave Veringa and Boikanyo Mabaso. Sia Shabalala, after running off track with Mabaso, came through to take 4th place. What an unbelievable race we have witnessed here as we see our riders completing their cool-down lap, waving to the fans who have come to support them. They have been thoroughly entertained. What was your favorite moment of that race? Unbelievable action here at Zwartkops Raceway at round 5 of the South African Endurance Series. Congratulations to all our MRSSA riders. We have still got 2 races to go from them.
Yep, a couple of races to go now. So we've got Jordan King, Richardson, as well as Ghost setting an incredible scene. That certainly was my favorite moment. Watching Ghost having to go from I'm trying to catch Richardson to I'm trying to defend from King and get back markers out of my way. That is exactly the kind of appetizer you want for the day's racing. And if you haven't been enticed to come to the circuit, I don't know what you're thinking, but we've certainly got the sports and GT races and GT Cup SA getting ready to also have their say on the day's proceedings. So we're not quite done. We're far from it. In fact, we're just getting started. And as you can see, Sia Shabalala, unfortunately for him, you can see signaling that he was pushed off at turn 5. Unfortunately for him, it meant he had to compromise his races. Exactly. Well, it's not what you want. The least of your expectations would be to have something like that happen, but you can see there was respectful distance between he and Mabaso, and unfortunately I think Mabaso went wide there. But of course we're gonna get a bit more insight when we get our chance to walk into the pits and have a chat with some of our competitors, and that's exactly also what you could do if you join us today, because it's not an exclusive club, it's a family environment. You can walk right up to any of our riders and competitors and have a chat with them, and they can give you a feel for what it's like to be competing in South Africa's Premier Series here at Zwartkops Raceway.
Sia Shabalala, as you correctly pointed out during the race, Prince was pushed wide by Mabaso up at turn 5. I'm going to catch up with those riders before race 2 and just get their opinions to let us know what exactly happened and went wrong there.
Yep.
Tyler Richardson with his debut victory. Really, really fantastic ride from him. Lots more racing to come today, Prince.
Absolutely.
GT Cup coming up. We saw an amazing race 1 from them yesterday. Very, very entertaining action.
Yeah, particularly between Wayne Roach and Roy Aubrey, who I think it was at turn 1 and 2 where that came to a head. It was turn 2, and by turn 1 they were very close together, but by the time they got to turn 2, that's exactly where the incident came. And we also saw the display of pace from Aranjis, getting far ahead of Valitlaka, who was in 2nd place. Hammond was in the mix there as well, but he had a relatively lonely race because the distance, actually the experience also. I remember we were watching together. We're actually down the start-finish straight on the grandstands, and we were just speaking. I remember you asking Steve, like, what is the difference between Aranjis and Litlaka right here? And Steve was like, experience. And that was a full sentence. Experience counts for a lot. We've got an array of levels of talent here and ability and experience, and that speaks volumes out on the circuit in the technical background understanding of incredible custodians of South African motorsport history as well. There's so many unique stories out on the circuit. I mean, the Ranji's family, you say that particular combination of words for a lot of motorsport fans, and they know exactly how many layers go behind that. So that result speaks volumes, and more volumes are about to be spoken. We are not done quite yet. You saw some of the Sports and GT Cup cars getting ready to get things underway. I think that is Fourie now after his go, just having a debrief there with his family as to how the race went. 16 years old is Fourie, one of the youngsters. It was him as well. He's a 16-year-old. Who's the other 16-year-old that we have on the grid? Richardson.
And 15-year-old Mahlobo.
And 15-year-old Mahlobo, yes. I forgot Mahlobo was only 15. He hasn't yet turned 16. It's incredible how young these people are. There's always a bit of a shock and a whiplash when you see them take their helmets off. Like, what was that you a couple of moments ago? But Boikanyo there getting his tires back into the blankets. It was Mahlobo who had the suspension issue yesterday.
Correct.
So can we describe some of the detail of that? What was the exact problem there?
Correct. So I was trying to help him and his team just with some pointers in terms of what they could look at. But essentially, when you'd push the forks, the handlebars down on his bike, the forks would completely compress and come back up. So essentially, he rode the whole day yesterday without any suspension, no damping from the front forks.
All to his shoulders and forearms.
Exactly.
He was his own suspension, my goodness.
And you could actually see there were two wear lines on his front tire, one in the center of the tire and one on the right-hand side, where I was looking at that and I was thinking that's a bit odd, because essentially what was happening is that because his suspension wasn't giving him the support he needed on the brakes, he essentially was braking on the tire, and the tire was flexing as he was riding, and he was stuck in the 111s the whole day yesterday. But after those changes that they made overnight, immediately this morning he dropped into the 109s in warm-up. So clear that he was able to make progress after that change. And of course, Mahlobo is recovering from injury. We saw him have a big crash at Kyalami. He had a huge open wound on his right knee. So he had to go, thankfully he didn't have to have a big surgery, but he did need to go get that stitched up. So Mahlobo recovering and building confidence. He's been off the bike for some time, just working on that injury to get himself back up to full fitness. So in terms of this weekend, it's a confidence building exercise. As we mentioned earlier, huge shame for him not to make it over to that Red Bull Rookies Cup selection. But we can look forward to catching up with Oratilwe Piri, our 600 SPK championship leader. I found out from his parents this morning that their luggage got lost in Amsterdam.
Wow.
On the way back from Spain. So we unfortunately won't be seeing him on track today, but he will be joining us at lunchtime. So that is an exciting interview for us to stay and catch up with him, find out what it was like in Spain. Of course, his second time attending the Red Bull Rookies Cup selection event. Unfortunately, he had a crash on the final day and wasn't selected to join the Rookies Cup for 2026. But I'm confident he will be invited again next year. And third time's a charm, I believe, for Ora Piri. Catching up with some of our other riders, just speaking of injuries, we did mention that Leon Horn, our championship leader, unfortunately suffering with a broken collarbone yesterday. And Prince, as a racer yourself, what's it like trying to recover from injuries?
Well, I have had the fortune, of having not had a long enough career to suffer an injury of that extent. So I've been lucky in that regard, lucky in quotes. But from the competitors that I've been exposed to and they're describing the experience, the sitting on the sidelines is torture. It's absolutely excruciating when you're used to being out there week after week. It's either you're racing or you're practicing, one of the two. So the patience element gets called for, the mental tenacity, the discipline as well. Once you're now in a state where you need to start doing stuff to sort of get therapy and get your body going again, you can't go full pace immediately. You have to break in, so to speak, pardon the turn of phrase, but you have to break your body into it again and take your time to get back into riding or driving form again. So patience is called for, mental tenacity and discipline, all of that. You're still an athlete even though you're injured, is I think the best way to sum it up.
Very, very true. And another big factor that a lot of people forget or do not consider is that in that time you're injured, you are losing fitness. So even by the time that the injury is fully healed, you're still not the same. You need to build up your stamina, your endurance, your strength. And while you're doing that, you also need to be cautious to not re-injure yourself
100%.
or to damage that recovery process. So as you said, patience is a key factor in terms of recovering from injury. Prince, we just saw the schedule up on screen.
Yep.
What action can our fans be looking forward to seeing later in the day here on our live stream?
Yeah, four wheels coming up again. Of course, the GT Cup SA race is going to come, and we're going to see exactly how that comes together. We've got a bit of we had a teaser yesterday. Of course, it's going to be race 2 for them, where we've got Wayne Roach and Roy Aubrey 2.0. So that's going to be an exciting one. Does Charlotte Ranges assert his dominance on the grid again? We'll see. And that is going to be at 10. And then later on, we have the race 2, of course, of the MRSSA again once more. So we rendition of that, the rerun, I beg your pardon, of that host King Richardson battle, which it became such. It didn't seem like it would be, but it very quickly became that with the back markers. That's coming after the GT Cup and Sports and GT race. So that's at 10:25 with the bikes again. And then we wrap things up from 11:10. It is the GT Cup SA. Then we go back into the bikes again at 11:35, just before lunchtime. We see the bikes for the final time. And then, of course, it's the finale for, at least as far as round 5 is, so I beg your pardon, round 5 is concerned. And we're going to have the opening, of course, of the circuit. The fans are going to get close to the cars if they want to walk right up to them and get familiar with not only the cars themselves, but the teams, the mechanics, the technical stuff. You can walk up and chat to them for the duration of the grid walk. And from there, it's engines burbling. We clear the scene and we get things underway at just about 125 when the track has been cleared and it's safe for racing. We get the formation lap underway for our race. And remember now, we've got the race within the race, of course. The 1 hour dash is within the 4 hour race as well. So at the 1 hour mark, we're going to see the MSA flag going down. That is the checkered flag for our 1 hour dash competitors. And then the 4 hour endurance race proceeds from there down into the sunset times for the checkered flag falling.
So much to look forward to, especially the grid walk, which is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
An opportunity for our spectators to come and get up close and personal
100%.
with the drivers, with the teams, with the vehicles. As a motorbike guy, just seeing these cars, it's mind-boggling, honestly. Yeah. It's like seeing magic at times, up close and personal. The Inter-Africa Lambo is definitely my favorite. It's just very easy on the eyes. And when they fire that thing up, it feels like a lion's roaring behind you because, you know, when it starts and I'm not expecting it, I always jump because I'm like, oh, my goodness, this thing. And this is someone who's used to being around noise throughout the day. We will be seeing Xolile Letlaka in that car yesterday. What were your thoughts on his performance in Heat 1 yesterday in the SAGT Cup?
I think he did exactly what he needed to do, which was stay within that sort of sweet spot of knowing, because you can see there was a point where it was like, should I be aggressive? Should I not be here when they're going down? Early on in the race, at least, when it became him and Charlotte Ranges when they were close up, because that dash to turn 1 and going into 2 can be a very narrow space. So I can see he played it careful there with Charlotte Ranges, of course, having the ascendancy and then sailing off a bit later on into the race. So he played it smart in terms of also navigating the traffic, because that can be a bit tricky later on as the decompression happened later on with different levels of pace. Of course, we have an amalgamation of cars, so some will be a bit quicker than others, but he played it well. I think in terms of data, I think they would have gathered important information, because at the time we were racing, we were seeing the 4 hour race coming to a peak and a head at around the time we had race 1 yesterday. So information-wise, data-wise, I think you would have gotten some decent layers in. We're going to see that coming to fruition going into the 4 hour race, which is a benefit of having competing in 2 different classes of racing.
I think going into the endurance race today as well, that Heat 1 gave him a really good opportunity to see areas of improvement that he can work on. Those laps he spent behind Aranjis, I think, will have been very, very valuable for him. One other fascinating moment from our Friday running was us, the commentary team, were standing on top of the pits and seeing Aranjis and Itlaka catching up after the race.
That was fun, It
was like watching, 2 kids on a school playground talking about how much fun they're having. 100%. And I also picked up that Aranji's aircon wasn't working yesterday. So I really hope for his sake that the team have been able to sort that out today, because it is very, very hot here at Zwartkops Raceway, but the action is even hotter out on track, and there's something very, very exciting coming up. I've just seen Mo Mia join us in the commentary booth, so stay tuned. We will be catching up with him very, very shortly as we are enjoying the wonderful drone footage of the Zwartkops Raceway. That is up at the top of the hill, turns 5 and 6, which lead into 7, and our final corner in turn 8.
We'll get turn 5, of course, was the scene where we had Sia Shabalala as well as Mabaso come together. And I remember you describing just how this circuit, it combines the narrowness and the straight line sort of challenge. And that, I think, came to a head specifically when Mabaso lost his line and went wide. That immediately put Sia Shabalala in a very compromising position. He doesn't have much space to work with now, given the narrowness of that particular part of the circuit. So it's either go further into him or go into the kitty litter, and unfortunately had to compromise and go straight ahead.
Zwartkops Raceway definitely favors the strategist because you have to plan your overtakes very quickly. Even we saw yesterday, lapping back markers is not easy because you have to time your moves perfectly. Turn 4 is for sure an overtaking hotspot, hard on the brakes there, but there is also a big bump going into turn 4. So that's something that our riders and drivers have to take into account. Turn 2, another great overtaking hotspot as we saw Jos passing Richardson to take the lead in race number 1 of our MRSSA Superbikes. Turn 5, also another option, but as you said, narrow up there. And another factor is that it's blind. If you haven't been at Zwartkops Raceway, especially on the track in a vehicle, as you are going up the hill into turn 5, you cannot see where the brake marker is until you arrive there as we take another look at the beautiful Into Africa Lambo Huracan GT3.
Easy on the eyes is the perfect phrase to sum it up when it comes to both of the pieces of equipment we have at Into Africa Racing. But we're going to have the quick shot of the team. They're getting their final preps, and slow-mo gives it even better of a compliment. But I am joined, of course, by Mo Mia, who's had an incredible turn of events. You look rather chuffed, Mo, to be in flip-flops and shorts at the moment as opposed to overalls.
Well, I'm keeping, hi Prince, I'm keeping cool. Don't take this the wrong way. Don't necessarily happy to be here with you. I would rather be in the truck. But when life throws you lemons, make some lemonade.
You enjoying the lemonade? I'd love to see it. Great to have you here with us, Mo. What's the scene? Set the scene for us as a racing driver. What can the fans look forward to this weekend?
I think there'll be, well, from the Sports and GT and the Porsche GT Cup guys, you'll get some close racing, sprint races, around 12 to 15 laps. The guys are extremely competitive, driving competitive machinery. And I know I spoke to the guys this morning because I actually didn't have much to do. Everybody's super, super excited, especially the older RSR guys.
Of course. Yeah, it was a great chat I had with Andre as well as George, who are marshalling those two RSRs, pieces of history on wheels. But can you set the scene with, when it comes to the Porsche competitors, what's the story here? Because we like to throw in the idea that anybody can dive in and compete. And I think the Porsche part segment of our series and of our circus and tour is quite representative of that.
I think 100% right. A Porsche, from our point of view, apart from being passionate about the racing, it's a practical car to use. It's an easy car to use, and it's a good car from a maintenance point of view. Reasonably forgiving. And no matter the age of races, we've got a youngster in his early 20s, and of course, then you've got the old men like me, and we all enjoy the cars and reasonably competitive. The key thing with the Porsche is that it keeps running. And the maintenance, as long as you follow the white book, you're in the game.
100%.
And we started the series in January, thanks to Kolile, SAES, give us an opportunity to have our Porsche-only races when we have the right numbers. And it's nice having a little dice with your mates, and we're all mates. But of course, when the visor comes down and in the car the red mist takes over,
it does.
And all reasonableness, practicality disappears from your brain, right?
I appreciate the honesty there. The competitiveness never quite goes away.
Never.
But it's always beautiful to see. I mean, it's been an enjoyable thing to have I love to call it a history lesson on wheels when it comes to the array of Porsches that we've seen thus far. But let's talk a bit about how I know you've had a couple of niggles with your car. The reason why, obviously, you're not in the overalls as you would have loved to. But can you break it down for us, rather, what happened yesterday and what's culminated?
So, it's I was getting into a false neutral on the upshift.
Okay.
So effectively what was happening is that the car, when I changed, for example, from fourth into fifth, it just went into a neutral, right? And then you got to put your clutch in and release your clutch, and then it takes the next gear.
Okay.
So we checked the basic stuff, and they all seemed fine, nothing wrong there. So it's going to have to be a gearbox out, and have a look inside. We suspect it might be one of the dogs that might have worn away. The good thing about a race car that's coming out of a factory is that they're Lego cars, right? Yeah. You take out, change, throw away, and you move on. And it can actually be done in an afternoon.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Provided you have the parts.
Yeah, that's, I think, the key part, yeah.
Yeah, so I do have the parts.
Thankfully.
But also I said, maybe I shouldn't get my guys to work through the night, force something, and then have a big kaboom.
Yeah, there might be an unfortunate oversight in the situation where you're forcing the matter. Yeah, I see that.
On the Porsche side, if I may say, just for the viewers, we have cars from the 70s, 1970s,
yes,
right up until 2020s.
Yes.
So if you think about it, right, that's close to 50 years
of history,
right, of history on the track today, right? And thanks once again to SAES, because we would never have gotten this opportunity. So we've got 911s, 1974 RSRs, awesome cars. They really, when you come up behind them, they're just beautiful cars to look at. And then we've got 996s, which is the year 2000 to 2004. We've got the 997s, which run to 2011. You got the 991s run to 2018, and then you got the 992s that run to 2022. Yeah. So you get a chance. Anybody should come out here, because you get a chance to see every version of a race car from a Porsche point of view that was made.
100%. You're living your dream as a racing driver on home shores. Something you would think is more feasible, having to fly all these to all these places across the world. And I believe there are a lot of Porsche owners sitting out there wondering and questioning, scratching their heads, and is it worth a go? And is it a doubt? Maybe do I have the ability? Can I get in there and compete amongst South Africa's best? But you've displayed that it's about getting out there and having fun, firstly, and absorbing your environment, because there's such an array of experience along with the array of different levels of machinery.
Look, I'm glad you brought that up. It's a no-brainer, right? You have the race car, right? You bought it because you're passionate about the race car. You want to race it.
Race it.
Come and have some fun. Right, really, a good friend of mine who's in here today, name is Nicky Dix. He and I had one version. As long as it's fun, we are doing this. 100%. And we are very respectful of each other. If you a newbie, not a problem. Come to us, we'll know you're a newbie. Everybody, and even if you look at a Charles Arengis, who's a front runner, really gives you a lot of room. Charles will overtake you, doesn't matter where you are on the track. Right. So, but everybody's very respectful and understands, hey, this guy is new, let's help him, right? Get together in the pits, we can discuss things, what's the track like, etc. And we also do sometimes a follow the leader in practice, right? Where you follow a guy and he'll show you the lines. It's a perfect entry level for anybody who wants to get involved in competitive racing. So guys, please, I encourage all of you guys to come through. And it's not as expensive as you think it is. It's not as expensive as you think it is. You can race within any budget. As I said, you can go from the 996 to the latest and greatest weapon. It's your choice, right? And the 996 it's really, you plug and play, you bring it to the track, drive it, take it home, bring it back to the track, and drive it, take it home. There's nothing dramatical about it, right? So it's a good car. Good car.
Mo, I'm curious, when did you start racing and get involved in motorsport? Before you leave us and enjoy the sun?
Look, I was a boy racer coming from KZN, right? We are boy racers, and racing on the weekends with some mates of ours on a very informal basis. About 2007, 17 years ago, I did a few Porsche track days prior to that. Oh, guys are getting out on the track.
Guys are getting ready.
And so I would say Yeah, over the last 10 years, I've been more, let's understand, it's competitive racing,
competitive
right?
racing,
And
yeah.
my first competitive race actually was with SAES.
Incredible. Well, there you have it. It's never too late. It really, it's up to you. Just got to take the leap of faith and dive in.
Yeah.
And you can find yourself having fun like a number of these gentlemen are here today. But
Yeah.
we're getting our race, getting things underway with some of our competitors. Inter Africa Lamborghini, of course, warming tires up. Damien Hammond, there's Roy Aubrey as well. Nicky Dix, you just mentioned him, and how he's about to have fun and just keep it fun. And that's definitely the objective going into race 2 for our Sports in GT race.
Well, we're hoping that Nicky doesn't press his pit limiter button on at the start of the race, because that's what happened to him yesterday. He started 5th and ended up past turn 2 in the last position, but he recovered well. I think he was in 5th eventually overall, so he recovered well.
Okay, yeah, managed to have himself a decent recovery. Wayne Roach as well will be hoping for that, having had a couple of unfortunate occurrences, but he's coming together with Roy Aubrey.
Yeah, Samlin Racing did a good job on the car there, and even Roy as well, Stradali, to get the cars back in shape. And there's Wayne, talking about Wayne.
Yeah, the onboard has been really fun to see. Just what a tight space it is. From a distance, it doesn't look like you have a lot of room, but once you get in and sit, it's actually quite comfortable.
Yeah, sitting here on the grid at this point, for the competitor, for the viewers, this is nervous. We are all, doesn't matter how many hours. I've done in the last 3 years 54 hours in my car. You're still nervous. You got the butterflies, you're spammy. It's normal, so don't overthink it. Just come to the track.
Oh, wow. Yeah, then I guess from there it's muscle memory that kicks in.
Absolutely, yes.
The layers of experience that kick in. And then spatial awareness-wise, because it looks quite low set and all of those things.
Fortunately, all the cars are low.
All of them. You've also got the different length of noses. I mean, for
Yes.
example, you've got the Mercedes, which looks like there's an entire yacht in front of Damien Hammond as compared to the shorter nose Lamborghinis and that of Roach.
And that is predominantly because where the engine is situated. We know the Porsches the back, Mercs the front, the Lambos, Audis are more centralized. It's traditional. They're the two RSRs at the back. It's beautiful.
On wheels.
Yeah, so that's George and Andre van der Merwe, George Archimedes, Avakamides.
Yeah.
So they joined us for the first time this weekend. So it's nice to see them on the track.
It is. Well, Mo, you definitely don't seem like it was your first time behind the mic. I think you've done this before, so we've appreciated you warming us up going into this race. We appreciate your time, but we're going to get things underway as we thank you and let you go, as Steve Koenig is going to get back behind the mic and get the racing underway for us. Mo,
cheers, Prince.
Appreciate it.
Enjoy it. Have a good one. And thank you for having me.
Would you like some sunscreen, Mo? Let's go full beach mode. We've got the flip-flops going. We've got everything.
Well, that's the idea, right? I'm off to Durban later today.
Indeed.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Mo. Well, there we have proceedings getting underway. It's Roy Aubrey, one of the first to clear turn 1, and the rest of the field behind him. There's Ranjis, and we've got Litlaka, Hammond. There's Aubrey once more, Nicky Dix. Looks like a couple of our competitors. Oh, there he is. I was looking for Van Vuren, and I wondered where he is, because we've had twin blue and yellow Porsches all weekend. I was wondering where Van Vuren was, but there he is. He's back on the grid and catching up. It is Ant Blunden there ahead of JJ Day. So those two cars are going to be close together. And a number of our competitors coming, I think 3, if I'm not mistaken, of our competitors coming out of the Stradale Motorsport stable. Yeah, that is Aubrey, Daisel, as well as Ranjis.
Now, it's going to be incredible, but Ranjis at the top of the pile needs to keep ahead of Litlaka in that Lamborghini. 2 GT3s ready to battle up, but we cannot count out for the third one, the Mercedes, the AMG GT3 Evo of Damien Hammond, looking to try and close up the gap. Roy Aubrey will be happy to be back out on the circuit, looking to push as hard as he can. Nicky Dix, after finding out about the pit limit, I won't lie, I did have a bit of a giggle. At the same time, I think many people could say they felt that exact same. The button just right there in harm's reach. But as the safety car starting to make its way down through turn 7, heading into turn 8, the cars will go side by side, getting ready to start off their Heat 2 for our Sports and GT and SA Cup, ready to battle it out as we are waiting for turn 8. Slowly bringing your way through, bring the rev slightly up, watch for the lights on, and as soon as it goes green, we'll see hammer down It's brute force power. Boxer 6 versus V10, and it's going to be Lutaka trying everything he can, and looks to get his nose just ahead through turn 1, but going to be stuck on the outside heading into turn 2. It is going to be a Rungees deep on the inside, and all in between, and a little bit of an escape for Damien Hammond there. He decided, no, I'm going to pull my nose out just in time. Unfortunately, one Lambo getting sandwiched in the middle.
My word, there was literally like 1 centimeter in between Litlaka and Rungees, well navigated by both of them, and Hammond having his instincts sharp as he needed to for him to pull out there before he had a bit of an unfortunate position going into turn 2. But it is Rungees now at the crest, under braking, and Litlaka very close in tow. Nicky Dix down the inside of Aubrey. Let's see what materializes there at 5. It's Dix ahead of Aubrey. Aubrey now having immediately a look, but Dix has to immediately start defending.
Well, Nicky Dix got the jump earlier on Roy Aubrey there. And solid racing line. Go for the middle and force the competitor to look around you every which way possible. I mean, we've got 2 generations of cars here. Nicky Dix is in the older version. It's got less aero, less power, and is still taking the fight to the front end. It's all about positioning of the vehicle. However, you've got Roy Aubrey, who has got the power capability coming out of 2 into 3 and 4. He'll be able to utilize all that to close up the gap. But behind them, Nicky Dix will take a look, and Roy Aubrey will know it all too well. Wayne Roach closing up with the Lamborghini Gallardo. And on the back of them is JJ Dazel, who's looking to get involved in the fight as well.
Yeah, Dazel in the 997 behind Roach on the approach there. Roach is going to try and take advantage of the fact that Aubrey might be distracted by catching up to Dix, and if the two of them come together not too long from now, that is if they start battling for the same piece of tarmac, it's going to be Roach who's the first to capitalize. In the meantime, Litlaka looking closely at Rungees, who's not too far from him, 2 car lengths so far as they make a second lap come and go. It is Hammond further adrift in 3rd place at the moment. A wider set of the cars. You can see the difference of how much space he takes up when he goes down on into turn 2. It is Litlaka still stalking, let's call, Charlotte Rungees, who now is trying to open up that gap going out into turn 3.
It's absolutely incredible, and also trailer braking being absolutely key going from turn 1 into turn 2. How late are you really going to go down onto the brakes? 70 kilos of force needed to bottom out these pedals and to make sure that you stop dead on the circuit. However, not what you want to have. As for Roy Aubrey at the moment, he's going to be going and figuring out what can he do to get past Nicky Dix, because every single time Nicky is just putting himself in a line that makes it rather difficult to overtake. Where do you go? Inside, outside? You compromise which way, and where is he looking in the mirrors is going to be the next one. So for Roy Aubrey, it's going to be a sit and wait time as we get through on our 3rd lap. 12 laps to go left in this race. Still plenty of time for moves to be made. Now, this is where it's going to get interesting. It's a sprint race, but you've got to use your head here. For the likes of the Taka, you can protect the tyres, calm everything down, figure out his pace, close the distance to Charles Rungees, and then go on the attack. For Charles Rungees, he can dictate the pace at the moment of whether they're going to go in for hard attacks. But for Nicky Dix, has to stay on full throttle the whole way through. Remember, he hasn't got the power, he hasn't got the aero to compete. However, he can get the drive out the corners to try and give himself that little bit of separation, as we saw out of 2 into 3, now heading into 4, carry the momentum through, and Aubrey just not having that pace to close up the gap as yet. Remember, Nicky Dix is hurting the tyres as he pushes harder and harder lap after lap. Yeah,
Aubrey is dictating the pace for him, so he's going to have to try and, as much as he is aggressive, try and rein himself in at the same time. It's a tricky thing to achieve when you consider the list of advantages that Roy Aubrey benefits with his Porsche. But in the meantime, it's Damien Hammond. The race seems to be getting a bit lonelier for him, so he's going to try and change that not too long. But also, you got to remember, you got to factor in the fact, because we have such a wide variety of cars here, the back markers are going to be a factor not too long from now for some of these competitors, and that's not an easy thing to do. Someone who doesn't have an easy thing to do is Nicky Dix. He just came in and out of frame to a far left. He's going to come in now. He and Roy Aubrey involved in the battle there. Nicky Dix seems to have found another car length as far as it looked not too long ago. There it is. yep, will be recovered a bit of that there going into turn 2, and it's Wayne Roach not too far behind them. Daisel and Blunden might come together not too long from now. Get a picture of their pace between the two of them. It's 3 seconds adrift is Daisel, while 0.8 behind him is Blunden. So there's not much there between the two of them.
Well, taking a look even at the point, Sholaranjis is leading out the charts, but it is Nikki Dix who's holding second in the championship, with Momia running in third. JJ Daisel is in fourth place. Sun Woodley's in fifth. Roy Aubrey is seventh in the championship, so points are critical for him, but for Nikki Dix, he needs to stay where he is to ensure he can lock in the championship and take the fight to Sholaranjis into Kailami for that double points. And this is always the stressful part of being involved in a championship battle. For Damien Hammond, he might be solo Olo in third place. He leads out the championship in the SAGT Super Trophy, and he's hoping to continue another set of points moving forward. Andrew Horn will hold second place, but for Letlaka, he's going to be able to move up into second and take the fight to Damien Hammond with a victory here today.
Yep, and there's a back marker looming for our front two. That is the first of the two RSRs. It is Andre van der Merwe at the helm there. So he's going to try to make his car as small, as narrow as he can for our competitor Sholaranjis. Immediately approaching him at turn 1 now. Let's see how he clears him at 2. There you go. He wanted to be on the outside at 1, so he can be on inside at 2. It's perfectly done now. It's Laka's turn to get around.
He's going to have to wait nice and patiently.
Yeah.
Can't get on power too quickly there. The beautiful RSR that's being driven by Van der Merwe, also known as Jedi. It isn't the original Jedi. The original one got crashed at Kalani, but they rebuilt it to get it up and going. And Dave Ray was one of the main helpers, the late Dave Ray, to go and put it all together with Peter Jenkins, who originally had the car, got smacked. And that was it, a multiple championship winning vehicle, a big stable here in the South African historic racing scene. And then we have got the likes of George Vagmidis going and having a lot of fun out there. And we've also got the nickname of Archimedes during the course of his earlier youth in Formula Fords. Great to see the cars out there and joining in for the fun. But it's out at the top of the order. Sholaranjis, Lataka and Hammond hold the top 3. Nikki Dix down in 4th place with Roy Aubrey in 5th. Wayne Roach in 6th. JJ Daisel along with Anthony Blunden, who is out there in the brand new Lamborghini Super Trofeo, who is in 8th place. Then we've got Andre van Vuren and Archimedes going and holding out in that 10th position.
Yep, it's going to be, how many laps do we have across so far? It looks like we're at about the 8-lap mark, and we don't have much racing remaining. And so far, Ranjis and Lataka under braking there at 5 have played a very similar game. It's like, ooh, Lataka loses the wheel slightly and recovers. Massive correction. You can see the white of his glove flashing across the dashboard there to save that. Beautifully done. Cat-like reflexes came in handy there.
Oh man, that is a deep breath moment of note. Up into turn 5, hard on the brakes. He's throwing the car out and having to catch it. There's very, very little room. I mean, take a look. He goes a little too hot onto the marbles. He swings the car back. This Lamborghini hasn't got 4-wheel drive as GT3 specs. It's all rear-wheel drive. Yeah. But to go and catch it when you're at about 100 kilometers an hour with that car at the top of turn 5, well, that's no easy feat of note, and this is why you've got to be on the ball the whole time, ready to go. But it's just cost him that little bit of time to Sholaranjis, who looks to open that gap even further. Yep,
it's 1.3 seconds so far. So we're going to see when we get a run around the start-finish again what the transponders reflect between those two. Damien Hammond slightly adrift there, so he wouldn't have been in a position to capitalize. Again, it happens there for Letlaka when he was on the curbing, the outer curbing there, exit of 5. And the previous lap though, that was he had cleared the curbing, it seemed, but he didn't quite go that far wide onto the curbing when he lost it there.
He's following the same lines as Sholaranjis, and the car's not liking it at all, because he's getting onto the power and it's just snapping at him the whole time. So maybe just the way this car is set up, it does not like going and having a little bit of a bottom out there and having to work his way through. So you've got to try and refine it a little bit further. But this is where drivers start trying to figure out where are they getting faster than other drivers. And unfortunately, if your car just doesn't like to put itself a little bit on the curb, doesn't like to throw itself over the line a little bit, it will let you know. And these GT3s despite having traction control in the cars, a lot of the drivers actually turn them down. So if you ever been playing sim racing or you had some experience with these sort of vehicles, they turn the traction control down to about like 3. They don't use a lot of it. It's just enough to settle the car when stuff starts getting a bit rough, but it's enough that you have the rotation. It puts a lot of strain back to the driver as well. So to get the speed, turn a lot of the electronics down or off to ensure that you go up through the order. And he's trying everything he can to close up that gap, really standing on the loud pedal, but just not able to break that 1.6-second gap.
Yeah, you can see it even at the exit of 6. You can see the rear was playing a bit there, so you can understand. Yeah, that puts it into perfect perspective where the traction control plays a role for these cars. But the battle continues for these two racing drivers. Nicky Dix has won his battle with Roy Aubrey. As you can see out of frame there, he has cleared Roy Aubrey. I wonder what happened there with the good doctor. There he is. He's now clearing one of the back markers, that is George. And Vakamedes in the number 16, the Gulf liveried RSR. They're beautiful to see that. And there's Nicky Dix right now. He's done his work with the back markers going down into turn 2. His focus would be a lot much better. But yeah, Roy Aubrey isn't too far off. It just seemed that much further because of the back markers. So he still does have a bit of a chance there to close that gap as the window narrows to the end of the race.
And there goes the RSR, the Jedi, as it's known here in South Africa, going and fighting out. And wonderful to see the 70s. The RSRs are an incredible machine that's back in the day not only just won GT championships, but it's won tons of endurance championships, from the likes of Le Mans actually being one of the parts that the RSRs came through. It's also just a great upgrade. Many of the more remakes of the cars, like 917s and that, they actually use the 911 RSR motors to get them running. Incredible. So instead of the flat 12s, they replace them with the 911 RSR motors, just because of how reliable, how strong those cars are, and also they do work rather well. So anytime you do see renditions of the different Porsches, you will get to see a lot of the old running gear of a 911 RSR in those cars. Taking a look though, and London in the brand new Super Trofeo for the G&H Transport team. They sold off the McLarens and now they're going and fighting it out with the Lamborghinis. He's still trying to get used to the car. It's a little bit different to what he was in, a little bit more power. And with the Super Trofeos, it is a driver's car of note, much like the Porsche Cups that are around them. JJ Dazel keeping the pressure on as well, as he let the likes of Zwartkops, that Into Africa Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 going and fighting it out.
Yeah, Lamborghini Evo Huracan 2 being the salad in the meal there between Dazel and Blunden. So they've sort of thrown a bit of a spanner in the works towards the closing part of their battle with laps. Only 3 to go. There it is side by side with Blunden and Zwartkops, of course, late on the brakes. And you got that beautiful shot of flames coming out of the exhaust of Blunden's Lamborghini there. There is Dazel right behind him again, so he's not too far off, but he has some work cut out for him in the closing stages of the race. It's not going to be easy to make that gap disappear between the two of them. If I look a bit closer, if I see between the two of them now, it is, well, we've got Blunden on in the lower 105s, whereas Dazel is in a 105.4, so there's quite some distance between the two of them in terms of pace.
Take a look, Charles Rangi's is the only car that's been able to break the 1 minute around Zwartkops. Yep. And still pushing as hard as he can. He looks to try to go on the inside through 3. This goes and puts Wayne Roach on the outside. You'd see he gave it a little bit of a touch on the brakes, just slow the car down, because you naturally have a bit of understeer out of that corner as you're just really giving it everything you got. But that being said, Charles Rangi's will be looking to take another victory here. This is going to help out in the championship and will be moving forward. For likes of Damien Hammond, who's going to be in 3rd place, he's just going to be a little bit more stressed because Zwartkops will be taking 2nd, a little bit more points being carried over, and this is now the 2nd time that the Inter Africa team has beaten them out in the race. So it means the points are not going to fall in their favor, and it's going to come down to the final heat of the day for them of whether this fight is going to be a lot closer at Kyalami, or is there going to be a little bit more breathing room for the likes of Damien Hammond in that Mercedes.
Yeah, and Hammond, having tasted silverware, definitely is not going to like this particular taste in his mouth. So he wants to be in there for that championship, and they're going to have to try and rehash and see what opportunities they can capitalize on for this particular class. There is Zwartkops now, approaching and then completing turn 3, and you can get a shot in the perspective of how Aranjis has worked away at getting that lead wider and wider. But of course, the oopsie there at turn 5 with Lethaka, which he's sort of minimized and corrected lap by lap. You could see, I mean, as they came out to this particular part of the circuit, as he went wide and went onto the curbing, but now he's taking a slightly narrower line, as you would have there with the Ranjis. You can see that what the car likes and what it doesn't like, and he's definitely managed to rein that in, to rein the raging bull in, that is, as we come in on the 1 lap remaining mark.
Now just going to be giving it everything they got. Checker flag comes out for Charles Aranjis to take the victory for Heat 2 of the GT Cup and Sports and GT, as he will also be taking full points for the GT Cup. Lethaka taking second place and will be taking points for his championship. Going to be smiling ear to ear on the way through. Damien Hammond finishes up in third place, with Nicky Dix and Roy Aubrey going to be chasing down to the wire. Absolutely great stuff. The championship is getting a lot tighter for our GT Cup and our SAGT, and there is a big smile from both drivers, both in GT3s, both going and showing off what they can do. Absolutely amazing, and not often you get to see sportsmanship like these two, where they will go into the pits, and as Temba Kamalu went and said, it was like having 2 kids in the playground saying, well done. That is going to be the case yet again. However, I do think Inter Africa is going to be the well done, great stuff. We were closer this time.
There's always that little sting towards the end of it. Yeah, it's great to see the camaraderie, the sportsmanship, and the behavior of gentlemen amongst each other, absolutely enjoying their shared passion. And you're absolutely right. Massive smiles going to be coming out from them. Charles Aranjis had a smooth one and made sure to bring it home in one piece and setting the standard and benchmark he set for himself at the beginning of the weekend. We've got one more to go with this particular race, so it isn't all said and done as yet. We're going to have a beautiful shot now of all of them getting back into their stables, quite literally, with some of them being horses and some of them being bulls. And we see the Lamborghini there getting into the pit with the pit crew ready to receive their second place competitor, and going to get the car back and ready for race 3. Wayne Roach had a quiet one, unbothered, and that's exactly how we would want it. A quiet, consistent race brings results, and it's a cumulative thing. Success is definitely cumulative, small and tiny results and advantages that you find, and he's definitely going to be happy to bring it home.
Now it's going to be exciting to see how it all works out, and racing still to continue here at Zwartkops. Plenty more to go, so if you are on the fence of joining us, well, let's get you off that fence and bring you to the circuit. Some incredible action that's lined up here today, as we're going to be heading into race 2 of our MRSSA. Then we'll return with our GT Cup and SAGT Sports and GT are going to be heading out onto the circuit for their final round, and then we will be also moving into the 4 hours of Zwartkops due to duke it out. 150 Rand gets you in through the gate, 250 then gets you on to the circuit during the grid walk. But we're going to be moving on to our MRSSA. They're going to be heading out onto the track, and that means we've got to bring in the resin two-wheel himself, likes of Temba Kamala. Temba, absolutely wonderful. You and I have been both rather excited about this after some very, very close racing between all the young riders and a little bit of the older drivers going out and really showing what they can do.
I'm very excited as well, Steve. It's honestly been an incredible start to the day. The racing has been world class, if I do say so myself, and was catching up with some of the riders in the pits. Firstly, we saw that incident between Boikanyo Mabaso and Sia Shabalala. I spoke to Boikanyo, and he essentially explained that he just outbraked himself in turn 5. He said he could hear the bikes behind him, went up the hill, and completely forgot about his braking marker and went straight. Unfortunately for Shabalala, he was caught on the outside. Wrong place, wrong time for him. But they both did extremely well to keep it upright in the very deep gravel trap there up at turn 5. Not easy to get through that on 2 wheels. And they still managed to come across the line. 3rd for Mabaso and 4th for Shabalala. So Boikanyo did get away with one because he made a mistake, but still managed to hold on to his position. Also caught up with young Tyler Richardson. He was very excited with his performance in race number 1 after we saw that incredible battle between himself and Yaku Khos. He did explain that he experienced quite a bit of tyre drop towards the end, as we do know at Zwartkops Raceway, the right-hand side of the tyre gets absolutely punished, especially on a superbike. And for the rider, it's very difficult that corner on a worn tyre because the bike just starts to power slide.
Ooh, not really what you want to have, and also considering the track temperature currently at 25 degrees and still climbing at the moment, that's also going to play into effect as well of that tyre degradation if you haven't got it right. The question that I have to ask, the championship a lot closer now between each of the riders, plus we've got some new riders into the category as well that can start siphoning points away during the course of it, so it brings things into a little bit of touch of what's going on. But you have raced on the circuit this year. Before you were in commentary, we were having a discussion out by the pits. You were in full riding gear. Now you're sitting behind, looking at all the racing, looking at all these youngsters, giving them a bit of coaching as well of what to do after your experience around the circuit.
I'm trying to complete my Superbike races. In fact, Motorsport Man's bingo card. I still need to get, we've been able to race bikes, get in commentary, do a bit of coaching. Oh, we have a problem. We have a problem for Yagya Sahibuddin. He's pointing at something on the ground. That is on the exit of turn 2, Stephen. I hope there's no oil spilt on track by that motorcycle. He seems quite concerned there.
So trying to take a look at what actually has gone on. They managing to just remove the bike, unfortunately, not a good time for him. And Sam, Yaya was actually super excited to be able to go out riding and really pushing what he can do. He said qualifying wasn't quite his best, but he's wanting to do a lot better. Unfortunately, not the best way you're going to start off the race is going to be staring at the field coming through. He's trying to get it restarted, but this little predicament here, when you start looking back up to the circuit knowing there's a possibility of missing the start, is never fun.
He's got that bike fired up.
Back onto
thankfully,
turn 2 and heading back out.
That's quite interesting, Stephen. As we can see on screen, that is a BMW, one of the more modern superbikes there. And normally with these modern superbikes, when there's a problem, it tends to be some form of electrical fault where a computer says no. So I think just turning that bike off and on seems to have got it going again. That will slightly delay our start as he continues his outlap. So we will keep an eye on Sahabuddin to see if he returns to the pits or is able to join our riders on the grid. You can see at the back of the shot, he's going through turn 4. The start delayed board has been held up by our officials. This won't be a lot of fun for the riders on the grid as they are in very hot and sweaty leathers on very, very warm motorcycles. So unfortunate to see a start delay there. You can see some of the riders exchanging words on the grid. Steve, very important to keep your concentration when something like this happens, when we have a delayed start. How difficult is that for our riders out there?
Well, as a driver, it's the most annoying thing in the world because you're like, come on, I just want to get going. I want to just drive. I'm out on the track. You're sitting in the heat. And, well, fortunate enough for the cars, we're a little bit far from one another to have the conversation. But for the bikes, well, if you're rather social, you still got your mates around to talk to you, which does make things a little bit more interesting. Keep your head in the game is a bit harder. Unfortunately, we do have our first retirement. What a gut punch of note after quite a good race one. But now we're getting ready to rock and roll. Lights on, wait for it, bring the revs right up, hold the clutch and get ready to rock and roll. But Temba, you know this all too well.
Let's see if Tyler Richardson can get a whole shot into turn 1. Our riders pull away from the line. A big wheelie there for Mabaso at the back of the field. Jordan King gets a much better start than he did in race number 1. Yakugos rides around the outside of him, but it is Tyler Richardson with his second whole shot of the day. Dave Veringa using the launch control on that BMW to very, very great effect. And he goes into turn 2 second as our riders make their way through turn 3 on lap number 1.
Absolutely incredible stuff from Richardson. Wants to try and open up the gap as quick as possible, but already starting to feel the pressure. We'll have to start thinking about protecting his line, heading up into turn 5, as everyone just trying to slot into position, trying to push themselves a little bit harder. And through this race, it's 12 laps of side-by-side action for the MRSSA. Multiple different classes duking it out, multiple different age and talent levels out there that are battling for position. The question is, who is going to get ahead? And I know for our V4s that are currently out on the circuit, they're having a little bit of a challenge of not quite having the cornering they need.
We saw Dieter Heisemann doing battle with Alan Holscher. So that's the previous gen Ducati V4 versus the new gen 2025 V4. So out front we have a carbon copy of the start to race 1. Richardson leads ahead of Veringa. We saw Dave Veringa fading at the end of race number 1. So I think he's going to try and get ahead of Richardson. He does have the displacement and horsepower advantage. We'll see if he can find his way up the inside going into turn number 5. It's going to be difficult for him to find a way through at turn number 4, especially with how late Tyler Richardson is braking and the amount of corner speed he is carrying. You can see he's using all the track and a little bit more. There goes Veringa up the inside into 5. Does Richardson see him? Side by side they go. Dave Veringa takes the lead. Tyler Richardson has a look over at him thinking, oh gosh, this is exactly the last thing I wanted. Dave Veringa hits the front. So the beauty of the championship battle that we have in the Unlimited 1000 class is that from heat to heat, whoever finishes first between Veringa and Jordan King will lead the championship. Entering race number 1, Veringa led by 1 point. Jordan King finished ahead of him. So King, as it stands, now leads by 4 points. And if Dave Veringa can finish this race ahead of Jordan King, he'll go back to being in the lead by 1 point again, Steve.
Oh, so close. And the little joker card that sits in between them can be Tyler Richardson, a former champion in the world of motorcycle racing here in South Africa. So is Dave Veringa and Jordan King. So all looking to try and grab different crowns here for 2025. But Jordan King has been on a stellar run of late. However, he's got to get past a formidable foe of Tyler Richardson just ahead of him. House in 4th place, just keeping an eye on the rest of the field. These are the master teams. He's got the likes of Footer busy chasing him down, looking to try and score as many points for the championship.
We do have a dark horse in this race, Steve. The rider who crossed the line in 1st place, Jaco Gous, he currently lies in 4th place on his Suzuki, rider number 43. Gous had the best pace throughout race number 1. He was the only rider who was able to maintain his pace in the 104s. As it stands at the start of lap number 3, the fastest rider on track is indeed Jaco Gous with a 104.4. Our top 4 all lapping in the mid 104s, coming through on 104.5s and 6s for the lot of them. Sia Shabalala has got a much better start. He currently runs 6th overall, and I think he'll be a bit relieved to be ahead of Mabaso at the start of race number 2.
That's it. And Jaco Gous, who's running 3rd in the Masters Championship at the moment, looking to take full points for it. Lost out at Kalani for the Heat 2, and lost out not being at Kailami. Now looking to maximize the points to try and get ahead of Ferreira and the likes of Ryan Futter, who are currently running 2nd and 1st respectively in the Masters Championship. So right on the back end, Futter, who is 1st in the championship, needs to remain in 2nd to at least give some points, some breathing room heading into Kailami, which will be later this year. However, he's going to have to really push as hard as they can. They've also got the youngsters of Mabaso and Shabalala, who are in the Unlimiteds. They're different classes, but they can get right into the mix of it, as Jordan King fallen down into 4th place.
Jordan King down into 4th on the road. He has been passed by Jaco Gous. Jaco Gous once again showing his pace. He set his fastest lap of the race last time around with a 104.406, and we are seeing a repeat of race number 1. However, with the difference being that Dave Veringa has hit the front. These riders need to push hard, because given how fast they are circulating at Zwartkops Raceway at the moment, we will expect them to see them having to deal with some back markers at the end of the race. And I think what Veringa's thinking is, let me be ahead so that when we arrive at the back markers, he has the first choice of how to get through on them, because we saw very, very difficult situations for the likes of Richardson and King having to deal with those back markers, as we see Clive Turnbull in a battle with Mabaso and Johan Leroux. Clive Turnbull around the outside of turn 6, Steve, that's brave.
Gonna have to really keep the power down if you're gonna make it through 7. He does get underneath and puts the power right down to 8. Has he got enough under braking?
Mabaso responds.
Oh, Mabaso tried to go and hook it on the inside. Unfortunately, couldn't get it done. Lost out the drive, and now starting to feel the pressure. Mabaso now having to go on the defensive to try and hold his place. But what a run for the likes of Clive Turnbull, who now trying to give it everything he's got. The 44 of Leroux now hunting down Mabaso left, right, and center, seeing where exactly Can he get him under the brakes? It's so difficult heading down to 8. If you're going to take the pass, you got to get it hooked in. Otherwise, it leaves you so compromised. And Mombasa is starting to feel that as LaRue constantly sits into that slipstream. We'll look for a side draft as well, heading up towards turn 5.
I do know that Mabaso started the day with a used tire, and he has only got one set of tires for all 3 heats. So we will see him suffering with tire wear as the day goes on. Our leaders on lap 7 have already caught up to back markers, and it looks like Yaku Gous is prevailing in the situation as he's now up to second on the road and applying the pressure on Dave Ringa as they head into turn 2.
Well, it's going to be late on the brakes for both into turn 2. Gous trying to clear the traffic as much as possible. Remember, the more spacing he has to Fata, the less chance of him losing out that first place. However, he is starting to become a little bit of a problem for the likes of Ringa, Richardson and King, who were fighting out amongst each other. Now they got that little bit of a split in there, and we're going to see the likes of Ringa looking back and seeing it very, very close. Jordan King trying to close that distance.
Jordan King has work to do as Yaku Gous goes up the inside of Varinga into 5. Beautiful maneuver there from him. Dave Varinga's not impressed with that as he shakes his head. A block pass from Yaku Gous, perfectly executed, because when you go up the inside at turn 5, Steve, it's very easy to make the mistake of braking too late and passing the rider, which is not actually what you want to do. You want to enter next to him on the inside, because as Dave Varinga found out, you have no space to respond, and Tyler Richardson has now capitalized on that maneuver of Gous and gone into second place. He wants to go with the Suzuki because he knows Gous is the man with the pace at the end of the race.
And that has brought Varinga and King closer to one another. Championship set by 4 points after Heat 1. Now looks to do battle again. This is where it's going to get rather tense. It's going to be rather stressful. You got to switch your mind of stop on the attack ahead of you, start worrying what's behind you, but also now the question is, how much are you going to defend? How much life is left in the tires to defend through some of the tightest corners? And that is going to be up to turn 5, turn 6. And it's going to be up on the inside for Varinga to try and defend it. And King really pulling out all the stops, just wanting to carry that little bit of momentum forward.
Not quite close enough there for King. We saw Varinga looking over his left shoulder as he went up the hill on the exit of turn 4. He looked over the wrong shoulder because Jordan King was on his right hand side. King now dive bombs Varinga into turn 8, makes his way into the race lead. Our championship leaders are doing battle. Can Varinga respond? It's incredibly tight here in the MRSSA as Tyler Richardson closes up on the back wheel of Gous out front.
It's all good to see the drivers are going, well, the riders are giving it everything they got, really fighting it out. Now, we're going to see how this is all going to turn out as Jordan King looks to try and open the gap. I've got to say, I'm really, really impressed with the likes of Richardson, who is giving it everything he's got to really fight it towards the top. One thing I have to point out, he's on a 600, fighting thousands. He's got less power, but still fights it out. How brave is this youngster?
He is absolutely on it, Steve, and we cannot forget it is his MRSSA debut. It's his first time racing with these riders as he does bomb Gous into turn number 8. Great move from Richardson there. Once again, we're going to see Gous using the power of the 1000 up the inside into turn 1. Richardson leans on him. That is brave. That is brave. Richardson can see the back markers approaching up front. He wants to be the first one to arrive at them, because the big difficulty that Tyler will find on the 600 is that if he gets stuck behind a back marker, he doesn't have the horsepower to just blast past them on the straight because he's on the 600 with 3 to go. So he wants to set up a move here into turn number 4. That is Darius Buerta on his Honda. Is going to go around the outside. Careful, Tyler, careful. That is brave. That is brave indeed, but he is using his tools to the maximum of his ability. Blue flags waving for our back markers to signal that the race leaders are arriving behind them, and perhaps this situation can give Jordan King an opportunity to rejoin that battle at the front.
Oh, you just have to really take a breath and just hang cable out through 4, especially on the outside in the marbles. Oh man, brave. But now the question is, can he keep it going as Gous is trying to close that gap every which way? Just the back markers not playing into favor here, but we got a variety of different classes as Mick Landy currently leads out the bots V4s. The likes of Ghost leads out our Masters, and our Unlimited being led out by Jordan King, who is ahead of Varinga. So it's just so awesome to see all the different classes battling it out. You're also getting to see so many different riders' skills coming into play to fight it out for the top order. Richardson dives for the inside through turn 4. Going to be rather grateful on that one, as last time he was trying to give it everything he's got around the outside and hoping the tyres would grip.
Mick Landy leads in the bots V4 class on his 2025 Ducati V4. As we can see him on screen, Jaco Gous is leading the Masters ahead of Ryan Fatter and Johan Leroux. And in Open SBK, Clive Turnbull, who we saw with that insane move around the outside of Mabaso, is leading the Opens ahead of Huiseman and Jandre Ferry on the 600. Muller and Butter doing battle. They are a lap down as we begin the final lap for our race leaders. Jordan King 3.4 seconds ahead of Dave Varinga. He came through the 105.6 on the final lap. So we are seeing the pace dropping by around about a second a lap as the tires wear for these riders. But Jordan King will now extend his championship lead to 9 points. So he will be very, very pleased with how this day is going so far, as we see Bikers Warehouse, Radstock coming through turn number 4.
Absolutely incredible stuff, and these riders just getting everything they got. They're really putting the Pirellis through a lot of hard work here. Extreme heats being faced out in Centurion here at Zwartkops. A lot of difficult corners to go for. It's easy to learn, hard to master, but now let's see who's going to have the battle, as Richardson stuck on the outside through 6 into 7 and didn't have really too much room to play with there. Curve got a little bit close, but it's heartbreaking. Down into 8, guns it, looking towards the checkered flag. Tyler Richardson takes the victory for Heat 2 of the MRSSA.
Superb effort from Richardson, not only showing his skill, but showing his bravery out there, overtaking back markers any which way he feels like it, inside, outside, it doesn't matter to him. He's willing to go through wherever there is a gap. You can see Tyler's very, very pleased with that result as he celebrates with the other riders. Jordan King going over to congratulate him. He'll be very, very pleased with that. And I am joined in the booth by one of my favorite people that I'll ever meet at the track. Our 600 SBK championship leader, Ora Tilwe Piri, joins us in the booth. Ora, how are you doing, champ?
I'm doing good. How are you doing, Santa?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good, thanks. So I know you've come from very, very far away to join me in this commentary booth. Can you tell us where you're coming from and what you're doing over there?
So I'm coming from Spain, and I was there for the Ripple Rookie Trials.
And how did it go?
They went good, but unfortunately I didn't make the final cut to join the grid next year. I feel like it's my fault because in that last session, one of the Spaniards passed me, and I was thinking, okay, maybe let me try and follow him. But while I was following him into one of the corners, I made a mistake and I went offline, so I crashed. So I feel like that was the one thing that probably didn't get me picked.
Okay, well, crashing happens, and just to check, are you physically okay after the incident?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Okay, fantastic. You must be tired. Very long
like,
flight
I
from
barely
Europe.
got any sleep because we got home at like 1 a.m. and then I decided now I want to come and watch the race if I'm not going to be racing.
Awesome. Glad to have you here with us. As I can see, your competitor and lifelong friend, Tyler Richardson.
Yeah.
What do you think of Tyler's performance there?
And I'm very happy with him. I'm very proud of him. He's been doing a very good job. I feel very happy for him. But I can't wait to race against him.
That is going to be very, very exciting, and I very much look forward to that. So, Ora, for some of our viewers at home, can you tell us a bit more about what you think about Zwartkops Raceway? I know you're very, very fast around here. Is this one of your favorite tracks, and what part of it do you find easy or challenging?
The one thing I find hard about it is the hard braking zone. So like turn 1 obviously is not braking, but it's a fast corner and then straight into a hairpin. So then it's also a very difficult corner to negotiate to get it right because of how you have to turn on the hairpin.
We're going to join Nadine and Tyler Richardson down in pit lane.
What a race, my boy. You took pole. Congratulations. How does it feel to take first place?
I had to fight for it. I made a couple of mistakes early in the race, and because of the 600's lack of straight line speed, I had to get quite creative with my overtakes. So I really worked on the last sector, trying to get as close as possible to Chaos before the last corner.
Yeah.
And luckily my launch up the inside worked. And from then I just put my head down and yeah, to the checkered flag and first place.
Oh, huge congratulations. We're so thrilled for you. And we'll see you for race 2.
Thank you. Race 2.
Race 3, sorry.
Yeah, race 3. Hopefully we can get 3 wins in a row.
Yeah.
Put on a fresh set of tyres and go for it again.
And take it overall for the day.
Yeah, and the overall. That's great.
All the best.
Thank you, guys.
All right, let's move over to Sia Shabalala. Sia, take your helmet off, please, my buddy. Let's see this haircut quickly.
You mind taking it off from me?
Oh, okay. Oh, let me add. Sorry. Almost took your whole head off there. You hold the mark. You hold the mark. Hold the mark. There you go. Giving them some good entertainment there. Okay, first things first. Show us the do. On fire, my boy. On fire.
Like always.
Okay, Sia. So third in your class today for race 2. How do you feel?
I feel really great. At least I redeemed myself. I didn't have a good first race, but then yeah, it's part of the game.
Yeah.
Hopefully in the next race we'll do the same thing. Just have to keep it consistent. Yeah, because more than anything, I'm just chasing my championship points back. So yeah, I feel really good. We still want to take that lead. So yeah, on to the next.
On to the next. There it is from Sia. Give it up for him. Right, I'm going to hand over to Chloe. She's going to interview 2 of our other riders.
Man, I love that moment with you and Sia with the helmet. I think that's definitely a moment. But joining us now is Brad. Brad, talk to us. How was that stint for you?
Yeah, it's hot out there. I had a couple of issues in the last couple of laps. I think my clutch started to slip. But yeah, all good all around. Not a bad start. Feeling heated a little bit.
I mean, the traffic is one thing about Zwartkops because of how compact it is. How did you handle that?
Yeah, fortunately enough, in the most traffic I felt was probably in the first corner in the start, but the really fast boys kind of got away from me. But yeah, I held a steady pace throughout the race. But like I say, a couple of technical issues near the end, so I think I dropped my pace a little bit. But yeah, I brought it home safe on 2 wheels. That's the main thing for me.
Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we move over now to Bukanyo Mabaso. Bukanyo, I mean, really great to have you on the bike. You are running out of breath. I mean, talk to us about the heat element as well, especially when you look into race 1. The track was a little bit cold, but now it is a bit warmer. Talk to us about the progression of the track.
Look, in race 1, I was pushing. I had a bit of a moment with my competitor where we went off track up in turn 6. So for race 2, I know that I don't have tires, so I literally just settled and told myself bring the bike home. And then as the lap, I think it was lap 4 or 5, my arm started pumping. Sure. So I just started settling and a few riders came past and I knew that I had to gain a position or 2 and just bring the bike home and save the tires for race 3.
Definitely is important. So what was your biggest takeaway in race 2? Yes, you want to bring it home, but what are you hoping to implement? Because also getting a bit more time, but steadily so into the race is important. So what are you going to be thinking about? Also with Coach Temba, what are you talking about to prepare for race 3?
Now, me and T, we have our motto, step by step. So for race 3, the plan is to just get a good start, try and keep up with the fast boys in the front, and just manage the tires. And then towards the end of the race, throw the kitchen sink at it, and bring it home in third, hopefully.
Hopefully, that's what Bukanyo is hoping for, saying throwing in the kitchen sink. Coach T, clearly your work is working. Yeah, we love to see it on track. He says definitely. Let's go back to commentary.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much to Chloe and Nadine and all our riders there catching up with Sia Shabalala, Bukanyo Mabaso, Bikers, Warehouses, Brad, Radstock, and our race winner, Tyler Richardson. Ora Tilwe Piri in the booth, our 600 SBK championship leader. Ora, so we're just talking about your trip to Spain and your season so far. I want to speak a little bit about the local racing. You've been dominating the 600 class. I saw it coming, low-key, but I think you caught a lot of people off guard. How have you found the season so far here locally?
I was also very surprised at how quick I got up to pace in the 600, especially because Zwartkops was the first ever race I was having on the 600. I've never ridden the track on the 600 before, so I was coming in with like, okay, let's see what we can do. Let's see where I find myself after qualifying, and I got third. So I'm like, oh, okay, but let's see how my race pace is. Race pace was good. We were going. Ryan got a problem. We won. So then I'm like, okay, I'm happy. Next track was PE, and I love fast and flowy tracks. So then going in there, I thought maybe I could actually have a chance at winning, and I did. Then Kelani, a track I've also never ridden. Troy and Ryan had ridden it before me. So then I was thinking, okay, it's actually going to be a tough race this time. The track was very bumpy. It was a very hard track, a very technical track. But after a while, I got used to it and brought it home in race 1. Race 2, unfortunately, I did crash in the rain while leading. But so, yeah. Kyalami, I went in with an open mind because I saw, okay, Troy, he's ridden the track before many times. Now he's on the 800. So then it's like, okay, what can I do against him? I saw in qualifying, I wasn't too far off, but I was thinking I need to try and find a way to mess up his rhythm so he doesn't open too much on the straights. And I was able to do that. I beat him in race 2. In race 1, unfortunately, I had the technical problem while leading. And then race 3, he got a toe from Tristan. He got the toe of the 1,000 in front of him. So then I wasn't able to keep up, unfortunately, but brought it home in second, didn't lose too many points.
Well done to you. And that was a very good summary of the season, honestly. There's been some standout moments which I've been able to enjoy, some of them on track, watching myself, and others from the commentary booth. The one which stands out to me was your performance at Killarney in the wet, where you were blitzing everyone. You know, you're in front of the 1,000s, you're in front of all the 600s, you're multiple seconds per lap ahead of everyone. PE, where in the dry, you're ahead of everyone for a couple of laps leading the race. And we can't not mention that that block pass he did to win race number 2 at Kyalami. So what's been your favorite moment of the season racing here at MRSSA?
My favorite moments, I don't want to seem like arrogant or anything, but it was probably Kyalami, that second race, because that was actually one I had to properly work for. It was the first race where it was actually tough. I had to think the whole race instead of just trying to focus and put down laps. So I had to actually be consistent, try to study him, see where he's weak and where he's not. And then I also used to use the back markers to my advantage while not also getting deep benefited from them.
Fantastic. I think I have to agree. That was a truly standout moment and caught everyone off guard, because when you made the mistake up at Leeuwkop, I thought, that's it. And you caught the gap in the last half a lap, went up the inside. And yeah, I'm sure you've rewatched that a couple of times at home, eh?
A couple of times, yeah.
Awesome. So let us know a bit more about your career. You are the reigning MRSSA Sub 500 champion. You're leading the 600 championship, and you're now making your steps overseas. I know you've been in Spain earlier this year training. So just let us know a little bit about where you come from and how MRSSA has been a stepping stone for you in terms of getting to that goal of racing overseas.
MRSSA has helped me a lot, especially SAES, because now we get the TV coverage as well. So that gets me a lot of exposure. Now a lot of sponsors can also see what I've been able to do. Hopefully that'll get me sponsorship to go overseas as well.
Are there any other plans loading for you to go overseas again in 2026?
None that I know of.
None that I know of. Okay. We're going to have to speak to your dad about that.
Yeah.
He's going to have to go talk to his banker because you need to get overseas there. I also want to know a little bit about the bikes you're riding in Spain. You race a 600 here. What types of bikes were you riding at the selection event, and how do they differ from the bikes you race locally?
So the bikes I was riding at the selection event were the Marawakis. So they're 250. I'm not sure if they're Honda engines, but yeah, they're 250s. They're very small, compact bikes. They're probably lighter than a 150. So then we were riding those. We were riding them with the Pirelli V4s, the ones that I usually race on the 400. So then they were very grippy. Those bikes are very stable. Compared to the super bikes that I'm riding this side, the bikes slide. The bikes are unpredictable at times, but those bikes are very stable. You know what it's going to do. And then those bikes, you can push them to the limit and still feel very comfortable, unlike the super bikes.
Very, very interesting. I've ridden Moto3s before, and there's something special, you know, the amount of corner speed you can carry is absolutely insane. It's like magic sometimes. You mentioned exposure, how you have been happy to be a part of SAES because it's now helped more people all around the world see your talents and capabilities. Of course, we want exposure because it helps us get sponsorship. You are racing for the Lumi Racing team.
Yes.
They've been a great support, I'm aware of, in your career. in terms of helping you progress and also making the season possible for you. So who are the people supporting you in the background? And maybe here's an opportunity to thank them and just highlight how they've helped elevate your career.
So obviously Uncle Spiwe is one of them. He's the main one. He's the team owner and everything. He's helped me through a lot. He's actually probably one of the main reasons I'm still racing this season. Obviously you as well. I'd also like to thank Stephen Norendal. He won the ASPK championship as well. So yeah. Also my dad, my mom, my grandmother, my brother, all that moral support and also finance and also working behind the scenes to get me where I have to be. My dad was there. He had to get me to Spain. So then I'd also like to thank him a lot. And yeah.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of knowing all the people you mentioned there. And you're very blessed to have such a strong unit of people around you supporting you. I believe you've got a lot of talent. But as you do know now, you're getting older. You're starting to mature. And you know that talent's not enough. It doesn't just happen because you can twist the throttle and brake very, very late. Ora, what lies in the future for Oratile Phiri? What are your goals? What are your dreams? What are you working towards? And how soon do you want to achieve those?
So I wanted to be like Marc Marquez, and I wanted to break all his records to be like him. So then I wanted to get into rookies last year, but then that didn't happen. So I was thinking, okay, I need to get in this year, but obviously the crash. So then now my main goal is to get to MotoGP by at least age 25. And I want to become world champion in my within 4 years of me being in MotoGP. I mean, like, it's high expectations considering the people that are in MotoGP right now, very talented and hardworking riders. So it's going to be difficult, but I think I can do it.
You have to aim for the top to achieve those dreams, and you've also got to have the self-belief in yourself to think, I'm actually of that level, I can make it. I'm one of the people who think you have the talent to achieve that level, and I know your hard work and how determined you are. It sometimes seems like you came out the womb thinking about being a motorbike rider.
Yeah.
Where do you see the first step coming in that journey to get to overseas?
My journey, where it starts would be me racing overseas in either Junior GP or the Spanish Championship, because those are one of the big stepping stones to actually getting recognized and exposed to MotoGP and one of the Moto3 teams.
Awesome, and I really, really wish that you can achieve that. I think you will, and looking forward to watching you grow and enjoy your journey. Thank you so much, Ora, for joining us.
Thank you for
having me. It's been
having
an
me.
absolute pleasure. Your interview skills have improved quite a bit from a couple of years ago, and honestly, man, well done on the season you've been putting together here at SAES and MRSSA. Good luck in terms of sealing the championship at the season finale at Kyalami, and we look forward to seeing you again in future. Your final thoughts, and when are we going to be seeing you again on track?
You will be seeing me at Kyalami, that is a promise. So I'm hoping to clinch the title there and continue the celebrations. Final thoughts, thank you for having me for the interview. I'm ready to enjoy the rest of the day watching the racing of the cars and the bikes, and yeah.
Ora, we've been given a little bit more time. There was one more thing I wanted to check on you on. You raced injured at Kyalami, which made your achievements there even more insane. It's just one part of your body, you know, your index finger. How's the recovery going there?
Recovery is going very well. The skin's actually healing very well into the finger. It's closed, completely closed. So I've been given the clearance to race. Unfortunately, I still can't race now. But yeah, I've been given the clearance to race. My finger feels very good. I can't bend the tip yet because there's still not enough skin healed onto it. But yeah, otherwise healing's going very well.
Fantastic, fantastic. And what else do you get up to when you're not at the track?
When I'm not at the track, okay, usually I do play games, but sometimes I do go outside with my friends. We go and play soccer at the park by my estate.
I don't think you're giving us the full truth there. I speak to your parents. Keep going, keep going.
Okay. What more would I be doing? I mean, like, yeah, I do go out with my friends and stuff, but I do play a lot of games and stuff.
That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Apparently in school holidays, all you do is
okay,
stay
no,
up.
but I have been studying. If you must know, I have been studying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to fact check that one with your parents. Ora, you've got a younger brother who's racing, Amogelang. Tell us a little bit about him and how you feel being a big brother of a younger up and comer who's basically trying to beat you one day.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's cute seeing him trying to beat me. I don't want him to, but at the same time, I want him to because I want him to be, like, as good as he can possibly be. I feel like usually when I'm watching him race, I feel like my parents, how they feel watching me. Like, how it's so nervy and sketchy. It's like, yo, actually, this is stressful watching. So, yeah, but otherwise, I love having a little brother. He's means the world to me. So, yeah, I can't wait to see him where I am now.
How does your guys' relationship compare to Alex and Mark Marquez's relationship?
Because they're slightly older, I don't know how they were younger, but I feel like we're not too different. The age gap is a little bit different, but otherwise, where we are in racing, I feel like the gap in where we are in racing is the same to where they were a couple of years ago.
What's your age gap between you and him?
5 years.
Wow, really? I thought it was like 2 or 3 years, but a lot more makes sense. Ora, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to release you to go and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the season, and well done on everything you've achieved in your career so far. We're all very proud of you.
Thank you, thank you.
Cheers, champion. There you have it from our 600 SBK championship leader, Oratile Piri. He just hopped off a jet to come and join us here in the commentary booth. Keep an eye on that youngster, one of South Africa's leading lights in terms of a future prospect. Prince, great to catch up with Ora. What were your thoughts on some of the interesting words exchanged with the youngster?
What was I doing at that age? That was the first question.
You weren't going to Spain, I believe.
Certainly was not trying to sharpen up my Spanish, that's for sure. But it's impressive to see the maturity, first of all, from out the gates of a lot of these younger competitors. Yes, we say they're 15, 16, but the processing and thinking capacity is incredible. Their communication ability, absolutely just on par with grown people and adults. I think that's reflective and indicative of how much the sport demands out of any individual, whether in whatever capacity you're involved in. Because as a mechanical or technical person, you need to receive feedback. As a rider, you give feedback, and you also have to learn how to take that feedback and translate it and turn it into words. So you can tell immediately that he really perceives his environment in a very sort of cut above, slightly above average way, just because of the sport. So just out the blocks as a person, you can tell he's a very sharp kid. And it's impressive to see what he's achieved at such a young age in the sport, you know, and having the family support and all the infrastructure around him shows you that, like you were saying, it's more than just talent. And you can tell that he's surrounded by a community that's able to help his talent to flourish and get to a level where he's within reach with competing at international shores.
Very, very true, Prince. And a shout out to Tselane and Tabiso. I know they'll be watching that. That's his mom and dad. Some true ride or die parents, if ever I've seen any. And they truly back their boy. They believe in him. And I really hope they get to achieve the dream, you know? As we've seen the likes of Brad Binder and Darren Binder doing, Stephen Rudendal, as he mentioned, who's also a European champion now. One other thing that really stands out to me is the clarity of focus. It's very rare for someone his age at 16 to be like, this is what I'm doing, this is how I'm doing it, this is where I want to go.
There you go.
And there's nothing else for that. So huge respect to Oratile.
Yeah, 100%. It's create the sport and the community around him is allowing for him to become that much a cut of above the rest type of individual, and you can see it. I mean, he didn't stutter at any of the questions you were asking.
I stuttered more than him.
You know, you ask him a question, he just bolts straight into it, which was very impressive. So I definitely wasn't doing that at 16. I was on, pretty much games. You know, but fantastic and impressive to hear. And that, I think, is a great example of what any of our visitors and our fans joining us here today can expect from. If you have a couple of questions, any more insights that you'd like to learn, on the competitive side of things, I think Aura would have been a great insight into what that looks like from the riding perspective. We've also got obviously the four-wheel side of things, so feel free to come up to any one of the people you see with some of our SAES team and any one of the competitors and ask them questions. Fire away, because they're all friendly and really open to helping understand what the sport and community is all about. And you never know, in a year's time we could be sitting here with you and asking you and grilling you on those questions and seeing how your journey in motorsport has gone on. So and that's really what it's about, the community around you. And Aura is one of the reflections and examples of what kind of product comes out of that community when it's nurtured properly. So feel free to come out and talk to us, reach out to our information desk, which is close to the entertainment area, where all the fan engagement is happening. It's going to be very popular at lunchtime. Definitely going to be looking forward to that. It's going to be just before, of course, the 4-hour endurance race beginning, where I think we'd have the biggest gap for you to maybe grab a quick bite and recharge. And then we're going to go full throttle for the start, the light out signal for the 4-hour race. So we're going into now the last round of racing for the sports and GT cars, of course. And they've come and gone. There was an appetizer yesterday. We had the main course, I suppose. Is this dessert or is this the main course, given the battles that you've seen? Before we even go to the sports and GT cars, because I know there was a battle that came now and reshaped between King, Gous, as well as Richardson and Varinga. I looked down and looked up, and Varinga was leading at some point. What happened in the MRSSA race?
The MRSSA was another breathtaking one.
Yeah.
Dave Varinga got another good start, slotted in behind Richardson in second place. Yaku Gous was lurking as a dark horse in P4. And it kind of panned out similar to race 1 towards the end.
Yeah.
Again, back markers were a factor. Richardson came through, pulled some scary, ridiculous moves on Gous on the back markers.
Yeah.
And King, once again, had the late race pace to go ahead of Varinga.
Okay, interesting. It's still pulling between, but now King, of course, has that championship edge in terms of points. So we're looking forward to seeing what that looks like. But we're going to take a bit of a breather and refuel, recharge, and get ready for the rest of the day's action, where we wrap up the shorter rendition of our racing and then go into the 4-hour full sprint ahead. Please stay tuned with us. We'll be joining you soon.
Welcome to Pretoria, South Africa's capital of culture, history and heart. Known as Jacaranda City, its streets burst into a sea of purple each spring, painting a picture as vibrant as its people. From iconic union buildings to its thriving motorsport scene, Pretoria pulses with passion, pride and power. And just beyond the city skyline lies Zwartkops Raceway. Today, the capital becomes the battleground for round 5 of the South African Endurance Series.
And we're getting ready to wrap things up as far as sports in GT and GT Cup SA is concerned. We've got, everyone needs a bit of cooling at the moment. The first of them will be Damian Hammond, who's had a quiet but consistent day of racing so far, Steve.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an incredible one. Beautiful shot over to the dash as well. Not many people actually know that many of the GT3s that you actually get to see have the dashes where it needs to be and not on the steering wheel. But also, it gets rather warm, roughly about 50 degrees in those cars at full tilt. And some of the GT3s do have an aircon still built into them for conditions like this and to take it on. But with that being said, their final heat of the day for the cars. Question is, who's going to get the leg up on the competition? Now, we've seen Ranjis has led the pack and pulled away from Inter Africa. Mr. Lataka will have to now give it everything he's got. He was a bit closer in Heat 2. Can he make the pass into Heat 3 and get around the Stradale machine? Or is it going to be Ranjis opening up full taps to run away to the top? Roy Aubrey needing to keep ahead of Nicky Dix, and we've also got the likes of Wayne Roach, who's going to be chasing those two down as well. So the championships all coming down to these couple of laps here at Zwartkops, and to see how close it's going to be heading to Kailami in the not so distant future. But absolutely incredible machine. I'm looking forward to these two. Nicky Dix, Roy Aubrey going and fighting out. Will Wayne Roach get a little bit closer, or will he have Ant Blunden to keep him company? And then at the back of the field, not to be forgotten, our historics, our 1971 Porsche 911 RSRs, absolutely immaculate cars to have. But as we jump on board with Wayne Roach in that Lamborghini Gallardo, he'll be staring down rival for today, Roy Aubrey, and hoping to get past as quick as possible.
Yeah, and Roy is starting with what would be the upper hand, given that he wants to be on the outside of one and on the inside going into turn 2. Let's see how Nicky Dix responds to that prospect. He was able to be sly and move like a fox in the previous race, considering he's punching above his weight when it comes to the performance of those cars, being a couple of generations or so behind when it comes to design and make of each of these beautiful 911 cars. So let's see what Roy Aubrey has to say to Nicky, and Nicky responds, and what Wayne Roach decides if an opportunity arises for him in front of him, because he's got front row seats to that.
It's going to be an interesting one. Ant Blunden also not to be counted out in the Super Trofeo, but it is going to be down towards turn 8 into Africa. Mr. Lataka taking on Charles Arungis from Stradale on the front row. It is going to be a charge through. Damian Hammond going to be getting ready to go. Lights on, revs up, waiting, and full taps heading into turn 1. It is going to be into Africa, putting the nose forward. Charles Arungis around the outside, going very, very wide into the dirt. And it does look like Damian Hammond tried to show nose to get past, couldn't quite get it done as they all filtered through into turn 2. JJ Dazel getting ahead of Ant Blunden, and now looking to give it everything he's got. Wayne Roach chasing down Roy Aubrey, who has the legs down the straight, but it's into Africa, into first place for now.
Slipstream. He hasn't said that or thought that in a while this weekend. In the meantime, Hammond has to watch that battle. Let's see when Charles Arungis chooses his moment, and it's now at 5, but he decides better of it. Litaka, fair, reasonable with the space he had there. Arungis never got squeezed, but he thought better of it. He's going to save it for a bit. Let's see where that moment comes. In the meantime, it looks like Hammond is, look at that, real happy with the Arungis. He's trying to stabilize himself at the moment. Haven't seen his car in that shape so far this weekend, especially at around 6 and 7. But he's going to be biding his time now, maybe recalculate and see when he can pounce on Litaka. In the meantime, Hammond right behind them watches. He's cooled off, and it's that battle for first, second, and third that we're watching. But fourth and fifth between Dix and Aubrey. Somehow, Nicky Dix was able to get ahead of Aubrey, despite the fact that Aubrey was around the outside of one, as we were saying, which is the advantage. Nicky Dix made it stick and knew exactly where to place his Porsche.
Absolutely incredible stuff, and we are seeing a little bit in the background, the two are going to go side by side, but into Africa, learning from the mistakes from Heat 1 and Heat 2. Now it's starting to open up the taps. Charles Arungis is going to have to try and close up. They got 14 laps, well, less than 14 laps, heading into 5 and 6 tabletop here at Zwartkops, and take a look at the line difference. Lataka learning that he can't push the car out too wide there, as it causes a little bit of an issue. But here is an interesting battle, and it is for championship position. Nicky Dix versus Roy Aubrey. They're fighting it down through 6 into 7, and Nicky Dix ensuring that he just keeps as close to the middle line as possible. Close off the gap as Roy Aubrey once again trying to hunt down that apex, not able to get that pass done and dusted. It is late on the brakes for our leaders into turn 2, both keeping a rather tight line.
Yeah, very tight line did Nicky Dix take as well, and Roy Aubrey, regardless of that,
wanted to fill his rearview mirror. Might not have paid off there at turn 2. Roy Aubrey just lost it, and Nicky Dix is going to breathe a sigh of relief. Wayne Roach just lost it out of turn 1. What happened there? He was on his own. We'll get a replay, but in the meantime, biggest story thus far, the battle we've been watching all weekend between, of the whole Saturday between Nicky Dix and Roy Aubrey just culminated in this. Aubrey beached at turn 2.
So he's now just waiting for the RSRs to get by, but it's Charles Ranji's getting it ahead of the Taka, and Damian Hammond now able to put a little bit of pressure on the back of him. Mercedes hasn't quite got the power, as it is an BOP car versus an unrestricted of the GT3s, but now has an opportunity to just show that nose a little bit forward, can get into the fight. However, Charles Ranjis now looks to open up the gap, but remember, there is dirt out in turn 1 and turn 2. Red flag comes out, which means all the cars will have to remain in their spots, slow it all down, and get themselves sorted. So we do have one of the cars stopped into the entrance of 3.
That'll be Roach.
No, it was a Porsche.
It was a Porsche.
It was a Porsche. Now the question is it Nicky Dix? Or is it...
Oh, it is Nicky Dix.
Is it? There it is.
No, this is Van Vuren.
That's Van Vuren's car.
Yeah.
So Andre Van Vuren unfortunately stopped on the entrance to 3.
So that would have been Van Vuren and Roach possibly at turn 1.
Oh, there is the mistake. Aubrey, a little bit late on the brakes, had to really slam on the anchors. He dusts off, and at the same time, Wayne Roach lost it through 1. And that's how that all worked out. But, oh man, what a blow.
Sheesh. Double blow.
Well, that's I'm feeling sorry for Van Vuren. He's had a really consistent race up until now, and that car has been working faultlessly. Unfortunately, this seems like it's given up the goat right now. However, Roy Aubrey just trying to get himself going. He's going to be making his way back to the grid. Now, red flag procedures, all cars stop on the grid. They will then get themselves lined up, and they will be able to restart the race. If, for whatever reason, the race cannot be restarted, they will go 1 lap back in results, which means Nicky Dix will be ahead of Roy Aubrey there, which does help him out in the championship. Now, our marshals, very, very thankful for them, and it's one thing I spoke about, having all the different people within motorsports. Even though if you're not a driver, I highly do recommend, even if you are a driver, be part of the marshals team. You get to learn a lot of interesting things, whether it's how to fight fires, first aid, where you need to be. It's a lot of tireless and thankless work, but honestly so needed. Without our marshals and our recovery teams, a race day is not allowed to function by law. So a huge thank you to our incredible marshals team here at the beautiful circuit of Zwartkops. But there's the shot, lining up at the front. Charles Ranjis out in first position with the Inter Africa Lamborghini Huracan lined up and ready to go. That's the Evo, not the Evo 2, if I remember correctly.
That is the Evo 2.
That's the Evo 2. So the okay, so the Evo is going to be in the 4-hour. Right.
Interesting that the team has decided to switch which of the bulls they're racing in which series.
Which is different to what they did in the previous round, where they actually stuck the Evo instead of the Evo 2 in for the Sports and GT. So trying out something a little bit different, trying to get a little bit of stretch of the legs. But now the teams are going to be giving a little bit of communication to one another, just of what's going on, what's the track conditions being like, and you can see our team managers giving that bit of information. Another role that is so overlooked is our team managers that have that little bit of insight of what's going on. Also, just trying to calm the drivers down, give them a bit of information on what's happening out there. It's very, very worrying when you're sitting in the car. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if you've been doing well. Is the car reacting okay as what's in the plans? You sit and wait. But honestly, it's just an amazing time.
It It is. And I saw 2 of our RSRs in the pits. They probably went into the pits not having had a chance or received the communication to go back to the starting grid, as is the proper red flag procedures. You can see them right behind, one behind the other there. It's George ahead of Andre. But yeah, we're going to have race proceedings continue once we've determined that we have safe enough conditions to do so. Marshals at the ready as ever, making sure that is the case.
Can I screenshot that top view of all the cars lined up? It was amazing.
Yeah,
Absolutely. I mean, if we get the drone a little bit lower, I'm just going to pull the camera out, because to see right there in the front a variety of different eras of Porsches. You've also got the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 that's out in the circuit, a Gallardo and a Super Trofeo lined up. I mean, these are just incredible pieces of machinery that are ready to fight their way through. Question that I've got to come in here. Roy Aubrey is now on the back foot with Nicky Dix, and there's going to be a bit of concern as well. And our marshals are doing a bit of a clean-up on the outside line. Now, this is on the left-hand side, heading into 3, where you actually want to put your car and take a later apex. So this is going to move everyone slightly off that line, which can become a little bit more problematic. So let's quickly take a look. Under braking, locks the rears up, and oh, there she goes. Round and round for Roy Aubrey, but manages to keep it just out of harm's way. And at the same time as we were watching this, Wayne Roach outbraked himself into 1. And wow. The very, very hairy moment where Roy Aubrey and Nicky Dix, I think both got wide-eyed, took a deep breath, and just waited for just something to happen.
Listen, time becomes very, very viscous when the car is approaching an apex at that angle. When your door is going towards the apex, I don't think that's a good thing. Just time moves incredibly slow there.
This is into turn 1.
Yep, that is into turn 1. Now, I wonder if Van Vuuren's issue affected Roach, but Roach may have been ahead of Van Vuuren in the running, not behind him.
Not if they've gone and fell. Looking at this, he was a lap down. So I've got a funny feeling that Van Vuuren, his engine let go, dropped oil into 1, which then landed up with Wayne Roach going off at 1, but at the same time was just a little bit on the racing line for Roy Aubrey to run into, which caused the spin and him bailing off. So, I mean, this is, not what you want to have for Van Vuuren, and a little bit of work coming in there. Thankfully, as was pointed out by Amir, these cars, you can get spares relatively easily here in South Africa, and that's what makes them seen as the gentleman supercars to be able to have as both road cars and race cars for the Porsche brand. And our A going and sorting out to move Van Vuuren's car off the circuit. But now there's always going to be the concern, little voice in your head of, well, is the track going to have enough grip out there? Yes, they've putting cement dust on. That goes and actually soaks up that oil, which is phenomenal to have. It just goes and dries it up, and then the powder gets thrown off to the side. However, it does create a bit of a blanket when you drive through it, so your vision goes out. It's not what you want to be driving through, and it's definitely not what you want to be behind when someone's going through it as well. So now they're going to be taking everyone a lap back into their positions where they were, restart the race, and a bit of work going on Wayne Roach's car, because I think he's just brought half the seaside with him.
No wonder you've got some people in their beach attire than they were anticipating
something
to happen. But that's always the case. There's always a challenge and a spanner in the works coming into Zwartkops. You can never quite call it. Thankfully, we are definitely in a situation where there's an abundance of talent and capacity to make things happen in a situation like this, to recover the race and get things back underway. You can see the repositioning, getting back into the proper positioning just before the incident happened. We've got the marshal there clearing the front of the circuit. Oof, there you go. A picture of just how much of the other parts of the real estates that Wayne Roach collected there going into turn 1. So it must have been really bad.
It's very, very thick in terms of turn 1, because they're trying to slow the cars down hugely. So there's actually a rule in MSA of how much depth you need of that kitty litter to go through. So once you go in, 9 times out of 10, you get stuck. That one time that you don't, well, you're bringing up half of the earth with you as well, and especially with these cars, they gather it up. That's an extra 2.5, 3 kilos of sand that's just picked tucked up underneath the car. And even now while he's driving, he's going to hear a little bit of clattering underneath as it's all just shaken loose. So he's going to have to try and clear those tires as much as possible, get as much of it out before he can start pushing. Otherwise, he is going to be constantly not finding the grip underneath him. And that is going to be the same for Roy Aubrey, who went off as well, picking up some of the dirt during the course of the race. Now, question comes in, who is going to be on the money for the restart? Because if we go back a little bit, Charles Rangi's got ahead of Mr. Lataka up into 5. But Zolile was faster on the start to try get ahead of Charles Rangi's. This is where the question comes in. Has Zolile got enough to stay focused to repeat it? Or is Rangi's now going to have the upper edge? Because as everything settles down, adrenaline starts to come down, heartbeat starts to slow a little bit, you start to look around, start to realize how warm you are in the car, how much the muscles are starting to ache a little bit. You start to wonder about the circuit, you start guessing how much grip's out there, and before you even know it, you're 1.5 seconds away from your competitor.
100%, and that was like a split seconds worth of distraction in that moment. So we'll see. I mean, moments like these are a great reset. They can be a great reset. If you had a lead, for example, lost it, and if you had some sort of edge, even though you may not have had a position advantage, if you had some sort of edge and were catching up and closing a gap, this may just reset that. So your ability to focus in scenarios like this is called to the fore. And that is Andre van Vieren scratching his head there, getting ready to figure out what the exact issue is. Cool, calm, collected character, always a smile on his face. And I imagine he'd take a challenge like this in his stride, absolutely unbothered. Hear about the fun element. Remember, it's always got to be fun. And he's going to be, unfortunately for him, given that it's the close of the racing for the weekend for this particular class, it's going to be like, okay, what did I get wrong? How can we get this niggle out of the way going into the next round? That's going to be his focus now, because his weekend, unfortunately, has come to an end. But in the championship, it also has its effect, doesn't it?
That's it. Roy Aubrey will gain 6th position, seeing Andre van Vieren out of this run, so which means the championship is going to go down to Kai Lamy. But there is the oil into 1 on the racing line through the apex. Oh boy, that's where a tight line and a late exit is what you're going to be needing to keep going. But man, oh man, this is a risky one for the drivers to really push hard off the start. You want to rather just tiptoe a little bit, be calm, see where things go. The question is, do they have enough laps to be able to tiptoe around, or are you going to have to take that deep breath, grab the dice, roll it, and see whether you're going to get 6s or are you going to get those snake eyes?
Let's have a look at that. Now, okay, safety car back on, so we know that we're pretty much close to getting things back on underway. We can see the last bit of cement dust being cleared. That is turn 2 and going into 3. Okay, still got a bit of work to do, but I think the marshals and everybody on the ground now, ground 0, quite happy with the proceedings, and we look highly likely to get things back underway in a safe manner as possible. But given the distance across the race that we've gone, we're going to lose about, 2 laps.
2 laps will be roughly it.
Yeah, 2 laps or so.
So if you're just joining us on Prime Media Plus, a massive welcome, and out on YouTube. We're under red flag conditions at the moment due to an oil spillage from likes of Van Vieren's car. It landed up with Wayne Roach into the dirt in turn 1 and Roy Aubrey landing up into the dirt in turn 2 before the red flags came out. A quick replay of that, and you can see Wayne Roach off into turn 1 as Roy Aubrey lost the rear of the car, so simultaneously running into issues. Roy Aubrey narrowly missing the likes of Nicky Dix, who runs out wide, both experiencing that loss of traction due to the oil on circuit. And that's been cleared up, and we will be going underway with racing conditions very, very soon. Also, heads up, if anyone wants to take a look at the SAES website, we do have the amazing magazine that's been put out with lots and lots of stories behind the scenes, including our 18-year-old new official, Tyler Hill, coming in, being part of the SAES family. Struggles with CMT, but doesn't let that slow her down. She's able to keep going, very positive, very knowledgeable, and from racing to official, she's going through all the avenues of just ticking those boxes, and honestly is a member of youth that I really, really do look up to. And honestly, that's going to be one to have a chat to a little bit later on. A little Tyler Hill that's going out and being with the SAES family.
Oh, incredible. Great to see her here. And our brother Luke into his racing as well. Very much so. Youngster also coming in at grassroots level. And one day we're going to be seeing him on main circuits not too long into the near future. But let's have a try and keep up with some of our virtual grandstands, because we've put out a request, of course, to get some names for some of the cars. What are the best contenders we've seen so far? I mean, we're looking at the number 27 RC Mustang. I put forward Knight Rider, but that was quickly shot down by Stephen Koenig.
Yes.
But someone, I think it was it
was Krusty that came
up
with
with Apex Predator.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was the best one
But
we've
we've
seen
also
so
got the Mercedes.
Okay, yeah, Damien Hammond's number 57, which we can see to the left of your shot now, still needs a name too. So we're still out there waiting to hear exactly what you think is the perfect way to crown or christen some of these cars. Nadine and Chloe doesn't have, quite the ring to it, the aggressive ring to it, because Chloe and Nadine were like, look, if you're not going to name the cars, then you might as well name them after us. But we'll see. We've still got a bit of time for y'all to have a look at these cars out in their racing trim and see what best suits them. Wayne Roach getting another chance at it. Given the profile of these cars, their front splitters collect a lot of the kitty litter when they go in there, but that's all being cleared. It took some time because it was quite a bit having 3 cars having gone into the kitty, but that's being cleared, and we've got the remainder of this race ahead of us, and we're going to close it up with a bang for the Sporting GT Cup race.
Absolutely awesome. And also our spectators, I was walking around having a chat to them, just the smiles of the cars being around. They're just enjoying the weather, they're enjoying the time. Also out by turn 4, there's people that are brying out there. The smells are absolutely incredible as well. I've a little bit of wanting to climb in my own car and head across and join in with the braais, but everyone having a ton of fun, and you can still get your tickets to come and enjoy the racing, because later on we're going to be having the 4 hours of Zwartkops. 150 Rand gets you in through the gates, 250 Rand gets you out on the grid during the grid walk before the 4 hours of Zwartkops starts for round 5 of the South African Endurance Series. And honestly, you and I sit here, well, they get to walk around on the grid, and man, I won't lie, I get jealous each and every time.
Yeah, and every single car would invoke that jealousy. There's not a car you look at that is not going to get you feeling, I have that racer in me. I could do it. I know I could. Just give me a helmet, some gloves and overalls, and we're good to go. And we'll duct tape the rest onto me. Yeah, definitely enviable positions for each and every one of those gentlemen, whether the racing drivers, mechanics, team managers, marshals, even everyone just putting their bits in to contribute to this wonderful show that we got on here for you here at Zwartkops. So you still got a chance to join us if you're on the virtual grandstand, but you want to come to ground level, then certainly do come through. We've seen the majority of our sport races and sprint races come and go. This is the final rendition for the Sporting GT. That's on 4 wheels, and then the 2-wheeled race is going to see its final as well, the MRSSA after this, and then we're going to get things really settled down again for the finale for round 5. That is the 4-hour SAES, 4 hours of Zwartkops, not too long from now. But we've got the clear, the safety car now peeling off. We're going to get racing underway once more.
So they're going to do about 1 or 2 laps behind safety car just to go and get heat into the tires, heat into the brakes, because they've been standing for a bit of time. That loses heat and tire pressures as well. So the drivers are also going to have a sighting lap to see what the track looks like. Remember, last time they went around these corners, it was a little bit slick out there.
Yep.
Now they go and see the cement dust. This also allows the cars to start kicking off some of that cement dust, try and clear the line off a little bit. And as you can see, Nicky Dix is starting to just play a little bit on that racing line, seeing how much grip actually is out there. Many of the drivers will want to avoid it. You'll see a lot of experienced drivers will put a wheel into it once or twice just to see, okay, is there a little bit of grip here that I can utilize that no one else is going to try and go for? Can I protect my line here as well? So, different ways of taking a look at it. You'll also see the drivers utilizing a bit of friction as they weave left to right, trying to generate heat into the carcass of the tire. They will start going and scrubbing the outsides. They want it to bleed through into the carcass, and they'll also be utilizing a bit of brake drag as well, generating heat into the brakes that goes into the rim. Different ways to try and bring everything up to temperature. It's a 2.4 kilometer circuit, so it's not very long, but it is a demanding circuit on both mechanical grip and mental game to keep moving forward. So, how's this all going to work out? Wayne Roach a little bit further back. Roy Aubrey lined up next to Nicky Dix and Blunden there. Safety car pulling into the pits. It's going to go to the front. It's going to be Porsche versus Lambo. It's into Africa versus Stradale. Zolile battling out with the likes of Charles as they round the final corner. Looking to the lights. Lights on, lights on. Mind the outside line because it's not where you want to be this time around. And we get ready to go. Racing off to turn 1, and it is going to be into Africa, putting those forward. Charles Ranges sends it around the outside. No fear at all. Damien Hammond having a good run as well. Looks for the inside line. Couldn't quite get the pass there. And Nicky Dix holding back Roy Aubrey. JJ Dazel trying to hold out around the outside of Van Blunden and gives it everything he's got.
Blunden seeing an opportunity there and making it stick. Blunden now has Roach ahead of him, having passed Daisel between turns 2 and 3. Well done to spot the gap there and capitalize on it. You saw Damien Hammond there going aggressively across the cement dust, making sure not to spend too much time on the less grippy part of the circuit, but that didn't quite yield dividends. But he did come close there going into turn 2, but Arangis and Nitaka have opened that gap that has become familiar over the course of the Saturday. But in the meantime, news just in. It is Ant Blunden now ahead of Daisel, having spotted that opportunity.
It's going to be an interesting one to play for here. Nicky Dix also trying to go a little bit defensive, a little bit of a lean on the inside there, just to see if Roy Aubrey was going to take the bait. However, it was not to be the case. Roy Aubrey is going to just wait his time and will be having a little voice in the back of the head. Mind turn 2 the whole time after his previous spin and close call. Is he going to be able to really fight his way through? As now the car's starting to open up a little bit of distance. We still got 11 laps in this race, and anything can happen during the course of it because, like what we found in Heat 2, traffic can play a very, very big part in this race.
Yep. The track is not quite the same now after that incident in the minds of the racing drivers, at least, regardless of how much conditions might emulate what we had early on today. Damien Hammond out 5, going a bit wide there and nearly becoming one with the kilometer. But that was he always takes it all the way wide, so he maxes out on the circuit. Is something that Chloe and I were talking about yesterday, about how he's just definitely using every inch available to him at every part of the circuit. You can see how he almost touches the grass at some point, specifically at turn 1. Ooh, Letaka loses the rear, goes into the litter at turn 1. He recovers the car though, but some more dust just came up at turn 1. At the exit of what I imagine it's a lot dustier now. Don't want to be around the outside there. But he managed to recover the car and get back out into the circuit once more. Let's see if it was first Arangis at 5. And yeah, there goes Letaka now. Hammond lost there. There it is. It was Hammond first at turn 5. That was his incident. And not too long after, Letaka would lose it at 1.
Sure. Over 100 k's an hour through turn 1, and you have the car just letting loose like that. The tire wall gets a lot closer than you think as you bounce around. He was able to get the car out of the kitty litter, which is very thankful, because that would have quite easily stopped the car. We've seen that happen in the past in the 4 hours of Zwartkops beginning of the year of turn 1, doing exactly that. But now this has got an interesting twist. Damien Hammond is ahead of Leclerc. They are racing for class position, and at the moment Damien Hammond is leading the championship, 234 points, to the likes of Leclerc's 141 points. So this can give him a little bit more of a run to help getting into Kyalami. So Damien Hammond's sole goal now is make that Mercedes as wide as possible and ensure that that Lamborghini finishes behind you under all costs if you want to take the fight into the final round of the SAES at Kyalami later this year.
And he's got 9 laps to do that. Let's see what he makes of it. But in the meantime, we've got, that is Nicky Dix getting clean air ahead of Roy Aubrey. There's nothing, at least so far, it seems that Aubrey can do about the advances that Nicky Dix has found. And we've got also Ant Blunden as well as JJ Daisel in the background there. And Wayne Roach features in that battle. But it's Charles Rangi so far who's got clean air. And that is by and large, at least at this point and this juncture, thanks to that going off of Letaka around this part of the circuit. In the meantime, Charles Rangi's at 1:01.7, fastest time we've seen thus far. He is able to take us to sub 1 time. Let's see if he's gonna decide to go to that part of his ability. Let's see, we've still got plenty of time actually. 8 laps or so to go. He might just break that 1 minute threshold yet. Let's stand by for that. But in the meantime, it's Hammond looking at a comfortable second place so far. If he can, yeah, like you said, keep that Mercedes as wide as possible, because he is in a very good standing in the championship.
This is it, and remember that he is in the older between the battle, or the older cars between the battle of Leclerc and himself. So we got a 2020 car versus a very modern 2024 Hurricane Evo 2. They're going to be brawling it out with one another, and Inter Africa is no slouch in their car setup. They know how to get a little bit more on pace, and they're going to be chasing down, because getting a victory here means they got the leg up heading into Kyalami. If it comes to Samlin getting ahead, Damien Hammond's going to be quite happy on his lead heading into Kyalami, which is going to be for big points. And remember, this is a national championship as well, so you've got colors on the line here. Are you going to back out of it? Are you going to wait, or are you going to just stand on the gas and make it just get to the top? It's going to be a tough one out there, and you can already see that gap starting to close up between the two. Interesting also on circuit, the Hurricane are going and chasing down the Gallardo. 2 different eras of Lamborghini at the moment, really trying to fight their way through. The Super Trofeo, which is more of a cup-based car, that is for drivers that are going through like a Cup series. You know how you got the Porsche Cup?
Yep.
Lamborghini's got the same version, that's the Super Trofeo.
Yep.
And Ferrari's also got one as well. It's a challenge car. So it's good to see the drivers bringing in some interesting machinery we don't often get to see here in Africa. And I'm not talking about just seeing it in South Africa. This is one of the very few cars in Africa that live here. The most of them are sitting way overseas out in Europe. Wayne Roach, who's in the is in the Gallardo, which is a road car. It's been around for quite some time in South African motorsport and has really gone through different championships. It's really done well. So now Wayne Roach, who calls himself a gentleman driver, puts the visor down. I think he becomes a little less of a gentleman and a bit more of, you're gonna have to fight me for this one. And as we know, he will make sure to make you work hard. And Blunden also, don't count him out. A multiple champion by himself is going to be looking forward to trying to get past in his brand new car after saying farewell to the McLarens.
Yeah, farewell indeed. I saw you shed a tear there, Steve, at the news of not being able to mention the word McLaren for the foreseeable future out on circuit. In the meantime, Mr. Litlaka's 101.2 as a shade to how much? 4 tenths quicker, 3 tenths quicker than the time that Oranges is set out in the lead. So Mr. Litlaka has a bit in his teeth to get his second place back. He has 4 or so laps to do it, 4 laps and some change for him to get to Damien Hammond. Last we checked, he had gained 3 car lengths or so between himself and Hammond. Let's see, that's Hammond now clearing turn 3 as we have Oranges, leader of the race in the pack. Hammond has 2 back markers, that is the twin RSR, let's call them. And then it will be Oranges, his next target. But for the foreseeable future, that is what, for the next 4 laps. Doesn't look like it's going to be very likely, but he will have to check his rear view mirrors for a raging Litlaka.
I think for George Archimedes, he will be the judge of that, considering he is the judge. He's going to be keeping a very close eye on that battle. However, big turn of events here. Take a look. Roy Aubrey ahead of Nicky Dix.
Oh my goodness. Who would have called it? Nicky Dix looked like he had the whole race in between him and Aubrey. So he's going to be revived. His rage and ambition is going to be revived with 4 laps to go, or 3 laps and some change. There he is, late on the brakes. Slightly rear happy there, keeping it neat and tidy, not onto the curbing. Both of them choose not to do so, and it's going to be Aubrey trying to widen his Porsche. Not too long from now. Yep, there it is. Who's Nicky Dix is going to make himself known and try and fill the rear view mirrors there as much as he can. But yeah, now you just have to make yourself present and get into Aubrey's mind, let him know you're there at every turn. You definitely can't put a wheel wrong. Otherwise, I am going to capitalize. That at least is what I imagine Nicky Dix would be thinking right now.
Nicky Dix is braking a lot later, and he's coming off the brakes a lot quicker as well to ensure he can stay in for the fight with Roy Aubrey. Remember, he hasn't got the power and he hasn't got the aero to fight, but if he can try and capitalize under braking to make it work out in his favor, brake later and come off the brakes earlier, means he can carry more momentum, can get into the fight. However, time is running out quicker and quicker, and we do get a lap time from Charles Ranjis, a 1 minute 0.9, but it's going to be Nicky Dix going for the inside. No room. Roy Aubrey going and closing that door, really leaned on it. Takes a look to the center mirror going, not this chance, buddy. We have battled it out in the early 2000s where you got the upper hand on me in these type of cars. This time round for 2025, we are going to fight once again, and I'm going to win.
Oh, I'm so late on the brakes. I don't have a clock. No concept of time. I'll arrive to that apex tomorrow. You can see this is going to heat up only further. Let's see. Two laps and some change to go. And in the meantime, Charles Ranjis is on the 1 minute dead mark. Well, that is 1 minute dead for Charles Ranjis, so he's still shaving away some of that time. Only it's like our last time was a 1 minute 1.2 as Nicky Dix reels in Roy Aubrey as much as he can, especially at the corners, given the performance difference between these two vehicles. We're approaching turn 5 again. We're clearing 4. Last time we were here, a couple of seconds ago, Nicky Dix thought he had the brakes and anchors to trouble Roy Aubrey. Let's see if he keeps that going. In the meantime, trouble in the rear view mirrors of Damian Hammond. It is a green raging bull. Stolizak wanting his second place position back on the podium. Let's see if Damian Hammond can widen that Mercedes. It's going to be a Mercedes with 5 E's this time instead of just the 1. Let's have a look.
I can hear the Jeremy Clarkson power from the V8 shouting as it tries to go and leg it in front of the V10. You might have 2 cylinders more than me, but I am going to utilize every little bit of grunt, and it's going to be German manufacturing against the Italians. But what is going to have the advantage? Hammond to the middle of the course. Well, you see Lataka holds the racing line. He's not too concerned now, not waiting for a pass just as yet. He's going to try and hang on the back of him as they continue on. And it's still going to be close racing as they will be coming around for 2 laps left in the race. This is for the championship. Hammond needs the points.
And Lataka puts his nose in, thinks better of it. He's just making his presence felt. I am here, Damian Hammond. Wee, looks like it's but out turn to turn 1. Hammond goes super wide. Attacker down the inside. Does he make it stick? Usually a disadvantage to be down the inside, and he had to think better of it there. It was never going to work given how far back he was coming from. He knew to pull out.
Oh, but Hammond was really, really wide there, so he was just hoping for it all to grip at this point. He is just relying solely on mechanical, and we got 1 lap left in this race. So this is the fight for second. This is the fight for the championship. Will there be an advantage heading into Kailami, or will Into Africa go and say, Samlin, guess what? We're coming for you. Ooh. It's going to be Damian Hammond, guards the inside line up through 5, heading to turn 6, guards the line, as here comes the likes of Ant Blunden, Wayne Roach, JJ Dazel, and there is our race winner, Charles Ranjis, takes the full victory here today, but final corner is going to be Damian Hammond. Can he get on the gas quick enough to stay ahead, and does so? Damian Hammond will carry the advantage heading into Kailami for the final round of the SAES for the SA GT Super Trophy, but it's Into Africa that will be knocking at the door saying, listen, let's see how this turns out. Charles Ranjis checked out of that fight and absolutely gapped it. 8.1 seconds, but take a look at the finish of Lataka. 0.2 of a second. Nicky Dix falls behind Roy Aubrey. That means their championship fight is going to go down to Kailami as well. 0.2 of a second between them.
That is incredible. 2 championship fights materializing in incredible, exciting fashion. Brave on Lataka to try and go down the inside there towards the end and thinking better of it, but to commit like that, knowing where he came from early on in the race, that was really brave.
Well, George Vakamides, or as he's been known to Dennis Temple, it was Archimedes, getting ahead of Andre van der Merwe. Now, last time those two were on circuit at Red Star, van der Merwe beat Vakamides, and then George said, once I'm back from holiday, we'll see who gets ahead of one another. Van der Merwe was like, nah, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. You're not going to catch me. Well, George got the upper hand this time around, so guess who's going to get someone a milkshake at our stores? But absolutely incredible, incredible stuff. The drivers all showing what they can do, and coming down to Kailami for our SA GT Super Trophy and our GT Cup SA, we're in for an absolute treat.
Oh, that was a treat indeed. The battle between these two cars. that just came in and out of frame. It was Maverick versus the nameless 57 of Samden Racing so far. That was really, really exciting stuff. Solarangi set the benchmark and continues to beat it. Did he go sub 1 minute this time around?
No,
he
didn't.
not. He did not go sub 1 minute. We felt that he was perfectly at ease there with 8 seconds between him and the next competitor. As well finished for the Stradale Motorsport stable there. World standard they set for themselves here on African shores. Really, really beautiful setup to see. We've had incredible drone shots. We see all 3 of the Stradale Motorsport cars out of the garage there, and it's definitely enjoyable. Ari Neveling, as well as Harry Aranjis, congratulating Charles, who's done incredible to keep the Stradale Motorsport stable flying high.
And also the second generation going and also showing Dad a little bit of love there. But there is Roy Aubrey, who's going to be smiling ear to ear as he's going to be fighting for the championship. Come Kyalami against Nicky Dix. Gary van der Spey going to be also saying, well done, mate. Good job there as the Stradale team get it all sorted out. But we'll be looking forward to the 4 hours of Zwartkops coming up soon. And a beautiful shot of a busy pit lane as we see JJ Dazel going and getting himself out of the vehicle. Beautiful purple, I've got to say. I never thought a Porsche in purple looks amazing until I saw that car. But now I know where my colours that I'd like to have.
Really?
It's not a bit of purple, add a bit of white instead of the black, and have the purple.
Well, is this you going through like post-McLaren trauma therapy or something? Because we don't
You're
have
reminding
McLaren
me
on
of
the grid at the
heartache.
moment.
You're reminding me of heartache. But Ant Blunden is going to be enjoying how his Lamborghini Super Trofeo has shown. And we got to see some of the live onboard footage with our iCams as well, with the Vodacom 4U SIM cards. They're giving us all that footage as well. Absolutely incredible, incredible stuff. And I honestly can't wait heading into the final round later this year that they're going to be battling out for the championship. So we'll have to see how it all goes. And it's going to be a great one for our drivers to be fighting out. But now, that being said, MRSSA will be heading out onto the circuit for their final heat of the day as we get closer and closer to the main event. Tickets are still open for you to go and join us here at Zwartkops.
Yeah, I'm watching Damien Hammond. Can't wait to get his overalls off. It's the heat in the literal sense when it comes to today's racing, but he's done well to get those points, and he's going to be chuffed with what that materializes as going down into Kyalami. A race ago, he may have gotten a taste of the silverware and thought, this is possible, and now that would have really put in the sort of grit that he would need to actually go all the way and challenge for the championship. And what he's decided is his challenger for the end, that Mercedes. He's definitely having the time of his life right now.
It's going to be an exciting one, but honestly, some great time. But our MRSSA heading out onto the circuit. They will be getting ready to rock and roll in the race. But that being said, we've got to go back to the man, the myth, the legend, the rider, the commentator, the coach. There's quite a few things. You're a mechanic, you're the coffee maker as well. Timber Kamalu joining in the commentary box.
Thank you for having me, Stephen. What a race we just witnessed there. That was incredible. The racing has been serving up today. It has been delivering. I'm wondering how many heat puns we're going to go through today. But the track action is burning hot. As you can see, the sun comes out. A bit of cloud cover here in Centurion, but the cloud cover doesn't seem to be helping with the temperature, does it, Steve?
No, not at all. And if that's a challenge of how many dad jokes you can get out, guess what? You're going to lose that fight, buddy. MRSSA heading out for race 3. I know that you're having a chat to a couple of the riders. What's their thoughts heading into this final heat as the pressure's on for the likes of Tyler Richardson to really show his mettle one last time, and also with the championship battle between Veringa and King so close?
So there are a few riders who are on new tyres. Tyler Richardson being one of them. You can actually see the sticker there on his rear tyre. So a couple of our riders are on new rubber. So don't be surprised if we see some surprise performances. Some riders have been on the same set of tyres for all 3 races. So we might also see some riders further back than we've seen them in the earlier races. Of course, the cement dust is going to be a bit of a challenge for the riders. We can still see some of it in turn 1. Thankfully that we did have that restart for the GTs
which at least will have put some rubber down on top of that cement dust, which will be very, very helpful for the bikes. I do think our riders will be a little bit anxious going into turn number 1 and 2 for the first time, as we are under starters' orders. Keep an eye out for that race start. Who will get the whole shot into turn 1?
That's going to be a great one to see. David Ringer switched out from a Kawasaki to a BMW during the course of the season. This time round, he's going to be fighting for the championship as they launch off the line, heading into turn 1. Now, I don't think any of them are being rather gentle.
Not at all. Jordan King. Problem there for Brad Rodenstock on his Bikers Warehouse Honda CBR 1000 RR. Jordan King wide into turn 2. Very, very wide entry there. Surprising to see that from him. Good to see Yahya Sahabuddin back out on track on his BMW. We saw him retire on the sighting lap of race number 2. Tyler Richardson leads once again ahead of Varinga and Ghost going into turn 4 on lap number 1.
Absolutely incredible stuff, and it looks like King feeling a bit of pressure as well, as he's getting chased down by the likes of Heiseman, who is constantly keeping the pressure on him, trying to figure out where can they get the drive. Looks for the inside line, not able to get it into turn 5, really trying to keep it all together.
Heiseman goes through on Jordan King. Clearly problems for Jordan King at this stage of the race, as Babaso and Ryan Fata almost make contact around turn 6. Fata committing to that outside line there in the battle for third place in the Unlimited Thousands. Mabaso is ahead of Sia Shabalala. We saw those two riders coming together and going off the circuit in race number 1. They will be having a race-long battle. But Jordan King, if he has any hopes of catching Dave Varinga, has to get ahead of that Ducati V4 as soon as possible. Yaku Ghost in P3. He has been really, really good in terms of his race pace. He gets faster and faster as the race goes on, where the majority of the riders have been getting slower and slower. Steve, what do you think is happening there with Jordan King? What can you see?
I don't know. It just, he's not on the ball. He's also braking a little bit later. Maybe the fatigue starting to kick in a little bit more, not so comfortable like he was in race 2. So possibly just not quite feeling it, and a little bit of concern with possibly loss of traction heading into turn 1, turn 2, and heading into 3. However, really needs to dig deep here if he wants to try and keep some advantage.
Shabalala wide at 5.
Oh, and that's cost him big time as he loses a position into 6. He's trying to fight it through 7, but just no room to get it done.
Jandre Ferry picks up a position to get ahead of Clive Turnbull and Shabalala. So 16-year-old Jandre Ferry on his Kawasaki ZX6 is going forwards. The response seems to be coming from King. Finally, he's got 8 laps to go, so a lot of work for him to do, because he is over 5 seconds, I think, behind Varinga out front.
Now this is going to be a big run for him at the moment. Tyler Richardson putting in the fastest lap time of the race of 104.6 to David Varinga's time of a 104.9. And to repeat it again, that's a 600 taking on the thousands. If you don't know how much corner momentum you got to carry to outdo displacement, it is incredible, but they've set that bike up beautifully. Now they're going to try and figure out what the next game plan is.
Truly, Steve. Ferry attempts a maneuver on Mabaso going up to turn 5. I don't think he is close enough. Quite a battle we have unfolding here for 7th position. Shabalala now finds his way through on Ferry using the power of that Inter-Africa Racing Yamaha R1. Mabaso seems to be going a bit defensive, so he knows he's in a big group battle. Ferry tries to dive bomb the two of them. Shabalala around the outside of Mabaso. Steve, you don't see that at turn 8 every day.
No, not at all. And I think Ferry was like, I'm going to go for it, realized that no one's going to be backing down. And it's like, well, I think I'm going to be the one to slow down here. But Shabalala putting it all on the line to try and keep ahead, but now the pressure goes on. Ferry hunting down the inside, couldn't quite get the pass done, and he's got the likes of Clive Turnbull also gunning it behind him.
We're seeing an excellent defensive ride here from Mabaso. He is one of those riders who is on one set of tires for all 3 races. That's why you see that train forming up behind him. However, he is keeping up with Shabalala at this stage of the race with 7 laps to go. If you actually look at the left side of his rear tire, you can see the wear lines there. Rob Ferreira on his R1 is making progress. Mabaso up the inside of Shabalala into turn 5, not quite close enough. Manages to keep it together in one piece. So Steve, Mabaso finds himself in a very difficult position as we see Ferry going backwards, where he has to attack on Shabalala but defend from Ferreira behind him, and they are all on Yamaha R1, so quite an evenly matched battle here.
Well, the thing is, he's got to make those attacks work, because every time he doesn't, he gets pulled back into the crowd. So every time he takes that dive, doesn't work out, he loses time. He's got to think about it on how is he going to move forward. It's definitely a tough moment to be in. And honestly, this is an argument you really don't want to be in. Side by side, elbow to elbow. And as the youngsters throwing these bikes around the course, they're showing their colors. They're showing why they are future world champions in motorcycle racing.
It is an all Yamaha affair as Mabaso closes up on Shabalala once again, because Clive Turnbull has made his way through on free. So now we've got a train of Yamaha R1s, 4 of them in line astern. Rob Ferreira is signaling there. He might have problems with his motorcycle. Hand up for Rob Ferreira. He is slowing down. Tough break for him there. Looks like technical problems for Rob Ferreira racing in the Masters class. And Simpiwe Mahlobo has found his way through on Ferreira, who continues to go backwards. So the Yamaha of Ferreira has been replaced by the Yamaha of Mahlobo with 5 laps to go. However, Mahlobo is on a Yamaha R6. 2 teenagers doing battle as they come through turn number 8.
Well, pointing out, Jaco Kroos actually seeing the fastest lap time of the race, a 1:03.9, as he's going and still charging to try and keep up with Veringa and Richardson, who hold 2nd and 1st place. But honestly, some great racing going on up and down through the field, and going to be a great one. I know you're a big Ducati fan, but I think the Yamaha brand's starting to shout your name a little bit here as they battle their way through. Honestly, some great racing. And even if you're looking towards the sharp end of the field, Richardson still leads on the 600, keeping ahead of the thousands that hold 2nd and 3rd behind him. A master of Jaco Kroos, who's been in the world of motorcycle racing for many years. Veringa, a multiple champion, continues on, but Mamaso looked for the inside into 6, had to back off quite a bit there, not quite where he wants to be, and he keeps going for the attack on 6. Maybe just hold back a little bit, aim for turn 8, rather sit on the racing line. He keeps bottling himself up a little bit more, and that allows Clive Turnbull to get right back onto the attack.
Spot on with your analysis there, Steve. If I were in Mabaso's position with 4 laps to go, what I would be doing is focusing on carrying wider, more sweeping lines, turning in later to get close to the back wheel of Shabalala, and then try and set up an overtake for the final lap. Because you can see now with some of those small errors from Shabalala from Mabaso, Shabalala has pulled away. He now has a gap of about half a second on Mabaso. Mabaso seems to be making up a lot of time to Shabalala ahead of him through turns 3 and 4, but with those inside lines of the constant dive bombing, he is losing time at the top half of the circuit as they go up the hill. Richardson still leads out front, 0.6 ahead of Veringa, 0.3 further back is Khoos. Jordan King is 12 seconds behind them, so he is not going to be able to recover to join that group fighting at the front. Shabalala is checking out Mabaso under increasing pressure from Turnbull, Mahlobo and Ferreira from behind.
This is where you don't want to be. Suddenly looking left, looking right, you're hearing 3 engines instead of 1, and it does look like he's lost out a bit of time coming out of turn 8. Clive Turnbull keeping a very tight line in through 1, and it is going to be a tight fight as they make their way through. Honestly, some great racing indeed, as it's nose to tail fighting at the back here. However, a lot more fun going and keeping in a pack.
Shabalala just put in his fastest lap of the race, a 107.477. Mabaso and the riders behind him have dropped into the 108s. So Sia Shabalala perhaps saving some rear tire, saving some energy for a late race push. The 600s are starting to fall further back from the 1000s ahead of them, but truly an impressive. Oh, Clive Turnbull around the outside of Mabaso at turn 5. Mabaso has to go defensive. Turnbull, that's a brave maneuver, Steve. We've already seen a pass around the outside of turn 8. Do you think there's another one coming at 5?
Well, I mean, we've seen that 5 has got an advantage, and Clive Turnbull, I think, has realized he's got to make this work. 2 laps, he's got to throw everything at the likes of Mabaso as hard as possible. Try and see if he can force a mistake out of the youngster who sweeps across the nose, forcing him to just lift a little bit into turn 1 and trying to knock him off. But this is going to be always a tough time, because while Clive is in that fight, he's under pressure at the back as well, constantly under attack.
2 to go. Mabaso with the defensive masterclass. As we mentioned at the start of the race, he has been on the same set of tires from morning warm-up all the way through to race 3. So those tires must be shot, especially with rear grip. That's why we're seeing him go so defensive. He knows that at this stage of the race, he doesn't have the pace to go ahead, you know, and pull away from the guys ahead. So he's just making sure that that Yamaha R1 is as wide as possible, and no one knows about that more than Clive Turnbull right now. Fourie and Mahlobo go side by side in turn 5. Beautiful move there from Fourie up the inside of Mahlobo on the brakes in turn 5. MRSSA has delivered incredible action today. I'm really enjoying myself right now.
Oh, absolutely incredible. Last lap, however, and it's going to be an outright chase. Richardson open up a 1.7 second gap to Varenga. Gous has got nothing in it with King. Footer up into 5th place. It is still an all-out brawl, start to finish, but who is going to have the last laugh here at Zwartkops as they fight their way through, heading down through turn 7 into 8, and Richardson has done a phenomenal job to take the checkered flag.
Tyler Richardson, pole, fastest lap, triple race win on his MRSSA debut. He's going to be, or he is a very, very happy young man. Congratulations to Dave Varenga. You see the nod of the head there. He's very pleased with that. Finally gets it right. We see the likes of Parry, Muller, and Sahabadin, who are a lap down. Yaku Gous victorious in the Masters class. And we wait to see who's going to come out on top in that battle between Turnbull, Mabaso, Fourie, and Mahlobo.
Honestly, great stuff. And also the championship now goes down to the wires. Kyalami will be the decider between Varenga and the likes of King after 3 heats here at Zwartkops. The championship is still on the ropes for many of the classes, and MRSSA are going to be dialing it up a little bit later this year for the final round at Kyalami. I mean, great stuff.
Great stuff indeed. And Mabaso did hold on to that 8th position, 0.2 seconds ahead of Mahlobo, who found his way through on Fourie on the final lap. Clive Turnbull, with a best lap of 107.8, did a 110.0. So problems for Turnbull there somewhere on our wonderful Zwartkops Raceway lap. He lost 2 positions to Mahlobo and Fourie. Jean-Andre Fourie, that also makes him the winner. In fact, Mahlobo, that's victory for him in the Open Superbike class. Fantastic effort from him.
Absolutely awesome to see and fantastic to be around. And honestly, don't know about, well, I can't say you're a rider, but for me, I'm wanting to get a little bit more information. So I'm thinking of heading over to the info desk, go and have a chat to the guys there, figure out how I can get involved in motorcycle racing as a, well, complete novice of it on 2 wheels. Honestly, I've been more nervous to be on 2 wheels than 4, but after seeing the racing like this, maybe could try my hand. And I know there's a couple of people out as well that would like to do. We got our info desk, so we do welcome people to go and have a chat, and we have MRSSA to give all the information as we get ready to go and talk to the winners. And you can see the great sportsmanship down at the end of pit lane.
Tyler Richardson, Yahya Sahabadin, Ryan Fatta pull up for interviews. Cheeky stoppy there from Ryan. We're going to have Chloe catching up with them, as well as Sia Shabalala, who took 3rd overall there in the Unlimited 1000 class. Sahabadin retired on the sighting lap of race number 2, so I'm looking forward to hear from him. Down to you in pit lane, Chloe.
Tyler Richardson joins us. Man, you're a popular man today. And the interesting thing is that on the other side, you just can't see. Ora Piri is here. You were hoping to race him, but you're having a great weekend.
Yeah, it was a good last race. I'm not happy with the times. Unfortunately, I went slower. I went slower in race 1 and in race 3 than I did in 1 and 2. Yeah. I was aiming for 103s this weekend, but I just couldn't manage it by myself. So some training will be done to get there. Hopefully me and Ora can ride together again soon, do some training together, and get down to the 3s, and then until the next race.
All right, quickly, talk to us. I mean, you're riding the 600. How has that been for you this weekend?
Well, it's my first year in the 600. I actually got it a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
I rode here last Zwartkops race round 1 on my 400 against all the thousands open Superbike class. And yeah, it's a lot different. Then I was running at 8th, 9th place on the 400 with no power. Now this thing is quite fast, so I'm happy with being up in the front. It's always nice to start on pole and finish the race first.
Yeah.
So yeah, happy.
Getting there. Congratulations, Tyler. That is, of course, Tyler, and really great to see, of course, what he's managed to do. Ryan, I mean, we were talking about body aches yesterday. How was that? How was the heat?
I was a bit crazy today, but an awesome day. It turned out perfect. Not too hot, but it's not cold.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no rain today. And yeah, bike is going perfect. Thank you very much to Pirelli and all the organizers of the MRSSA and SAES events. Thanks, guys, a lot. And yeah, just want to shout out, just want to say thanks to the Lord for keeping us all safe. Everyone,
I mean, Ryan, we spoke a little bit about, of course, your bike and the color. I mean, it looks really, really great. Talk to us about why you decided to keep it black and, of course, a little bit of touch of green on it.
Yeah, I just pretty much bought the bike like this. I just did a little bit of stickers on the right hand side.
As we just lost a little bit in that conversation there, but good to see smiles all over the faces. Tyler Richardson with that little bit of a, well, I just could have gone that little bit faster. Really wanted to go that little bit quicker. I mean, that just really shows the excitement to move forward, and I can't wait to see what he does at Kyalami. Now that he's on a little bit of a bigger bike after, well, going through the different ranks from a 400 to a 600. Imagine what he can do with 1,000. That's a scary thought.
Imagine, Stephen, and you'll never get a better example of how racing riders and drivers think. Pole position, fastest lap, 3 wins. First thing he says, I didn't go fast enough and I'm not happy.
Yeah, it said, here's your gold trophy. Well, I'll take the milkshake, fine. He had everything. He made the cake and ate it. Not many people can say that, but still wanting to improve and to get better and better and better. I mean, this is phenomenal. And also to see the different generations going and driving as well and getting to duke it out. We've got from the youngest in the grid going and fighting against some of the oldest in the grid. And that is what MRSSA has been all about, having this family affair. It doesn't matter what your age is, there's always someone to race with, always someone to learn and practice with, and really get your foot into motorcycle racing, which I have to say is so much fun. You know, I understand being in a car, it's brilliant, but motorcycles, there's just some little bit more of an element of family to one another.
It's truly awesome, Steve. I mean, many of the riders there have kids older than the guys that they were competing against. You know, Tyler Richardson, younger than 98% of the grid, I'd say. I think only Mahlobo is younger than him, and maybe Jean-Ray Ferry by a couple of months. But a really impressive effort from him. Great comeback as well from Dave Varinga. He'll be very, very pleased with how he's ended the day because he had the starts, he had the pace, but he couldn't maintain the pace over the races there. But he clearly went back to the drawing board between race 2 and race 3 and found something. Jordan King, I think, as well, will be happy with his day. Finally into the 104s at Zwartkops. I think he got down to a 4.4, which will probably be over a second. Yeah, in fact, I think he's taken out over a second and a half from his fastest ever lap at Zwartkops this weekend. And with his 2 race wins and a second place, he will be going home with the first overall.
Well, this is it. And it's going to be a leg up in the championship as well. Later this year, we'll see the conclusion of the MRSSA of who is going to get the victory in each of the different classes. There's still lots happening here today at the beautiful circuit of Zwartkops. Later on, we're going to be kicking off with the 4 hours of Zwartkops. It's all about the cars. It's all about four-wheel action. Not quite the enduro for the 2 wheels as yet, but absolutely incredible to see that just so many riders, so many drivers all getting to show off. But there is our calendar. Well, here's how our events are going to go, as the cars will go onto circuit at 12:45. Our grid walk for 250 Rand. You get a little band there and you get to walk around these amazing cars, chat to the drivers, chat to the teams, get to have your photos taken by some incredible machinery from GT3s right the way through down to our Honda Civic Type R, whether you're a big fan of Super Polos, whether you're a big fan of the Backdraft, we've got it all here. And then we'll clear the grid and we will be doing our formation at 25 minutes past 1. And green flag racing. The 1 hour dash will go and chase down from 27 minutes past 1. They'll go until 27 minutes past 2. It is 1 hour of out and out racing. They'll then be able to have 1 or 2 laps to cool down, but they still have to keep race pace because they are still amongst the 4 hour race. They will have 3 hours left in their race to really push it till the very end. And who will be able to come on top? Who will be able to get ahead in the index of performance? Who will stand across and be the leaders in the championship for Class A, B, C, D, and our performance index? Well, it's all up in the cards here. And honestly, I'm really, really looking forward to it. The teams have been a little nervous with the temperature going more and more and more and climbing up through it. I know that a couple of the cars with turbos have been saying they've been watching that pressure, watching the temperature gauge a little bit more than they would like, due to they are concerned that if the temperature picks up, they're going to have to take a little bit more time to cool the engines down and focus on cool down laps instead of push laps.
Indeed, Steve. And the heat's going to be a critical factor this afternoon over the 4 hours and the hour for our 1 hour dash. And, you know, for our international viewers, if you don't live in South Africa, I don't know what you think, Steve, but there's winter and then there's summer. Like, it changes in a week. 2-3 days it goes from cold to blazing hot, and it's really, really hot out here at Zwartkops. For me, there's no spring. It's fully summertime now, and it's going to be a huge challenge for Man and Machine later this afternoon.
Well, with that being said, we're getting ready to have some fun, and we invite you to come through to Zwartkops out here in Centurion, South Africa, and a massive welcome to all out on YouTube and Prime Media Plus. We're going to be getting ready for the 4 hours of Zwartkops starting soon, so don't go anywhere. Grab yourself something to drink, grab yourself some snacks like we're going to, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes right here on the South African Endurance Series, Round 5 here at Zwartkops.
Step 1, wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo. I think there's a reason, though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
That's not. Oh, like you know, we need something like that to happen.
Welcome to Pretoria, South Africa's capital of culture, history and heart. Known as Jacaranda City, its streets burst into a sea of purple each spring, painting a picture as vibrant as its people. From iconic union buildings to its thriving motorsport scene, Pretoria pulses with passion, pride and power. And just beyond the city skyline lies Zwartkops Raceway. Today, the capital becomes the battleground for round 5 of the South African Endurance Series. Welcome to Zwartkops International Raceway. With an all-time lap record of 58.132 set by Stuart White in 2023 with a top speed of 265 kilometers an hour. This 2.4 kilometer circuit with 3 lefts and 5 rights, 8 turns doesn't seem like much, but it definitely keeps you on your toes. As we go to the start line, you rush off down the short straight into turn 1, long left-hander to keep yourself going hard on the brakes into turn 2 as you go down the hill and start opening up full taps, gunning it to turn 3, a long right-hander that you just got to keep your foot firmly planted as you charge down the back straight, a light lift into turn 4 as you start your ascent up the hill towards turn 5 and 6. It is going to be hard on the brakes as you get over the crest, through a quick right, short straight, followed by another quick right into 6, down through 7, a long left-hander, then gun it down to the final corner, blind left-hander into our main straight. And that is Zwartkops International out in Centurion. That's going to keep us on our toes for round 5 of the South African Endurance Series.
Hello, we are coming to you live at Zwartkops. This is round 5 of the Southern African Endurance Series. We are absolutely thrilled to have you alongside us. If you've just joined us, welcome. Where have you been? Listen, the cars are ready. We're about to go on grid to make sure, of course, that we kickstart, of course, the 1 hour and 4 hour endurance race, which is going to be, of course, fantastic. The 1 hour dash, that's what we're going to be seeing in just a bit as well. When you talk about Zwartkops, this is a track that is really quite compact, and the beautiful thing is that you get to see all the action on track. We have, of course, interesting that are going to be, of course, really cool. As you heard, that was, of course, Wayne Roach with the Samlin, and that car is blistering quick, just standing here, almost blew me over. But we're about to catch up with the drivers just to find out how they're doing, how they're feeling, of course, ahead of the race. Let's go into commentary now just to find out, of course, a few more facts as we go to, of course, Stephen, who's our encyclopedia, just to let us know, of course, what we can look forward to. And he's alongside Pit Stops. That's Prince Nueni.
Of the 4 hours of Zwartkops, and honestly, it's going to be an exciting time because the cars are heading out onto the circuit now. We're going to be having our grid walk at 55 minutes past, well, 5 minutes to 1, and then we will be ready to go racing. 25 minutes past 1, we will be under green flag racing. Our 1 hour dash will then finish up during the time, and then we'll have our 3 hours left of the 4 hour. Joining me in the commentary box is Temba Kamalu. And Temba, it's going to be an exciting time as this is going to dictate how the championship goes because, well, performance index is still up in the air. We've got all the different classes out there from Class A to Class D. They're going to be battling out. Many of the drivers got to experience some of the racing a little bit earlier, so likes of Zolile Latlaka, we'll have to see how he's going to do after being out for 3 heats during the course of, well, yesterday and 2 today, and see how it's all going to work out as we get ready to rock and roll. But our 1 hour dash also going to be a close one as Damien Hammond in the Merc will be looking to try and stand on the gas, get ahead of the likes of Andrew Horn that's fighting out for that top spot in the championship for the 1 hour dash. So many different stories to go and talk about, so many different new drivers coming and joining us here, but also Zwartkops heating up as we get ready to start off with the 4 hours of Zwartkops.
Steve, I'm ecstatic and excited. You can feel the hype building already for Kyalami, you know, as we approach our season finale. As you mentioned, points to be won, prizes on the line, and we're now getting to the business end of the season. We've seen some amazing racing, honestly, throughout the day. It's been truly, truly fantastic as we see our cars lining up on the grid. Keep an eye out for that pesty racing.
Backdraft Roadster.
The color? British Racing Green.
There we go. Made famous by Lotus and Cooper back in the 60s. How's that? For a bit of bringing a little bit of coverage there. Going back a bit of time. And also then you've got a little bit more of a brighter green as our Lamborghini Huracan goes and drives on by. That is the Huracan Evo, not the Huracan Evo 2 that we saw earlier. So it's the year before generation, which is interesting to see that going out and ready to rock and roll on circuit. That being said, we've got multiple different drivers out there, different team lineups, from 2 drivers to 3 drivers that will be battling out on circuit. And we've got to remind everyone, because roughly 2 drivers will have to do 80 minutes minimum in the car, otherwise they don't count. So you've got a minimum stint time you need to complete during the course of this race. And that's going to dictate what your pit stops are going to look like, when you're going to get in and out, because, well, how are you going to work that around, especially if you're working with 3 drivers. Second to that, your tire usage. It's going to be a little bit more abrasive now that the track's nice and warm. Second and third to that is how much fuel you're going to be using during the course of the race. Are you going to start with a lighter tank, open the gap, then go and really stand on the gas, do a bit of a short stop in the first half, or are you going to go for a longer stint in the second and go for a longer stint in the first half and a short stint in the second half? These are the different factors that many of the teams are going to be getting ready to go. But we've got our grid walk, and this is always one of the best for me. In South Africa, getting introduced to a grid walk where you can walk amongst these cars out on circuit, see them going and getting ready, going to interact with the drivers, getting to interact with the teams, also getting a view inside the vehicles, what happens, what's there, and how does it all look like. All the youngsters get to take some amazing photos posted on social media, and honestly, this is just one of the best parts, I think, for the SAES, is just the grid walk, seeing all the fans heading to the circuit and just being there, soaking up the entire vibe.
Truly a fantastic experience for our fans. I'm here with you today, but normally I'd be out on enjoying the grid walk myself, because being able to be up close and personal with those cars, it's an experience that words can't really describe. You know, it's and it's not just the cars; it's seeing the teams. There's palpable tension in the air. You can feel that something big is about to happen. There's Yangsia Shabalala from Inter Africa Racing there on the grid after he's just come off from racing Superbikes. And Steve, let's talk a bit about the Inter Africa team. We saw them out in Europe recently, racing in the Barcelona 24 hours.
Yes, and they actually had a rather successful run as well, going and taking a lot of experience from Barcelona in the Ferrari 296 and looking to carry it over here at Zwartkops. Now, Zwartkops is a lot closer to Monza instead of Barcelona, but that being said, it does also favor a lot of top-end speed. So you've really got to try and flatten the car out and rely on a lot of mechanical grip. Now, in Barcelona, they did worry about tire wear. They carried some of that data over to here in SA, and that helps them with their tire pressures and suspension setups, because there has been variances. As likes of Zolile Lataka has had, he prefers a little bit more loose of a car now versus a more stiff that he previously had in the beginning of the year. So his whole driving style has altered closer to what Stuart White had, as they both got to experience something a little bit more overseas. And going and representing South Africa is always phenomenal to see in the GT world, especially out over in endurance racing. And not the first time that they've gone fighting out for the top spot in 24 hours, 9 hours, 6 hours, and plenty more hours.
Truly phenomenal to see South Africans proudly representing us all over the world, especially in Europe. Steve, I have one question and a curiosity that I had. Do you think that there's any experience, despite a different car, different circuit, different climate, do you think there's any experience that the Inter Africa team could have learned from that race that is directly transferable to Zwartkops today, which can help them perform better on track?
Pressure and traffic management. This is 2 factors. Now, Barcelona is quite a long circuit. It's over 3 kilometers long. Zwartkops, 2.4. So traffic is going to be a lot quicker. It's going to be a lot more on top of one another, and you're going to have to figure out how you're going to work now. But in Barcelona, a little bit more cars. They sat with a 40-car grid, so there was a bit more to navigate. That being said, it's going to be the same as the drivers are going to have to deal with trying to cart their way through it. So that's going to be the one to work out for. But we got Chloe down on the grid doing the grid walk. Over to you, Chloe.
Joining me now is, of course, EXO. They are in pole position. Rambo Lambo is the car that's, of course, riding now. EXO, first of all, welcome back to the country. I mean, you've been busy into Africa, of course. Then we saw you guys at the 24 Hours of Barcelona. You spoke about, of course, the importance of powering, of course, Africans and just the whole African lineup. And one thing you've always said from round one is lifting other people up. And that's exactly what we saw into the lineup. Talk to us about how Barcelona was.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chloe, for having us. Yes, we are back from Barcelona, from our campaign in Barcelona as a full African line-out, African line-out for the first time in that championship. They witnessed people from Africa racing as a team. We were so proud that we were able to do this. It's history, and that is what we have always spoke about as part of this series and what we do in this country, that we need to start promoting the culture of circuit racing and promote every single opportunity of bringing young kids into the international stage.
Rambo Lambo is on pole. You've had, of course, a run with Maverick. How are you feeling ahead, of course, of the 4-hour race?
You know, at my age, we don't like changing a lot of stuff when it works. Rambo Lambo has been a winning car. It won us the championship last year. We thought we must bring her back again today because there's an outside chance that we might defend the championship and create history, become the first team to win the championship back-to-back. So yeah, we're on pole.
Last thing, a lot of the kids love the green. They say, I ask, what's the favorite car? They all say, all the greens.
Yeah. They always say, green, grass is green on the other side. We must always promote the future for the kids. We must always give hope, and green is my color of hope. So yeah, that's why.
All the best, EXO.
Thank you, thank you.
That is, of course, EXO into Africa. And well, when you look into the cockpit, that's exactly what you see, what it looks like. That's what they have to do, which is absolutely great. I mean, they get to fully send. EXO speaks about the fact that there is a championship winning car. We come now, of course, to Damien Hammond, who is, of course, in second place, but, of course, doing the 1-hour dash. Damien, you've had a relatively tough weekend, but third race was really good for you. Talk to us about what you're expecting in the hour dash.
Yeah, we're hoping for a bit of a better result in the 1-hour dash. Made one or two small tweaks, so we're going to have a look and see how that fares. We're hoping to gain a couple of tens.
I mean, you speak about tweaks. You made an incredible save at some point during the track, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that's great. Talk to us about when you're going at that speed and just having to try and control, of course, your machinery.
No, to be honest, there's not actually much what goes through your mind. But when it does go wrong, then it does become a bit of a reality check where you're like, no, yes, it is quite quick where stuff can just go split seconds wrong.
Talk to us about the livery of this Merc, because it is a favorite. A lot of people loving how it looks. And I mean, also your sponsorship with Liquid Moly.
No, I must say, we're really grateful that Liquid Moly could come on board with us. We're very high hopes that we can have it next year. No, but fun fact, same with our racing number. That's in 1957. That's when the company was registered and everything. So great fact. So that's why we also got the 57 on the car. Mm-hmm. So I must say it's a very great feat to have.
So we're about to see your cockpit and what really you go through the car. Talk to us about, of course, some of the handling and the buttons that we're seeing.
So on the steering wheel, we got very simple buttons. We got a couple of page buttons to go through left and right. That's the black ones. On right, top blue button, that's a flash button for all of your slower vehicles. So you got your neutral button, your start-stop button on the steering wheel, your drink, and then once again your radio. But your magic comes from the center console, where you got all of your ABS, traction controls, map settings, and all of that what you got on that side over there.
We're wishing all the best, Damien.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Damien Hammond. He speaks about, of course, all the magic that he goes to is Coco. I mean, when we talk about, of course, I mean, it's a fun affair, right? And you guys are looking the part. Talk to us about how you're finding Zwartkops and which one is your favorite car? I have to know.
Oh, Zwartkops is an amazing venue. I find it very sociable here of all the other venues. And my favorite car, I think, let me think about it. The GSW car, the one at the back, because it's my partner.
So family affair.
Family affair, yes.
All the best to you.
Thank you so much.
That is, of course, what we love to see. Casey now, I mean, Casey, one thing about you, I'm actually going to, you can sit, let's sit together. One thing about you is the fact that you are, of course, versatile. You get to race as well in terms of MSA4. Talk to us about having to ride this car.
Yeah, so obviously I'm doing the MSA4 Championship right now. It's going really well, currently leading. And then we bought this car, I think we bought it last month, to just have some fun and mess around in it. And I really, really am enjoying it. It really is a different experience.
I was talking to your dad and he said that when Casey said he wanted to do racing, I was like, nope, definitely not bikes. We're doing cars. Have you loved that?
Yeah, I did do bikes for a little bit. I did do off-road. And then when I was about, I think, 10, I broke my arm. And my dad said, no, we're not doing it again. So he sold all the bikes. And then we went to karting. I did karting from 6. Yeah, when I was doing 6, I started karting. I've just loved it since then. I can't stop.
All right, lastly, talk to us about this car. I mean, it's quite old school. It looks really cool. A lot of people touching it because they want to feel, of course, what kind of car it is.
Yeah, it's a Shelby Can-Am. It's 30 years old or so. The engine is
older than you.
I'm still a baby.
Yes.
But the engine is a 350Z engine, naturally aspirated. It has the wings and aero and everything. The front splitter, you'll be able to stand on the front splitter. It's supposed to be able to take about 250 kilograms of downforce. Sure. So when, depending how I feel, I go stand on the front splitter and I start jumping on it.
All the best.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Casey, who's been really, really fantastic having him a part of the series. And while we move over, going down the grid, it is Andrew. Hello. Andrew, first question that I got to ask you, Mr. Horn. Why did you go with 10 litres during quali yesterday?
Well, I don't have any good excuses. We decided to try something. It didn't work. We now know where the surge point is on this car, which is great. I could have timed that a bit better though. So yeah, we went a bit light. I got one flying lap and yeah, that was that.
What are your expectations, of course, here at Zwartkops? The weather is changing also a little bit, which is being a bit cool, which is nice.
I don't think it's going to affect the 1 hour. I think we'll be fine. We'll be dry the whole race. Yeah, I think we just got to bide our time, see what KC's pace is like. I mean, he's an excellent driver. And just see how we go from there.
Indulge us, of course. Talk to us 311, the number. What makes this number so special to you?
It's not a special number to me at all. I was 31 and somebody else stole it, so I had to go with 311. So no, I'm afraid there's no good story behind that, right?
But I mean, you go really fast with this car, and I saw Nadine trying to get into it in 10 seconds, and she nailed it. But it's also quite warm in there.
It is, especially when you're following some of these bigger GT3 cars. You know, the exhaust and the hot air coming out of those. It gets very warm in there. Yeah.
All the best, Andrew.
Thanks so much. Enjoy it.
That is, of course, Andrew Horn. And when we continue down the grid, we've got Roy Aubrey joining us now. Roy, man, good to see you. What are your expectations, of course, with this race?
Well, it's, I've had the 2 Sports and GT Cup races. So those were 2 20 minutes. It was hell of a hot this morning. So I'm not feeling as fresh as a daisy, shall we say. So luckily it's got a lot cooler. And, I'm really here just for the fun. So I'm doing the 1 hour dash. So I've got a bit of water in the car, it'll keep me going. And, we'll try and mix it with the youngsters. That's how it'll go today. We're just going to have fun.
You've had fun because you've kept the championship running against Nicky Dix. It goes all the way to Kyalami. You had a great Saturday.
Yes, yeah. No, I mean, Nicky and I had 2 incredible races this morning. A lovely, clean racing on each other both times. And that's what it's all about, to have this, really lack of fast racing and all that with somebody who's like, he sees you, we see each other, we know where the other car is. So, yeah. really nice and good fun. Obviously the endurance race is slightly different. It's you're in the car quite a lot longer, but you've also just that's why they call it a 1 hour dash. So you go flat out for an hour. The endurance cars are a little bit different because they've got different separate drivers.
So we get to see, of course, your car, right? And it is a fan favorite. And I was telling you how I love the sound when you're downshifting in this car. Talk to us about that. And what you love.
No, well, it's incredible because it's on the pedals like that, and it just shifts so quickly. And with the Mantic kit on the car's got a lot of downforce. So compared to the other Cup cars, when you come off the accelerator onto the brake, the car gets loose for a moment, and you've got this car just sticks. So you can come off the accelerator, bang a few gears down, you jump hard on the brakes, and it really stops. And but everyone tells me that it sounds fantastic. I haven't really heard it.
I'll record it for you.
Outside, If people come and say, "Oh, you're the best sounding car," it sounds so wonderful. But anyway, so we'll see.
All the best, Roy.
Thanks very much.
Roy Aubrey, while bumping into Mo Mia. Mo, you're not in the race, which is quite unfortunate. But you can always have fun.
Absolutely, I'm here talking to you, so that's the most fun I'm having all weekend.
Yes.
But it's also always awesome to be at the track. Thanks to SAES, Golile, yourself, Liema, Cindy. It's an awesome day, right? Beautiful weather. And it's an unusual experience to be standing on the grid and on the outside, but it's also quite interesting to see everybody from the outside, right? As a driver, it's a totally different perspective.
Sure.
But exciting, super exciting. Of course, I'm rooting for Porsche and Roy because there can only be one car, and that's a Porsche.
Apparently life is too short, you must buy a Porsche. We're going to run away from, of course, Mo, and talk to Iman, who is Mo Mia's daughter. Talk to us about what you love about the track. You've been here since yesterday.
Yes, I've been here since yesterday. Unfortunately for us, we are out this weekend because we have an issue with our car. But I love being here, especially supporting my dad. And to see everyone come together for this incredible event. I've missed a couple of races this year, so just incredible to be back.
Who are you backing since dad is not in?
All the Porsches. We Porsche people. But if I have to say, I think I'm backing Roy.
Roy Aubrey.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Iman.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Iman. And we are joined now. But one thing about shades are important because you gotta look cool, right? Talk to us about, of course, how's your experience and how really the vibe is here if you had to describe it to someone.
So definitely, I'm Kagiso from Rush Cars, and what we did this morning is that we collaborated with SAES to bring a little bit of a different crowd to the race, actually. And what we did is that we hosted a breakfast run. We started from one location and we ended up here, and all our cars are parked in the beer tent area. Just, a little bit of collaboration, and we're going to do it again on the 29th of November, SAES and Rush Cars. We're going to do it again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, KG. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you so much. You too.
Thank you. While we continue moving along, we've got, of course, Wayne Roach in this Lambo. Wayne, you said one thing, that Roy Aubrey needs to be careful because lap 2, you're going to be on his back.
That's the plan. That's the plan, Chloe. He harassed me in the first race. I plan to harass him the same in the second.
But another thing, Wayne, is that, of course, you had a bit of oil leakage during the race yesterday. What are your expectations and how are you expecting your car to perform?
So yesterday we were in an accident with Roy, but in the second race today of the 20-minute sprint, there was oil down into turn 1, and I arrived there without that knowledge, and we had a big off in turn 1, but fortunately no damage. And the restart was good to us. So we're starting 6th for the 1 hour. If I can do Roy into turn 1 or 2, I'll be very, very happy.
One thing that makes the spectators happy is this car. We're looking at the cockpit now and looking into the livery of this Lambo. Talk to us about, some of the sponsorship on this car and really what you appreciate about the sponsors that you have as Samlin.
So firstly, it's a massive thank you to the sponsors. This is not possible without the sponsors. Simbani is a big contributor to our success. But Liqui Moly, ATS can't go without a mention. Fast Fuels can't go without a mention. And it's my second year in this car, and this car really, I know it so well. And now the big debate is, do we carry this car into next year, or do we move to Hurricanes? but that's for the boss to decide.
You know what I want to help you decide with? A nickname.
Oh, we'll have a nickname before the 9 hour.
All right, we'll dig into that. All the best, Wayne.
Thanks, Chloe.
That is, of course, Wayne Roach. He's promising to give us, of course, a fantastic race. And he's planning to go head-to-head against Roy. Romano Satori joins us. Romano, I mean, you're riding this beautiful Mustang. Talk to us about your expectations in the 1 hour dash.
Well, you know, to everybody that sponsored us, Frankie, you know, the whole team, fantastic. All the people that are watching in Australia as well. But the 9 hour is coming. That's the big one.
Yeah.
We want everyone there. All the guys. 10 times more people than we have here for the 9 hour. How's that? Deal?
Sounds perfect. All the best.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Romano Satori. And he said he wants to see you at Kyalami because that's exactly what's the important thing. I'll come between you guys, dad and son, David, Roberto, Franco joining me. David, haven't seen you in a while. But anyway, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
We good. Happy to be back. Really excited for the day ahead. Obviously, this being our home circuit, which we test at every month. So hope we can keep the car on the track and don't have any problems and finish strong today.
You've had a bit of a tough year this season in terms of motorsport on track. What are you hoping to achieve? Is it just mainly finishing and bringing the car home?
Look, I mean, that's obviously the initial goal. But I think if we can chase up some of the bigger cars in front, that'd be exciting. The car's quick, so if we can just keep it consistent, then we should get to the front end of the pack.
All right, and we'll come to you, Roberto. We were talking about the number of the car, and he said, please don't ask my dad on air on how that came about, but talk to us about what you're expecting and what kind of race you're hoping to achieve today.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks for coming to talk to us. Basically, as David said, we had a very tough last race. We ran 5 hours, 50 minutes, and then 4 laps from the end, we got a gearbox mounting brake. So we came in, and by the time we wanted to get out, pit lane was closed. So it was a big disappointment. But this race, the team has done incredible work. Team Universes have been on the car non-stop. They've redone the entire car from beginning to end. David's put in a good lap time, so it was 1:06. I think we should be able to keep up with the front guys. And most importantly, we're here to have fun, and we thank SAES for doing what they're doing to make us keep coming, and we're looking forward to another hour.
You've got a favorite fan. I was talking to her head of the grid, that being your partner. How does it feel to have her alongside us?
Always here, no, she's always here supporting, and most important, she brings us good energy, and it's always good to have your partner here to help and support. Thank you.
So we gotta make her proud.
Absolutely.
All the best.
Thank you so much.
That is, of course, Roberto. We go over now to combined racing. We've got Paulo Loureiro and Lyric. Hello.
How are you?
How are you doing?
Good, and you?
Fantastic.
Good.
What are you hoping to achieve today?
Just to finish the race as always. I mean, endurance is all about finishing. It's not about being the fastest. Hopefully have a bit of a good race with the Super Polo on track, and that's the sort of the aim for the day.
So who won the rock, paper, scissors? Because I was told you guys were yet to decide who's starting.
Oh, no, we just every race we alternated, so my chance to start this time.
All right, that's nice. And you're planning to chase the pack?
No, those cars obviously a lot quicker. So I mean, they'll go. Like I said, just keep it clean, keep it tidy, and just make it through the race.
Talk to us about the livery of the car. I mean, it looks really, really cool, and you've got Combined Racing as your sponsor. What do they bring, and what does that mean to you?
So the race team's Combined Racing. We race in a couple of categories. BMs, obviously this is our endurance car. It's a Honda Type RX GTC2. It's always just basically been adapted for endurance. So we've taken the windows off for a bit of aircon, and then we've got a cable pack for a bit of liquids as a GT3 spec now.
All the best.
Thanks.
That is, of course, what we're hoping for. Let's quickly get to Mike Varia. Mike,
hello.
You got a new car. You're looking good in this one.
Thank you very much. Well, it's not a new car, it's also an older Shelby Can-Am. This one's been sitting around for 8 years since it's last been on the track. So we've been reviving it and resuscitating it, and now we're going to try and iron out all the little gremlins and get it going.
So how does it feel compared to your old car?
Very, very similar. It's just we've had lots of issues with it. So he's just younger and faster and better, but the cars are almost identical.
All the best, Mike.
Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Thank you. That is, of course, Mike Varia. Let's see where we're going. Pesty Racing. Okay, cool. Barend,
Hello.
Great to see you. What are expectations today?
I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We unfortunately the only backdraft here this weekend, but we're in contention for Index, so we'll mainly focus on Index and getting a win there, hopefully. So maybe go a bit slower but consistent, and get a good result in Index. So I'll see what we do. But for now, the plan is just to finish and have fun.
All right, another cool thing is, of course, the livery on this car. You've changed it up. Originally, it was orange, but now we've got a British green, I'm told. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, we decided to go for a change. I mean, we've been running the orange for a couple of years now, and it's gotten to the point where we decided let's go for something new. And I think the green came out fairly nice. It's looking good, so yeah, we'll try this color for a bit and see how it works for us.
It's a fan favorite. All the best.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Byron. Well, we're quickly wrapping it up. Oh, I see Sophia as well. Okay, Sophia, hi. How are you finding, of course, Zwartkops?
It's very nice.
Which one's your favorite car?
What number?
88. 88 is your favorite cover?
Yes.
Dad is screaming the answer that side. But, I mean, Sergio, how are you doing?
Good.
What are your expectations? I mean, you've had a really tough weekend.
Yeah, well, it's, we're so grateful for the team put the car back together, and it's obviously just keep it steady, consistent. It's 4 hours, it's a long time, and we just want to keep it on the black stuff.
And that's what we're hoping for. Talk to us about your number, your race number. Anything special to that story?
No, not really. Just enjoy the number. I think it's a good number.
It's a good number.
It's a good number.
Did you do rock, paper, scissors and you landed on that?
No, not even.
But I mean, when you talk about, of course, the updates that you had to do, I mean, did you decide on riding a bumper? If you just look around the car, you saw that, of course, it had a bit of damage, unfortunately, yesterday, but you guys managed to fix that.
Yes, we had a stub axle break out of turn 5. And, we got Miguel from here, from the Toyota side over here at the track. They jumped in and helped us out. It was really a gentleman and a scholar. And we obviously, with the rest of the team that put the car together, George and Maisel, so they made it work for us. So this is why we're here.
All the best.
Thank you so much, Chloe.
Well, that's how we wrap it up down on the grid. Everybody is ready to fully send it because that's exactly what we all about. Full speed. Turn 1, turn 2 is going to be important. I'm sure Stephen Koenig, Prince Nuweni, they will not be sitting for this one. Let's head over to commentary.
Well, Prince is definitely going to be waiting it out, but with Temba next to me, this is going to be exciting. My favorite place to watch any start to the race is turn 2. And when you look at the sharp end of the field, you've got Into Africa and you have got the Samlin Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. They're going to be barreling into turn 2. I mean, this is going to be exciting. This is going to be incredible, and it's for all the cards here to see who's going to have an advantage going into the final championship round at Kyalami. But 4 hours of racing, Temba, it's no easy feat, especially now that the wind's starting to pick up here at Zwartkops.
We are about to get underway. As you say, Steve, turn 2 is very, very fun at Zwartkops on lap number 1. Let's find out who the dive bomb specialists are. Our viewers who have been with us since the start of our broadcast will know that Damien Hammond already has experience of defending from the Rambo Lambo into turn 2. We saw him and Mr. Letlaka getting really, really creative in the GT race earlier today. Letlaka has already been off at turn 1 in that race today, so he will be doing his best to not repeat that mistake, especially at the start. But you can see the last final touches from the team members. Great to see so many spectators here at Zwartkops Race. A really great vibe. There's ambience, there's aura, there's excitement in the air, and of course the tension. I love the tension before a race starts. Steve, who are you predicting between Into Africa and Samlin to get the whole shot into turn number 1?
Ooh, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. I think it's going to be Into Africa, going to be having the advantage into turn 2 on the inside line. But Damien Hammond's going to put up the fight. I still have to think the Lamborghini's got far too much rotation on the start, and that is going to help him out cutting his way through. And as I said, if you just joined us from our broadcast out on YouTube and on Prime Media Plus, a massive welcome to you all. It's you talk about the spectators out in the grandstands, but on the virtual grandstands we have a few as well, and there's also a competition of who can make a name for the likes of our Merc that's out there and a couple of other cars. So more than happy to have it. And we've also got the likes of Ramilla, busy saying super excited for the race. We've got, that's actually here at Zwartkops, we've got Cheryl Hammond that's busy saying a massive shout out to brother Bradley Radstock. So proud of you. So it's good to see the family out there, but we are getting ready to go under green conditions. Temba, I lean to the Lambo for the start of the race as much as my heart wants to go for the Merc. Unfortunately, the advantage is just swaying for the mid-engines. What would you say is going to be the best off the line?
I have to agree with you there, Stephen. I don't think it's wise for anyone to disagree with you when it comes to matters of knowledge, when it comes to four-wheeled racing, but the Lambo is just, it's something else, honestly. And we know Leclerc's got really, really good reactions off the start line, as we just saw the safety car going around, which means that we will be underway very, very shortly. I wanted to mention as well, one of the other cars that we would like our fans watching at home to get involved in is the Blue Sands Racing Mustang, which comes all the way from Australia, being driven by Romano Sartori, who also let us know that we do have viewership watching all the way from across the world in Australia. I think they will be deep into the evening there, joining us here live at Zwartkops with a beautiful drone shot showing our cars preparing to go racing. Thankfully, I say thankfully in a selfish way, but thankfully there is some cloud cover. It was absolutely cooking earlier this morning. As Steve correctly pointed out, the wind has picked up and the green flag is waving and our cars pull away from the line.
And one car that's going to be starting at the back of the field is the G&H Transport Audi GT4, with Arnold Neveling going in, teaming up with the Giancarlo. So a bit of a Stradale help in the G&H Transport team. See how that's going to go. But as they start making their way around the circuit, it's time to warm up the tires and brakes, because we got a couple of cars. They are going to be racing for an hour and the rest are going to be racing for 4 hours. It's going to be tight, it's going to be fast, and it's going to come down to pit stop strategies. You can see many of the drivers trying to weave, generating as much heat as they can and putting as much of friction through those tires, getting them up to temp, get the pressures right, and they will then start leaning on the brakes. So one of the variety of ways that people do is accelerating, braking, and weaving at the same time. The reason for that is just applying a little bit of pressure on those discs to allow it to get sorted out, and also the weaving just to generate the heat as well. It just brings the temperatures all up just right into the carcass of the tire, into the rim, but also gets those brakes ready to bite, especially for turn 2. But as we make our way to turn 5, they will find themselves behind the safety car and get ready to rock and roll. They'll line up side by side. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you've never experienced a start like this, well, you're about to hear more than 1,000 horsepower get unleashed on the green. You're about to hear a symphony. Beethoven is waiting for this, because as they approach turn 8 for the final time, they're going to gear themselves up, waiting for the green. It is side by side into Africa and Samlin. Lights on, lights off, and away we go racing. And it looks like it's going to be the Merc ahead of the Lamborghini. Into Africa, slots into second place, and now it's just laid on the anchors for the likes of Hammond. Couldn't quite get it done. Andrew Horn trying to fight his way through against the likes of Enzo Smith in the Shelby Can-Am as he launches his way through. This is going to be a huge tussle. Roy Aubrey gets the jump as well. Now Aubrey slots himself between the Shelby Can-Am of Enzo Smith and Andrew Horn as they charge their way through. Mike Ferrier gaining a position now as he chases down Romano Sartori, but it's a little bit of a touch on dirt for Casey. Goes defensive. Aubrey up on the inside into 5 as our leaders make their way through. It's Roy Aubrey up into 3rd. Andrew Horn side by side with Enzo Smith. Both are fighting it out, and a former Formula 4 champion fighting out with a current single-seater leader of the championship. Both in 2 generations of sports cars. What an incredible flying lap.
What a start, Stephen. Turns out we were both wrong when it came to who would get the whole shot into turn 1. What a great effort there from Damien Hammond. Unfortunately unable to keep that Lamborghini behind him for too long. We also saw Casey Smith running wide at turn 4. Looks like he's conceded a position there to Roy Aubrey in the Porsche. 3 hours, 58 minutes to go. We are underway with the second 4 hour of Zwartkops of the year, and what an exciting start to the race we've seen.
Well, at the moment, leader of the 1 hour is Damien Hammond, but behind them, is Roy Aubrey, Casey Smith, and Andrew Horn who fight it out as we jump on board with Romano Sartori in the IRC Mustang. Huge smile. He's more than happy. He's enjoying this. But take a look. Andrew up on the inside through 5. Looks for 6. And he is amazing on the brakes here, but just doesn't have the power against the V6 of Nissan. Well, that is just behind the Shelby Can-Am, having a lot more grunt. And I do want to point out that Casey has got a manual transmission there. So first, second, third, he's taking his hand off the steering wheel to go for it. Andrew Horn's got the flappy paddle, so he's a lot quicker through the gears. He doesn't have to worry about a clutch going and having a bit of a problem there. But take a look. Casey, one of the youngest of them going and fighting out. Roy Aubrey, a veteran in racing. Andrew Horn, also a veteran, a multiple champion in single-seaters, now trying to take the fight to the youngest on the grid. Casey, who's having a huge amount of fun. Age of 23, can you believe it? And he is now just battling against these two and showing he can hold his own against the big cars. However, not having the best runs out of turn 4.
As he said to Chloe on the grid, I'm a baby. I'm a baby, Chloe. That was a very, very cool moment. And that was an amazing fact that he's got the manual shift a la Ayrton Senna at Monaco a couple of decades ago. But as you said there, Steve, he didn't get the best of runs out of turn 4, but he has been doing an amazing job of keeping Andrew Horn behind him. We saw Andrew Horn attempting that move at turn 6. That is extremely difficult to do because you've got to get really, really good drive exiting 5, and it's such an incredibly short run that it's difficult to get that slingshot effect to get side by side with the car ahead into turn 6. But perhaps Roy Aubrey may be the deciding factor in this early battle at the early stages of the race.
Roy Aubrey's got about 400 horsepower underneath his car, where you got the likes of Casey, that's closer to 300. And then the least amount of horsepower goes to Andrew Horn. Andrew Horn is the lightest of the cars with these Ligier JS. He's now trying to utilize that under braking. So he's getting nice and close. The difference is if he can get the run on Casey, he's got the inside line. And this is where it's going to be interesting.
Great exit from 4 for Andrew Horn.
Oh, still side by side. Casey's going to challenge him on the way through, and this is where the youngster does not worry about putting his foot down. He's bought this car from Mike Ferrier. He's showing what it can do and constantly keeps the pressure on Andrew Horn, who takes the dive to Roy Aubrey and gets it out of shape as well. As Roy says, no, you're not going to have that happen. Locks up, and you've got to remember that Roy Aubrey has got traction control ABS to help him out. These two cars don't.
Andrew Horn locking up into turn 8. We all collectively put our hands on our heads here in the commentary booth because I don't think any of us were expecting for him to go for that move so early. But Andrew Horn, clearly a man on a mission. He knows what direction he's going in. And Steve, it seems to me like he just went on too tight a line there into 8, causing the lockup. What do you think?
Standing on the brakes a little bit too hard, tight line, all not working out. But he knows that he needs to get ahead of Roy Aubrey as fast as possible because they are fighting in the championship. Roy Aubrey is sitting down in 9th position. Andrew Horn needs to jump up the order. He needs to finish ahead of Roy Aubrey, and he needs to get ahead of Casey because he needs to close up to Damien Hammond, who's out and leading the 1 hour dash, as this is a fight for second place, nearly 3 wide. It's switch around. Andrew Horn is just fishing for any way to get by. Casey up on the inside, showing his young karting skills, saying, listen, I'm going to put my nose here. And this is turning into an absolutely stonking good race, and around the outside they go. Casey not backing down here and forcing a line to be open. He's trying to go on the attack at the same time. The one thing about Casey, he sits directly in the middle. He's got perfect sight left and right, and that is just the nature of the Shelby Can-Am, where Roy Aubrey has got to look a bit of a distance to his rearview mirror, center and to the right-hand side. But then you've also got the likes of Andrew Horn that's got a similar problem. He's not centered in the car, and that's due to the rules of sports car racing. But it's now up the hill. Roy Aubrey holds the defensive center line, and Andrew's going to try and keep to the normal racing line, get the drive out. Roy slow into 5 and going to be powering his way through 6. Now, this is where the pressure comes in for Andrew Horn. He hasn't got the power to deal with both those cars. He has to do it under braking as Casey looks for the inside into 8, couldn't get it done and had to slot back in. I can't believe this is a fight for second place in the 1 hour dash. This is close.
Unbelievable action here at Zwartkops Raceway. What an incredible move from Casey Enzo Smith. He went so far up the inside, he was almost in the pit lane entry, exiting turn 7 into 8. He tries around the outside now of Aubrey on turn 2, going the long way around. Aubrey sends him. Andrew Horn now takes advantage of that to go up the inside through turn 3. Andrew Horn finds his way through on Enzo Smith. I wonder how much time Aubrey is spending looking at his rearview mirror, because he's got an amazing show turning out behind him. But it's very clear that Andrew Horn is doing something really, really special out of turn 4, getting that drive there, sweeping corner speed, but he seems to be getting on the gas quite early. You can see the horsepower of the Porsche helping Aubrey as they get up the hill. It looks like Horn is going for the move at 6. Not quite. Can Enzo Smith replicate that maneuver that he displayed a couple of laps ago to get the cut back on the exit of 7? He's going to go up the inside of Horn, opts to wait at the moment. Aubrey is giving us a show here with Enzo Smith and Andrew Horn truly doing some spectacular things out there on track.
And they're going to catch up to back markers as well. Oh, bother, this is going to be fun because Aubrey can see it. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit of late braking for our Toyota Altezza, as we do see all three manage to get on by. However, Andrew Horn lost a bit of acceleration out there, and this is where the V6 of the Shelby Can-Am will get the run. Now, turn 4, Andrew can carry a lot more momentum. He gears it down, he gets flat on the gas, and allows the aero to take him through, which is a little bit more than the Shelby Can-Am, and he's able to get right onto the back of the Porsche. But just watch as he legs it up the hill. The Porsche just having a little bit too much power there, and he has to try and make it up under braking. He's only got turn 2, turn 5, turn 6, and turn 8 to get the pass done. Anywhere else, well, he hasn't got the power to do it. And for Aubrey, that is where he's compromised, being the heaviest of all three cars.
I'm very curious to see if at any point Aubrey does get overtaken, how easy it would be for him to overtake back the Legia or the Shelby Can-Am.
And also a little bit in the back, Wayne Roach fighting out with Romano Satori, and they also in the 1 hour as well. But we are keeping an eye as it's a battle for second place in the 1 hour. We're getting all these mini battles happening early on. Oh man, just no grunt out of turn 2 is some of the most frustrating times. And Andrew would be saying some words underneath that helmet that would make a sailor cry every time that Porsche gets on the gas and sees the Shelby Can-Am behind him. But also Romano Satori going and fighting against the Lamborghini Gallardo. And oh, take a look at this. Roy Aubrey lost 2 positions through 4. Went too wide. And now Casey's got the inside. Late on the anchors. Side by side they go. And this is going to force Andrew out a little bit wide.
That was an incredible sequence there. We saw Aubrey running wide on the exit of 4. Horn got his typically classic strong exit there out of 4, but then Casey Enzo Smith made the most of the slipstream to go up the inside, going into turn 5. So this is the first time now that Enzo Smith will have clear track in front of him in this race, and immediately you can see a gap starting to form.
It's going to be heel and toe into the corner. Remember, it's an H pattern. He locks it up ever so slightly into 2, starting to look in the mirrors there and seeing that the gap's starting to build. Roy Aubrey losing a bit of time. I think maybe stamina ran out a little bit. He's taking a breather before he gets back onto the attack, and a little bit behind. Romano Satori going and trying to open the distance between himself and Wayne Roach, and Mike Veria also around the mix as well. So we're starting to see these little battles forming up, but we've also got to consider this is an hour's race, and we've only gone through 10 minutes, and the drivers already pushed it this hard.
10 minutes, 10 laps completed, and Enzo Smith just did his fastest lap of the race on that previous circulation. So Enzo Smith and Horn, while behind the Porsche of Aubrey, were lapping consistently in mid-105s. The moment Enzo Smith got clear track, and that was for only half a lap, he got down to a 104.789. We are keeping an eye on the live timing to see what pace he has, and he's just come across the stripe, 103.2304. Casey Enzo Smith. Andrew Horn has also upped his pace with more clear track, down to a 104.175.
Yeah, and that doesn't beat our leader's time. Solile Letaka going and setting a 101.141 on that last lap time, leading out the race. Damien Hammett second at the moment, but first of the 1 hour dashes. Right to Casey Enzo Smith is second of the 1 hour dashes. Andrew Horn follows in third. Roy Aubrey, Romano Satori, Wayne Roach, Mike Veria going and rounding out our 1 hour. But then it's for our 4 hour. other than our Into Africa Lamborghini, it is the likes of David Franco, who is currently in 9th position. We've got the likes of Ricky Giancarlo. They started a little bit further back, trying to claw their way through in the GT4. Loureiro down in 11th position. Bonnet Pretorius then follows through. And then the 88 of Alvarez in the Toyota Alteza keeps on the pace.
We do know that Combined Racing turning up this weekend with a new engine in that Honda. As you mentioned to me earlier, Steve, when we were having a discussion. Oh, car in the pit, Veria.
That's Mike Veria. Now, he's been having clutch issues, and this is a bit of the 1 hours you don't have to stop. So something is not so kosher, and he's decided with the team, hey, listen, let's get this checked out. Bit of a worry here. That is going to impact him in the championship as well.
That is a shame to see for Veria. Been struggling with technical problems throughout the weekend. Only 13 minutes into the race. That is a great shame. Looking forward to finding out later what the issue was there for him. But as you can see on screen, we rejoin Xolile Letlaka out front on the Into Africa Racing Yamaha. He is currently lapping in the 101.751 last time round, and a best lap so far of a 101.141. Catching up with Samlin Racing's Damian Hammond. He is currently lapping in the 102s. Enzo Smith behind him in the consistent 103s, and Andrew Horn continues to up the pace, Steve. Lap number 12, his fastest lap, and down to the 103s as well in the Legia.
Well, he made sure to fill it up as much as possible. We did get some beautiful shots. There is the G&H Audi R8 GT4 that's out on circuit. That's going to have Arnold Nevling from Stradali also into the car with the Giancarlo family. They are making their way around. They're trying to clear some of the traffic and get back into the fight with the Class Bs and putting in a consistent time. The last lap time was actually their best, so 107.8 as they continue through. Casey Enzel-Smith now going to deal with a bit of traffic as Andrew Horn's trying to make up the time. Roy Aubrey has completely dropped off the pace as Romano Sartori and Wayne Roach have gotten ahead of him. And I do think Aubrey is running a little bit of a problem with his car, that he's tapered off that much. On last lap, he did a 125. This is just coasting, and it looks like they may have just pulled him in the pits. Maybe pushed a little bit too hard, and the car decided, I'm not going to take it anymore. But that leaves an interesting promise with the likes of Casey Enzel-Smith, who is debuting his drive in the 1 hour in a Shelby Can-Am, and now going and fighting it out. Now, we've got an interesting situation here. Both come from single-seater racing. Andrew Horn, who actively is part of historic single-seater racing, but a former Formula 4 champion and a Formula V champion, now trying to make up to a younger generation that's coming through. And there's 20 years difference between them, but it really does show the difference in youth. Who's willing to push more? As you saw, Casey was not afraid to sit on the outside through the corners and believe that the grip's going to hold him, where Andrew was a little bit less onto that. So let's take a look at what happened here. This is a bit of a late break for the Honda, and Wayne Roach really sends it in on the inside. Whew, very, very close between the two, and how to take a breather with not quite what you want to have there. Honestly, I've got chills down my arms for that. Whew, boy.
Yeah, Rick Loureiro going wide there, giving Wayne Roach some room. Wayne going and using all of the room, and then a little bit more. But those two drivers both managed to get away clean with that one. And I 100% agree, Steve. It's amazing to see the impact that youth has, and endurance racing. I mean, we see that in all forms of motorsport, the difference between youthful exuberance versus wise experience. But in endurance racing, there's just certain details that you see from the younger drivers. Their risk appetite is a lot higher, and they just go for some crazy maneuvers. But what a start to that race. That side-by-side racing was incredible. We've seen a lot of that here today at Zwartkops Racing. You're still available to join if you are watching at home, and if you're thinking of coming through, we will be with you for the next 3 hours and 45 minutes as we catch up with Roy Aubrey, who has left the pits. Great to see, Steve, that he has not retired from this race.
No, he's going to keep on going, but here comes second place overall at the moment, Damien Hammond, and leads out the 1 hours to put a lap over Roy Aubrey. Looks to the inside, little flash of lights as well, just to say, hey, listen, I'm going to come past. Do you mind moving out the way? Nice gentle overtake as well. But that being said, let's go down, Chloe, down in pit lane for some information. What's happening, Chloe?
Is that 4 seconds? Joining us now down in pit lane, it is Sam Hammond. Sam, we're seeing Damon right now. He's running second, leading his class though. Talk to us about, of course, his performance and the weekend that he's had. A bit of a tough one, but seemingly from race 3, he's got his groove on.
It's been a tough one. We haven't had much time to test, and we're making the best of what we have. And I think we're just going to stick it out and take the points that's available.
Yeah.
So it's going a bit better.
Talk to us about this Mercedes. It's taken a lot of time to get used to, also changing a bit of the setups. Have you found the right setting for this car?
No, we haven't. From the Lamborghini, it's a completely different drive. Yesterday we found that we had the wrong spring settings on the cars, which made it very difficult to drive. So at the moment, we're just hanging in. We'll go and test, and we'll get it better for the next event.
And looking into the other car from Samlin, Wayne Roach, unfortunately he dropped a few, of course, in terms of the grid. But when you look into the positives, is that there's no oil leak currently, which is good because that was the worry from yesterday's race.
Yeah, we had a bit of a fuel leach problem, but it was an overflow pipe. We fixed it. I think Wayne is pacing his tyres, and it's a long stint, hours long, and he just wants to get a good result.
All the best, Sam, and it's good to have you on track.
Thank you, guys, and thanks for watching.
That is, of course, Sam Hammond. Let's go back into commentary as we see, of course, what Damon and Wayne are still able to do.
Now, of course, is a long stint because the first 15 to 20 minutes was host to an incredibly edge-of-your-seat battle between Casey Enzo-Smith and Andrew Horn. Things have calmed down a bit as Casey eventually cleared that. I was in between positions on track and here in the commentary booth witnessing Steve and Timber go wild. Steve, that was exciting.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible, and that's the type of racing I thoroughly enjoy, that neck and neck. And if you think about it, Roy Aubrey has a car that's 1.2 tons. Then you've got Casey in a 1-ton Shelby Can-Am, and then you've got an 800-kilogram Ligier chasing down. Seeing the advantages and disadvantages of both, power coming into play, but also just who's willing to stick it in and give it everything they got. But that being said, that's our 1 hour that's currently going around. And last time we were here at Zwartkops for a 1 hour, they did 51 laps to come through. That's going to be the target mark. Can they get 51, or are they going to go for 52 laps here? Remember, round 1, 4 hours of Zwartkops earlier this year was a proper chase for many of the drivers. Andrew Horn finished up second place behind Sean Harpole in the Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. This time round, he's going to be looking to finish behind Damien Hammond, who's currently leading the championship. And with the likes of he's going to be finishing behind Casey Enzo-Smith and Damien Hammond, which is going to throw the points completely out of whack because Damien Hammond will go and leg it into Kyle Army to have a little bit more of an advantage for the championship.
Yep. The championship is exactly what you want to have your crosshairs on. And unfortunately, one of the 1 hour dash competitors just went into the pits, and that was Dr. Mike Verrier. And the team is working on his front left braking, the front left of his brakes at the moment. I don't know if it's a matter of the brakes being bled or something of that nature. So we're going to have to hang on to see how long they have. I mean, the clock is winding down. 1 hour comes and goes quite quickly. We're already somewhere across at the moment, bearing down on the halfway mark for the 1 hour dash part of it. So you don't have much time. The pressure's on for them to try and get the braking system sorted and Dr. Verrier back onto circuit. But we're going to hear from Chloe quickly, who's got an interview down in the pits.
Okay. joining us now down in pit lane is someone who's wearing two different hats today. You'll see him a little bit at Stradale, but today he's driving for G&H, Ari Nevling. Great to have you also back in the country after a 24-hour of Barcelona. But firstly, talk to us about the different hats that you've had to wear this weekend, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it was quite exciting, you know, when G&H asked me if I'd like to join them for the 4 hours, so, you know, why not? So I'd absolutely love to. And we had a solid weekend with Stradale, with the customers, so I think everybody's very happy, and I think we did a good job there. Charles had an amazing race also. He won 3 of the races, so it was very good, yeah.
One thing that's special about you, Ari, is the ability to jump into different machinery. One moment you're driving a Ferrari, one moment is a Lamborghini, and one point it's an R8. Talk to us about having to handle, of course, the different machinery, and today's one specifically.
Yeah, I think I'm quite a lucky guy when you put it that way. So, no, it was amazing. I mean, so today now in the GT4 Audi, 2 weeks ago with the Ferrari, with EXO and the boys in Europe, I mean, I am quite lucky, and it's nice. You know, you have to adapt a little bit, but I really enjoy it.
What are some of the things that you had to work with the Audi today?
With the Audi, obviously it's less pressure. You know, there's, you know, coming from the Spain race, there's a lot of pressure. And a lot of it comes from me because I want to do very well. Obviously in this race, you also want to do very well, but we can just take a slight step back and take it a little bit more easier.
The other thing that I would like to find out is why is it that, of course, you guys started from pit lane today?
So there was an issue in qualifying 3 when Ricky was supposed to go out. Unfortunately, there was a leakage in the water system, so he wasn't able to make it. And the rules states that if you don't make that qualifying, you need to start from pit lane. Unfortunately.
Hard luck, but all the best.
Thank you very much.
What time are you going?
I should be in the car maybe within the next 45 minutes to an hour, I think.
Oh, lovely. We'll be seeing Ari Nevling in just a bit. All the best, Ari.
Thank you very much.
Let's head over back to commentary.
Straight into having the leader of the overall race in frame there, Goleli Tlaka, with Casey Smith, who had a chance to excite us for the first part of the first hour alongside Andrew Horn and Roy Aubrey. But yeah, Ari Nevling giving us some insight there with the reason why they had to start from the pits, and an example of just how being experienced can pay off for you. You can jump in between different kinds of machinery, and one person who jumps in a number of kinds of machinery is this young man we have in frame right now, Casey Smith, cutting his teeth in the grassroots of South African motorsport. He's still active up until recent history in karting, of course, but working his way all the way up to main circuit in various kinds of machinery. So he's having a blast, and it's great to see a combination of youth and a sense of history too. Quite an old car for such a young man to be marshalling it.
And to be honest, the Shelby Can-Am's a former national series that we had here in South Africa, came over from the US. Also, it's gone through many different generations. This car used to be Mike Verrier's car. That's now moved on to its new home. But also, as Mike Verrier said, he went and sent all the reliability with it. So that's kind of the frustration that he's been having. But one thing that Casey is getting to experience as a youngster, moving through karting and through riding bikes a little bit when he was younger, the single seaters he's in hasn't got a manual gearbox. They actually Tiptronic, and now he's sitting in something where you've got a heel and toe, you've got to use the clutch, you've got an H pattern to work with, and you have to be careful of the synchros. You have to get heel and toe right if you want to be fast. And he is driving a car that is much older than him, but also carries a lot of history. I mean, this is the one thing about the Shelby Can-Ams, a series that developed some of the best drivers. We saw the likes of the Loeb family coming through and having a great success in the past with it, and it's just progressed, and it's good to see that more and more of these cars are coming out. We saw Anthony Marks earlier this year had his car. Mike Verrier has utilized this one. There's a variety that are sitting around, and they're coming out of the woodwork to join up with endurance racing, going back many years of the endurance scene here in South Africa. The Shelby Can-Ams went and developed to wanting to be part of endurance racing at one stage, and this was still during their life where they were out racing in regional. And it's good to see that they're starting to get that transition back into it, to get those cars out and be a part of the show yet again, but also to see some of the youngsters climbing in behind the machinery and getting to appreciate some of that history that's involved.
Yep, indeed. We've got a bit of insight there again from the pits. Down in the pits is Chloe, who's standing by for us. While we wait for Chloe, we have the lead of the overall race.
Of course, we are all here to talk about why Roy Overy is here from Stradale. Gary, what happened?
I think the day it's been a long weekend for Roy. He's had 3 races of roughly 30 minutes each in the Sports and GT. In the 1 hour, I just think it got a bit much for him. And due to his fans and everybody out there, Roy just said to me, I'm tired, I can't carry on. Although I must say, the part of he was racing at, those 2 youngsters in those sports cars were chasing him very hard, and he said he just couldn't keep up with it anymore. And he decided to call it a day and say to all the friends out there, thanks for watching. And you'll be back next time.
We definitely will be back, and we love to hear that. But one thing, Gary, is that Stradale has had a great weekend. Here's Roy. Roy, come. Roy, you're here. Gary tells us that you're a little bit tired today.
I'm 64. I've had 2 hectic races this morning. Then I'm going to go and race against 17-year-olds. So I mean, I had a hell of a jaw, and then I let them through. No, I thought I'd just circulate slowly so I just thought I've had a lacquer day, and it was enough for me. I need to go and get fit, and that's it. I'm just not up to doing the 2. The weekend's been a lot. It's already 3 sprint races, practice, qualifying, all that kind of stuff, and then a 1 hour. So it's just too much for me,
But you've had a great weekend, and you've given us great moments. So congratulations on that.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks, man. It was those first couple of laps were awesome, But racing against 17-year-olds is hard.
It really is, I can imagine. But Gary, just to wrap it up in terms of Stradale's perspective, I mean, you've seen Ashar winning 3 out of 3, which has been brilliant. Talk to us about, JJ as well, a relatively good weekend. Talk to us about just wrapping up Stradale's weekend.
Yeah, it's been a very successful weekend for us. Shaw wrapped up the Sports and GT Cup series of first overall in every single race. Roy came in a very close 3rd. And JJ came in overall 4th in the GT Cup SA series. So it's been a successful weekend for us. The guys have thoroughly enjoyed us. And maybe next time we'll have more fans cheering for us. I had kids in the cars, out the cars. I just hope they get all the selfies up on social media and tell the world how great our series really is.
Which it is. Before we let you go, JJ has a cool statement on his car. Life is short, just buy a Porsche. What makes a Porsche special in your opinion?
We've tried numerous cars in the South African series, and finally the Porsches seem to come out the tops. The drivers tell me it's an easier car to drive, it's a more friendly car to drive, and everybody else tried to do certain things similar to what we were doing. So we had the guys trying to be Audi dealers, and let's just go for one mark. Therefore, we've gone the Porsche route. We have probably some of the most exciting Porsches in the country of race cars, and a lot of kids interested in coming to drive them. So hopefully we'll have some youngsters on the grid next year in some of our faster cars.
We're definitely hoping forward to that. Well, this is why we've got Roy Overy's car here, because he's decided that he's had a good fun for the day, and he's not going to race amongst, of course, 17-year-olds. Let's go back to commentary as you take, of course, one more good look at this gorgeous Porsche.
Well, hats off to Roy for acknowledging the talent there, giving him a run, and that did look fun. Certainly did look fun. The first couple of laps that he was involved in there, definitely something intense. And it's not an easy thing. I mean, we're talking about the conditions and how it's so hot. Right now, we've got the benefit of partial cloud cover, somewhat overcast. It's not as intense as yesterday. But can you imagine what it's like being in the cockpit of any one of these cars, let alone in the middle of the hottest battle we've had in the first hour so far?
And the battle isn't over. I mean, Andrew Horn's been putting in some serious laps, and he's closing the distance, 2 seconds away from Casey Smith. So do expect to see the Ligier and the Shelby Can-Am get right up against one another yet again in the very, very near future. So I'm looking forward to seeing that battle for 3rd and 4th coming up really soon. But also, you mentioned about the heat in these cars. You're looking at 50 degrees. We saw a little bit of ice being put into the cars, and that's just some. That's the drivers are utilizing different things to try and cool them down as much as possible. We heard Andrew Horn, despite being in an open cockpit car, you're at the same level as the exhaust of all the cars around you. That means that you're getting all that intense heat coming at you, and you start getting warmer and warmer and warmer, becoming a little bit more uncomfortable. And remember, the more you sweat, the more the body is going and utilizing all the different nutrients and glucose, you start feeling tired, the muscles start to ache, you get an increased buildup of lactic acid, especially when it gets hotter versus when it gets cooler, and that starts to have some big effect. But with a little bit of dust being kicked up.
What's going on there? Turn 2. Exit of turn 2, something happened there.
I'm trying to see where there was a car, but all looking clear. No yellow flags being shown there. Maybe someone just going and taking turn 2 a little bit too much, and might be the Super Polo up ahead. But that being said, lots of different strategies being utilized. And you know what, for Roy Albury to say, listen, before something breaks, let me rather just give it a break and get back into the pits. And that really does show an understanding of yourself and what you are willing to do. Taking a look though, an interesting little close down as Ricky Giannacaro trying to catch up to Ramona Satori on the back is now just ahead. So the Audi R8 GT4 now chasing down the IRC Mustang as they continue on. This is still going to be an interesting time, but that Audi not quite getting the drive out of turn 3.
Yeah, not really. And he looked gingerly. But that's a huge difference. I mean, going into 2, he was right there, maybe 2 or 3 car lengths. Something, maybe a mistake also added to that. There's no way he could lose that much distance when we had them within the same frame. Something is amiss here. Something is amiss with the number 511. Let's have a look what happens now as we approach turn 5 and then eventually get down into pit entry. That is not a normal pace to be running at. We'll update you as we have. Okay.
Looking at
Mustang going down now.
Look at the last lap time, a 113 versus his best has been a 107. So damn, he has slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah, are we going to get him coming around to start finish now? I doubt it, judging by the pace Giannacaro was going at.
Well, Ramona Satori's not going to mind having no pressure on the back as he continues on. I've got to say, I love seeing the open face helmet because you could just see that smile every time he stands on the accelerator. Just that, oh yes, this is happening. But there we go. Stop in the pits. And it's now time to take a look at what's going on. Oh, they are taking a look at the front suspension, just seeing if there's any wobble or if there's something going on there.
Yeah.
Not happy about the driver.
He's not getting clean rotation there.
Driver saying, listen, wasn't quite happy with this one. Sorry guys, let's take a look. Remember, they're going to be doing the 4-hour race versus the 1 hour. So Romano is in the 1 hour, they're in the 4 hours. So rather take it a little bit cautiously. If you do feel something not quite right, you don't want to go and bin your next 3 hours after Romano's just finished his race. So it's always a tough time out here. 26 minutes to go, and there's still plenty of racing for our drivers.
Yep, and of course they lead Class B. Second in Class B is the Alteza of Alvarez there. And you had just came in frame with the IRC Mustang getting past Sartori down the inside of turn 2. He goes, and he goes a bit wide there. I wonder what happened there with the bit of dust we had. I guess it was someone just going slightly wide, or maybe going too wide coming out of turn 1, which is a possibility. We've seen that happen, or going into turn 1. So we've had some cars go slightly wide. So if the wind then blows the dust across, you may have the semblance of it having been at turn 2. I think it was Lutlaka went off at 1. There it is. It kind of looks like that.
Yeah, into 4, up the hill, not quite where you want to go, and especially clipping the dirt. There's a couple of corners around the track that you want to avoid, and turn 1 being one of them. Turn 4 is another one that can bite you very, very quickly. And right on the back, Pesty Racing, remember, their goal at the moment is performance of index. That means you've got to be the most consistent, but that is a problem.
That is a problem. This is the Honda Type R.
It's the
Honda
combined race.
Oh yeah, the combined racing. They have been working, of course, they rebuilt their engine and worked on the head. They had a head gasket issue and decided also the time had come, I think, for them to service and have a look at the engine. So they had their head redone. And I wonder if that is related. They're also managing temperature when it comes to how far they can push that car in this race. And of course, we're looking at sweltering conditions at the moment. So could be related to those issues, or it's something else entirely. And such is the nature of endurance racing. You have to endure more than just the race itself. There's so many things that could fly at you. So we'll get an update as soon as possible to see what's going on with combined racing.
Now that's it to the GNH Transport Audi R8 back up to full steam as the Blue Sands Racing IRC Mustang is now taking a look in the mirror to see into Africa going and chasing down. Beautiful to see these cars out on circuit. Can you believe it? In shot, GT4, GT3 and IRC, the closest that's in South Africa to a V8 supercar that you generally go watch in the Bathurst 1000, all on one side of the circuit. Absolutely incredible to just think about some of the cars that we have here, but also some of the more local vehicles like the Honda Type R, for its just being a SA GT car that goes out and racing. And honestly, it's just phenomenal to see such a variety of different engines, different manufacturers, different ways of building race cars, from FI homologated to our local MSA homologated cars. They're going and duking it out. However, the question has to come in for the likes of Lataka. Remember, he's fighting to keep it all together. He's also fighting for performance and index. And that means you've got to keep it consistent, even while navigating through the field, much like the likes of Pesty Racing are going to be having to keep it consistent amongst one another as well. And that being said, the championship, everyone likes to think that it is a team championship. It's actually not. It's a driver's championship. So the 1 hour is, of course, a driver's championship. And, something.
Front left being worked on with combined racing, so it doesn't seem to be engine related, as we thought. Wheels been taken off, and he's looking at one of the mechanics. They're looking at the braking system, it looks like, or just behind the braking system actually. Maybe suspension related. Let's have a look. His hand is reaching quite far in there. Try and we appreciate the angle we've got from our team, our media team. But Chloe already on standby to learn exactly what's going on. But yeah, as far as it stands, it doesn't look like it's engine related, so that's a great thing. But yeah, if they find that issue, hopefully it's soon, because time is ticking away. It waits for no man and no racer as far as the 4 hours of Zwartkops is concerned. And so far, someone who's quite happy with themselves, chuffed with themselves, is Romano Sartori for the seat time he's getting, with the weight fully on his shoulders, given that he's in the 1 hour competition going into this race. He'll be very glad with the experience coming out of this weekend, which has gone smoothly for him.
And in his ears, he's got the likes of Franco Di Matteo, who is joining him as pit boss for today, but also the likes of Julian Familiaris also going and having a chat to him. His teammates that originally did the endurance with him, now giving him a chance to race the 1 hour, but also giving a bit of information on what to do. He's aiming to get a 102, 101 around the circuit here today before he leaves, and at the moment he's done a 104 as his best. He still needs to try and close up that gap a little bit more to go and get his personal best that he wants. That being said, this car is also due to go up a hill climb as well, so a little bit of let's just keep it all together as we see Mike Verrier's car taking the nose off. Not a good sight to see, and unfortunately I've got a funny feeling this may be a little bit more than what they bargained for.
Yeah.
That's checking the master cylinders over there, see what's going on.
Yeah, because that's exactly where the issue was, on the left-hand side, on the left-hand cylinder. So let's have a look now.
Braking.
Yeah.
And there's a braking issue, and our COC keeping a close eye on it as well, but it's always a rough one. And as you said, just trying to get the gremlins out of the car. It's the last time it ever went and raced at full tilt was 8 years ago, and now just needs that little bit of a shakedown before it gets all the reliability and maybe a bit of a transfer of reliability from Casey's car to Mike Verrier's car. There's going to be some switcheroo in the pits.
Well, Casey was clever to negotiate for the reliability too. It's smart negotiating in getting the car. But yeah,
swap
hopefully
the bodywork.
Yeah, pretty much. But hopefully, Dr. Vera and his team are able to figure out what that niggle is. Because I mean, look at the time, we're past the halfway mark, 20 minutes remaining of the 1 hour dash, and that is a Romano Sartori who's looking pretty chuffed with getting himself a podium for that particular race if things remain as they stand. And Casey Anthony Smith, of course, far ahead leading that race with the fastest so far of 1:03.1. Andrew Horn with a 1:02.9. So he's really putting the hammer down as soon as, or as often as he can in the conditions. But we're trying to find out exactly what's going on down in the pits with Chloe.
Well, we are are here, of course, in the pit lane with Mike Verrier. Mike, unfortunately, we can smell the brakes, which is not a good sign. But talk to us about what you were experiencing on track and why you've had to retire the car.
I was having so much fun, and the car was amazing, but all my brakes were on the front, and I was trying to adjust the brake bias to the rear because you need to distribute your brake force about 55-45, otherwise they can't cope with the heat. And I kept going back as far as I could, but it wouldn't go back any further, so that was all I had. And the front brakes just absolutely cooked. And when you came in earlier, they were literally on fire. So then you got no brakes, and it gets dangerous, and I took one little trip through the sand pits already, so I'll rather just fight another day, wait for Kyle Army.
I'm so sorry about that. You were literally covered in dust when you jumped off the car, which is not nice as well. But I mean, if you have to get some of the positives, besides having to, of course, figure out what went wrong with the brakes, what were the positives for you?
Oh, the whole event is amazing. They're amazing cars to drive, and if you look at you can buy one of these cars for 250,000 Rand, and you're competing with GT3 with cars worth anything from 4 to 10 million Rand, and you're running same sort of times, same sort of reliability. Maybe not for me today, but yeah. So it's an amazing car, lots of fun, very analog, very old school, manual gearbox. No synchro mesh, very, very, very nice cars to drive. This one's been standing for a long time, so I think that bias adjuster is jammed somehow. I don't know how that happened, and I think that's what took us out. Otherwise, we were looking very good. The car was amazing.
I mean, your former car with Casey, the youngster, I don't know if you've been able to see him, but he's been having a really good race.
Yeah, he's amazing. I mean, that car's is identical to this, just he's younger and more talented. And I think he qualified third on the grid, so he's probably running up there somewhere. And I'm hoping what that'll do is encourage some of the other youngsters, because he's 17 or 18 years old. And I'm hoping, and I think he's leading the MSA 4 championship this year. So if that gets some of the other youngsters interested, that's great, because they're also planning on doing the full 9-hour race at the end of the year in that car.
Oh, here we see Casey actually. If you can just turn the camera, Kobert. We're seeing Casey, of course. He's also just in the pit lane, having a conversation. What do you think the conversation is right now, Mike?
I think there's swear words.
And?
I think there's something, because I don't think he's meant to be in here. So he's clearly picked up some issue, which is very unfortunate because he was running superbly well. And that car, all it's done the whole weekend is just put petrol in and put tires on and go. I think I can hear water boiling, can't you?
Yes, I can. So clearly that is the issue. We'll try, of course, to also bring in Casey just to find out from his perspective. But let's head over back to commentary.
Oh, jeez. It looks like it's raining and pouring there on the Shelby Can-Am camp. Both of those particular pieces of history out of the race. Dr. Verrier with the braking issue, and Casey Smith possibly could still recover that. We don't know exactly what the issue is yet, but we'll keep you updated on that. It would be a shame for Casey Smith not to be able to finish the race, given how he's worked so hard to earn the lead that he had, because now we're speaking of it in past tense as he's in the pits, and the person he was battling for that lead, Andrew Horn, now takes the lead of the 1 hour dash as it stands. Oh, I beg your pardon, he's up second. Damien Hammond takes the lead, I beg your pardon, of the 1 hour dash, and Andrew Horn sits in second, and Sartori in third.
No, they've stopped the car.
Oh no.
That means she's gotten hot. And where they were talking about it getting a little bit too warm, we got to see it here. And this is the difficulty of racing in the summer. It's very, very, very warm. And now they're just double checking. This is where the front radiator is to try and see where they can cool it down, unfortunately. And hearing, anytime you can hear water bubbling from a distance, it's gut wrenching. But honestly, Casey's done a phenomenal job. And I think driven that car harder than it's been for a very, very long time. I think last time it got pushed that hard, it was still racing nationals.
Well, there you have it. The 17-year-old gave it full beans. It's probably giving them an interesting rendition of exactly what happened.
I think he's talking about brakes there, because he was busy saying it every time he was going. Well, it just might also be the same as a brake problem there that got a little bit too warm. But we'll get confirmation on that. But still, he's done a phenomenal job. You can't take it away from the youngster. First time racing a Shelby Can-Am. First time going with a manual gearbox in a race like this. And getting to fight it out the way he did, that he even caused one of his competition to say, listen, I'm tired, I'm going to bed here.
Oh man, that was a precious moment for Roy Aubrey. But now Stewie White has stepped into the saddle of the number 1, the leading Lamborghini. That is the Huracan Evo of Inter Africa Racing, which is taking on endurance duty, which is different to what we saw last time around when we had Maverick, the newer car, out of that stable doing the endurance race. This time around, it's been switched, whereas this car was doing the shorter sprint. It now takes on the 4 hours. There is Wayne Roach getting past the 69 there of the Franco team, the GSW Super Polo. That's been doing pretty well after what was thought to be a major issue, having heard a sound. W confirmed that they suspected it may have been one of the very small wheel weights that are put on the rims of the cars having come loose and then fallen into the underside of the engine bay. But we've got Chloe down in the pits with some more insight for us, possibly from Casey and Smith.
I mean, overtaking really fast cars on paper where you think maybe not should be, but you had fun before coming, of course, to this issue.
Yeah, it was really fun. I did have a bit of a rough start, to be honest. So some people came past me, like the Porsche came past me, and then he held me up for a couple of laps, but eventually I got past him, and then I held back a little bit so I could keep myself fit and the car could be fine. But then around like lap 10 or 12, the brakes started getting squishy and all sorts. So going into turn 4, I hit the brake, and the brake pedal went to the floor. So then I just had to come back in.
Which really sucks, because you look on the other side, Mike Verrier also here, and he also had to retire because of his front brakes. On your side, it's your rear brakes.
Yeah, on my side, it's my rear brakes. We think it could be there's not enough cooling on the rear brakes, so we're gonna go home and try and fix this problem now.
But I mean, overall, you were having fun. If you just had to take away key takeaways, because I mean, you love, of course, you're talking about what makes this car so special. What was the special and positive takeaway for you in this race?
It definitely was being able to drive with all the GT3s and not being there by their pace, but being close to their pace. Because fastest I've ever gone around here until yesterday was a 102.6, and then yesterday in qualifying I managed to do a 102.1. And it really is fun driving with all the other GT3s and GT4 cars.
Well, a positive, we were talking to Roy Aubrey, and he was like, oh my goodness, that 17-year-old is really talented and pretty quick.
I have also put a lot of effort in. I think it was maybe 4 or 5 years ago or so. I was going to the track 3 times a week in a kart every week for 2 or 3 years. So I definitely did put a lot of time into it.
No, hard luck, but all the best in preparing to make sure that you're back for Kyalami and finishing Kyalami.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Casey, and it's a bit unfortunate to see him here because he was having a really, really good race. It was great to see him, of course, battling out with the GT3. It was fun to see him, but it's unfortunate. I mean, the Shelby cars, I think the common factor that they've got, it is a braking issue in terms of Mike Verrier and Casey, but let's go back to commentary.
Well, there you have it, Casey and Smith giving it full beans, but unfortunately for him, the Can-Am gave, and that was by way of the rear braking issue, which they'll figure out and try to get sorted by well before they get back to Kyalami, so he can test the car a bit more and get to terms and bring it to speed, bring himself up to speed and how to treat that car.
I think the car needs to get up to speed with Casey at that point. It's been a couple of years since it's been pushed that hard, that's for certain.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely phenomenal to see the youngster really gave it horns. Unfortunately, you will run into these niggles, especially as we're getting into the warmer temperatures, and it's more development of the cars that come through. I mean, remember, the Shelby Can-Ams were originally built for sprint racing. They then later moved into the likes of our endurance for a short, brief time, but it's good to see them going. But we have got the likes of the Combined Racing back out on circuit, showing off what they can do. And here comes Romano Sartori, the Blue Sands Racing IRC Mustang, trying to close up the distance. And he's got Andrew Horn on the back of him, so it's getting a little bit busy up towards tabletop. And, big mistake comes in for Romano and Andrew Horn. Last time we were here at Zwartkops, that happened.
Very similar.
Yeah,
Very
and
similar.
Andrew Horn had to take evasive maneuvers. Now the question is, can Romano get this car fired up? Or are we going to see a safety car come out? So let's quickly take a look at the replay as they come through. This is Wayne Roach, who's just trying to keep it all together out on the circuit. Has it on as he's trying to keep himself out there. There's Combined Racing. There's the GSW who continue on their great stuff into turn 8. And honestly, some good running on the way through. However, I do want to talk about a couple of drivers and teams that aren't here. That, well, they're here but not quite here. And that is the likes of Stradali. Yes, they are not racing the complete 4-hour, but on a Neveling from Stradali, going to be racing in the G&H Transport Audi R8. So we will see him go out. Bit of a joint effort in that regard to go and battle out. I don't see any safety car boards, which is great. It means that IRC Mustang managed to get going. But here is Romano, and just having the rear end step out under acceleration. Yeah, he asked for so much grip out of the rear while he tried to chase down, and it just swung the car around. Andrew Horn was able to bring the car to a stop. Romano let the car roll back into the dirt instead of stopping dead, which is quite helpful. Clears the road. However, it does make life rather interesting. And for Andrew Horn, who's already had repair work last race to his car getting crunched on the nose and on the rear, well, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, he will have had his eyeballs on his dashboard at the moment. At that moment, at least. Very, very quick. We've got the safety car board out. So very, very quick reaction there from Andrew Horn. And yeah, the first person, we have it on record, to call out the safety car is Steve Koenig. I believe those words came out of your mouth first. So you have that honor this weekend.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take this award, but that is for Romano Satori, who's stranded at the top. So safety car means it's a full reset and also a good pit stop for our full 4-hour drives. Now, Damien Hammond is going to be quite happy. He's leading out the field. He has got a bit of a gap to the likes of Andrew Horn, who is running in second place. Wayne Roach holding in third. So for Samlin, this is a good run for them. It would be looking at a first and third for the team, and will be battling out. Stuart White, however, after climbing into the car, having a little bit of laps behind him, now goes and sits behind the safety car and will be thinking, right, guys, let's do our fuel stop. Let's get our tires sorted out here, because, man, oh man, we're in for a bit of a drive. And unfortunately for the Blue Sands Racing, they're in that 1-hour dash, and they just come to a halt at the top of the hill, just losing it under power.
Yeah, and they were pretty much dashing towards the checkered flag for the 1-hour race, only a couple of minutes away from that being the case. So we'll see now what's it done.
I think he managed to get that car going, because I don't see him there.
Yeah, he's not being recovered by the recovery car, the course car.
Oopsie. So he managed to bring out the safety car, got himself going. There's going to be a couple of drivers. It's going to be saying, you just threw the spanner in the works, mate.
Jeez. Well, his timing was not too far off, at least as far as 1 hour. Stewie White getting a chance to get some more fuel there, it looks like.
Yeah, that was a splash and dash, but it was also a very late exit out of the pits. You could see the Lollipop man, who's one of the key parts of the pit crew, that tells you when it's safe to go, will lift up that Lollipop and tell you, get going. He was busy telling, go, go, go. Come on, you need to go. Give it everything you got. You need to drive. And he wasn't moving. So was there a little bit of a problem of trying to recycle the car and get it up and going again? Which it does look like. And, well, they got the wave around for the safety car, who will pick up Damien Hammond, who is looking to take the victory for the 1-hour dash. Stuart White now in second place. Finds himself staring at the back of an older Lamborghini, the Gallardo, now looking at the back of, well, the Hurricane, looking at the back of the Gallardo. And this is one of the first generations of the Hurricane that's looking at the first generation of the Gallardo.
That history turning on itself. Is it full circle or is it a broken circle, then squiggly like the infinity sign? One of the two. One of the two. But we're going to have Wayne Roach now. Snap.
You mean you said you broke an infinity, so there's got to be a snap. Oh, wait, no, we're not on that show, okay.
No, we're not. But yes, leader of the, well, as it stands, leader of the overall standing, that is Damien Hammond, having had Stewie White getting into the pits for a quick splash and dash. Andrew Horn is second placed for the 1-hour dash competition, and the Gallardo we've been talking about is actually in third, sitting on the podium for that particular competition as far as things stand, because the IRC Mustang, which is it gifted us the safety car period that we have now. Free pit stop for Stu White. Went into the outside of turn 6, between turn 6 and 7 there, but then recovered himself.
Yeah, lost it through turn 6 as you enter 7, and that's unfortunately, as you're getting on the power, the rear can slip out. And that's the one thing about these cars, you just give it everything you got, you're fighting. I mean, this is going to be a huge, huge run for some of the drivers. Others, it's a little bit of a frustrating point to try and close up. But unfortunately for the likes of Andrew Horn, this has just taken some of the time out. He's finally got a gap of 1.7 seconds to Stuart White, but as soon as they get going under green, he's going to lose track of that Lamborghini. And also, we're getting closer and closer to the end of the 1 hour dash. That's going to change things up big time. Ricky Giannicaro behind the wheel of that GT4, slowly but surely keeping it consistent. Moved up through the order, currently 5th, and will be jumping up into 2nd place on the way through. And he's currently leading this little bit of a train.
Yep. Got some insight from Chloe in the pit on standby.
Well, with me now is Franco Di Matteo, and one thing, Franco, is that normally we'll see you, of course, racing and in the cockpit, but this weekend you are wearing a different hat because you are a man of many talents, having been in motorsport for over 40 years. Talk to us about the Mustang. I mean, we saw Romano Sartori, of course, having a little bit of a oopsie, but how's the car overall?
Now the car overall is brilliant. I mean, we put him into the car as a 1 hour just to give him more time to get used to the car. So the car is very good. I mean, it's just put him in there, let him do his laps, let him get used to the car, and that's what we've done. And suddenly some little light came on, and you thought it was the engine and everything. So yeah, but it doesn't matter. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the car. You'll catch up again, but we just want to finish that 1 hour.
And that's the one thing about this car, is the technology into it, right? So you talk about the light, I've seen them. There are a lot of buttons also in the car.
Yeah, look, it's not like our old cars where there was nothing to tell you what happened or whatever. So this car, whatever goes and the temperatures rise 2 degrees, it actually, all the things starts flashing in there. So you've got to understand what it wants and what it's doing. So, and you can just reset it and it'll be okay, you know. But it's just warning you, you know. Just take it easy, slow it down a little bit, and it'll come right again. But yeah, that's modern technology today, you know.
Well, that's exactly what we're seeing here at Zwartkops. A bit of course, schooling in terms of technology. Romano is okay, the car is okay. It just, of course, is a bit of understanding as well in terms of the technology and what the car really needs. Let's go back to commentary.
Perfect timing as we get back under green flags, and we're racing again as we've cleared that safety car, and we have now clear understanding of exactly what happened there. Romano Sartori is now just going to have to catch up and try salvage what remains of 1 lap. 1 minute, I beg your pardon, of the 1 hour dash. See how much he could recover there with the cars relatively close, but let's see how far off he is from his nearest competitor. Got a car in between, got a Giannicaro and a Daylight, and then some between Romano Sartori as well as Andrew Horn. So that would look like Damien Hammond, Andrew Horn, and Wayne Roach as your podium. Oh, Sartori was so close to a podium finish. Oh man, I feel for him.
Those Don lights, that's when you start you start removing cables.
Oh, jeez.
But wow, oh wow, as we get closer and closer to the 1 hour completion, this is going to be a good run for both Damien Hammond and Andrew Horn scoring points. It is going to bring the championship a little bit more in favor of Damien Hammond for Kailami, but it is double points. That's where it's going to come into fray. And well, for the likes of Andrew Horn, it's going to be all or nothing come Kailami. For Damien Hammond, got a little bit more room to breathe, so a 2nd place there is going to help him out as well. But Stuart White, who is a man on a mission at the moment, trying to close up the gap, after 1 hour wants to be the guy to be at the top of the chart, sets the fastest lap time of the race, a 59.8, because a sub 1 minute is what you need to do, and if you're doing 1 minute, you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, signature Stuart White sounds exactly like him. Also sounds like the likes of Solorangi, who we saw setting quite similar benchmarks earlier on today, but this is very soon for Stu to get here. So he really sets the intention for the rest of his stint. It looks like it's going to be back-to-back wins on the 1 hour dash for, let's have a look there, Stewie White has to be careful of that Super Polo. Going into turn 5, we've seen a couple of incidents there with a lot of the classes, apart from just the two-wheeled action. But he's cleared that with no issue at all. Anything can happen, you just have to have your wits about you when it comes to getting past your slower equipment and your back markers.
Well, you talk about slower equipment. These cars are doing an average about 120, 130 kilometers an hour around the circuit. There's the MSA flag signaling the end of our 1 hour dash, and that's going to be a big smile on the face for Damien Hammond, Andrew Horn, and Wayne Roach, who will finish up first, second, and third, with the likes of Damien Hammond going to be leading out the championship. Andrew Horn will be running in second place. And for Wayne Roach, who was sitting in 8th, this is a good haul of points for him.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely great haul for him. Now, Damien Hammond, of course, coming off the back of a second place in Kyalami, now takes the full haul here at Zwartkops. He's going to be absolutely pleased with that. He does have, of course, a couple of good performances as well, going back into the earlier rounds at Aldo Scribante and Kilani, and this is going to be a great one to add to his collection of wins going into the close of the championship at Kyalami in November.
Andrew Horn was the original 1 hour dash champion last year. Now is in on the ropes, fighting it out against the likes of the Samlin Racing team. But good to see him out there. Now we move on to the 3 hours, and this is 3 hours left of our 4 hours of Zwartkops. Stuart White leads out the race with a 59.7. He's going even faster. I think somebody needs to check that Lambo's brakes, because it's suddenly not using them too much. But it's also going to move up this GT4, the likes of Ricky Giancarlo, who's behind the wheel at the moment, and he's continuing to keep it nice and consistent out there. And this is where the pressure comes in, because Ricky Giancarlo, the entire Giancarlo team, and with Arnold Neveling behind the wheel, they can work on performance and index. Yeah. And that's going to benefit them, because they've got to fight out with a fellow Class B car, which is a little bit further down the order, and that's the likes of Elvis on that 88. But there's a beautiful shot of our Mercedes. And once again, if you want to try and get a name out here, well, this is going to be the one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, 100%. Damien Hammond standing proud. Wayne Roach also in the 1 hour dash. Congratulating his stablemate, Damien Hammond. Definitely great to see him collecting the silverware. The rewards of committing, the rewards of them throwing their full weight behind the series over the past couple of years is definitely bearing fruit for them. Now, consistency, we were speaking about that. That's going to be the word of the day there for the Giancarlo stable, who are going on now carefully, consistently. That's what you want to do, because you're facing time as well. And I wonder then how the car feels right now, because having got into the pits suspecting something wrong with the front left, mechanics checking the rotation of that particular wheel, nothing was found. So did that little gremlin go away, or is there some level of nursing there by Ricky at the helm of that GT4 R8?
Looking at the lap times, I don't think there's any nursing going on. I think it just needed that little bit of, don't worry, she's fine, just keep going and drive through it. Nothing to worry about there, just see it through to the end. And I mean, the lap times hasn't dropped off. Last lap time was a 109.7. Best lap time is a 107. And that's you work through traffic. Yeah. So they've kept it all together for the GT4. But great to see some wonderful shots. And the Samlin Racing team taking first and third for the team here at Zwartkops.
How about that, a double podium. Celebrations definitely going wild in the Samlin Racing pits. We're looking forward to the end of the day, that's for sure. I'm going to walk by. You can almost guarantee that. And we're on board now with Ricky Giancarlo to try and get a feel of what it's like to be in GT4 equipment out here at Zwartkops. You can see it's full tilt as far as temperatures are concerned. The sun is out, and this is where the incident happened there with the IRC Mustang that brought things to a close at the top of the hour. Now, not an easy place to be. The car's shifting weight, and a lot of the weight is shifting across from the left-hand side or the right-hand side to the left-hand side. And at that point, if you're on the throttle, it's going to be a bit tricky if you're not ginger about it. And that's what we saw the price being paid there at that point on the circuit.
Loading up the suspension really does make it interesting, and that's why turn 6 and turn 7 is a very difficult passing zone for most of the drivers, and that's why it was rather exciting to see the likes of Andrew Horn and likes of Smith going and fighting out. But that being said, we got some interviews down in the pits.
We've got the winner for the 1 hour dash. It is Damien Hammond. Congratulations. I mean, you spoke about having to do what is best for the car, talk about changing up the setup, but here you are, a winner. Congratulations.
Yeah, I know. It was a great drive. Thought we could have kept it a bit closer to EXO and them, but they just had the outright pace throughout. But I must say, very, very happy with the result. Can't complain.
We definitely shouldn't, because I mean that means one thing about Samlin, just to let you in, is that when there's a win, there is good music and a bit of a party that goes on here. So it's a double podium for the team. How are you celebrating this one, and which is very important going to Kyalami?
Yeah, we're going to be spraying the water everywhere. We're going to go back to the workshop, go to the drawing board. We want to come do some testing. There's some other preparation what we want to do before heading into Kyalami.
And lastly, Damien, I mean, you talk about preparation. What are you hoping to still understand? Because I was talking to your dad and he was saying, no, I mean, this is the best result that we can get, but we also need to understand the car a little bit better. So what are you hoping to still figure out?
Trying to understand the mood swings. Let me put it to you like that. No, we just want to make sure we understand the car 100%, what the car likes, what the car doesn't like, what is its strengths, what is not its strengths, so we can, in order for us to play into it. We don't want to play into something what the car's strengths aren't, so we want to have a look and see what we can do.
And then one thing about this track, Damon, is also the turns, the corners, and how twisty they are. How does she feel when you're handling those corners, especially going down to turn 2?
No, I must say she's a very solid car. It's nice, especially the wide wheelbase. It's a little bit more stable than the Lambos. So the faster stuff is very, very nice. The only thing what I must say is the slower corners, she's a bit big, so she does tend to understeer a little bit, but we want to see if we can't sort that out for Kyalami.
And we still need a nickname, right?
Still need a nickname. So if you guys want to, go into the comments, write a nickname, and the one that's got the most likes, we'll name her that.
Sounds perfect. I mean, we've got it from, of course, our 1 hour dash winner. Simply name it, most likes. You get to name this beautiful Merc. Thank you, Damon. And see you at Kyalami.
Perfect. See you guys at Kyalami.
Let's head over back to commentary.
There you have it, along with the silverware. He might be celebrating the naming of his number 57 Mercedes. Is Damien Hammond, winner of the 1 hour dash race, and he takes it, of course, ahead of the likes of Andrew Horn, as well as that is Wayne Roach with a double podium there for Samlin Racing. Now, as it stands, we've got the Janakaro, the GNH Transport team there with Ricky Janakaro at the helm of the R8 GT4. Thought there was an issue, went into the pits to have a look, as I'm joined now by Temba Kumalo, to see what exactly is going on with the front, maybe a rotation issue, something binding the brakes, something was amiss. But when the team confirmed for Ricky that everything is fine, went back out and went into normal racing and smooth sailing so far for them.
Smooth sailing so far indeed, Prince, and a very generous offer there from Damien Hammond. So to our viewers watching live on YouTube, take him up on that offer. You can play your part in SAES from the comfort of your own home. Having a look at the R8 as it circulates up the hill into turn 5. We have an interview down in pit lane, down to Chloe.
Well, we are done and dusted with the 1 hour dash. Joining me now is Wayne Roach. And just to let you in what he said yesterday, we're aiming for a podium. And that's exactly what you got, Wayne. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chloe. Thanks. Yeah, we came here with the intent on getting trophies today. It was a great feeling leading up to the event. It didn't go well yesterday, but we bring in home the trophies today. So myself and Damien, so it's a big day for us.
It definitely is. I mean, especially when you look into Zwartkops, the first round, and here you are finishing within the podium. So this is also good for you and good for, of course, team morale as well. Talk to us about really how the Lambo performs and this circuit and how compact it is, especially at the slow and the fast corners.
So the car is planted. I've got the benefit of four-wheel drive. So on fresh rubber, that car has extreme grip. Zwartkops has been good and bad to us, but our luck is turning. We're picking up the trophies again. Now we go into hard training sessions, hard testing, and then Kyle Army.
And then lastly, Wayne, I mean, when you started, you dropped a few, of course, positions, and we were a bit worried. But one thing Sam said, no, don't worry. I'm sure it's part of the strategy. Was it?
It's never part of the strategy to drop positions. It got busy in turn 1 and turn 2, and then about 15 laps in with the Mustang behind me, we lost fuel supply coming out of 2, and that was it. We were done. So we settled into our own rhythm, own race. But we'll take the third.
So, are you spraying water in just a bit just to celebrate? Damien says it's spraying of water. I don't know about water.
I don't know what Damien's spraying. I'm getting onto the alcohol.
That's, of course, our third place finish in terms of the hour dash. A big congratulations to Samlin for finishing 1 and 3rd in the 1 hour dash.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks, Chloe. Appreciate it.
I know.
Thank you.
There's Wayne Roach there, cool, calm character. Always a pleasure to have a chat to him. He must be chuffed with his podium. As he said, collecting the silverware are the Samlin Racing team, the Alteza, number 88 Alteza, of course, part of the 4-hour race, I beg your pardon. Something's amiss now, and they're in the pits and trying to figure out what that issue is. Let's see whether, okay, some cooling getting done. Of course, the car will want that, but what is going on? We've got a driver change happening. It's Pieter van Heerden now getting ready to get into the saddle. And he's going to just help his teammates unstrap there. So it's a driver change and take the opportunity, of course, also for a refuel. You can see the entire pit crew there getting things going. And yeah, first stint will have been a good one for them, having had a consistent run around, no niggles, none of the troubles that we saw earlier on this weekend. So that was great. And the consistency is going to pay off for them. That's what you want. You just want to be there for the 4-hour race. Make sure you get to that finish, because that counts big time going into the end. It gives you that cushion. Of course, we're building up to the final race at the end of the year at Kalami in November, and that's where double points come in to fill in those gaps. Something that might have been a miss around, you might have dropped. It's all going to count for something. It adds up, and it accrues into possible silverware for any of the teams going into the end of the championship.
Our season finale is not going to be one that you want to miss. Great to hear from Wayne Roach there, visibly happy, you know, not just in his words. You can actually see he's got a huge smile on his face. You can tell how much he's enjoyed himself out on track today. And it's just curious to see how quickly things can change in motorsport. The vibe around the Samlin Racing team, the polar opposite of where it was yesterday when he unfortunately had a DNF in race 1 with that electrical fire that started in the car as the car was leaking fuel during the race. So great comeback for Samlin Racing and Wayne Roach, and we are very much looking forward to seeing him back out on track in action at Kyalami on the 29th of November. Put that in your calendar. 9-hour season finale, it's the big one, and double point as Prince mentioned.
Great to see someone else was back in action. In frame on the left-hand side, that was the Lorero Combined Racing Honda Civic Type R at turn 2. We thought there was an issue with the front left braking system, suspension, could have been anything. We don't have the full detail as yet, but it's great to see them back out onto the circuit as they managed to solve that issue. And the driver change has been completed there. Just out on the right-hand side of your screen was the 88 Alteza getting things underway at this interval for them to get the next driver, and that is Pieter van Heerden, who's going to jump into the car. The David Franco marshalling, Roberto Franco marshalling the GSW Super Polo, untroubled as it stands. A couple of niggles tried to present themselves earlier on this weekend, but things have been smooth sailing so far for them, and they're pretty happy to see where the car is at. Some work has been done on the transmission. In the build-up to this race, every 6 months or so, these transmissions get a service cycle, and it was around about that period for the car to get that, and seems like everything's running smoothly even after testing. The team was quite happy to bring it back out onto the circuit and get it into full race trim, and so far so good for the GSW Super Polo. But overall, our leader, of course, of the race, Stuart White, immediately setting a heavy benchmark to try and keep up to, dropping the times immediately. Of course, his signature is being in the sub 1 minute, and 59.6 is his latest so far. Let's see what else he's able to extract out of that incredible piece of machinery out at the front.
Stuart White, of course, a very, very successful driver in karting, and now taking all of that experience he has, not only locally but internationally as well, to carry the Into Africa racing team forward. And watching that Lambo go around at sub 60-second pace as we ride on board with
Yes, Roberto Franco, yeah.
In the GSW, yes.
Yeah, Roberto Franco on board with him in the Super Polo now. You can see how much space he actually has in there. Temperature, another thing altogether. He looks like he's got his flap open though, but the air is going behind him. It's not really hitting him head on. You can see he's wiping sweat from his brow. Can you imagine just how hot it is in that car? Definitely another challenge to consider going into the B4 hour. But the issue I was saying earlier on that David Franco described, what they thought was the issue was one of the tiny wheel weights that you have on the rims went loose and then hit the underside of either the engine bay or further part of the bodywork, and that echo kind of worried the team. So they were trying to have a look and see what the issue was, but that was just a minor thing, and they were able to crack on and continue their race. They're going to be making way, of course, for Stewie White, who's right behind them at turn 4. He's going to choose a spot at turn 5, of course, and the pace differential, as you can see there, but you still have to be fair, and you're not going to make it uncomfortable for the likes of Stewie White to get around. As you can see, the steering input it takes around at 5, very smooth. Look at that, how much sweat is going down Roberto Franco's brow. Jeez, can you imagine the stint in this car? An hour's stint just feels incredibly draining. I mean, Roy Aubrey gave us an example of just how tough it is to be out there. I mean, this is Roberto Franco in relatively cool runnings, not involved in intense battles, the intense battles against his own discipline, his own consistency at the moment, at least as far as it stands. So can you imagine then how intense it is when you have to be focused on a car ahead of you and behind you, all over and around you. It's quite intense, so it's definitely not an easy task. And behind Roberto Franco at the moment is the Pesty Racing 262, which is in the British racing green. That Barton Pretorius, the man driving it at the moment, decided it should be the color for the car, formerly orange. Definitely, it's hard to remember the orange. It looks so good in the green that it's actually right at home. I think those are a great color for them to choose. It's orange, not too different actually to the one you see on that GSW right in front of you. But yeah, great to see Team Pesty out on the circuit as well.
The team shirts for Pesty Racing are still orange at least, so they are holding on to their roots as the GNH R8 is in the pits.
And that looks like Ari Neveling being strapped in by Ricky Janakaro. So he's about to get things underway in the R8 GT4 GNH Transport. Team having a look at the front left where we thought there might have been an issue, but now they've changed. They're going to be changing the shoes and just making sure that Ari Neveling gets a fresh set of slicks to work with going into his stint. There he is strapped in, and we're about to see what he has to offer for the stable. We've seen him, as Chloe said, wearing all sorts of hats, and right now the one he wants to wear is actually not a hat, it's a helmet. And he's getting ready to set a new benchmark for the GNH team.
Fantastic to see the talent level of the team members involved in SAES racing. Drivers can double up as mechanics. De Matteo is doubling up as a team boss today, where we saw him in the car at Kyalami. So looking forward to see that Class B car leading and see what Neveling can perform in terms of pace. So far, the GNH Transport Audi has a quickest lap of a 106.444. So we're going to keep an eye on our live timing to see what progress can be made. We caught up with the Pesty Racing car a moment ago, and Barton Pretorius, he's lapping at a very strong pace at the moment. A couple of laps ago, he set a best time of 111.744, which is his quickest lap of the race, and he's been maintaining that pace in the high 11s consistently. They have had a much smoother run of it this weekend compared to Kyalami, and they look quite relaxed, which is really nice to see for the Pesty Racing team. As you mentioned, car looks very, very cool in the British racing green. Unfortunately, the TV cameras don't really quite do it justice. When you see it in the flesh, something else, because it's got this sparkle to it. It's almost like,
it does,
I don't know how to describe it, it kind of looks like glitter.
Yeah, it's got a sugar to it.
It's got a sugar to it. Yeah, I like that. It's got a sugar to it, and it really, really looks amazing. The combined racing car with Rick Lorero back out on track, lapping 1.5 seconds off their quickest lap. So good to see that they have got the car back out, and it is lapping at a strong and competitive pace. The GNH transport car is back out on circuit. We will be looking at that live timing. And back with Stuart White, who we were chatting about a couple of moments ago, he's lapping incredibly fast. And the Inter-Africa team will be trying to beat the record as we see Pesty Racing in the pits.
Oh, man.
And there's that British Racing green. And we have a driver change. Baden Pretorius getting out of the car.
Oh, yep, there's a driver change. Haram's going to be getting into the saddle now. Barent is done with his say on the proceedings so far. Man, I really enjoyed that drone shot over the car as a pit stop was happening. That was one of the more unique views of the pit stop that we've seen. Of course, you will observe no more than 5 individuals working on the car at any one time in this particular position. If any more individuals need to do some repair work or any kind of work that requires more than 5, then the team would have to get into the pits fully, into the garage, and then everybody can be all hands on deck to work on the issue. But look, in terms of what's going on now at the front there, I wonder if there's something regarding the oil. But they did have a fuel lift issue early on that they had to resolve, and they came to try and get the car back into a consumption performance that they're happy with, and they can maintain over the duration of the race. We're on board with Janaka at the moment as he completes turn 8, that blind left-hander, which is incredibly, I beg your pardon, it's now Neervelin, who's now making his way around the circuit. As you can see, is fast approaching on the combined racing Honda Civic Type R. He's going to want to make sure that his outlap is a good one to get his tires up to temp and get into a rhythm as quick as possible, and we should see his lap times tumbling down not too long from now, and immediately set a 1:05.6, and straight away you notice the difference when it comes to the experience level, and he's going to try and see how much he can shave off that time and consistently stay within a certain window to affect their stint positively. There's that shot again on the left-hand side of the Pesty Racing British Racing Green V8 Roadster. Absolutely beautiful to see.
Fantastic to see, especially the fact that we've got this dual cam of we are riding on board, and we've got that beautiful drone shot in the pits. The drone pilot is actually sitting just outside our commentary box. So when I get a chance, I'm going to go speak to him and just let him know that, brother, you are cooking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keep up the good work. Neervelin with that 1:05.627, upping the pace. That is the quickest lap that the GNH transport car has completed so far in this race. 67 laps completed for them. Stuart White continues to lap in the low 60-second bracket, 60.349 last time round. 77 laps completed for Into Africa Racing. They will be trying to compete with their performance from February, where they managed to complete 207 laps in the 4 hours. Of course, at the tail end of that race, they did have some issues towards the end. So looking forward to see if they can have that smooth, consistent run to improve on that performance from February. Stuart White doing a really, really good job, as for the first time in a very long time, probably around 20 laps time, he drops into the 1:01s. Drivers will be grateful, as we can see from the onboard cameras, that there is cloud cover, because the weather is definitely a lot cooler than yesterday. There's a bit more wind. And when we were looking at that shot with Franco, as we prepare for an interview down in pit lane, we join Chloe.
We are at Spear Motorsport with Sergio, and of course currently driving that car is Peter. Sergio, talk to us about how that stint was for you.
It's a bit tough, due to the accident we had earlier. We lost the bumper. It's messed up the airflow into the car, so we have to nurture it because the temperature's got a tendency just to climb. So we're just trying to keep it, reasonable and feasible to race.
Talk to us about some of the changes and the additions that had to be made before Peter had to go, because I saw as well a bit of addition of water.
This is what we got to do, is just add some more water. We had to put an addition feed of water to just try and compensate for what's happening over there. So, but I think it's gonna work out. We just got to keep it on.
try and complete that interview. And we'll see if we can try to get Chloe and Sergio back on again a bit later. But yeah, we tried to join them as quick as possible when they had the issue yesterday with their front left and of course the hub coming off and snapping. And look, as much as it was disappointing, you could tell in the body language, but they also didn't give up and sort of throw in the towel. And they've kept abreast with any issue that's come about, and they've taken it in their stride. And as you can tell, there's a bit of a smile even on Sergio's face as he's saying, look, we're facing issues. The airflow issue is at the moment because cooling is now going to be a problem, especially in these temperatures, but they take it in their stride.
Very, very calm demeanor there from Sergio Alvarez, which is critical in endurance racing. The worst thing you can do is panic. The Toyota Altezza physically representing the weekend that they've been having, where you can see that, okay, they have had some problems this weekend, but they are maintaining and pushing on.
On board with Peter there. Yeah, he just got into the Altezza.
On board with Peter van Heerden, indeed. He already has got down to 14.6, which is less than a second from their quickest lap. So they are doing a really good job of maintaining the performance there as we ride up the hill into turn 5. You can see the manual shift there, old school. You know, it's funny, sometimes you see young kids these days, Gen Alpha, they get in cars and they go, what is that stick thing, you know?
What are these 3 things in front of me? Oh, jeez, yeah, always just interesting to see just how far time and technology have come. And this looks not even that far dated. It's not even that far back, but I guess we're at that point in history where things had a transition, and it seems unfamiliar to some. But we saw one such youngster, Casey Enzer-Smith, taking it in his stride, having been in the manual Can-Am, and he's used 2 paddle shifts in the single-seater series that he competes in. It was great to see his adaptability there. It would be interesting to hear how Peter van Heerden, for example, jumps into a paddle shift single-seater and what his take is on it. Of course, he will have had that experience in any form of discipline, possibly in sim. But because we've seen him so much in the endurance format, he'd be at home in a manual transmission car. But we're going to hear from Chloe once more.
We are at G&H, Ricky joining me now, and one thing that's been interesting from pit lane is seeing Gianni give Ricky all the instructions as to what to do. Talk to us about that relation and what was he saying?
You know what, we're twins, so it's like that joint communication. You know, there's no break in it. Eventually he was like, we are talking the absolute rubbish here. We were talking about how the weather was outside, what is the track temperature like, and then eventually Gianni just said to me, he's like, let's stop talking rubbish, let's talk about the race and how's things feeling. And yeah, I think it's, you know, brotherly love. We talk. We talk
please come.
Such banter between the two of us, it's unreal. So yeah.
It definitely is. I mean, he's talking about how you were talking absolute nonsense in his ear, but he loved it.
I've never heard someone jibber jabber like that on the mic ever in my life. He was looking at the birds flying, cars coming in. We
saw a G&H truck pulling in.
G&H truck pulling in.
So,
yeah, look, it's fun. We like to keep each other on each other's toes. So yeah, I'm glad. I'm happy he did a good job out there. So it's all that matters, I suppose. We take it as a friendly competition between the two of us on the mic.
100%. I guess that's why you guys are twins. You do
100%.
anything for each other. But Ricky, how was the stint for you? I mean, we see Ari is out now, and really great addition to have him as well on the team.
Yeah, look, I mean, Ari is very fast. I mean, he is. He's a proven racer, and you know, it was quite a privilege to have him racing with us today. We would have had our good old friend Ant. You know, he's part of the family, but today he wanted to break out his Lamborghini in the sprints. So yeah, Johnny got hold of me during the weekend. He said, what about Ari? And we were like, okay, cool, let's bring him on. And he's out there now. He's doing a phenomenal job. He's already bettered my lap time. I'll just say I was taking it easy, but no, jokes aside, he is a phenomenal driver. And yeah, we're looking forward to a great result today. I think we're currently second on track, second overall. Obviously, Stuart, Kolali, and Gerald and the team, they're doing an amazing job with their cars. So there's no ways we'll ever catch them, but yeah, it's good to be on the track with them.
You know what you were looking at? You were looking at birds, that's why. So Ari won't be looking at birds this time around. But jokes aside, Ricky, how does the car handle when you talk about the slow corners and a bit of the fast corners as well?
Well, I think we're struggling today a bit on the front left. So on the slow corners, the car seems to turn in quite nicely, but on the fast between 3 and 4, we're picking up a vibration. So that's why our pace has been off. You know, I mean, I've felt from yesterday's practice, we've said the car's had a vibration on the front left, and the team have tried everything, but we just can't seem to get to the gremlin. But yeah, we've run an hour and 30 minutes already, so seems to be, fingers crossed, going quite well.
2.5 hours left.
Yeah, we still got...
Say that again.
It was 2.5 hours left. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. This is racing, but yeah, we're very confident that we got the right 2 drivers still to come, Gianni and Ari, and yeah, we're going to bring it home.
And then this question is for the fans, especially that love GNH. Rocket, to be specific. Where's Rocket?
So Rocket's at home, the Pinky, she's at home. Yeah, we were going to bring her out today, but there's a special filler that we need for the endurance race tank, and it hasn't arrived yet from overseas. So we brought out the good old Artie, and look forward to Rocket at the 9 hour. Maybe not in the 9 hour, but the 1 hour sprint. But yeah, we'll be in full force. We'll be Rocket, we'll be Gianni's car. And yeah, maybe
we'll definitely be in another car for the 9 hour.
And maybe a guest driver in the 3rd car. You never know.
I'm ready. I think you can put me on.
You got the suit.
You got the suit. You got the boot. You got the boots.
Helmet. We need a spare driver right now.
We can get Sasha to talk to you on the mic.
Listen, that would be absolutely fantastic. But lastly, Gianni, let's talk to you. I mean, you're going to finish it off. What are you hoping to do in terms of making sure to bring the car home?
I'm just going to take it easy, to be quite honest with you. Ricky did a great job. Ari's my trainer for sprint racing, and I know Ari's capable of doing amazing things in a car. So I want to try to get to Ari's time and keep it reliable and hope for the best, hope to finish. Yeah, really want to finish today. Really have to finish today. So
yeah, we've had a bad run of events this year.
So I think to top it off today with hopefully a 2nd or a 3rd overall, we'd be stoked.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you guys. Maybe we do it at the same time, yeah?
Yeah.
Touch wood, yeah. All the best, of course, guys. And let's go back to Coventry.
Have a lot that I want to speak about from that interview. So let's unpack this. We'll do it in a question-answer format.
But let's go for it.
If that's cool with you.
Let's go for it.
Firstly, are the Giannacaros at the 4 hours of Zwartkops, or are they on a breakfast run?
They're pretty chuffed at themselves. They seem to be enjoying themselves. I mean, geez, look how fun it is in those pits. I'm getting the same vibe from a lot of, even the Samlin Racing stable. Like, the camaraderie is there, the inner sort of inter-team competition is there, so they're absolutely enjoying themselves in that regard. So it's definitely, they're giving off the vibe that you would want at the kind of setup we have here. Still is a family-friendly setup. You still are coming to enjoy yourselves, and it does give you that feel of a breakfast run when you have a chat with them and they describe at least Ricky's stint so far. Let's see if we have the same feeling about it once Ari's done, because he's definitely not a breakfast run. He just did a 1:05? 1:05.1.
Correct.
Yeah, 1:05.1. So that's not breakfast run times, that's for sure. And let's see if Gianni's going to be able to get as close as possible to that with his trainer, that is.
100% right, Prince. Ari Neveling is not here to mess around. He's taking it seriously. And really high praise from his team, which is very cool to hear how much the Giannacaros rate their teammate and his performance. You know, you could see a little bit of embarrassment there for Ricardo and how quickly it took. I mean, it literally took an outlap, first flying lap, boom.
Pretty much,
new PB.
Now we'll go with the he was holding back story. That'll be the official headline. Don't worry about that, Ricky.
That was not banter. That was the God honest truth.
100%.
The next part that I wanted to highlight. Did you see the twinkle in Ricardo's eye when he said we're gonna have Rocket at the 9 hours?
Yeah, he loves that car. Absolutely loves that car. I'm looking forward to seeing what they have to offer there. I mean, it's a beautiful car. It's also another one of the fan favorites, and out the blocks, the name Rocket tells you the intent when it comes to that car, and they've enjoyed the new machinery that they're now using at their stable, and definitely looking forward to getting more seat time behind Rocket. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what it does in the 1 hour too. It's getting very racy And especially, obviously, towards the end of the championship, it's even more now, counts for even more. So we're looking forward to seeing how they compete when Rocket comes out the stable again.
Please remind me, I'm just thinking back to Kilani earlier this year. Was Rocket the car that was victorious?
Not at Kilani.
Not at Kilani.
Rocket did not yet come out at Kilani. So yeah, we're hoping. Well, you can see by the twinkle in his eye, he'll definitely be hoping that it's Rocket that comes out and shakes things up for the G&H Transport stable. But in the meantime, it's been Roberto Franco shaking things up for GSW. We've been on board with him a couple of times now. And as we were speaking to the G&H Transport team, we saw the Combined Racing Honda Civic Type R appeal into the pits for an issue that is serious enough to go all the way into the garage. So all of the team have access to the car to try and work on the problem. And we'll get some insight a bit later as to what the issue is. But for now, they're going to have to jack it up and get the wheels off so they can access the issue where the problem is. It doesn't seem like the mechanics are particularly focused on one area. We've got the rear right here, and let's see what's going on at the front, because I saw one of the mechanics also going, okay, the bonnet is out, of course, for cooling purposes, and you know temperature is a sensitive thing, given generally the ambient and track temperatures, but also because they're managing the temperatures as well. They've been paying very close attention to that over the course of the weekend. And you've got mechanics, this literally on all sides of the car, some work is going on. So we can't necessarily pinpoint yet at the distance we're at here up in studio, or by mansplaining. Neither of those sources can help us at the moment. So Chloe's going to find out for us, and we're probably going to chat to her in a bit. But in the meantime, on the left-hand side, we have Ari Neveling, a driver trainer at training, I beg your pardon, that is Gianni and Ricky Janakaro. He's now setting the benchmark quite well with the 1:05.1 as he completes turn 8, that blind left-hander. And it's interesting, as soon as Ari got into the car, you could tell the shift. It's kind of like the Stewie White effect, as he, of course, competes quite aggressively, and when he gets into the car, he immediately sets a benchmark that is just incredible for he and his competitors to reach. But Ari also, similar body language, the car changes, it almost comes alive, and it has that aggressive sort of look to it as he's going under braking and coming out of corners. You can tell that he really knows how to, extract from the experience that have come through years and years and years of racing at local and international circuits. And both of them, these two now, we're having Framo racing in the same car not too long ago in the Barcelona 24 hour. So great to see both of them now getting a chance to do the same here on local shores.
I do think Neveling having this time in the car makes life easier for him as a driver coach, because when you've shown someone how to do something, they are generally much more open to listening to you. As we catch up with Stuart White out front, the two fastest cars on track in the same camera shot as it stands, as we see White entering turn 8 to put another lap on the Toyota Altezza. I've been so impressed by the performance from White, because he's been lapping consistently within a second of his best time as we ride on board with him in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. He looks so cool, calm and collected in that car. It's unbelievable how someone can be going that fast and make it look so easy. Thank you to iCam for this fantastic footage where we can ride on board. You saw a kick of oversteer there.
Bit of a correction there. Oh man, the level of detail you can see at even in a smaller frame. It's incredible the clarity that you have of the perspective of being on board with one of our racers there. We were first seeing what he was seeing, of course, ahead of him. Now we're inside the cockpit with him. As look at the minimal movement in his body. It's just literally his arms moving, and a bit of a shift of his head in the bubble, but the rest of his torso is absolutely still, and it's just the arms stable as possible. One input, sort of point and shoot. He's doing pretty well so far is Stewie White, but we've got a bit more insight now with an interview in the pits.
Joining us down in pit lane, we are into Africa, and we're with Gerald. Gerald, I mean, we know Lambo is currently still running, and a lot of the competitors also just marveling at how quick she is. Stewie is currently on. Talk to us about the race so far.
Yeah, so far the race has been good to us. I think for us the biggest focus is obviously the championship at the end of the year. We don't have A-class competitors this weekend, but for us it's a full push just like any other endurance racing weekend. So far the car's been good, the race has been good to us, but it's still a long race ahead and anything can happen. So for us it's full focus and heads up.
and which is good. I mean, speaking to EXO ahead of the race, he was talking about the fact that it's going to be pretty cool to have a car win last year, win it again this year. So the consistency and still running, of course, the difference between Rambo Lambo and Maverick.
Yeah, obviously, as far as I understood, there was no other team that's ever won the championship consecutively. So that was our main focus going into the year, and we're trying to carry that forward. Both cars have been good to us. I mean, with Maverick arriving in the country and then winning the 6 hour, and then the Evo 1, which is Rambo Lambo, that's been good to us in the beginning of the year at Zwartkops, and then winning the PE race. So both cars have been good to us, and we've been consistent throughout the year. But that's what the endurance racing is about. It's all about consistency and reliability, and that's how you win races.
And just to let you in as well, one thing Gerald is doing when you don't see him, he's looking at the data where Stewie is getting the quickest times. So with what you've seen, Gerald, talk to us about where is Stewie the quickest?
I think all round. I mean, everyone knows Stewie. No, he's a phenomenal driver. I mean, even when we went to Europe now, everyone could see the kind of pace he has. He's an exceptional driver, and it's not just about the pace, it's the thing in and out and around the car, and just everything that rounds him out as a driver. He's exceptionally good.
And you've got a really good driver pairing as well, because EXO started off, and he, of course, started off the car really well, and now Stewie's just continuing.
Tolile's stint in the beginning was amazing. I think he got a bit tired in the end because it was really hot out there, and obviously he also had a sports and GT racing in the beginning of the day. So we're giving him a rest now, but he will definitely go back in the car because he needs to still finish his minimum stint time. But yeah, both drivers have been good, and EXO's stint in the beginning was mega.
Super, thank you, Gerald, and all the best. Quick one. Damien told me that they're celebrating with water. You celebrate. How's the celebration?
Sorry, just say again?
So Damon Hammond was telling me that their celebration for the 1 hour dash, they're spraying a lot of water. What's the party? What's the plan for Into Africa when it's all done?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm a very superstitious person, so I never celebrate up until the checkered flag comes out. So we'll see after that what we do.
All right, we'll definitely see you until the end. But let's go back to commentary. But positivity, and the team is focused, as you can see, as they want to make sure that Into Africa finishes and wins this one.
You have it, it's double the responsibility as Into Africa Racing are looking to take 2 championships consecutively. Not an easy feat at all to stay consistent with both of the wonderful pieces of equipment that they have. And currently Stewie White's doing pretty well. You see him on track as well as on board with him to your left-hand side as he gets that steering input with the right hand at turn 5, also trying to clear the 88 Altezza Sphere Motorsport. Also having some cooling issues to be dealing with at the moment with baby Stewie. Now going to turn 8, the left-hander, which is a blind one and very difficult to navigate. I seldom see an overtaking move at that part of the circuit unless it's really like last stitch. And you could see early on in the day, Tolile Tlako was getting a bit active, getting a bit racy at that particular part of the race when he was trying to recover from the earlier part of the race where he went off at turn 1. And it becomes that sort of thing. You're really going to have to make it stick and be super aggressive to commit to that type of move. But Stu at the moment setting the benchmark. I mean, you heard Gerald talking about how overall it's more than just one area where he's quick. It's just the overall demeanor, I guess the professionalism, and it's a perfect fit for him being at the Into Africa stable as a racing driver.
Yes, indeed. As we see on screen, our overall laps completed for our drivers. Stuart White about to clock or on his 99th lap. We mentioned earlier Into Africa chasing that target of 207 laps, which they achieved in February, and at that rate, without any problems, they are well on course to do that. One thing which is a small little detail, but it's very easy to calculate the pace or predict or forecast the amount of laps that the Into Africa team will do, because it's a minute per lap.
Yeah.
Every lap he's coming around either 60 seconds or 59 seconds as we join Chloe in pit lane for an interview.
Well, guys, just to switch it up a little bit, we're joined, of course, by one of our sponsors from Dunlop. Nico, talk to us about the importance of backing the series.
We as Dunlop are very proud to be able to partner with ATS and SAES. I think it's very important for motorsport as a whole to be involved and growing the sport and showing everyone that is if Dunlop can get involved, everybody can get involved. So for, I think, Motorsport South Africa, this is a huge opportunity, and it's a crowd pleaser as well, because everyone loves the Lambos, everyone loves the big, nice, fancy cars, you know. So for me, I think it's huge, it's massive, and we are very, very proud.
And I mean, just to wrap it up from your side, what's the one thing that you love about a track like Zwartkops?
It is fast-paced, the cornering, it's just action-packed. You can see a lot happens, its corners are tight, and it's a lot of action-packed racing, which is good. We love it.
Well, there you have it. Our sponsor is happy. If our sponsor is happy, we're all happy. Let's go back to commentary.
Great to hear from Nicole from Dunlop there. A huge thanks to Dunlop as one of our title sponsors here at South African Endurance Series. And kudos to them. We spent some time in the pits yesterday watching the tyre changes being conducted for Dunlop, and they give incredible tyres which give incredible performance. This is only my third round as part of the commentary team, and since I started at Killarney, I've not heard a single driver ever complain about a tyre. I've never seen a tyre failure. I do not want to put the commentator's curse on Dunlop, but a huge thanks to them for the effort they put in helping deliver this amazing racing.
Yep, indeed. Just watching that Lamborghini Huracan Evo 1, the compression at turn 1 is incredible, and it looks just so stable. These cars are slammed, and Stewie White driving it in anger there. But yeah, with the help of the 4-round things produced by Dunlop, Stewie White is able to do that. And yeah, consistency is the name of the game, as Gerald was also saying. As consistent as the racing drivers are, so is our tyre sponsor. And it's been great to see how each of the teams are able to extract maximum performance from these tires. Steve and I were trying to walk around in the pits and trying to get some information and understand how much pressure all these teams running, and it's a very, very closely guarded secret. It would be quite impressive to have someone who knows the exact number if they don't wear race overalls and helmets here at the SAES series. But it still is Stewie White making his way around the circuit. He's about to now lap Harm Pretorius in the British Racing Green V8 Roadster, and he does an easy job of it, and Adam of course would not make it too difficult for him going down into turn 2, as we get a sense of the surface level change there, the banked part of the circuit going up into 3, and now opening up the throttle. Will Stewie White go approaching turn 4, where the Alteza is doing okay with the management of the cooling situation that they have to face going into the race. So they again are sort of living up to what Gerald was talking about. Again, consistency, being there is what matters, and being there consistently is going to make the difference overall, because that's what wins championships, and you don't want to call it too soon.
On Stuart White's 100th lap, he lapped at a 1:00.1, which is only half a second off of his best time, which is again testament to his amazing ability and his concentration and consistency. A lot of work goes into this. One thing which really stands out to me is how smooth he is, and something that really impresses me is that Stuart's driving style seems to mirror his personality. When you interact with Stuart in the pits, you'd be hard-pressed to say that he's a racing driver, because he's such a cool, calm, collected, relaxed guy. Really, really cool energy about him, as we are rejoined by Stephen Koenig in commentary. Stephen, I wanted to pick your brain, which has vast knowledge about four-wheeled racing.
Ooh, that's a dangerous one that you want to pick my brain.
No, not at all. Not at all.
It's a void.
This feels like a safe space. This feels like maybe your mind is not a safe space for you, but for those of us who experience you, it's definitely cool to hang around you. So, Steve, with each round, I'm continuing to learn more and more about endurance racing. It's a change of pace. For those who don't know me, my background is in superbike racing, and here I'm learning more about car racing, also about endurance racing as well. And I was just thinking, one thing that's really unique about Zwartkops is that all the right-handers are consecutive, and then all the left-handers are consecutive. Mm-hmm. And we've got this interesting balance where it's 5 consecutive right-handers from turn 2 to turn 6, and then the 3 consecutive lefts are from turn 7 to turn number 1. So I was just thinking about the fact that we've seen a lot of teams struggling with the front left tire where they've been having problems. We saw the Alteza having that problem with the hub braking yesterday. On one of the interviews earlier, the team's name has left my mind, but one of the teams was saying that they are struggling with the front left. I think it was Combined Racing. And I'm just thinking logically, from my understanding of the dynamics and the forces that go through the car, surely these front left problems are coming from the intense pressure that the front left experiences through those right-handers, especially turn 3 and turn 4 being extremely fast right-hand corners.
Well, that's it. They're putting a lot of shock load into the front suspension, and especially onto that left-hand side. They're requiring a lot of mechanical grip there. And also there's a lot of compression that happens onto the front left as well. You're asking for the tyres to hold. You're asking a lot of the tyres. And as you said, we've got a lot of fast right-handers. That means that there's more pressure being put on. For the lighter cars, not so much, but for the heavier cars like the Lamborghinis, like many of the cars out there, they are 1.1 to 1.2 tons that are out racing for this time. And you've got to remember, heading into those corners, you're pulling 4 Gs. 4 Gs as you swing in every single time. Think of going and taking a pen, and you slowly start flexing the pen every single time. Do it for about an hour. All the material will start to weaken quite a bit. These tires, remember, they're going through a range from when they're a bit cold, you're sitting at 20 degrees on them. When they're a bit warmer, you're sitting closer to 90 degrees Celsius. They're going through those heat cycles. They're also tearing away a lot. And on the right-handers where you got those fast sweeps, you're scrubbing it the whole time. So now it's starting to get a little bit of a fold underneath the rim as well. These are the different things that starts to happen. The tires take some serious strain here at Zwartkops, and the only way I can describe it, for anyone that's done some oval racing, it's that same sort of logic. You go in the same direction the whole time, you're going to wear out one particular side. Where on 2 wheels, you've got a little bit of a wear down on one side of the tire. Here, you're going and forcing the weight of 1.1 to 1.2 tons onto 2 sets of tires. But if you work it out, it's more of like a 60-40. 60% landing on the front right, the front left, 40% on the rear left-hand side. That's the nature of the circuit. It's why this track is easy to learn, difficult to master, and it's very close in design to Hockenheim and Monza at the time. Zwartkops used to be a lot longer as well, and this is going back into the 1960s, 1970s. You would continue out of turn 1, continue straight on. There used to be a driving in the middle of this race circuit, and drivers had the exact same problem. It forced you to think out the box of what you need to do. It's high speed, so you take less aero. You make more top end. But at the same time, you rely more on mechanical grip, more on the suspension. You harden the suspension to take those loads, and in turn, you'll end up putting more strain on the tires and everything connected to it.
Thank you for that. That was very fascinating, and you had I hope you could see you had my full attention. I was deeply engaged. So if you were a team manager, let's say of G&H Transport, what setup changes would you be making to that Audi R8 to mitigate for that stress that happens on the front left tire?
Try and induce a little bit more oversteer on the rear. That would be the game plan. A lot of these cars, they've actually gone and stiffened the cars up sometimes, depending on how much the wear is and what the car is doing. If there's more understeer, might want to soften the car up a little bit to allow the body to roll a little bit more, to cart you around the corner, instead of nice and stiff where it now scrubs and it pushes against the front suspension. You've got to be so careful, and it's that very, very fine line of what you can do. But these teams have been practicing over and over and over and over. This GT4 in particular has gone through so much work over the course of the year, because it hasn't only been just driving here at the SAES, it's been driving in practice sessions. It has been out on dynos, it's been out on the track, it's been out in racing and sprint races and endurance racing. They've gone through every aspect of it, and also getting some professional advice from Audi themselves of what they can do to develop it. So there's not much other than you just have to hold on and try and keep the car going. And with the conditions at the moment, it is sweltering out there. A lot of the drivers are climbing out and saying, geez, they're worn out. I was taking a look at the likes of the Toyota Alteza, the Sophia Motorsport team. The guys are climbing out, and immediately here's a towel that's drenched in water straight over the drivers just to try and cool them down as much as possible. And also, just the tires are degrading so quickly out on the circuit as well. And as pointed out, that front left on all the cars have got a lot more graining than the rest. And that has been a bit of a concern for a lot of the drivers because it shows that the temperature is a lot higher than the rest. So 90 degrees is where your slicks do work out. But as soon as you get to about 100, 110 degrees, which is possible with the GT3 cars, that's when it starts just going overboard. And these Dunlops have been doing some phenomenal work, but everything has a threshold.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you so much, Stephen Koenig, as we ride on board with Ari Nevelen in the G&H Transport Audi R8 GT4 car. Steve, you missed out on a very, very fascinating interview with the Giannacaro brothers. Ricardo was being interviewed first, and then Chloe called Gianni to come in, and Ricardo starts off and he's like, you know, we're having a lot of fun out there, but I've never spoken so much nonsense in team radio in my life. And then Gianni comes in and he was like, this guy was speaking so much rubbish. He was talking about the weather, he was talking about a bird that's flying across the track. They were talking about the beer garden which people should go. You know, they weren't talking about that. That's just something I added, you know. But we do have our beer garden and info desk here at Zwartkops Raceway. Go and have a look down there if you are with us at the circuit. A lot of fun to be had down there. Live music playing with a DJ present. And at the info desk, you can find out more information about becoming a competitor in motorsports. SAES providing the platform alongside with MRSSA on the two-wheel side, providing the platform for normal civilians to come and become part of this amazing world of motorsports. There's nothing quite like it, and as you guys can hear, we are having the time of our lives here at Zwartkops. Pesty Racing on screen with Harm Pretorius in the car, lapping in the low 1 minute 14s, 90 laps completed for them.
Honestly, great stuff. And remember, they're going for performance index. Now, that is a challenging one because your times have to be close as can be for your fastest lap time and your slowest lap time. You need to close that variance up. And remember, performance index is not team-based, it's driver-based. So both drivers need to perform to keep it together. Now, they are also keeping an eye out on this particular Audi in seeing what the performance index possibly will be. And that is down to a pure math game. Who's got what over one another? Who's going to be able to move forward? And these are the different types of racing, and it's one I thoroughly enjoy. It's one thing to go outright and win a race. You go across the checkered flag. Start on green, check it in, that's it. But when it comes to performance index, you're looking at deltas. You're looking at what gear was I in, what rev was I in, where am I on circuit at this time. There's a lot more running through your head, and it requires more of a patient outlook. Instead of going 100%, maybe go 90. Give yourself that little bit of room. But at the same time, you don't want to back off too much, otherwise then your variances are too huge. And especially when you start getting hooked in traffic as well, or you go and land up with pit lane, you go and land up with safety cars, all that type of stuff can really take you out of seeing how you can go. And honestly, that's why I'm good to go and see these type of things and why I thoroughly enjoy the performance index wise. But if we go and take a look at a lap of this, I mean, the Audi R8 GT4, very comfortable car, 1.3 tons going around the circuit at the moment. Still a lot of give. Now, let's follow through a lap here because Armin Neveling is a very good driver. He's actually one of the best that's out there. He knows the circuit very, very well, taking multiple championships as he launches his way out of the final corner. Turn one, you head slightly down the hill into a long left-hander. You can see how much of the grass he was actually aiming for onto entrance. Now he's trying to open the corner up as much as possible. Give the sweep because you want to try and pull yourself to the left-hand side into turn two, onto the curb, harden the brakes, bring yourself down through turn two, out wide, heading towards turn three, standing on the gas all the way through instead of going all the way out like you would want to, because there is tons of room to play with, you want to try and keep it fairly tight, let the car naturally climb its way out, get to the left-hand side, swing it back in late apex through 4, up the hill. Keep to the left-hand side. You're going to watch for the braking markers as you come over the crest onto the brakes. And as you start to straighten the car out, as the nose brings down, you can then swing it to the right. Early apex, short straight, so quick mount on the gas. You can go up a gear if you've got a very close close gear ratio. In through 6, through 7, very difficult to get through. 8 is one of the hardest corners, I personally believe, because you're diving into a blind left-hander that's really, really tight. Unless you're on board the car and really taking a look at that corner, you are flying down the hill about 120 k's an hour before you slamming on the anchors at about 70 meters, 50 meters for some of these cars, and then just hooking a left and hoping nothing's in the way there, and you just got to get the power on. Too early, you're going to land up into the weeds, you're going to hit the rumble strips into the weeds, and that's never fun. But also, if you're too late on the gas, you just haven't got the drive into turn 1, which means you just done for turn 1, turn 2. There's no way you can fight with anyone, and you'll end up going and having to pull really left just to avoid anyone rushing out of that corner. So it's so difficult. And this is the one thing I love about Zwartkops. It trains you to see how it goes. Here we go. Here's the onboard heading into turn 8. As you know, hook into the left. Really try and get the car to sweep out, bring it right to the rumble strips, not too far out. Otherwise, well, you're going to just hurt those tires even more, and also can land up in the wall. We've seen it many, many times in the past, where a lot of cars hit the rumble strips immediately into pit wall.
Very, very true. And I'm going to piggyback on that point and add another perspective, and I'll give a Superbike racer's perspective, but something particular on Zwartkops, which I believe is the same on 4 wheels, is a lot of these corners are blind.
Yeah.
We're going to watch now as we go through turn 4 up the hill. When you go up to turn 5, you cannot see where the corner is. And in the faster cars, when you have to pick your braking marker without being able to see it. So you have to be extremely certain of what you're doing, where your marker is, and it's very easy to overshoot that turn 5 because you cannot see your brake marker. And the cars get light as they go over the crest, which makes it difficult. Another blind corner is turn 8. We've got this wall on the inside, so as you apex turn 8, you can't see the exit. When you start applying the throttle, you have to do so without being able to see the exit of the corner. Same for turn 1. When you come through turn 1, as you get alongside that inside curb, you can't see the exit. Into turn 2, on the brakes, you cannot see the exit of turn 2. You start applying the throttle without being able to see the exit. Through turn 3, the fastest corner on the track, which in most vehicles you take absolutely flat out, you cannot see that exit for turn 4. So, as you mentioned earlier, this track is simple on paper, easy to learn, but to go fast, it's a fine art.
Well, for the likes of Stuart White, he's doing about 264, 263 kilometers an hour, heading into turn 4, a little lift and then back on the throttle yet again. Nice and calm behind the wheel, but also take a look at the steering input. Just really fighting with the car a little bit just to get it to turn around, saying, all right, come on, let's go. We got to really push as hard as you can. And for a driver that doesn't really need to go and get sub-minute lap times, he is really trying to keep as consistent as possible. Remember, performance of index is on the cards here between themselves and Pesty Racing, but also it is with the G&H Transport as well. It's not about who's the fastest, it's about who's the most consistent. You can see Stuart White just doing everything he can, and every time he goes around, there will be radio communication. This is what you're doing, this is how the car's feeling, what are you doing here, you're running into traffic, keep your eye on the prize. And we're going through minor little things you can do in the car just to make it improve. And throughout the lap, you're also starting to change things like your brake bias. You're starting to change your traction control, your ABS as the car starts to wear down its tires, as you start to get a little bit more tired. And just different little factors come into play that you've got to work with. And it's always phenomenal. I was actually chatting to one of our spectators here. He says, looking at the Lamborghinis, it's absolutely amazing, but why is there tape on the steering wheel? And because you would think like suede or something fancy because, well, you're in a Lamborghini. That's actually grip tape. And it works rather well with the gloves because it just makes sure that your hands can sit beautifully and you can keep yourself firmly in the ride. But that being said, let's go down to some more information from pit lane.
I don't know what I am. Such a star.
We are, of course, down at Stradale with Charles Arangis. Charles, we're doing a little bit of a dance. I mean, 3 out of 3. Show me that dance again.
What dance?
Show me the dance.
That one.
Congratulations, you had a fantastic weekend. Talk to us about how it felt out there.
No, look, it was a brilliant weekend. I don't know. I actually really don't know what my guys did to my car. It was just on rails. It's the fastest the thing's ever been. So, yeah, it's been a good weekend. Unfortunate that we're not on the track now, but yeah, we have to think further. With the 9 hour, there's a lot of stuff happening. There's a lot of racing happening. So, yeah, we're excited to tell everyone about it in the coming month or so. So, yeah.
Charles, you have to indulge us because one thing about you is that you've driven different cars. You've owned a Lamborghini and, of course, also the R8. But you seem to be finding a lot of joy with the Porsche. I mean, at some point, I believe you had an Aston Martin. So tell us and the viewers what makes this Porsche special.
I don't know. I think it's that thing where you always know a Porsche is such a good supercar. You know, knowing race cars, knowing cars in general. But I don't know. I just never wanted the brand until I got one. What a bugger up. Here I am, so in love. Yeah, Bernali must look wide, you know. I might be falling for this girl.
Listen, she's got the best of both worlds because she's got this girl and you. Yeah. But one thing I saw from JJ's car is that life is short, buy a Porsche, which I thought was absolutely cool. And he is, of course, also your teammate in terms of the reality show as well. Talk to us about, of course, his performance on track and a little bit of the documentary that you guys are doing.
Yeah, look, myself and JJ are on a reality TV show called The Val Riviera. And yeah, we just gelled. I mean, end of the day, here we are, got another guy that had nothing to do with motorsport, so to say. More bikes, but nothing to do with this. Got him into motorsport, and it's amazing. I think once you get into one of these cars, you are hooked. It's the best feeling in the world to go around a track like this, in a car like this, and we are so blessed.
You definitely are. I want to know, what was the one question that JJ asked you when he was getting into the Porsche? Like a bit of advice, because I would come to you for advice because you've got the experience in motorsport.
Look, it's difficult. I think it's quite difficult to say that that one question. I think that whole thing is like, I think the most important is what happens when I crash.
And we're going to have that hanging on the edge. What happens if I crash? And we got to wait for episode 2.
Quite a moment there. Quite a moment there. That was quite interesting, the timing of that. It's been fascinating for me to see today how happy so many of our teams and drivers seem to be. On paper, in theory, you'd normally think that it's the tail end of the season, penultimate round. People are getting tired, they are ready to end the season and go on holiday, but it seems everyone is falling more and more in love with their racing here at SAES.
Well, that's it. You got to keep going till the very end. They do have the availability of a drop round to work in their favor, but you also got to look at the longer game here. If you're going to strain an engine, it might impact you a little bit later on. So what are you going to do? Are you rather going to take the hit now and get to Kyalami where it's double points? Or are you going to try your luck now and hope it all holds for Kyalami a little bit later? These are the strategy calls that teams are having to work their way through and try and figure out what is going to be the next plan, what is they need to do to ensure they stay up through the field. However, that does open where championship points are going to be as well. So many drivers starting to consider the long-term effect, and we've got the combined racing still just going out, and that little Honda's been into the pits a couple of times now. I was taking a look at the team, and they keep looking back to that engine bay, they keep looking at their front suspension, and just wondering, okay, there's something there. Whenever you ask and say, hey, it's all looking okay, no, we're okay, you can hear that little subtle of, there's a gremlin there that they're not quite sure, but it's there.
That mirrors exactly what we saw earlier on. Prince noted when we caught a shot of the combined racing team in pit lane that they didn't seem to be working on one specific area of the car. And he interpreted that to mean that they're not 100% certain of what the problem is. And it was a very interesting moment because at that same time, one of the mechanics was barking orders across the pit, and he seemed quite frustrated. And we know racing teams, I don't think there's anything more frustrating for a racing team than having a problem but not being able to identify it, because as long as you know what the problem is, then you know what to do, and you can quickly identify if do we have the resources to fix this all the time or don't we, and then you can make decisions. But in that moment, it was, you could just see that there's frustration there. And then at that same time, Paulo Loureiro walks from the back of the pit to stand next to the car, and he's just looking at it from side to side, and I could see visible frustration on his face. So seeming like a difficult first 2 hours for combined racing.
Well, the thing is, you're looking at a problem that can be a bit of a red herring. You can look at, he might be chasing a rabbit down a hole at this point, because if you're solving one problem, it might be because of another issue that's gone on, and they don't want to say much because, well, you're not 100% sure, and it will affect the driving as well, because are you going to push that a little bit harder, or you're going to rather give it a little bit of a gap? That knocking sound that you heard the lap before that you don't hear now, was that something? Was it dirt? What was it? These are all the factors that come into play, and many of the teams are listening out for that fact. They're trying to figure out what's going on. I know when I walk past the Inter Africa pit, there's lots of communication of what's happening with the car, what they're hearing, what's going on there. Just little notes of there's something. Just listen out for something. And as a driver, you're getting so zoned in. It's all coming down to muscle memory now, because you lap after lap going as fast as you can, but you also start getting a bit hypersensitive to certain aspects. I had a chat to Romano Santori, and when he landed up spinning in the first hour, he took his foot off the gas, then planted it flat on the gas, it turned him around, rolled the car back, and then an oil light came on. The oil light was because the car went reverse and it spun the pump the wrong way, and that's where the oil light came on. Everyone was like, oh no, it had to be because the oil was the issue. No, it's actually because he rolled the car back and that spun it the wrong way. So there's so many different aspects as a team you start having to look, and you got to be careful not to go down the rabbit hole. You can't be worrying about every little niggle that comes into play. You've got to start thinking, okay, if it happens, it happens. And you'll see a lot of the teams towards the end, they will switch gears from being cautious to, if it's going to go wrong, it's got to go wrong big time. It's got to just completely hurt the car if that's going to be the case. So there's many different factors that come into play, and this is where a lot of communication from driver to team to the pit crew explaining. And this is why it's always great to have people that you know out there. If you think about how many people are in pit lane working there, and despite you having all the mechanics can work on the car, only 5 people can touch the car when you stop outside into pit lane. For refueling, Lollipop Man, your pit crew, there's only 5 people. You've got to move that car into the pit to get everyone involved. So for those 5 people right there, you have to have utmost trust that they know what's going on. And they've got to have full knowledge that if something's not quite right, they can spot it. So think of this. You're meant to go and change the front left wheel on this car. And you're getting told, something that's not right under braking. I'm getting an odd feeling to it. You got to be able to take that wheel off, look at the brakes, see what the brake pads are doing, see if the master cylinder, the cylinders are closing up. Is there a sensor that's not looking so good? You got to look right into the suspension, and all this has to be done in a pit stop that can take no longer than 30 seconds.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Something else that is unbelievable that's just happened right now, Steve. Stuart White out front, you're speaking about performance index. Now listen to this. He set a best time of 59.671 on lap 64. On lap 127, he's come through and done a 59.791. And in, I would say, around, I estimate he's done probably around 80 laps, 80, 90 laps. I can count on my hands the amount of times he's done a 61-second lap. It's all been 59, 60. You can answer that in a moment, Steve, as we go down to Chloe for interview in pit lane.
We are at Combined Racing. Ricky joining me now. Rick, talk to us about how Paolo is currently doing and really some of the advice that you had to give him.
He's doing okay. He's doing his thing well. We're maintaining sort of the pace we need to. We're having a couple of brake issues. So my session had to come in, bleed brakes, due to a bit of overheating. Now when we did the driver change, we saw the rear brake pads are flipping, went to like 1 mil. So we changed pads now again, changed brake fluid. So yeah, we're basically maintaining brakes.
And I mean, talk to us about the mentality in having to come to the pits all the time, because we've been seeing, you know, you guys coming to the pit, a bit of frustration as well from the team. But in terms of the pit crew, they've been absolutely stellar, trying to get the solutions and really showing up for you guys.
No, so Combined Racing team, LTR and Combined, I mean, they're doing fantastic. So we only came in once extra so far. It was to change brake pads and fluid the first time. Obviously, we're losing a bit of time when doing it. The most frustrating part is having to brake 3 times before your brake marker. So pumping the brakes a lot and just trying to keep it safe and on the track. But I think we should get to the end. I mean, that's the whole point of endurance.
It definitely is. And the other endurance is, of course, trying to stay cool in this heat because, oh my goodness, it is scorching hot. But before we let you go, talk to us as well in terms of course, then the expectations, is besides having to finish the race and just making sure that, of course, you bring the car home, bearing in mind that you guys do have a new engine.
Yes, so the engine's currently we're running it on low boost just to keep that all safe as well. So I think now it's the brakes. It's always something. So if it's not power with the engine, it's brakes. But I mean, that's endurance racing. You gotta sort of fight through it and get to the end.
Well, we're hoping you guys would do that. But thank you for joining us and all the best. Let's then head back over to commentary to find out, of course, what more is happening on track.
Always interesting to go in here and, well, pump the brakes 3 times before you reach a corner is always an exciting time to do, and something very difficult to remember as we see the guys going and battling out. Great to see 2 interesting manufacturers, the VW versus the Honda, and 2 similar ideas as hatchbacks, most incredibly powerful, both running turbocharged, but you'll see the lights flashing on the Super Polo as they engage a little bit. That gives them a little bit more horsepower to push 2 past to open up the gap, but also the nature of front-wheel drive cars is they naturally lift up the inside rear wheel, because remember, all the drive is on the front axle. The rears are kind of just following at this point, so you'll see them slightly lifted up in the air. That means they're properly going fast, and the cars are set up rather stiff, especially around the circuit. Turn 8 and Turn 1 are good shows for that. A little bit of Turn 2.
A little bit of Turn 2 indeed, as we see Ari Neveling in the GNH transport car coming through to put some overtakes on some back markers ahead of him. Always difficult to find your way through on back markers here at Zwartkops because the circuit is so tight and technical. You have to be very, very precise with your overtaking. A new fastest lap of the race, Stuart White, 59.646. So
he's not getting performance index, I can tell you that. That's killed it. He's gone from a minute to a 59.6. Performance index, there's too much of a variation there. You've gone too fast. Go back home. You don't pass begin. You are not getting performance index anymore, but you do hold the fastest lap time. Holy cow.
Stuart White is something else. I saw some YouTube comments earlier, and by the way, Henku, if you are still watching, live timing is available on Speed Hive. If you want to keep track of the lap times of our drivers and their laps completed. We will, of course, keep you up to date here in the commentary booth, but what more can be said for this drive from Stuart White? It's absolutely sensational.
That's absolutely wonderful to see. But talking about some of the racing out there, we've got Combined Racing with Loureiro chasing down, trying to get ahead of the Super Polo. However, not quite having the drive necessary down the straights to make it work out. Both are forced induction with the turbochargers. However, the little Honda Type R has got some serious grunt to it. They're also in 2 different classes. The likes of the Francos going and fighting out in Class C, while our little Honda sits in Class D. But it really does show how close both can be in a fight. And it's just incredible to see what they can do out on circuit. But this also helps the drivers pace themselves, because now you've got something to chase. That means you can push that a little bit harder, you can follow the lines, you also don't get caught out thinking about any other thing. You now focused in, you tunnel focused towards your competitor, but it also does mean you might push it that little bit too hard. If you go that little bit quicker, it means that you use that little bit more fuel to come the end of the race. Remember that one good lap you had? Well, that might be the one good lap that stops you from going back into the pits.
True that, Steve. True that indeed. As we ride on board with Ricardo Franco in the GSW car, we noted earlier how you could visibly see the sweat dripping down his brow with how warm it is here at Zwartkops Raceway, and it puts into perspective Aubrey pulling in, you know, because he just said it was too much. He had exhausted his body and really difficult conditions out there. And another factor in the following, as you were mentioning, is that you use less energy following another car, which I think is quite helpful for Loureiro in this moment.
Well, that's it. You're keeping yourself mentally engaged as you keep going. But that being said, with the extreme heat, the buildup of lactic acid, many of the drivers actually complaining that their legs are the ones that are taking the hammering. Remember, they're braking quite hard around this circuit. They're also using the calf muscle to keep their foot firmly flat onto the throttle. That eventually builds up lactic acid. You start getting cramps in your legs. Think about you lying in bed. Have you ever had those moments you lie in bed, you stretch your legs and you stretch your toes forward, and then all of a sudden you get that cramp running up your leg and you just can't do a darn thing about it? Well, imagine trying to do that at 120 kilometers an hour.
I'd rather not.
That's the best way I can explain it. Many of these drivers physically climbing out and going, come on, my leg. And they're having to have things like Powerade and Energiades and anything with electrolytes just to try and refresh the body, get themselves sorted out. And it's just agonizing to that point. But that is also happening in the arms. It's happening in the hands. Many complaining of cramps that start building up in the hands over a long course of time. So endurance racing is a very difficult thing. Yes, it might look a little bit simple of you just drive around. Well, you got to keep your pace up for an incredibly long time. Your stints, they have to do a minimum of 80 minutes in these cars. Otherwise, they land up not going and complying with the rules and out of the race. So 80 minutes in the car, where it's warming up to 50 degrees. Think about it, it's 25 degrees and you're sweating like mad. Well, put Nomex on, that boosts your body temperature, which naturally sits at 36. Now you're going to 40. Now you're inside a hot car that goes up to 50. And that Camelback that you thought was going to save you with a little bit of water, well, that's also gotten nice and warm as well. So the first couple of sips through the water bottle that they're replacing is just blazing hot water that you want to spit out before you even get to anything that's cool that got replaced into it. So there is a lot of factors in racing, endurance races, that means that you have to really think what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and the mental side of you're going to get really, really hot in these cars. Closed-top cars especially go and retain a serious amount of heat versus open-top. Vice versa, when it's wintertime and it's raining, an open-top not pleasant to be in because you get drenched. And when you're going slow, you start thinking about how cold you're going to get. You start shaking, you battle a lot, and you start feeling like, what can I do to get out of the car? For closed tops in summer, well, it gets into a whole different situation.
It ain't easy. And you add to that, Steve, dehydration, as your body continues to lose more liquid because of that heat. As you can see, the Samlin team celebrating in pit lane alongside our pit lane reporter, Chloe. What do you think of the dance moves?
I think I'm going to be the same as Sam Hammond, just kind of hoping that no one can see me in the back, to be honest. But it's absolutely wonderful to see how teams pulling themselves together and just having a bit of fun out there. This is the one thing. There's an entire race going on. You've managed to get a first and a third for the team. You're going and cheering on your mates, but at the same time, you've got to keep the morale up. And what better way to do it than going and have a little bit of dancing? It's usually the pit crew. They have the most energy. That's like, hey, come, let's go and have a bit of fun. I was actually having a chat to the Samlin team. I said, during the 1 hour, what was going through your guys' head? And one of the pit crew said, can we get cake? we want cake. It's like, okay, that was the strangest one, but I can't fault him on it. But it's just trying to think of what to do to keep yourself motivated, keep yourself moving forward, and also just in celebration. You're at the track. You've managed to get the cars here, and that's already a victory by itself.
Cake definitely has been earned by those guys.
Oh, yes.
So I believe if it's cake they want, it is indeed cake.
Chocolate
they must
cake,
get.
death by chocolate.
Death by chocolate.
There we go.
I'm not a fan of chocolate myself, but each to his own. Each to his own. I'm getting really, really ugly looks here in the commentary box. But it is what it is, guys. As we roll through turn 3 with Stuart White as he continues his charge. Back again with the G&H transport car. Ari Nevelin continue to lap consistently. He's also doing well in terms of performance index. His best lap is a 104.945, which he set on the 84th lap, and on lap 123 he came through on a 105.144, which is only 0.2 off of his PB. He has a reference for a moment looking at the back of the Into Africa Racing Lamborghini, and our 2 fastest cars on track have had relatively smooth days.
Well, that's it. And I do want to point out that last time Into Africa went out here, the 4 hours of Zwartkops at the beginning of the year, and they managed to do 207 laps. So 139 at the moment. Still a little bit to go before they pass their record here at Zwartkops for the 4 hours. But one of the people that's just joining has been enjoying some of the celebrations outside. Well, Prince, welcome back. It's always wonderful. Would I move your seat for you? I mean, you are the Prince.
Could you offer me some cake too? That would be fantastic. That would be the cherry on top.
Hold my drink. I've got something in my bag.
Yeah, celebrations are plenty. A lot of the buble getting splashed around. A lot of teams so happy. Bumped into Charles Ranges, JJ Daisel, everybody. Massive, massive smile on their faces. Of course, Stewie White at the helm now in that incredible looking Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 1. They've been having a good time in endurance trim, switching things up as opposed to what we saw early on in the year when they took it on in the 1 hour and sprint races. Of course, Stewie White has taken over from Xolile Klaka, his year-round teammate more often than not. And it's, of course, you're looking at our longer races where Axel Jeffries will come in to get things going for the stable. Of course, they 3 were also competing. 4 of them were competing in the 24-hour of Barcelona not too long ago. Impressive stuff. International pedigree. All homegrown. Not a single one of them were bred outside or away from the source. Stewie White, very familiar with the karting circuit on this same piece of land, and so is Axel Jeffries. So it's definitely impressive to see all 4 of those South Africans representing and flying the flag high overseas.
And it was quite interesting. I had a chat to Stuart White and I asked him about Barcelona. Apparently, Stuart White and Axel Jeffries were having a bet between one another who can set the fastest lap. Now imagine you're in an endurance race for Mr. Lataka going, okay, I'm going to hand over the car, and you got 2 youngsters like, I'm faster than you, I'm faster than you. For 24 hours, that must have been nerve-wracking of note.
Yeah, it's like there's a quick debrief, no huddle, all 4 of them huddle. Then as soon as Xolile and Ari walk away, then Stewie White and Axel look at each other. Okay, so who's gonna get it now? Let's see what you got. I got 4 tenths on you. You know, quite interesting. But yeah, I think that is, I suppose, reflective of what we've seen with Axel as he's joined us during the championship so far, and Stewie. When they get into the car, you know it's either one of them that are at the wheel. You can tell the language, the vehicle dynamics of the car change, look a lot more aggressive, slightly more twitchy. They're really maxing out the ability the car has, and it's absolutely always reflective when it comes down to the timesheet. And the latest of which from Stewie White, 59.6. That's been the benchmark for how many laps now? This is a more recent time, is it not?
Yes. No. Yeah. They pitted at the 45-minute mark, so before the hour and before the safety car was out at the hour mark, switched over to Stuart White to climb in the car. He's been really gunning it. But remember, it's 18 minutes per driver, which means Mr. Lataka will have to get into the car to complete his 80 minutes, as he's only done 45 during the course of this race. And that is something to bear in mind. So for Stuart White, he's going to give it everything he's got, but then has to hand the car over to, well, its rightful owner at this point, to go and aim for the checkered flag, I would believe. Scoring points here means that the championship means they have a little bit of breathing room for Kyalami. However, Kyalami is double points, and there's been an addition to the rules that's coming out, and that is we've got allowance for guest drivers. Remember, at the beginning of the year, there was a saying, well, you have to have competed in 2 of the races to be able to qualify. Well, for guest drivers, they are able to get into the team. So they're not allowed bringing your own car, really, but you are allowed to get a drive in one of these cars, that all the cars that have participated all season. And that means that's a new spanner in the works. They can't score points. Nothing says they can't make it more difficult for the next car to get on by. And that's always where it comes into a bit of fun. But it is pitting time for our Toyota Altezza, the Lexus V8 turbocharged monster. Sounds amazing when it leaves the pits and goes on by. It's also been one of the most surprising entries in the SAES history. If you think about it, first time we saw this car going out and racing was Aldo Scribante quite some time ago. Everyone was like, what is this thing?
Yeah, it was a bit of a shock to see it.
It was always a bit of a wonder of, okay, it's getting better and better and better until now it's a championship contending car. Yeah. And it is one car that has chased down some proper machinery, like Wayne Roach's Lamborghini that we currently have in pits. Also, likes of the IRC Mustang having a bit of a difficult situation. This is a little car that has been surprising every time it gets to the racetrack.
It's been the little Altezza that could. Consistency pays off for cars like these. You might underrate it and from a distance think, how would you possibly take on a lot on paper, quicker equipment? But it's not just the speed that counts for things when it comes to endurance racing. It's your consistency during the race on the day, but also overall throughout the championship, and it really does pay dividends when you go into the end of the championship where, for example, in Kyalami you can have the double points on offer for everybody. So you have to make sure you have a decent baseline and cushion to give you an extra boost going down towards the end of the championship. And knowing that you're also going to have a guest driver is also going to be interesting, because how then, I mean, in the context of the index of performance, for example, you're used to racing with a particular set of individuals. Peter Van Heerden done with his stint and making way for, I think it is Sergio.
Sergio's in the car.
Sergio's in the car, because I saw Marco helping with the fuel there. So Sergio's in the car. And Peter, he's had his fair share of heat, speed, and then some while dealing with temperature management. So it's all I think done and dusted for his stints for the duration of the day. But yeah, you're looking at a scenario at Kyalami where you've got someone who hasn't particularly been familiar with the index of performance scenario, where you have to stay in and about the same pace and performance level of your teammates. As a guest driver, how are you adapting to that dynamic so quickly? What if you're the type of guy who's just flat foot the entire time and not sort of, reining it in, so to speak, to stay within a certain bracket of performance? How does that affect your score going forward?
Oh, that's it. You're not going to be scoring any points as the guest driver. However, it does mean that you put the car at risk. If you're too slow, the team loses out. If you're too fast, well, you might risk it a bit all here. But I also want to point out that Sophia Motorsports, the number 88 car, has had its highs and lows, but the team are running in 16th in performance and index. So a good result in performance and index here today can bump them up into the top 10.
Whoa. Okay. That is putting a spanner in the works. Now, let me have a look at, there's an interesting tire scenario also going on at the top at index of performance that we have running at the same time concurrently. As also as much as we have a top 10 potential entrant there, we've got a tie running between Harm and Barend at the moment when it comes to index of performance. And so far, how do you think they've done to sort of add another notch when it comes to their potentially taking the silverware going on forward?
Well, the last time they went out, they landed up not being able to get it across the line. That's the problem. And taking a look, also trying to cool the car down a little bit to have drink, putting some ice cold water that already melted. Just trying to get it all sorted out. Team having to frantically work to try and get the car sorted out. But talking about the performance index, Denver Brander leads out the championship. He's tied with both the Pretorius family of Barend and Harm, and Gavin Rook sits in 4th place. This may be the race to help them get into first place and hold it as drivers together. Remember, it's not a team championship.
It's an individual one.
That's it.
Yep.
So if they're able to move up into first, that means they can continue trying to go and hold on to the gold. However, nothing stops this little car that's going around and Combined Racing and the GSW to go and get that little bit of a run as well. So many different factors come into play that can change out. But this, unfortunately, is a slower stop, and that's just trying to refill the water, try and cool the drivers down as much as possible. We spoke about a little bit earlier, you have a Camelback or you have a Warrior system. If there is still water in that line that gets nice and hot, you're going to have to sip through that before you get to the cold water. Makes it rather uncomfortable. Think about making yourself a cup of coffee, leaving it out till it's ice cold, then you have to slug it before you can have another hot cup of coffee.
And I was thinking of possibly throwing in a bag of tea into that can, but that wouldn't be great. But yeah, considering the temperatures at the moment, no one's going to appreciate that particular flavor. I beg your pardon.
No.
Yeah, we were also looking at this time of day, the glare changing. Some of the did that give you a shudder, Steve?
Oh no, I just thought of having a chocolate milkshake, but left in the sun for too long. That's just a terrible thought.
Oh my goodness!
Or maybe putting ice with a chocolate milkshake. That's even worse.
At that point, what is that? You're diluting them. Let's not get into it. Let's not get into the dynamics of that. Well, we thought it was Sergio inside the car. I don't think that is Sergio. That is Marco. We just got into the Altezza. Sergio's already had his goal. Look at that.
Soaring at the wheel.
Inputs there. That is the most aggressive I've seen around turn 6 and 7. Or while trying to strap himself in at the same time. So that's going to take a lap or two just to get a bit comfortable there.
So many people might think that he's strapping himself in. It's actually not. So when you're originally climbing in the car, you crouch stressed. Your body is nice and tense. You mean to sitting upright.
Once it relaxes, yeah.
That's it. Once
creates that room and use the tension.
Far too much.
Yeah.
And you start being able to pull it down an extra 2 to 5 centimeters extra on the belt to strap you down. So as you're going around, you're pulling a little bit tighter, a little bit tighter, a little bit tighter, because you can feel yourself getting loose. And that's the main thing, is as you relax, as the vibration comes in, you got to settle down as well. And honestly, it's something that you can't explain. When you're climbing into the car the first time, the adrenaline's there, you're excited, let's go. And you are tense. During the race, you need to relax, you need to take that breath. Sometimes you'll even watch a couple of drivers down the straight. They'll open up their hands, they'll close their hands, just to stretch those fingers and try and take a little bit of pressure off the palms as well, just so everything is more comfortable for them and they can focus. And one thing, just got to point out, they are out there with this car that's about 200 odd horsepower that they've got underfoot, and it's a manual H-pattern gearbox. You have to clutch in to change up and change down. Trying to do that while in a long endurance race is incredibly difficult, but a little bit of problems going on here. This is looking into the back of the GT4, and that was the water bottle they were checking at the back there.
Was quickly closed, identified the issue, quick refill at the front.
Might be to clean the windscreen a little bit. Just try and get some
there.
That was a rather strange
That wasn't
stop.
a refill, yeah. Okay. That's the second stop of this nature where one of the GNH competitors comes into the pit. Okay, I suspect something's wrong. It's a quick look and it goes back out. I wonder what the issue was there. It definitely wasn't a refill because the front wasn't open, and what kind of container would be there or reserve would be there for them to have a small 500 milliliter bottle fill that quickly. So that was a cleanup.
Unless that's actually for the front that's for the windscreen wipers. Just checking if it's there. If that has given up the ghost and he's not able to clean the windscreen, that means visibility becomes a little bit more of a problem. So possibly might have been the issue where you go to try and clean your windscreen and well, it's not working. So what's next? Hey chaps, who got the bottle of water? Guess what? You're losing it.
Yeah. Quick squirt. You have to use something else to make your tea.
It's a splash and dash.
Oh, yeah, literally. That was a good one. You're on your toes for
there
that
we go,
one.
dad jokes. Well, here I come.
Yeah, that's why we call him Dad. That's definitely why we call him Dad. But at the moment, it is Gianni at the helm. Ari has made race, so Gianni's going to be bringing it home. And he did say he set himself the goal of catching up to Ari Neveling's lap time. So let's see how that is going to go going into the 1 hour, 20 minutes that remains of this particular race. As you can see, he also has been strapped in and is really nestled into the cockpit of that Audi R8 GT4 car, and he's looking to be getting into, is it flow state they call it, where you literally just see his eyes moving, hardly anything else. Of course his head will bobble about a bit, but it's literally just hands smooth, one input, point and shoot, and it's just the eyes locating the next apex.
And they're looking 2 corners ahead. That is always the main factor. And it's one thing that's very interesting as a driver. You're generally looking right in front of you. For these pros, they actually look up 2 corners ahead. They try and identify what's happening a corner ahead just to ensure they get themselves done. And that's the fascinating part. They're not worried about what's here next to them. They're thinking a little bit further up ahead. But with that being said, someone else that's looking up ahead, down to Chloe in the pits.
All right, we do, of course, talk about bringing a little bit of flair and, of course, a bit of fun as well. Joining me now is a young lady who actually races in karting, which is pretty cool, and she's loved, of course, with endurance racing. Bonso, talk to us about how you're finding Zwartkops and really SAES so far.
It's really great. The first time I came here was actually in 2024. I came with Fabian Lance, and when Backdraft was still racing, and it was amazing to see. But now with the VIP actually getting closer, it's amazing all the work that the team's doing, getting that real close-up, just loving it.
If you had to paint a picture for someone at home, what was your biggest takeaway, a highlight that stands out for you?
I'd say seeing the teamwork, how even if there's a problem, the teams make sure that the car gets back out there and there's nothing that stops them.
Which team are you backing? Which has been your favorite?
Definitely Inter Africa. If I can wear the colors one day, it would be such a big dream come true.
What do you love about Inter Africa?
I don't know. I think they're really just representing Africa. I've seen how they're doing endurance racing overseas as well. It's just amazing to see their growth. And yeah, that's one of the things I admire, just the growth.
Absolutely love that. And I mean, a young racer hoping one day to join Inter Africa, because all dreams are possible, right? And we're all about inspiring and lifting the next rider, next driver, the next generation. So it's really great to see, of course, one of the youngsters here in track who is, of course, hoping to get, of course, into endurance racing and drive the GT cars one day, which will be pretty cool. Let's go back to commentary. We'll try and get Ari. He was just trying to give him, of course, a bit of 5 minutes so he can catch his breath and then find out, of course, how that stint was for him.
Oh, that is precious to see. All generations inspired to get their go at making their mark on South African motorsport history. One such youngster in that very stable, Siya Shabalala. His story is quite inspiring because of how he's been the picture of tenacity in terms of writing your own script and controlling your own destiny. He comes a very long way, and for him to be part of the Inter Africa stable comes from him just putting in the work and putting in the time, the consistency, the hours, the discipline, the working with the likes of Themba Khumalo, who joins us on the commentary team, the trainings, and all of those hours paid dividends. And now it's him put in with a chance and putting his hand up for incredible opportunities that are at his disposal now in the Inter Africa stable. So no dream left behind is really the moral of it there.
That's it. And you walk through the pits, there's a bunch of youngsters there working as mechanics that have different ideas and different, not always wanting to be behind the steering wheel, but also wanting to be data analysts. And that's the extra bit to it. But I know that Chloe's got a very, very special guest that's, well, just climbed out of the car. Over to Chloe.
We are down in pit lane, and Pete joins us now from Sphere Motorsport. And I mean, he talks about how hot it is in the car. He's practically pink right now. Talk to us about how it was, temperature-wise, and of course, the action on track.
Yeah, Chloe, it's very tough. It's probably about 40 degrees inside of that vehicle. It's very tough. Struggling with the temperature on the car as well. We're running sort of 97, 98 the whole time on water temperature. So we've installed a spray system for the water to spray it as we go down the straight to try and just get some mist on the radiator to get the cooling down. But actually, I wish there was a spray system in the car to keep me cool. So yeah, it was tough out there. We struggled with understeer on the fast corners, but overall, I think we've done fairly well. We've done what we can, and I think just being consistent and sort of chasing the index of performance is really what we were after today. So yeah, happy with the performance.
You know what I think we should do? maybe break all the windows, then you can get a little bit of air while you're in that car.
That would be nice, eh? What an aircon would be perfect.
You're pushing it now.
I'll talk to the team manager.
An aircon, no ways.
Yeah, but we've got some good things for 2026. New car, so yeah, excited for 2026. We'll see what that brings for us.
We're looking forward to that. And then besides, of course, some of the difficulties that you experienced, where were the joys that you were finding on track?
Look, I mean, just for us as a team, the camaraderie is very good. And as I said, we were just really chasing the index today, just trying to stay consistent. That's really it for us.
All right, you know what another positive is for me from Spear Motorsport? You guys are going to finish. I'm hoping you guys are going to finish.
We're going to finish. We're
going to finish?
We're going to finish.
And then you're going to get trophies.
Done. Happy.
That's absolutely how it is. And well, let's go back then to commentary.
Thank you.
Your battery's dying.
Chloe trying her best to avoid commentators' curse there. You saw she was going on her toes. Like, you're going to finish. I mean, I hope you're. Fingers crossed. But that's looking good so far for Sphere Motorsport. Vying it out there, duking it out rather with their fellow index of performance competitors. So that's going to bode well for them looking in the championship.
Well, interesting fact that is two things. One, they've done more laps in this race than what they did at the beginning of the year. Beginning of the year, they did 105 laps. They are so far up to 121 laps. So already, big win there. So there's been lots of advancement. Second to it is a little system that I've never heard in endurance racing, but it makes perfect sense. Having a spray onto the front radiator. So not only have they got the wind cooling it down, but also they're able to get cold water through the radiator on the surface to try and cool it down onto the straights, but also quite handy when you're behind a safety car, when you're going slow. When you're going slow, you're not getting enough air through the radiator. That means everything's going to get hot. Push of a button, cools things down. So you're using a fan, using water, and you're using airflow. That is actually very clever, and there's not a single car that's utilizing that type of system that's on the grid here today, other than, well, the Toyota Altezza, Sophia Motorsport. Clever, out-the-box thinking.
It is, and because we've never heard of such a system, when he initially introduced it, I thought he was going to say it's a spraying system that goes on his brow, because I've never heard of someone spraying the radiator directly. But very innovative, and in a scenario like that, where you're forced to slow down under safety car conditions, it absolutely bodes well for the team in terms of keeping temperatures under control. And you've seen how much it's been a bit of a problem across the grid with our competitors. I think another of those was the combined racing car, where they're trying to pay attention to their temperatures and make sure they're within a decent performance bracket to see them piling up the number of laps that they've put down here at Zwartkops so far.
Yeah, it's just incredible, but it's something you don't really get around. I mean, it's very innovative. And here in Africa, throughout endurance racing, there's always been the odd innovation to either cool a car down, make it work better in high felt conditions. Because remember, we're high altitude, we also got intense heat here in Africa versus the rest of the world. And we've seen different innovations from Formula One straight through to GT racing, guys coming up with different ideas to handle the heat. But also, back in the day, we've seen some really, really interesting driving. I mean, there was a classic car called the Marauder that was meant to race in an 9-hour race. Now, I was told, listen, you can't race because you haven't got a door. So what the guys did is they went to the local market and got themselves some wood, hacked a square to make it a door, and off there they fitted on. And that is just due to the innovation of Africa. When there's a problem, solve it. But like any problem, there's always a solution, but there's always has to be a person to get the info, and let's go down to the pits to get exactly that.
Joining us now is Adam Pretoria's form, of course, Pesty Racing. They are racing in the British Racing Green, and it's absolutely looking gorgeous. But talk to us about the heat out there.
No, it's hot today. You know, I think you're running nearly 30 degrees. So luckily we've got a bit of cloud cover. So that's keeping it a bit cooler, but it's hot. You know, you're going flat out all the time. You're trying to stay focused. So no, it's hot, yeah, but it's good fun, yes.
It is good fun, but when you talk about the track and the characteristics of a track, how tight the corners are, talk to us about how, of course, the car is also handling those corners.
Yeah, look, the car's working hard. Zwartkops is very hard on brakes. We can feel we're getting a long pedal on the brakes, so we've got a bit of a... We should make it to the end, but you can feel the brakes are starting to give... You know, you're just getting a longer pedal. pedal, and they're not as effective as they were in the beginning of the race. So it's going to, I don't think it'll be an issue, but you can feel the car's worked.
It definitely has. And then, I mean, talking to Byron as well, what has the conversation been in terms of describing really what it's like out there for him?
Well, look, I think, he really enjoys it. So he's just got to keep going, He's just got to go as best he can, and that's it, and do his best. So he's a bit quicker, I think, than I am. I'm not sure what my times are. I haven't even checked yet. But no, we're having a nice race. Yeah, comms just hold together till the end of the race. Yeah.
So we'll definitely see you at prize giving then?
I hope so. Yeah, definitely. Yes. Yeah, let's hold thumbs, Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Let's head over back to commentary. Commentary, we're hoping you guys are keeping your fingers crossed too.
You know what, Chloe, with all the predictions you're throwing out there, we're forced to be crossing our fingers, crossing our toes, just bringing the positivity across the grid. It's great to see smiles on the faces of the PSD Racing competitors. How important, of course, ever feature on the grid. Slightly different, facelifted British racing Carino, but great to see them nonetheless. At the helm of that 511R HGT 4 car is Gianni Giannacaro, and he's having his say on proceedings for the GNH Transport stable. Let's see what his lap times so far have been. He obviously has set a benchmark for himself to actually match his trainer, so I wonder how far that's going. As far as it stands, I see the best time being a 104.9. We haven't seen that move, so you know what that means. Oh, what's going on? Giannacaro slowing down at turn 6 and 7. What is the issue here? We had them peel into the pits and had a situation we couldn't quite read. We saw a 500 milliliter bottle, but that might have not solved that issue. What is this now? Definitely something affecting his drive. Slightly into the left. I don't know if because of just the angle of circuit where he's at. I don't know if I'm imagining that. He doesn't have any drive.
No, that is definitely. He's actually trying to hold it in neutral and let it coast down.
Yeah.
That's a full shutdown.
Oh, no. Come on, GNH. What's going on? We'll be hearing from Chloe not too long from now, I'd imagine. But that is just heart-wrenching to see. But we're closing down the final hour of racing. Oh, jeez.
Now, this is a nightmare situation. Second place, fleeting. And also, this is Class B. Now the team are going to have to run down pit lane to try and push this car all the way back. But remember, they only allow 5 people to touch this car. And that's 1.2 tons that you have to push in the heat.
1.2 tons divided by 5, quick math, is what, 350 tons a man?
Oh, well, thank for heavens it's got horsepower now, because it's now driving through a system restart to get it going. But that is definitely alarming for the team. And we already were running down in the gear. But the question is, what has gone on with the car that they had to do a full reset of it?
Thankfully, that was figured out.
Trying to cool it down now. Big fan in the front. Try and get as much airflow over the radiator to avoid it from getting too hot. And we'll be trying to figure out what to do. Water also getting pumped in as well. So they're worrying about temperature.
Yeah, it was temperature that they were sorting out there.
Different ways of doing it. There's a watering can.
Okay, so everyone is going for the physical contact of water on their radiating system. Okay.
Well,
Copy that.
It works. That's the thing. It works like a charm. The question is, has that become a bit of a problem that even the system saying, hey, listen, I'm getting way too warm here. I need to cool things down.
And in this scenario, what the system would have flashed the warning lights like this is beyond my capability and start to shut itself down effectively to preserve its temperatures.
Well, the last thing it wants to do is cook itself. So this is going to be the big question. Did the car start overheating? But they're now trying to take a look at the back as well. And they might go and get the car into the pit to do some further looks. And there's Ollie Neveling going and keeping a close eye on what is happening with the communication on by. They can't get too many people to touch that car unless it's in the pit box.
Yeah. It looks like that's what they want to do and just manage the situation from the outside. They don't feel like it's something that needs for them to get into the garage, so they're just going to focus on solving the cooling issue from there, refilling here. But to top up, that was a very full bottle of coolant about 4 laps ago. We saw a full bottle. I distinctly remember seeing a very full bottle there, and that is a leak possibly. it can't be bleeding the fluid that quickly, surely.
Losing water somewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely losing water somewhere because it's absolutely full to the brim. The last time we saw them fiddle around with that part of the car. So there's definitely a water leak going on, and they're going to have to try. But how are they going to manage this now? Because if it's losing water at such a quick rate, they can't keep trying to refill it. They first have to find where the leak is.
We've seen many try and do it. I mean, go back a year ago where there was a car every 5 laps pulled in, they were dumping water to try and get it across the finish line. I mean, there's so much going on. But if you're just joining us, a massive welcome to you out on YouTube and also in Prime Media Plus for the very first time. Motorsport hitting Prime Media Plus. Good to have you guys here, and we are watching some of the questions that has to be answered at some point for the G&H Audi R8. And I mean, this has been a very consistent car. It's been one of the more reliable cars. However, Zwartkops seems to be the Achilles heel. We go back to the beginning of the year. This car actually caught fire going into coming into pit lane.
Yes.
Now we're back at Zwartkops, and it seems to be an overheating issue that they're trying to maneuver their way around, trying to figure out what exactly is happening to this car. And it looks like they're going to be moving it into the pits.
Yeah.
That means
Garage.
as many hands as they got, that's everyone's going to climb into it. But this is where you start going and utilizing everyone in the pit. This is where you, from a data analyst, you've just become an engineer.
Everyone just threw away their laptops.
That's it. You've now switched roles completely, and this is where all hands on deck. You've got to be a jack of all trades in endurance racing, and this is where it's going to be. As now they're trying to get the car sorted, they'll pull into the pits. Everyone's going to climb into that car, try and figure out what exactly has gone wrong with the Audi R8 GT4, and why is it getting so hot out on circuit.
Cooling is a priority. Let's see how much time they're able to solve that in. I mean, we're bearing down in the final hour, 3 minutes to 1 hour remaining, while Stewie White, as ever, in full command in racing trim 59.6. The last time we saw him bear that aggressively on the sub 1 minute mark. His most recent, though, looks like 1 minute 0.3. So he's floating there or thereabouts. He may just decide just to tuck back into the 59s should he feel happy with the condition of his car, braking, and all the management that he's probably doing at that point. But he is not letting out. He's not letting off at all.
No, he's going to take this bull all the way to the finish flag at the moment with just going and driving it as hard as possible. And I think for the Lamborghini, if you want to test how hard the car can drive in a long race, well, 4 hours around Zwartkops with high temperatures. I mean, we got up to roughly about 30 degrees here today at about 1 o'clock, and that really made a bit of a difference to many of the drivers and to the vehicles. But honestly, it's showing what it can do. But just on the right hand side, you can see them working on the car. However, driver is not out the vehicle, which means there's no driver change. They're not expecting him to get out of the car. They're not going to be replacing the driver. Car got very hot, and that's possibly why it shut down, because there's lots and lots of water being thrown at that radiator, trying to just cool the surface down, and hopefully that's going to try and cool everything else down. Remember, they've got fans on the inside that's drawing air and trying to get all that hot air out, as much of the hot air that has been passed through the radiator, get the heat out, try and cool the engine. But however, what has been going on, that it's just not cooling down enough. I mean, this is a car built for endurance. Something has definitely gone wrong drastically to start impacting it this way, but it's not over yet. We have seen drivers, we've seen teams that have taken a car all the way to the flag, whether it is running on fumes or not, whether they need to just try and coach it over, whether they need to add oil, water, brake fluid, anything. Everyone wants to see the checkered flag.
Incredibly creative to achieve that as well. You can see the team trying all sorts of ways to encourage the water to get through and touch the surface of the radiator, having the fan there, and the mechanic manually splashing the water on, keeping all the air vents also in contact with as much cooling air as possible. You can't really prepare for how the car is going to react to the temperatures. You know it's going to be sensitive to it, but how exactly, which the straw that breaks the camel's back and where that straw is going to come from, you don't quite know. And they're trying right now quite vehemently to find exactly where that straw is. You see all over now, you've got cooling going on every side of the car. The front right now is also getting a bit of air.
So what they're doing is you've got ducts on the side, and that's also got the radiators to try and also cool it down. So they're doing everything they can, try and cool the engine down. And this is going to be lots and lots of hard work in the pits, and the driver is just waiting. And this is where you've got to put a lot of faith in your team to do the right stuff, because you're in the car, you're at the mercy of what's happening. You've got to believe the team will be going and doing everything they can to see it through to the line. And the G&H transport team have done a lot. The question is, have they got enough space to hold on to second place? Because, well, David Franco is getting closer in the Class C.
Yep, he's on the same number of laps. But in the meantime, we're going to get closer to the pits with Chloe and Anita.
And as you can see, the car is being worked on. Ari, talk to us as to what we're seeing. Of course, we're seeing a lot of water also being poured into the car just to try to cool it down.
Yeah, so the car's running a little bit hot. We've been managing that all race long. We kind of knew at some point it might bite us, and unfortunately that point has arrived. The guys are just busy trying to sort out and see what they can do. It's actually quite interesting because you have the G&H crew, there's some Stradale crew helping, there's some Sam Hammond crew helping. It's actually quite nice to see, like a couple of teams coming together, for the greater good,
It really is nice to see, of course, the entire paddock come together, because we talk about being a family. But when we talk about your stint, Ricky mentioned, of course, how fast you are as well. How was it for you?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Obviously, I had to really back off the pace, so we could only really give like 6 or 7 out of 10 just to really manage the temperatures of the car. But it was still quite enjoyable. It's my big love in life is to be in race cars, so I still enjoy every minute of it.
And we love seeing you in action, Ari. Give or take, how long is it going to take to see the car back in action?
So we're kind of stuck now because it seems like we lost water because of the temperature being so high. So it actually boils out of the radiator cap or the reservoir bottle, if I can put it that way.
Yeah.
So in order for us to add water to the car, we need to get the water temperature down first. So that's why we have about 3 or 4 fans on the car and pouring water to try and get it cool, so we can basically add water back in. Because unfortunately water boils at these temperatures, and then the moment you open it, everything just boils out.
Talk to us, Ari, in terms of the technology on these cars as well, which is quite fascinating, where you know where the issue is and it alerts you as to what it needs.
Yeah, well, I mean, I work for Stradale full time, so this is also part of my job, to understand and to work on the cars. And it's nice to see that there's some nice technology going into the race cars nowadays.
It definitely is. Besides G&H, you're racing. I'm glad to finally see ice. Do you know why? I've been asking myself, why are you guys not getting ice?
You should have come sooner then. Where were you 3 hours ago?
Listen, I'll apply for the job, Ari. I think I'll assist you on this one.
Yeah, you definitely have to.
But lastly, just to wrap it up, talk to us about the experience at Zwartkops. We talk about familyhood, but the track as well, the tight corners, how you've been handling that.
Yeah, it's tough. So if you take any other of the racetracks, they've got quite a long. It's quite interesting. They have a lot of long straights, so it always gives the driver in the car enough time to sort of cool down and to kind of reset in some kind of way. Zwartkops is unique because there is no rest. It's short and it's tight, so it's quite brutal on the cars, especially brakes, temperatures, of the engine, the cooling, and also on the driver because there's just no rest for you.
You said it's quite interesting to see the ice pop like that. Why did you say that?
Yeah, so they want to try and get the ice to the radiator, but the fan sits on top of the radiator. So unfortunately, that is the only way you can really try and get it there. So maybe some bits will go inside the fan and then get popped out. But just nice to see the guys are really trying to do whatever they can,
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ari. We're hoping that you guys will be able to go back on track and finish. Fingers crossed for that. But thank you for your time, and of course, all the best for the race. There's still time, right?
Yes, I don't know position-wise because we were looking good for second, so probably we lost second at this point. But let's see. It seems like a bit of a struggle to just get it to cool down.
All right, no, we'll definitely see what's happening, but let's go back to commentary.
You have it, all teams, all hands on deck, teams that are neighboring GNH there, throwing in their effort as well. Salmon Racing guys involved, Stradali guys involved. You can hear the smile in Ari's voice as we're looking at the work going on and how he enjoys the camaraderie that's going on. But yeah, it's a cooling situation, as you can tell. Every event and every entry that they can find to get some cool water on into the system of that car in order for it firstly to cool down, and then they can add a cooler volume of water inside the system. They first have to get it just to cool down first, because it keeps boiling any new water you're trying to introduce into the system.
Well, that's it. I mean, think about it. That reservoir acts like a pot. So take a pot of water and just a little bit amount of water, and you now suddenly got it right up to temperature. Turn it on to max, leave it for a good couple of minutes until that water's bubbling. As it starts to dissipate, you pour some extra water in. You'll suddenly have the new water being introduced immediately, going and being burned away, especially on the old school pots. That is essentially what's happening with the reservoir system. So you need to wait for the casing to just cool down so you can start introducing it. Also, if you start introducing ice cold water into the system that hasn't sufficiently cooled down, think of trying to throw extremely hot water onto your windscreen that's frosted over during the winter. It will just break the system. And if for anyone that wants to know at home, easy way to do it is listen to when someone's working with a pot. If they take a pot that is a pot or a pan that's just freshly made food, it's extremely hot, and they suddenly dump it underneath the sink, you'll hear that one, the water boiling, but you'll also hear the materials start to crack. It's the easiest way to break things. And the cars work exactly the same. You will land up going and breaking bits off the head, off the block. It will start to warp things a little bit beyond. And unfortunately, that's going to be the case. Now, interesting fun fact about race cars versus our road-going cars. In road-going cars, you add a little bit more coolant to the car to get yourself sorted out. Great, works like a charm, no problem. Racing, coolant is actually a type of oil. Means it makes it very dangerous if it's out on the circuit. So we can't run coolant, so you're running straight H2O. H2O has a lower point to just boil versus the coolant that we put in our cars that has a higher temperature point before it boils off. Now, that is the fact that comes in. This is also showing how stressful the day has been in the new spring. Not only have we had brakes and brake fluid get too hot and lands up giving trouble, but now we're also having engines just going and taking some serious strain. And these are factors you can't really practice for. You need the conditions to be exactly the same, and that doesn't really happen.
These cars in the factories, these cars are designed in under ideal insulated conditions, which are there are only so many measures and variables they can try and simulate. When you come down to sunniest and hottest that Pretoria can offer you on a Saturday afternoon, it's a different prospect altogether. You're bringing it all out. And you heard Ari Nevelin talking about how they're trying their best, or they tried rather to prepare as much as they could. They knew the heating issue would be coming. They just didn't know where it would happen. And as you've rightly said, you just cannot predict. And they now have to react to what they have in front of them. And the best way to do it is just throw all the water you have at it until that system is cool and you can introduce a new set of water in, and you'll get racing again as the clock is winding down. Just over 50 minutes remaining of this 4 hours of Zwartkops Raceway.
And one thing we can talk about, our leader, Stuart White, he's been pushing harder and harder as time goes on. GT3s compared to GT4s have a lot more aero that you can utilize. You can also open up a lot of the aero to allow maximum airflow through the brakes, through to the tires, through to the engine. You don't have as restrictive in that regard. And that's the one development that throughout racing has got. The higher up you go, GT3s into your GTPs and such, you have that ability to open things up or close things. If you want to close things up, especially for winter time, keep as much heat inside. For summer, open everything up. And that's where the unique nature comes in for some of the cars, as we found out with Sophia Motorsport. But also, it does lean into the fact that some of the drivers and some of the teams taking it a little bit easier because they are concerned that something may happen. This is a moment, if you see GNH with a GT4 starting to have a bit of an issue, and you're out there, say Pesty Racing, with your backdraft Roadster, you're going to be looking down pit lane going, maybe what's my temperature looking like as we do see into pit lane? Going to be a change of tyres as well. New set of boots coming on, and this pit stop going to be about 30 seconds. One stopped in the box, you're having the tyres all switched around and refueling. So into the pits, and it's going to be climbing out for Stuart White after a great run. It's going to hand over to the likes of Zile Lataka, who will get into the pits. I'll get into the seat, get himself all organized. They wait to get up on the jacks while there's a bit of refueling to be done. They've got a nice cover over to stop any spillage. As soon as it goes and gets a little bit of air into the car, it will lift up onto the air jack. The team will be able to take those tires off. Quick change, one single nut all the way around. This is what a quickly run through the car, and the drivers can start getting them all sorted out as well. Take a look at this. We've done 3 tires before the seatbelts are even done. That is a great show to the team, how much they've got this into routine of this is what you need to do, get it done. Refuel, tires, and by the time you're done, the driver must be belted in and already heading out. I mean, that is just incredible.
It's incredible to witness when you're there, just within touching distance, the speed, the sense of just how much impact your air guns and all of the movement, the synchronicity of the team around the car, all of that is just incredible practice. And there you go, clean as you want. Out onto the circuit goes Xolile Tlaka now to close proceedings for the team to get his minimum 80 minutes in the saddle for Inter Africa Racing and bring it home for his stable. Now we're looking at the management tactics, of course, around temperature, so he's going to get into that rhythm as well. And just looking at the way Stewie White managed things, it looked as if he went straight in to announce himself on the 59.6, like, okay, I'm Stewie White and I'm here. Okay, feel my presence. And then once we felt his presence, he was floating in and around the 1 minute mark. Very consistently at that. I wonder if that had anything to do with temperature management around any of the elements of the car.
Possibly. Very possibly. Might be lifting a little bit more instead of standing on the gas. Allow the car to coast more through the corners to go and fight it out. So, interesting to see, but now the boss is back in the car and going to be running it out to the end. They pitted at 45 minutes, need to do a minimum of 80 minutes in the car. He's got 48 minutes to make this work in the Lamborghini Huracan Evo after driving a little bit earlier in 2 heats in the Evo 2 and now pushing himself that little bit more. He had a good race time, and I think that's because he did a multitude of the racing early on, going and trying to push himself harder and harder. And now it's about keeping the consistency. But also, one lovely thing about Zwartkops is turn 3 and heading up to tabletop, because that sun starts to set. It looks magnificent until you're staring at it while you're on the climb at 200 kilometers an hour. That is going to be the most difficult part of them all.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at looking the sun dead in the eye and trying to find your brake mark, that's muscle memory at work there, and that's just about it that you have going for you. And the speed at which you're approaching your brake mark, it really is quite an art to be able to navigate the circuit. And this is, I'd imagine, one of the more unique features across our calendar at all the venues that we go to. There's nothing quite like not being able to see where you're supposed to throw the anchors down. If I could think, maybe Zwartkops and Kyalami would be another of those places. That is more of a rocket launch, in fact. You're flying towards the sun more than just facing it. So, but yeah, the elements definitely at play in every way possible here. But we've also got a couple of, one interview, I beg your pardon, waiting for us down in the pits. Let's hear what's going on.
We are down at Inter Africa and Stuart White joins us now. Stewie, what an incredible race that you pulled there. Consistent laps as well. Blistering quick. How's it for you?
Oh, it was nice. Obviously, it wasn't pushing as much as what we usually do, so it was not that tough. That's also where we could get so much out of the tires and do such long stints. But it's also good. We tried a lot of stuff during my stints with the car on settings that we can control. So yeah, it was still very nice. And I think Inter Africa just gave us a rocket ship again. And I think at Kyalami 9 hour it will definitely be tight again. But obviously our focus for myself, Kulila, and the whole team is fully on the championship. So that's what we focus on, and that's what we come to do here today as well. We say we're not going to drive any differently. We're going to drive as it's a normal race.
Well, you are a year older because it's a few, of course, weeks, few days after your birthday. Are you feeling sore knees? How are you feeling?
No, luckily I've been in the car a lot more this year, so I think my fitness is a bit better. Also shook a few kilograms, so I think I'm feeling a year younger rather than older.
I absolutely like that, Stewie. I mean, when you talk about Rambo Lambo, we talk about a consistent car. But how does it feel when you have to, of course, go through those tight corners?
Yeah, look, Rambo is made for this type of circuits. On other circuits like East London, you get maybe the Aston or something will be a bit better again. But for these type of tracks, the Rambo Lambo is designed for small tracks and small turns, so the rotation on the car is incredible. So makes the stint just even easier, and you can look after the rear tires a lot. So we usually suffer a bit here in the heat of the rear tires, but today we could really manage it quite well.
And the other interesting thing about Stuart White and, of course, the Inter-Africa team, that they were in Barcelona not so long ago and did really well. Unfortunately, yes, there was a mechanical failure, but they were really pushing it, which is quite interesting. The commentary as well, that side, they're like, oh my goodness, Stuart White and Axel Jeffries, EXO, they're brilliant. How was it for you? Did you enjoy Barcelona?
Yeah, look, Barcelona was amazing. And firstly, thanks to Kolile and our Inter-Africa team for making be part of it. It's been a long journey with them, but yeah, it was really an honor to be part of the first full African continent driver lineup with me, Arnold Neveling is also racing today, Axel Jeffries and Kolile, and it's a shame that we didn't finish. We were really fighting for overall podium on international level, but I think it just shows of all the hard work that we've done here. I mean, some of our guys have gone to Europe to work with us that side, and yeah, I think it's just it's uplifting our team in South Africa and our plans for Europe as well. So yeah, it's been an amazing journey, and I mean, it's only been 3 years, so I think there's still a lot more to come.
Definitely still a lot more to come. I'm going to come to you at the end of a race because Gerald said we're not talking celebrations until the race is done, and I want a dance from you, Stewie.
Yeah, look, I'll probably have to do a dance with the boss, but like I said, our focus is on the championship and we can't wrap it up this weekend, so it will always go to Kalami, so we'll treat the end of the race, and we first need to finish first, so still a lot can happen in more than 30 minutes, and then we do the same preparation for the 9 hour, nothing will change.
We'll do a tiny dance, yeah?
Yeah, tiny dance.
Tiny dance, let's go back to commentary.
Well, absolutely great stuff as our drivers make their way through. Stuart White giving a bit of thoughts on what's happening and also his time over in Barcelona. That being said, we have still got some great racing. I did see something a little bit odd on our little Arteza out there. It looks like on the front left there's something going and knocking on the ground. So that is going to be a look over for the team just to see if it's anything that may become a problem. But for the likes of the Tucker out on the circuit, giving it his absolute all at the moment and showing what he can do. It's interesting to find out why the switch between the Evo 2 and the Evo, because the Evo is better suited for smaller circuits.
Yeah, that is quite interesting. And also the time I guess they've had with the Evo. I mean, I got a sense of how short and long a time it's been when Stewie White was like, well, it has been 3 years. I'm like, oh snap, it has been 3 years.
Yep.
So the amount of time they've put in layers of data and information they've put into Rambo Lambo, of course, would far outweigh what any piece of machinery that just landed could be. I think that would be an element, I think that plays its hand there, knowing just how to set it up and put it in its sweet spot immediately as you land on the particular venue on our calendar. But we've got strapping in here with the combined racing Honda Civic Type R. Steve, what have you seen there?
Okay, so I want to point out this car is closer to it's closer to a road going car.
It looks like it's going to do a school run on Monday. That is how close it is to a
But I do want to point out he was trying to start the car and the button wasn't working. So hit the button again, what's going on? But did you see what was in his right hand?
No, I didn't notice.
It was the key. So he was trying to use the immobilizer to get the immobilizer off to push the start button to get it going. This is a more modern of a car, because if you think about your general BMWs and your Hondas and that, you've got a button to start, you're not putting a key inside there. That's what they got in the race car. So they still got the center console to put the key in. Imagine if you're the driver that climbs out and you just happen to have a key in your pocket.
And you run off.
You're going to the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly. You got a code brown.
Bugging your team. Shame, guys. But this is the one thing.
you don't have to have the GT3s out on the circuit. You can build your own. A lot of these drivers have got normal, simple garages. They've got their own cars. They've got their mates involved. They've got their family involved to get everything going. And it's wonderful. It's wonderful to do it. And that's why we've got so many different classes. Our Class A's are definitely some of the fastest of the fast that we've got. But B's are our GT4s and space frames into our C's, which are closer to the road going cars, and our Class D's as well. You've got the Super Polos, you've got a variety of vehicles. It doesn't have to cost you an arm and a leg. And like the Backdraft Roadster that's currently out with Team Pesty, they're doing a phenomenal job in one of the more simple cars out on the circuit. No traction control, no ABS, a little bit of power steering, 4-litre V8. You've got about a 90-litre tank, 100-litre tank that's in there. It's simple. All the parts are simple. There's no big race modifications. It's a stock Lexus V8 that's in there, 4-litre. It's stock suspension off a BMW. It's a stock gearbox from Audi. It's just meant to be that reliable car. The only difference is it's a fiberglass body with an interesting shape. And that's makes it work, and that's why endurance racing is one of the most interesting to be in, because it doesn't mean that you have to have this extensive budget. You can come in with something a little bit cheaper, and you can still fight for a championship in class, overall, and in index. You can fight in 3 different championships with even one of the slower cars.
Yeah, 100%, because the elements are out there. So many different dynamics and variables and dimensions to the concept of endurance racing, and it becomes inviting to more than just one kind of car. And we've certainly seen interesting variations and varieties of car. I mean, if you look back, if you want to roll back the years, we've had so many interesting race finishes and scenarios that involved your slingshot 2.0 and the carbon car, things of that nature. All of that highly modified cars in people's families' garages. Steve Clark and Mike McLaughlin making their contribution to SA Motorsport history. They're certainly one of the more unique cars we've seen, and a great variety of cars that we've seen come and go on our circuits. So it's still definitely open to see more of the creativity that some of the racing talent that we have here in South Africa has to offer. And that opportunity is open to everyone. I mean, it also sounds like some of our other competitors are looking to introduce new machinery too. I mean, we're shocked at the introduction of the Alteza earlier on this year, but they're looking, it sounds like, to bring something new into the mix for 2026.
Well, that's it. It's all eyes for 2026, but we've still got to get past 2025. And one team that I have seen go past our timing that is looking just to get to the end of this race, our GT4 Giancarlo back out on the circuit and circulating.
There we go. I was waiting to see that lap count go up, and it's about time it does. That's great news. They managed to cool the car down, and they had to do so as quickly as possible. I mean, it took looked like 15 minutes, roughly
that's it.
15 minutes.
About 15, 20 minutes in the pits, and unfortunately, that's dropped them down to 4th place. So now it's an outright charge. They have to get past the likes of Baron Pretorius, who is in that pesty Backdraft Roadster that's been consistent. Remember, that's a car that started at the back of the field, now fighting for the podium. David Franco in the Class C, that is the Super Polo, going and pushing a little bit harder as well, and they holding 2nd place, and our leader out on circuit as well. But there is the GT4 that has been getting a bit hot underneath the collar, and now fighting it out. And looking at the lap times, well, a 109.3 is really not taking it easy. I think that's giving it a good push.
I was about to say, I mean, given the fact that you've got less time now and less if you're pushing the car at full tilt, you're not necessarily going to be getting it. I mean, you're not going past like maybe the 100 or so lap mark. You're not really forcing it to stay in an uncomfortable temperature zone. I think he could actually run at this pace quite comfortably if the system is able to take that, because they haven't quite been able to predict which temperature it's actually able to run at and for how long. But given that the clock is at 36 minutes, it's not a lot of time. I think he could actually stay there at that pace and find even more time. He's going to get into the 108s not too long from now, because that was the last lap he set before he went into the pits, and possibly shave even more time.
How does an air-cooled stay cool?
More air.
Exactly. So what do you do?
Flat foot.
go faster. And that's essentially the same type of logic. You don't want to slow the car down too much. You don't want to take away the airflow. And you're going to keep pushing harder and harder. Now, this is going to be something that drivers will keep in the back of their mind. Take a look at the gauge whenever you can. See if there's any alerts that come through. We do know that if it gets too hot, it shuts itself down to try and protect the engine. Now that's going to require an override to keep it going. This is all different factors to march their way through, and everyone needing to think what's the next best strategy. However, I do think the G&H team have found that they're a little bit down on laps, and now they're focusing on trying to get back onto the podium, because at the moment they have to get past the likes of Byron Pretorius and the likes of David Franco, who, well, they're fighting for performance of index, but nothing stops him from guarding their on-track position.
Yep, they absolutely have a right to do so. David Franco, 164 laps, bottom Pretorius, 1 lap behind on 163, and Gianni Giannakaro on 160 laps. That is the picture going down into what will be the checkered flag falling. 3 cars bearing down on the same target. The angriest and fastest in picture and in frame now are on board, and getting a full picture of the car and how it looks out on circuit with Gianni Giannakaro. And he's going to try his best as the sun gets into his eye there to make sure that he keeps the car in the window that they want with the time that they have. And they've had a cooling issue that they've seen come and go. A number of the teams have been facing similar problems, and it's just about how you bob and weave, I guess, at this point, and such is the nature of endurance racing. You know, get the composure of the first, hour and a half, 2 hours, and then the elements just come at you. And then your whole composition, your whole choreography, it's just out the window. You're tap dancing, you're break dancing, you're doing all sorts of things just to keep things going. But you know what, they were able to absorb the blow quite well. Oh no, we're counting laps. Okay, we've got a driver change here.
This is a routine pit stop.
Routine pit. Oof, jeez.
Refueling on the side, going and getting a driver, a little bit of a relaxed way to get in. However, they're going to be losing a bit of time. But a beautiful shot with the South African flag in the background, I have to admit.
It has to be choreography. There's no way that was not planned.
Well, it's all right. Doing it, I've got to say, beautiful work back. Interesting enough, remember, the car 69 is currently lying in second place. They are ahead of the Team Pessi Racing that's on the same lap as them. 2 laps down is the GT4 on screen as well. So for the likes of Giannakaro, they need to go and get two laps ahead of this car to be on the same lap, and then try and get past as well. So now you're starting to consider, hang on, we've got to push. We've got to start figuring out a plan here. We've got to outdo the competition. And with this being 32 minutes, this would be the last stop for them. They're not going to be stopping anytime soon.
Absolutely. And the term overall in the overall competition is quite interesting, because one element that bears authority overall is nature and time here. And it's a race against time when it comes to Giannakaro now, trying his best to minimize the gap he's got ahead of him and try put the likes of Pretorius and Franco behind. But in the meantime, Xolile Litlaka 1:01.1, and he's floating in that benchmark that Stewie had just a second or so off, and he's going to try and keep it there for as long as he can going into the closing 30 minutes of the race. Giannakaro also has a challenge of his own to be a podium positioned competitor as close as possible to that car that you see there, which has set the benchmark in every trim, in endurance and in sprint trim, but it seems to be right at home, at least according to the Inter-Africa stable, when it comes to endurance, and it's doing exactly what it's built to do, and that is to lead.
Well, I want to talk about something in the points that's going to be rather interesting. We're talking about overall and how that plays into a factor. Remember, the overall championship is driver championship, but both drivers in the car finish with the same points. Inter-Africa currently leads first and second. Well, they share first, and then you have got Nick Adcock, who runs in third place. Fourth, and tied with fourth, is Team Pesty, the likes of Barend and Horan. By finishing the race in second or third place, they will have moved themselves successfully to hold third a tie.
Interesting.
And that means they'll be going third overall into the likes of Kailami, which will be double points. So here's the pressure.
Yeah.
You got to hold third or second.
Yeah.
If you want to be able to fight for overall on the podium.
So, do you think Harm and Barend have that in mind going into this?
I think Francois sitting in the pits there has worked it out and is busy cluing them in as time goes on. That's one thing I've noticed about Team Pesty. They will go and work out behind the scenes of what do they need to do to stay in for the fight. Yes, they haven't got the power, but the consistency has come into play. One thing that Byron has said about the British racing green, that's beautiful on the car, and it was yesterday around about this time, heading up to tabletop, he says, the reflection off the bonnet becomes a little bit hard, as suddenly you're not worrying about the reflection coming from the sun, it's hitting the bonnet and getting straight into your eyes and just carries through the whole way. So you are guessing, and that's because of the darn bonnet that's causing the issue. Beautiful gloss.
Yeah, that was up for a cruel irony for Byron, since he's the one who chose that color. I was just looking at the times there. Janakaro doesn't seem to be, he's in the 110s. 110 dead up there for Janakaro, that's management. That's not sounding racy. He wasn't in and around that benchmark going just before he went into the pits. So he's definitely nursing that temperature issue. But let's keep an eye on it. He dips again into the 109s. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that one just to see what the Janakaro stable is able to put together going into the end of the race.
It's that little one of, okay, you need to keep it in 110. You went a little too fast. Oh, sorry. I got to lift off it.
Come back, yeah.
Just happened to set the fastest lap time.
And then Ricky grabs the radio. Focus. Stop looking at the birds. So that's a very, very precious relationship between the twins there. But yeah, there goes Gianni now at turn 5, which has been the scene of many an interesting incident from morning till the moment of sunset, which we're not too far from. We've enjoyed our fair share of action today, haven't we, Steve?
It's been absolutely incredible, and drivers and teams all coming together to make it work, especially with the 1 hour that went by. But that being said, let's go down to pit lane for an interview with Clay.
Tell Rob he's racing that Cobra. Tell Rob he's racing that Cobra for a second.
Well, we are down at Graphic Supply. David Franco joins us now. David, I mean, you're talking to us about how hot it was off air. You had to drench the t-shirt that you were wearing. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was really, really hot in there. I think the engine's just running really hot, and obviously it's hot out here as well. So the temperatures were just through the roof. I literally got out the car and I just drained out my balaclava and just sweat everywhere. So, but glad the stint's done. I think we're looking good for second overall, which is a pretty good result. Yeah.
You know what the cool thing is? When we spoke earlier on, you spoke about, of course, yes, it's important to try and finish, but also getting a good result because you've had a really tough year. Do you have a smile on your face right now? If things had to end, of course, the race as it is with you guys second overall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a smile on my face yet because the last race, the car had a battery issue literally 2 laps from the end. So I won't be smiling yet, but hopefully in like 20 minutes I'll have a big smile on my face.
We'll keep our fingers crossed for you. One thing we've seen, though, that nothing is impossible. And, of course, when especially more teams come together, what have you said to Rob? What is the conversation with him? And really, what's your expectation from your dad?
So, I mean, he's doing well. I just said, keep the car kind of where it's been in the last stint. So keep doing the times he's been doing. Don't over push. There's terrible understeer and the track's really hot still. So it really is difficult to keep the car on the track and, to take the lines that you're usually used to when you're pushing. But I said just bring it home and we'll celebrate as long as the car's in one piece.
The other teams have also been struggling with the heat, David, in terms of overheating. Talk to us about, from your side, your car's performance. And really, I mean, yes, you are feeling hot, but has the car been able to handle the heat?
It has. I mean, as I said earlier on, it is running a bit hotter than we'd like. The temperature is running over like 110 now. But yeah, there is a little push-to-pass system in the car. I'm sure you know about it. And we've been abusing it. The water tank's actually been empty like every time we've come in from a stint. So that kind of helps just keeping the car a bit cooler. And then trying to stay out of, the traffic and that kind of stuff just to cool down the front end.
Talk to us about, of course, where you've been finding joy in the track, because it is a compact track and some cars don't really enjoy the slow corners. How has it been for you?
So I love the circuits. It is very tight and technical, opposed to some of the longer tracks like Kalami in Cape Town or East London. But it is also our home track, so we test here all the time. And as you know, it's quite a short and technical track, and I think the little Super Polo does quite well, being a front end and quite agile, opposed to some of the heavier, bigger cars.
Yeah. Well, David, we'll keep our fingers crossed for the next about 20 minutes. Hopefully, he'll be smiling by the end of this race, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll see you later.
See you later. Well, that is David Franco, of course, hoping that they will be able to finish, because an endurance race, anything is possible. It's not over until, of course, we wave the checkered flag. In football terms, they would say it's not over until, of course, the fat lady sings. So looking forward to seeing what will be happening in the next few minutes. Let's go back to commentary.
It's not over until you've got the car on the trailer back at home. That's my way of motorsport. But I was just taking a look at the cars out on circuit, and you could hear the likes of Franco, because he's shouting to the team saying, "We're racing! Tell the driver we're racing! Look at the backdraft!" And it was nice and composed during the interview.
That switch, I noticed that switch too. Oh man, it was racer, okay, media face.
Yes, there we go. But now this is interesting, because right behind this Audi R8 is position for second and third. The likes of Roberto and Pretorius fighting it out. And this is where it's interesting. The push to pass helps him out the corner, but you've still got a 4-litre V8 that's, well, 2 cylinders more to carry through on the straight. And a lot lighter as well. And you can't even take out that likes of the combined racing Honda Type R is there, and they're going to be trying to also make up some time. Yes, laps down, but nothing stops you from passing the next car.
Nope, it's not illegal to pass in a race, and it looks like they're lapping around the same. That is Roberto Franco as well as Baron Pretorius. 1:12.3 for Franco recently, and 1:12.2 for Pretorius. They're really close together in terms of pace, especially as far as the past couple of laps has been concerned. Let's see if it's Baron now who's going to be able to find that jump, especially coming out of the corner. He seems to be able to find something going to 1 and 2 as well. But some answers then are found by Franco as there it is, having a look, telling me I'm here. Don't forget me. But as soon as they come out of 3, that's where Franco stretches his legs.
Well, I'm just taking it. Roberto out there in the Honda Type R actually is...
Barent is braking.
But Roberto's quicker. His last lap time was quicker than Baron. Now the question is, do you swap, get the tow, and then use the Honda to be the battering ram to get past? I mean, this is what racing can be, and Baron's guarding that inside line.
Let's see.
Is he going to let the likes of Roberto come by? Not quite, but he is trying to hold his drive out of turn 4. Side by side they go.
No.
This is going to be a big one. Is Baron going to allow the pass? Yes, he is. Light tap on the brakes. He tries to put his nose in just to go for the undercut. They are racing.
Oh, he's not using a toe then.
No. These 3 are racing. We got the likes of the Franco team, the GSW, that are currently running in second place. Baron, who's running in third, he now has to hope that this little Honda, the combined racing team, is fast enough to close the distance and also become that battering ram to force the GSW team to go off the apex and allow Team Pesty to go up on the inside and get the pass done and dusted.
Yeah, but he has to be within reach. That's the thing. He has to stay on the same bit of pace that he's had over the past. He has to be very consistent, effectively, make no mistakes between now and that possibility occurring. As it stands, it seems like Pretorius has dropped a bit for the 1:13.4. I guess that was because of turn 5, where Roberto made his way past. But let's see what happens now, as he's gotten a cleaner lap relatively. Roberto's also obviously quicker, using the 1:11s just before making that overtake. He's going to be bearing down on the GSW Super Polo not too long from now. But can Pretorius stay with him? That's the question. And right now he's got a couple of car lengths to find. I don't know, Steve.
It's going to be close.
Oh, there he is.
This is where you go and start walking down the pit lane saying, listen, would you like an ice cream?
Ice creams. Life is ice creams and milkshakes to Steve.
Well, put it this way. Roberto needing to try and keep going. The question is, now you have got the likes of combined racing. If they can get ahead of the GSW and just happen to be slower through 1 or 2 corners, that fouls them up, allows Team Pesty to come on by. Or it's going to be getting hold of Team Combined and saying, right, we opening up the taps a little bit, you open the taps, let's try and break the toe and assist each other that way around. This is where strategy comes in and where you're going to start talking to people in the pits. Byron's trying everything he can desperately to hold on to the back. He just
doesn't have the grunt
That's the
at the
only
moment.
thing. Yeah, when it's on the nose, he looks like he's there, but coming out of the corners is a different story altogether. And look at that rake angle on the car, especially going down. As you had a clear vision of the light coming through from under the surface of the car, how much it's changed. It's definitely a lot more on its nose, more especially though under brakings where you get a picture of it. There is that combined racing Honda opening up the gap, which Barton seems to compress going down into turn 1, especially into 2 under braking. It looks like he would have the gains on combined racing, but it's not quite materializing as yet. He needs to find something, or maybe a switch clicks in the combined racing team. They're like, maybe this could actually, we got another factor coming in. It's the Alteza, which is about to be a back marker for these 3 races. So a lot being thrown their way right now.
Oh, Sophia Motorsports is also just trying to keep it all together. They are running in 5th place at the moment, keeping consistent. And remember, while you're in a race, for Byron Pretorius now, he's getting excited. He wants to be part of the race, but every time you go faster or slower means that you are changing the variancy in your performance and index, which is what they were going for from the start of the race.
Exactly. So is it like win this race or win the overall race, which is effectively index of performance, which they stand a huge chance of clinching come Kalami. So yeah, a lot of math, a lot of calculating, and it's a great thing that Francois is a finance aficionado, so he's going to be doing most of the calculating and number crunching and telling Barton. Turn 5. Oh, turn 5, you beauty. You've given us a lot to talk about today. That was nearly another one. Close call there. But yeah, Team PSG effectively going to be calculating now what is more valuable to them. Is it this win or is it the championship effectively in the index of performance, which they stand a good chance of getting?
Okay, you tell a driver not to race for 2nd place.
Yeah, you tell, no, not just any driver. You tell Barton. Not to, you try that. Difficult to ask.
No, that's you get the Fernando Alonso treatment of I'm just going to unplug my radio. And a wave round for combined racing, going and saying, get past me. So something is not happy with the car, and now they are allowing Barton to go by. But there is the gap starting to form.
Yeah, of course. Immediately, yeah, that's something wrong. It's not even on the...
Did they push it too hard? Because remember, they were also battling with...
They were. Temperature.
With temperatures.
Yeah, you did say. We did talk about it earlier on in the race, so possibly he's trying to cool the car down. And at this point, if you're that dramatically and drastically trying to cool that may be too far into the temperatures that he may have been running at that point. You want to manage it, you want it to creep up on you as opposed to suddenly now having to cool it down. It's very difficult with all the momentum of 15-20 laps that he's been doing in the car, in the saddle. So yeah, it's going to be a tough mission to try and cool this car down as you're bearing down on the ticket flag.
18 minutes to go, and it's still so much going on. But that being said, lots going down in the pits as we go down to Chloe with an interview.
Joining us now is Sia Chabalala from Into Africa. You normally see him on 2 wheels, but he is still, of course, decided to stay on for the 4-hour endurance race to support his team. Rambo Lambo is leading. Talk to us about the team and the car.
For me, it's a very proud moment because now I pushed today. I know we're not good at losing and we are part of the winning team. So at the moment, it's just Rambo Lambo representing all of us at the moment. And I'm very proud to be part of this family. I think we are a family more than a team, and we're all putting the work in, we're all pushing. So yeah, I'm beyond proud.
We like that. And then what has been your favorite thing when you're looking at Rambo Lambo and Maverick? Because a lot of people I see, they love seeing the pit stops. What about you?
So with Rambo Lambo, you can never get used to the pit stop. I think it's different every time. But more than anything is the team spirit, the support is amazing. Even on your worst days, the support and the love is always there. They believe in me as much as I believe in them. So that's why I'm still here, because I know that I can't just leave without my family winning, and we're taking the championship. We're taking the championship, definitely.
Well, there he said it. He believes that Into Africa will be taking the championship. But Sia Chabalala, of course, always a pleasure. And of course, we'll see you in Kyalami.
See you at Kyalami. Yeah, we're taking the win also at Kyalami. So yeah, full gas.
Full gas. Back to commentary.
Full gas, no brakes, and that is what you're gonna need if you want to hold on to second place. But there is another factor to bring in, other than the 3-second gap between Barton Pretorius and Roberto Franco, is the likes of Gini Gianniacaro in that GT4 that is still putting in quick laps and is getting closer to put himself onto the same lap as the two cars ahead of him.
He's on the 107s. Remember what we were promoting, how he's gone back to the 110s and the 19s. So now he's dialed it up because he knows he's got 15 minutes to go. He can't afford to push, and he's cooled it enough, he's managed it enough for him to take the risks he's about to now. And the risk is all for the sweet glory of claiming the checkered flag in a higher position, possibly on podium, versus the team, the Pesty Racing of Barton Pretorius there. Now, how long is it going to take? Let's see, 2 laps between them, and he's trying his best to get onto the same lap. I don't know, with 15 or so minutes to go. It's going to be a tight squeeze. This is going to have you on the edge of your seat till the fall of the checkered flag. In the meantime, Roberto Franco, I don't know if he's aware of this information. I wonder if David has decided to radio that to him. But he's going to be looking or sitting pretty relatively so quicker now with the 1:11.1. And that's a time that he's going to appreciate, given the fact that the closest competitor to him on the same lap, Pretorius, is falling further and further adrift with slower and slower times. So that is going to be a sigh of relief after a couple of laps of pressure, which involved the combined racing team, which now has fallen away from that, having to deal with what we suspect would be a cooling issue. For now.
Last time we were here at Zwartkops, it all fell apart in the last 5 minutes of the race. And remember, any car that pulls in when there's 5 minutes left of this race cannot get out of pit lane. So it means if you're starting to get a bit warm, you can't, when it hits 5 minutes, that pit lane's closed. You can't exit. So it means whatever risks you're going to take, you're going to have to take it now, and in 4 minutes be out the pits.
100%. There's no turning the inferno or the furnace off at the moment. You're just going to have to commit to it and see what happens. And that window...
lick it, send it, bend it.
Maybe lick it with the best option to cool it at this point.
And don't bend it.
Yeah, don't bend it. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, 15 minutes, well, less than 15 minutes and counting. We're at 13 or so minutes at the moment. And Roberto Franco there savoring the prospect of being second place and on podium in the Class C and winning effectively for Class C, second overall, but taking it home for Class C. That is becoming more and more of a prospect. Barton Pretorius dropping the times. I think he was listening to us. He's now half a second adrift from Franco in terms of lap time, and will be aware of Gianni Giannaccaro now in the 108. He's 1 lap behind, trying profusely to get on the same lap as Pretorius in that battle for the final podium position. It's going to be a tight one. We're on board also with, I think that is Roberto, who's working his way out now into turn 2. You can see steering inputs, crossing over of the arms, stable as you want, point and shoot. And he also enjoys, of course, the front wheel capabilities of that Super Polo. And David was just reflecting how it really treated them well in the series, and they being able to compete against equipment that is quite the reverse with rear-wheel drive cars, and it's served them well so far. And this is just one way to indicate just that by claiming yourself a second place at the 4 hours of Zwartkops Raceway.
Now this is going to be the highest finishing overall position that they have ever had this entire season. So this is going to be an interesting one to keep an eye out for the graphic supply world, because not only will it be a smile to finish up second, it will be a smile for the highest finishing in this season for them in a car that, well, is punching well above its weight. I mean, the likes of Giannaccaro, the GNH, they're in a GT4, a lot more powerful, a lot lighter, a lot more modified. And then you've got the likes of the GSW that essentially has closer to a TCR car that's currently out on circuit. Barton Pretorius out there for Team Pesty, still putting in the lap times, and last one was a 112.3. Roberto with a 111.8, still sitting about a second adrift in time between second and third place, but still keeping an eye on the GNH team. Last lap time, a 108.1. He's really dialing it up to try and close that distance.
The time he exited the pits from, fresh from solving that cooling issue. So yeah, he's definitely going to put the foot flat, and you can imagine the pit walls just saying hammer it and give it everything you've got to try and recover that time. And geez, it was 2 laps between them not too long ago, and now it's just 1. You can imagine the pressure mounting on his shoulders as time continues to evaporate right in front of him. And evaporate is an interesting turn of phrase, considering how much of the cooling has been subject to the evaporation of water in all of these cars. There's Xolile Hlaka now clearing 6 and 7, going down into turn 8 as he slicing and dicing through the back markers, keeping the car in that 1.7 mark, been very consistent since he got into the saddle. Again, I'd imagine it is that management of temperatures and making sure it's in the safe window. I mean, you heard how Ari Neveling was telling us he was running the car when he got into the R8 GT4 of GNH at around 6 out of 10 in terms of intensity in order to manage the temperatures. And so that's really the status quo, I think, across the board with all of the teams. Just keep it within a certain window. Push if you really need to, but make sure that you're cognizant of the fact that you could cook yourself and the entire team and your prospect of finishing the race.
It's always a tough one. It's always a gamble, but sometimes you've just got to take that gamble. You've got to really figure out what is the game plan here during the course of the championship. How much are you going to do? At the beginning of the race, I said, what are you going to do? Are you going to grab the dice and roll the double sixes, or are you going to roll the snake eyes? The only way you're going to be able to know is you've got to roll the dice.
100% roll the dice. You must. There it is. It's going to look like something like this with Xolile Hlaka being, well, let's see, in 10 minutes time. I'm not going to call it. I don't care how close the future seems. It's just never a good idea to try and call how things are going to go. But that will be the picture potentially. That is actually what it will look like at the end of this race. First, Xolile Hlaka, second, potentially Roberto Franco, and third, Brian Pretorius, who's some way off. Sphere Motorsport, who've done an incredible job of bobbing and weaving, let's call it. Whatever challenge was thrown their way, they just took it on the chins, reloaded, and just came back in, went into the ring. And then that's exactly what you want to do. They're still going at it, and it's going to pay dividends for them. In the end, it's creating a benchmark and a baseline, a sort of cushion of points that would materialize into something solid if you do the same at Kyalami.
Well, I've got to give it up to the Sphere Motorsport team for going in, landing up yesterday with a car that you couldn't even bolt a wheel on it on the front left, that tore itself off at the top at turn 5. They got it fixed, they got it out. Then they realized, hang on, they're getting the car a bit too hot. So they made an entirely new system to try and spray water on the back straight and wherever they can on circuit to try and cool it down as anything to work through. And this is just, it's a car that whatever problem has come through, they've solved it. Very innovative ways to solve it, but it's definitely, it's what is Africa. You find a problem, you solve the problem, you carry on forward. And honestly, it's a team that I think has done a really, really good job in fighting it through to the end. All the drivers so far have got a little piece today of some really great racing. They have really put a smile on everyone's faces, but that team in particular, for me, has done a really good job this weekend to stamp themselves in legacy.
Yep, absolutely. Hats off. Absolutely hats off to them. You're looking at Xolile Hlaka, they're wiping the sweat off his brow. The heat is relentless. And this is just indicative of how hot it is. I mean, he's done several stints in several of the world's best circuits, some of the hottest even in the Middle East. And still, this temperature still posing a challenge to the Inter-African team in the entire grid. Mind you, so it's definitely not the easiest thing to keep your focus and keep your wits about you at the speed and intensity all of these competitors are doing it. For as long as they're doing it, it's quite a feat in and of itself to be able to say you finished 4 hours in this level of intensity. Latest to get the transponder to flash across our screens is Roberto Franco, as we do have Hlaka in frame. We'll just looking at the timing as well. Franco now latest lap a 1:12.0. Pretorius, the next competitor for that second place, a 1:12.9, some way off in terms of distance overall. We'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Janakaro still a lap adrift with the 1:08.3s. I don't know, 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Not going into the pits now. If you do, you're not going to leave. So if you're going to do something, you better be able to do it in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Otherwise, forego it. It's you and the checkered flag, my friend.
I can't sneeze in 1 minute 30, so I highly doubt that there's going to be drivers that are wanting to get anywhere close. We have seen the heartbreak of when pit lane closes, and no one else that knows it all too well is Into Africa, which landed up with a championship thrown into ruins due to that. So it's anything. I mean, let's go back to the beginning of the year. Norman over MP02, the Just for Sleep. What happened when, what was it? It was last year, where it had Charles Visser dive into the dirt in the last 5 minutes at turn 2. We go back beginning of the year, Stuart White going and losing this very car into the dirt of turn 4 here at Zwartkops. There's lots that can happen in 5 minutes. Lots that can go on, that can change the race in a flash. But no one else wants to go and see that. They want to fight their way through to the end. And honestly, it's going to be a challenge. Anyone that crosses the line at the end of this race to say we survived the hottest race of the season here at Zwartkops for the 4 hours of Zwartkops out in Centurion, South Africa, has done a sterling job in my book.
Incredible. As you talk about the hottest race, Xolile Tlhaka again wipes sweat from his brow. It really is quite something. It's comical how hot it is out there. It's incredible. But it's definitely also enjoyable to see the teams try their best to fight the conditions and make sure that they're in trim to collect their honors, which they've worked so hard for. That 80 at 88, still going at it, not letting up, because you know it's going to pay off. And that window to get into the pit lane has disappeared because of 4 minutes and some seconds remaining. 4 minutes and some change between you getting glory for all the work you've done and all the sweat you've put in, quite literally all the heat you've endured and all the mechanical challenges. The Lorero, the combined racing Honda type are there. There's so many issues that they've overcome themselves, rebuilding this engine and rebuilding the head and all of that to overcome the temperature management issues. There's so many layers and stories that now bear down on this final couple of minutes of racing.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but that 88 wasn't going all too quickly, and I didn't see it at the top either in shot as well. So I really hope they are lifting a lot and they just trying to get the clock to run down. But I mean, this is turn 3. There's nothing in turn 1.
Yeah, should be at least approach.
I think someone's running a bit slow and trying to get the clock to wind down, and no more than Severe Motorsport at the moment. But is this one thing that's alarming? I'm keeping an eye for a transponder to kick up.
Yeah,
and that is a team.
It has. It just did. Yeah, that was Alvarez. He just went across.
But take a look at the lap time.
Yeah,
2 minutes 2. They crawling.
Yep,
they are absolutely crawling with that car. I mean, it was doing 1 minute 13s, 1 minute 14s during the course of the race.
Yeah.
A 2 minutes. That's insane.
Yeah. For comparison, the Tlhaka's got 3 laps left. They've got 1.5, effectively. Based on actually they've got 1.5 or so laps. If
they got a puncher. They got a puncher.
Yes, on the front left.
So they're limping this car around. Pit lane's closed. They can't get in.
Oh no.
And it's the front left again that's gone and caused the trouble.
Oh no. Throw all your hope, all your faith at this team.
No,
we need them to finish.
That is when. How does the rim look? Well, it's going to be square.
Oh my gosh.
Drive it till it's square.
It's certainly rotating like it's square at the moment.
No, we were wondering why it was slow. Now we know. They've got a puncher sustained on the left hand, and they are just trying to get this car to the line. And you know what? I give it to the team. They had the left front completely separate from their car. They went and got a new piece completely put on and bolted. They're like, okay, it's working. It got extremely hot. They built a new system for it. Now there's a puncher. It is shaking the thing apart. And it's, you know what? We will see the checkered flag no matter what. This little Altezza is going to finish the season, and it's going to score points because they need to see it through. Honestly, for the team of the entire day, Severe Motorsport is my little team. That is the one I want to see through. And imagine, how did you cross the line? Well, we've seen Into Africa with failed fuel pumps get across the line here at Zwartkops. But now we're going to see how long can the little Altezza. You can't get beyond second gear in that car.
No, you can't. What's the Portuguese equivalent for Mamma Mia? Is it what? Ay madre?
I think at this point to take a deep breath and you're going to hold your breath the whole way through. For a team, this is a moment of note, and they still going around slow. The marshals have got the white flag out. That means that there is a slow car on circuit. Yep. Very, very slow. I mean, in comparison, you've got a car that's going and accelerating to 100 k's an hour. You've got a car that doesn't want to go over 20.
Oh, we're talk about contrast. 228 laps completed for Leclerc and Inter Africa Racing. They've smashed the 207 lap
what they had at the beginning of the year.
At the beginning of the year, so you can tell you the layers of development that have come and gone for the team there. But this is going to be an absolute glorious moment for them to collect this checkered flag. You heard Stewie saying that the preparation is the same. It doesn't matter when or where you're racing. It doesn't matter how close or far you seem to the championship. It's all the same. They put in the same sweat that they have to wipe off their brows at the end of every race for moments such as this, where it's literally 1 or 2 corners remaining to glory and earning the prize for working as hard as this team does on this show and many others.
That's it. 2 corners to go as they exit out of 6 down to 7, heading to 8 as the checkered flag will be ready. Into Africa, looking to take the victory here. 4 hours of Zwartkops and carry full points, heading to Kailami. Into Africa, going to be smiling ear to ear, but it is going to be the GSW taking 2nd place, and Team Pesty in the brand new colors will take on 3rd. Oh man, that is...
Tanaka was on the same lap. It was down to the dying seconds for him to get on the same lap as Pesty. Oh no. Then we've got the Alteza.
The tires coming completely off the rim. They are literally on the rim. There is just a couple of corners. Come on!
Please, come on.
Alvarez.
Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Everybody watching at home, just stretch your hands towards your screens. We need the 88 Alteza to finish. This car has to finish. They've worked so hard. That same front left snapped clean off yesterday. They didn't know where it came from. They sweated for 2-3 hours working to get it back on and continued like it was a mere knock on their chins. And now this, they've been managing temperatures all day long.
This is through turn 5, heading to turn 6. There is nothing left. They've driven.
Go, Sergio.
And the bodywork has collapsed onto the rim itself. Come on, through 6, heading through 7. It's going to be it. They can't even get into the pits. That is how the problem with the car. They can't even get into the pits. They need to drive it all the way through. No, don't go into pit lane. You need to see it down to the end. We're waiting to get a camera shot into 8.
Come on. Come on, Sergio. It's 5th place. Yes, it's 5th place on the line. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Through. They're looking, and everyone's trying to get by. They've fought through it all. They've had the front left completely off the car. But ladies and gentlemen, coming across 5th place on 3 wheels. Severe Motorsport sees it through to the checkered flag.
Oh my word. That was the longest 3 laps of my life. Oh, that was incredible. Wow. Oof, well fought by Sphere Motorsport. That was incredible. Oh, endurance.
You know what? We got 1st, 2nd, 3rd, but team of the day.
Team of the day.
That has to go to the... I mean, my heavens.
Oh.
I mean, take a look at this. The whole air filter has actually collapsed down. The entire car has collapsed onto its left.
Yeah.
I mean, wow, oh wow. That is amazing.
All right. every race we've been to, down to the last literally 5 minutes, we're just screaming at the top of our lungs, and never could I have imagined that this would have been the reason that got us all excited and had our blood boiling, quite literally. Just trying to get this car, will this car along, given all the elements it's faced. A 5th place, well-earned. Combined Racing taking 6th place behind the 88 Alteza. And there's that little dance for the entire team. Stu was talking about the dance that everyone is going to do. That Inter Africa Racing to claim their win. And well fought for them. Beto Franco claiming a 2nd place podium. Well-earned and absolutely proud of him and the work that his team and his son David have put into getting this one. David had to wheel him along and tell him, mate, you're racing Pesty, don't relax. You're in a fight for 2nd there. And get going was the mandate, and was absolutely earned. the honours there.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Celebrations as champagne is given to the drivers, and there we go. Well, Stuart White got the champagne, and that is pretty much that for the team. Going and spraying the teammate, spraying the team. Congratulations. They're going to be walking with quite a few points into Kyalami. Roberto Franco going to be also going and celebrating with the winners as he's crossed the line for Graphic Supply World in second place in the Super Polo. Third place is Team Pesty. But let's head down to the track for some interviews.
Okay, another win in the bag. Kulile, yo, you guys are flying this year.
Yeah, I know, another win in the bag. We came here knowing very well that we just have to keep it clean, score maximum points, and go to the Kyalami final with a little bit of pressure off, you know. We did exactly that. Yes, it was not the strongest field around, but you know what? This is endurance racing. We have to come, we have to show up, we have to give it our best. Good.
Yes, good. Congratulations. You're so right. It's about showing up, right? Yeah. And it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So you've got to show up to every race with the winning team again. But yeah, super proud of you guys. Incredible to be a part of it. And well done.
Yeah, well done to the team. Well done to Gerald. Well done to the mechanics. Well done to, I mean, you know, when you do everything right, results will always come. You know, when we spoke about today with Gerald and the team, we said we're going to treat this like any other normal hard race. We're going to race hard. We're going to do things correctly. Thanks to this guy, you know, I had the easiest job today. I said, team, you know what, Stewie, go have fun, play around with the car, do whatever you want. When you're tired, bring it back and let the old man finish. So thanks to Stewie. Thank you so much.
And what a finish. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Stewie, how was this race for you today?
Yeah, I think like Exo mentioned, it was all about just making it easier for ourselves at a 9 hour, taking the pressure off. Obviously, we know what the pain is like from 2 years ago, so to also know what it felt like tasting a champagne last year, and that's what our goal is. We made it a lot easier today. Obviously, championship is 6 rounds, and you have to be at all 6 rounds to compete for the championship. So yeah, well done to Kalile, well done to the team. We treated it like a normal race, and the Into Africa team is just getting stronger and stronger by the day, and I think every race our preparations for bigger plans is just falling more into place.
Thank you, Stuart. Kulile, I've got one more question for you. You guys are very, very busy at the moment, right? You guys are here, there, and everywhere. What's next? Are we waiting for Kyalami 9 hours to see you guys on the track again, or is there something else we can look out for?
One thing I can say, this is a sweet victory after our DNF in Barcelona. We needed this beautiful moment, you know. We needed this for the team. From here, we are back in Dubai on the 29th, 30th with the Austin. Then after that, we are back here for the 9 hour. Hopefully, we will create history to be the first team that defends the championship, and we get crowned again, and we will be crowned again, promise you. And yeah, it's a busy, then we have to go back to the Gulf 12. So yeah, we're doing our best, and we're doing this not just for this team. We're doing this to raise the flag of motorsport, circuit racing in South Africa. I keep saying we have not done enough for circuit racing. There's a big gap between the development teams, which are at karting and Polo Cup. This gap needs to be filled, and the only way we could fill this is to go out there and learn how the other series are run and how to create opportunities for young people like Stuart so that they can make a career out of this. It is our responsibility to do this. It is our responsibility to make sure that the culture of motorsport is spread across all of our society in South Africa. We don't do enough to bring in the other part of our communities that are not part of this beautiful sport.
Thank you so much. So let's all do our part. Let's support all of our teams. Give Into Africa a follow on Instagram and support them on their Dubai skits. Right, let's move over to second place. We've got David and Roberto Franco from GSW. Okay, so podium second place. Well, congratulations. Guess I'm getting another cap.
Yeah, we still didn't sign the first one.
Gave you a whole day.
Yeah, we'll do it after.
So how does it feel to be on second place and also first place in your class?
Yeah, I mean, finally we look at finish a race, but to finish on the top, you know, just about top step is it's mega, especially in this little car. And big well done to my old man. He really pulled through. It was a bit hairy there at the end. I think the Audi was coming and the Cobra was coming as well. But really glad we finished strong and happy with the second place overall.
Well deserved, thank you. And you, I saw you on the roof of your car now. There's a dent.
No, I'm not that heavy. I'm not that heavy. Yeah, it was a fantastic race, after Kailami and, not finishing 10 minutes from the end. It was a big disappointment. The team did well. The car was good. VW was amazing. My son did an amazing job to get us ahead, to get in front, to get into third place. And then the Audi had a bit of a problem, so we jumped into second and did the last stint. It was great. Less understeer, the car was going strong. I was just getting into the mojo, and then they said to me, "It's coming to the end. You got 10 minutes." And I was thinking, wow, this has been an amazing. SAES, really, thank you, and we've had an incredible time. It's been an amazing day. Thank you to all the sponsors. We really had fun, and again, well done to David. Dav, one.
There you have it, father and son. If you're looking to build a relationship with your son, sign up at the SAES.
Thank you.
Well done, gents. Congratulations. Don't forget to sign my cap. Okay, in third place, another father and son combo. We've got Hiram and Baron Pretorius. Used to be a beautiful orange little backdrop. I guess green is your lucky color.
Yeah, I think so too. It was a bit of a shock as this, but it was a really good race for us. I think we didn't have any problems, or any major problems this weekend, so it paid off. And it proved again, staying out on track with no problems gets you a good position. So we're super satisfied with the P3. I mean, we've never gotten a top 3 overall, so it was a really, really good race for us. Super happy with it. Yeah.
Happy for you guys too. Congratulations, Hiram. How was the race and the weekend altogether for you?
No, it was good fun. No, it was a good race. Good weekend, yeah. I mean, you're not going to do much better than what we did. The car, at least it got to the end, and that's the big thing, Stay consistent and you're going to make it. So that's what you've got to do with the races. So it was good fun. No, it was very nice. Yeah. And at least the weather played along. It was a little bit cloudy. So it was nice weather, good crowd, a lot of spectators. So it was encouraging to see.
And I'm back, so.
And you back. Yeah, well done.
Don't you lie, I was hoping for a bit of rain in the last half an hour. I saw the clouds coming in. I was like, please start, just give us a bit of a wet track that, because it was close between us and the Polo. So I knew if we got rain, it would have been a benefit for us. But, we can't complain with the P3,
Congratulations, guys. Very big congratulations. See you guys at Kailami for the 9-hour.
Yeah, that's the plan. So, we'll start planning for it, Just want to see where we are now, and then we'll take a decision. But the plan is to go, So we'll see,
We'll see you there. Thank you so much. Okay, so hope you guys enjoyed our live stream and our racing and day full of fun as much as we did. We are going to close off our stream pretty soon, but before we do, we're going to head back to commentary. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel and all of our social media pages. Our next race is on the 29th of November at Kailami Racetrack in Midrand. We hope to see you there. The details will follow out soon on our social medias. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, the scenes of a group of people who've worked their hardest and given it their all, and they've earned their rewards at the end of a long weekend. The perspective on what the goal is, the bigger picture, and that is developing and having more rungs in the ladder added to developing the South African motorsport for it to culminate in moments like this and opportunities to go overseas and represent and fly our flags high. But there you have it. In first place, Inter Africa Racing with Xolele Clark and Stewie White. In second place, the GSW, the graphic supply world of David and Roberto Franco. And in third place, Harum and Barent Pretorius of Pesty Racing. Father and son duo in second and third, which is very interesting to see. We have ourselves a second Father's Day this year at SAES.
And a track that has been in the generation, Zwartkops has been around. But let's take a look at some of the early racing. This is within the first hour where we got to see the battle of Roy Aubrey, Andrew Horn, and the likes of Casey, who was out for a fight. The Ligier, the Shelby Can-Am, the Porsche, it was back and forth. Eventually, Roy Aubrey getting so tired. Some close moments coming in with Wayne Roach, where he just misjudged the braking mark and actually said sorry. Just tried going for it and understeered out. But it all turned into quite an exciting time. Unfortunately, we did see Roy Aubrey pull into the pits and say, look, I'm tired. 17-year-old and a little bit younger going and fighting out. plus I've did 3 races, rather give it a bit of a break. And the mistakes coming in for GSW that landed up with some dirt in the first hour, and unfortunately one of our brake boards gone out of the running. So it has been a bit of fun, but this moment right here brought out the safety car as the IRC Mustang with Romano Satori goes and comes to a stop on the circuit. Safety car then came out and closed up the field. He was able to get the car to a line, but that was right 2 minutes before the end of the race.
Yeah, Andrew Horn got himself a test of how steady his left foot is, and he excelled. In the meantime, it was the Sphere Motorsport 88 Altezza going through it. As at this stage of the race, you could tell there was a couple of things they were struggling with. I think here it was overall just about temperatures. Just be steady, be consistent, don't do anything crazy on lap times, and keep it on the black stuff. A lot of the teams struggle. A number of the teams, I beg your pardon, out of turn 5 going and kicking up some dust. Each and every one of them in every class, in fact, had a moment at turn 5. I think the only one maybe we might not have seen were the likes of Team Pesty Racing, and then it all came to this. All those moments layered and culminated on this, the most interesting story of tenacity, of going through challenges and just swimming through it, no matter what was thrown at them. The 88 Sphere Motorsport team just took it on the chin, and it culminated again. The biggest problem they had this weekend was that front left, which fell clean off on Friday, and they had to work. It was out of nowhere. It's not an issue that gradually came. It literally just gave. They had to rebuild it, reattach their front left, and this is what happens in the dying moments of the race. With about 5 minutes to go, the puncture came and introduced itself and said, I wasn't quite done. We weren't quite done with the challenges you needed, apparently, for this 4 hours of Zwartkops.
Oh, I've got to give it up. For a team of the day, for tenacity, this has to go to Sophia Motorsport.
Absolutely.
And honestly, great stuff. But also, just got us all on our feet and shows the tenacity of our drivers in the South African Endurance Series. We know the heartache. We know what's needing to be done to finish it through and see it to the end. And coming down to the checkered flag, well, seeing the podium all lined up, getting ready to climb out of their cars. Here comes the 88, just like, I'm going to see it through to the end. We will cross the checkered flag, and going and showing the absolute tenacity in the South African Endurance Series. Absolutely wow. From the first hour to the last, it has been culminating on some of the greatest of racing, and also brings the championships closer and closer together, all waiting out for Kailami a little bit later this year. And we say farewell to Zwartkops. Thank you so much for the memories in 2025. We look forward to seeing it in 2026. But honestly, it's a circuit that is never given anything else other than drama towards the end of a race.
Yeah, absolutely. The last 5 minutes, something about Zwartkops in the last 5 minutes. I hope I'm not speaking something into the future coming into 2026, but it's always been a roller coaster ride, absolutely emotional and exciting, bearing down on the checkered flag every time we end a race here. And we're definitely hoping for more. And we want a lot of the same going into the final round of this championship, where everything is up for grabs. Double points on offer for every championship. It's going to be a big one, because a lot of the teams who, I beg your pardon, might have seemed like underdogs early on in the season suddenly have a chance to have both hands on a potential championship going into the end.
Performance and index, class championship, and overall championship up for grabs across the board. Who's going to get it? Well, we're going to have to find out a little bit later this season. And honestly, it's been incredible stuff. And history made here today. Not only father and son duo, second and third. First time that's happened in the SAES overall. But also going out on YouTube and Prime Media Plus. A massive thank you to all joining out on it. And it's been absolutely incredible. Still waiting to get a couple of names on the new cars. I'm still not sold on the Knight Rider as yet.
Not sold, well, only because that was my contribution. But looking forward to going to Kailami. Maybe we'll have a couple more of those contributions. But it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here on the virtual grandstands. And for all of the fans who came in their droves to join us here at Zwartkops, it's been an absolute pleasure. And we look forward to seeing you again when we do this one more time, for the final time, on the 28th and 29th of November at Kailami. It's the SAES 9 Hours of Kailami. See you there. It's been an absolute pleasure. Beside me, Stephen Koenig. We're joined also by Themba Khumalo. We thank Chloe Grace as well as Nadine Wilkin. My name is Prince Ndiweni, and we will see you soon. Thank you.